By an unfortunate misstep, he tumbled down a precipice, only to encounter the lingering soul of the celestial monarch. With his discerning eye, the monarch recognized the boy's potential and took him as a disciple, imparting the supreme celestial technique known as the Five Elements Ascended Formula. He devoted himself to rigorous training, accumulating knowledge and strength, steadily embarking on the path to immortality and enlightenment. Let us observe how he navigates through trials and tribulations, ultimately ascending to the unparalleled throne of the Celestial Emperor, crafting a legendary tale of cultivation. Atop the peak of Qingyun Mountain, a mere 10-year-old boy, clad in a tattered gray garment riddled with holes, knelt before a grave, fervently bowing his head 3 times. "Grandfather, may your journey be peaceful. I am eternally grateful for your nurturing over the years." His voice, though youthful, resonated with profound emotion. This boy was an orphan. A decade prior, an elderly recluse from Qingyun Mountain discovered him, swaddled in tattered cloth, by the roadside while descending the mountain. At that time, the infant bore no possessions to indicate his identity, likely abandoned due to impoverished circumstances. It was a sunny July day, with the sun blazing high and the sky a clear blue. However, as the old man cradled the infant, tempestuous winds suddenly arose, dark clouds amassed ominously. Compassion welled up within the old man, and he exerted every effort to return the baby to his humble mountain cottage before the torrential rain began. The infant was laid upon a time-worn blanket, which exuded a faint, musty odor. The old man fashioned a makeshift iron pot, albeit incomplete, filled it with a modicum of clean water, and painstakingly pinched a few grains of rice from a small cloth pouch to cook. He ladled the rice porridge into a chipped bowl, gently mashing the cooked rice with a spoon, then blowing on it until warm, he fed the infant. In his youth, the old man lived by hunting and foraging, but now, aged and frail, he subsisted solely on medicinal herbs and vegetables. He typically consumed coarse grains and potatoes, while that small sack of fine white rice was his annual saving, reserved for occasional indulgence. Perhaps fate smiled upon them, as under the old man's tender care, the infant thrived day by day, growing stronger. By the age of 3, he could assist the old man in the garden, and by 5, he bravely ventured into the mountains to hunt. Lacking formal education, the old man remembered the sweltering day he found the infant, only to be met with sudden gales and storms. Thus, he named the child Lifeong. As Lifeong grew, he inquired about the old man's name, but the elder replied that he bore none, and if he ever had, he had long since forgotten. Since Li Feng's arrival, the old man had not consumed a single grain of rice. Recognizing Li Feng's thoughtfulness, he often brought back game to prepare nourishing soups for the elder. At 6, Lifeng learned that the Qingyun sect, a renowned cultivation school, was recruiting disciples in the town below, located 500 li away. The Qingyun sect was famed for its immortal practitioners who could soar through the skies on swords, revered by mortals as celestial beings. Overwhelmed with excitement, the old man took Lifeng on a day-long journey to participate in the selection. However, the results indicated that Lifeng possessed the 5 elements spiritual root, deemed unsuitable for cultivation. The old man returned home, disheartened, enduring the villagers' ridicule for quite some time. They mocked the elder for his delusions of grandeur and derided Lifeng, likening him to a hen aspiring to be a phoenix. Yet, neither the elder nor Lifeng rebutted. They bore the laughter in silence. As time passed, the villagers lost interest, ceasing to mention the matter. To spare the elder's feelings, Lifeng never again spoke of anything related to immortals, dedicating himself entirely to caring for the elder. Fully aware of his waning days, the elder wished to save enough for Lifeng to marry before he departed this world. Over the years, the elder and Lifeng lived frugally, stashing the earnings from hunting and foraging in a broken jar beneath the bed. The elder had told Lifeng that this money was reserved for his future bride and must not be touched. Lifeng kept this in mind and never laid a finger on the funds. However, in the year of Li Feng's 10th birthday, the elder passed away peacefully in his sleep. Lifeng did not weep. He recalled the elder's words, "A man should shed blood, but not tears." This wisdom, imparted by a teacher long ago, resonated deeply with him. Following the elder's death, no one from the village came to pay their respects. In truth, the pair had endured neglect for the past decade. With increasingly erratic weather droughts, floods, torrential rains, and fierce winds of villagers became deeply superstitious. They recalled the day the old man found Lifeong, a day of relentless sun suddenly transformed into a tempest, deeming Lifeong an ill omen, a scourge sent from above to punish them. Thus, they contemplated expelling the duo. Yet, fearing the repercussions should anything befall the old man and child, they allowed them to exist in their own desolation. The village children frequently tormented Lifeong, yet he never retaliated. Gradually, their interest waned, and for years, no one spoke to the pair. Lifeong, with a slight frame, bore the elder's remains to the mountaintop, seeking a spot with a clear view, and with his bare hands, he dug a grave sufficient to accommodate the elder's body. His fingers became raw, blood mingling with the earth, yet he uttered not a sound of pain, nor did he flinch. After laying the elder to rest, Lifeong bowed 3 times, then turned to descend the mountain. However, due to the exhaustive labor of the burial, he staggered and tumbled down the slope. After a considerable time, Lifeong slowly opened his eyes in a secluded cave, struggling to rise. The injuries from his fall ached intensely, causing him to wince slightly. Dragging his weary body, he began to survey the unfamiliar cavern. The walls of the cave were adorned with quartz crystals, emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated his surroundings. Taking a step forward, he noticed a figure sitting motionless not far ahead. As he approached, Lifeong was astonished to discover it was a long-dried corpse. Respect surged within him, and he knelt, bowing his head 3 times, saying, "Esteemed elder, though I know not how you met your end here, our encounter is fated. Today, I shall take the liberty of giving you a proper burial. May you be reborn into a life of wealth and honor, with dutiful descendants to enjoy your blessings." As Lifeong prepared to rise, a beam of white light suddenly shot from the corpse, piercing his forehead. In an instant, he found himself transported from the cave to a mist-laden expanse. Not far away stood a handsome, middle-aged man. Humbly, Lifeong inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, where is this place? Is there a path to leave?" The middle-aged man did not respond to Lifeong's question, but instead spoke, "Disciple, should you not hasten to kneel and pay your respects?" "Pay my respects? Am I dreaming?" Lifeong murmured in confusion, disregarding the man's words. With a smile, the man replied, "This is no dream. We are currently within your consciousness, what you might call your mind. I am but a remnant of the essence of the corpse you just honored." Lifeong gazed up at the middle-aged man and slowly asked, "Might you be the legendary Immortal?" "Indeed, in life, I was an immortal, yet now I exist merely as a flicker of unextinguished spirit. Do you still wish to take me as your master?" The man answered, "Lifeong is willing. Esteemed master, please accept my 3 bows." Lifeong declared, kneeling with his knees to the ground, arms outstretched, bowing his head thrice. His eyes sparkled with reverence and anticipation. This ritual of apprenticeship was something Lifeong had learned when he was 6, during a visit to the town for a cultivation aptitude test. It was said that one must demonstrate solemnity when bowing to an immortal to convey sincerity. The middle-aged man observed Lifeong's demeanor with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Your name is Lifeong? Your disposition is commendable. You are a fine candidate for cultivation." With a hint of uncertainty, Lifeong replied, "But esteemed master, when I was 6, I participated in the Qingyun sect's recruitment test and was deemed to possess the most useless 5 elements spiritual root. The immortal stated that even with training, I would achieve little, merely squandering the sect's resources." The middle-aged man erupted in laughter, repeating 5 elements spiritual root, 5 elements spiritual root, as if he had heard something amusing. "Ah, the cycles of fate. Who decreed that the 5 elements spiritual root is worthless? Those self-righteous immortals know not. Our fated bond as master and disciple was determined by heaven. I too possess the 5 elements spiritual root." A flicker of surprise crossed Lifeong's otherwise composed face. "Esteemed master, you too have the 5 elements spiritual root? Can one with such a root truly attain immortality?" A proud expression adorned the man's face. "My true name is Tong Tian. The world claims the 5 elements spiritual root is inferior, yet I do not believe it. I studied the properties and characteristics of the 5 elements for 30 years, ultimately achieving enlightenment. The 5 elements spiritual root is the supreme root of all. I devised the 5 elements cultivation technique, the 5 elements ascendant formula, And through relentless practice and research over countless years, I attained mastery, earning my place among the celestial monarchs, capable of contending with even the celestial emperors without defeat. As he spoke, the celestial monarch exuded an air of confidence, pride swelling within him at his accomplishments. Curiously, Lifeng inquired, "Esteemed master, are the celestial emperors truly formidable?" The celestial lord, with a grave countenance, gazed intently at the fierce wind and proclaimed, "The celestial realm is vast and boundless. Even the celestial emperors must traverse the skies for a century to encircle a populated area. The entire celestial realm is divided and ruled by the 5 celestial emperors. Would you not deem them formidable? The celestial lords, being the most powerful beneath the celestial emperors, are no trifling matter. 500 years ago, the 5 emperors, fearing that my master would ascend to become an emperor and threaten their dominion, conspired against him during his tribulation to transcend to the celestial emperor. My master battled the 5 emperors in the void for 3 days and nights, with planets extinguished, the void shattered, and the firmament ruptured. Ultimately, my master was overwhelmed by the 5 emperors and was drawn into a spatial black hole, descending to the mortal realm. His corporeal form was obliterated here, leaving only a remnant of his soul to linger on until now. The past is but a memory, and the outcome is irrevocably settled. The celestial lord wished not to be ensnared in the torment of recollections. After all, he once harbored the potential to become the supreme emperor of the ages, yet he was persecuted and reduced to this current state. Such profound enmity and resentment are not easily relinquished by anyone. The celestial lord continued, "I shall now impart to you the techniques." With that, he raised his right hand and pointed. A flash of white light darted forth, entering the forehead of the fierce wind. He felt a slight throbbing in his head, and as he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, streams of information unfolded in his mind with remarkable clarity, akin to vivid memories. He needed no arduous memorization to engrave this knowledge upon his heart. The cultivation techniques of the 5 elements celestial technique, from the first to the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, soon became indelibly etched in the fierce wind's mind. However, when he attempted to delve further into the subsequent content, he discovered it had vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the cave. Before him lay only the withered corpse of his master, devoid of his master's presence. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Could it all have merely been a dream? Yet the cultivation techniques in his mind felt undeniably vivid and real. "Master, Master, where are you?" The fierce wind called out with hopeful fervor. He did not wish for this opportunity to slip away. The thoughts of cultivating immortality, long buried deep within his soul, surged forth like a deluge. Breathing somewhat heavily, his palms began to perspire. He glanced anxiously around the cave. "No need to search, I remain within your mind." The voice of the celestial lord echoed throughout the cave. Hearing his master's voice, the fierce wind felt a measure of reassurance. Regaining his composure, "Master, I have memorized the techniques, but only the 1st to 3rd levels of the Qi refinement stage. I have heard it said that the Qi refinement stage is the weakest existence among cultivators." The celestial lord replied, "The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and knowledge is as vast as the sea. You already feel a throbbing headache from merely the 1st to 3rd levels of techniques. If I were to impart all to you at once, it could lead to your spirit's self-detonation. Before ascending to immortality, mortals who cultivate are called cultivators. The Qi refinement stage is the foundation of cultivation, and you must exert yourself diligently. Now, heed my instructions. Cross your legs and sit in meditation. Close your eyes, place your palms facing upward on your knees, and touch your thumb to your middle finger while allowing the other 3 fingers to extend naturally. Breathe deeply, focus your mind, and unify your spirit." The fierce wind followed each instruction, then began to circulate the techniques as directed by the celestial lord, immersing himself in the natural comprehension of the process. Under the calming and centering influence of the celestial lord's voice, the fierce wind soon entered a state of meditation. In an unfortunate misstep, he tumbled down a cliff, only to encounter the lingering spirit of a celestial being. Recognizing his potential with discerning eyes, the spirit took him as a disciple and imparted the supreme celestial technique known as the 5 elements ascendancy. He devoted himself to arduous training, steadily accumulating strength and stepping onto the path of immortality. Let us observe how he forges ahead through thorns and tribulations, ultimately ascending to the unparalleled throne of the immortal emperor, penning a legendary saga of cultivation. Atop the peak of Qingyun Mountain, a mere 10-year-old boy, clad in a tattered gray garment, knelt before a grave, reverently bowing 3 times. "Grandfather, may you rest in peace. I am eternally grateful for your nurturing over the years." His voice, though youthful, resonated with profound emotion. This boy was an orphan a decade prior. An elderly hermit living on Qingyun Mountain discovered him, swaddled in rags, by the roadside during his descent. At that time, the infant bore no possessions to indicate his identity, likely abandoned due to impoverished circumstances. It was a sunny day in July, with the blazing sun hanging high and the sky devoid of clouds. Yet, upon the old man lifting the child, a tempest arose, dark clouds gathering ominously. Moved by compassion, the elder exerted himself to return to his humble mountain abode before the torrential rain descended. The infant was laid upon a yellowed blanket, emanating a faint musty odor. The old man set up a broken iron pot, adding a modest amount of water before cautiously extracting a few grains of rice from a small cloth pouch to cook. He served the rice porridge in a chipped bowl, gently crushing the cooked grains with a spoon. After blowing on the porridge to warm it, he fed the infant. In his youth, the old man had survived by hunting and gathering herbs, but now, frail with age, he relied solely on foraging and gardening. His typical fare consisted of coarse grains and potatoes, while that bag of fine, white rice had been his reserve for a year, intended for occasional indulgence. Perhaps fate smiled upon them, as the infant thrived under the old man's meticulous care, growing stronger each day. By the age of 3, he could assist the elder in the garden, and at 5, he ventured into the mountains to hunt alone. Lacking formal education, the old man recalled the sweltering sun on the day he found the child, only for a sudden storm to ensue. Thus, he named the boy Lifeng. When Lifeng inquired about the elder's name, the old man replied he had none, or if he did, it was long forgotten. Since Lifeng's arrival, the old man had not consumed a single grain of rice. Lifeng, understanding and dutiful, often returned with game to prepare nourishing soups for the elder. At the age of 6, Lifeng learned of the Qingyun sect recruiting disciples in the nearby town, a renowned cultivation sect known for its sword-wielding immortals. Overwhelmed with excitement, the old man took Lifeng on a day-long journey to the selection. However, the results revealed that Lifeng possessed a 5-element spirit root deemed unsuitable for cultivation. Disheartened, the old man returned to their village, subject to ridicule from the townsfolk who mocked his aspirations for wealth and fame and sneered at Lifeng, likening him to a mere chicken aspiring to be a phoenix. Yet, neither the old man nor Lifeng protested, bearing the scorn in silence. As time passed, the villagers grew weary of the jest and ceased to mention it. To spare the elder's feelings, Lifeng resolved never to mention matters of immortality again, dedicating himself to caring for the old man. Aware of his dwindling time, the elder wished to save enough for Lifeng to marry before his passing. Over the years, they scrimped and saved, tucking their earnings from hunting and herb gathering into a worn jar beneath the bed. The elder informed Lifeng that this was meant for his future bride and must not be touched. Lifeng kept this in mind, never once laying a finger on the money. Yet, in the year Lifeng turned 10, the elder peacefully passed away in his sleep. Lifeng did not weep, for he remembered the elder's words. A man must not shed tears. Blood is more precious. This wisdom, imparted by a teacher, resonated deeply within him. After the elder's demise, no one from the village came to pay their respects. Indeed, over the past decade, the duo had faced neglect in the village. Due to erratic weather patterns, droughts, floods, storms, the villagers had grown superstitious. Recalling the day the elder found Lifeng amidst a tempest and interpreting it as an omen of misfortune, they had considered expelling the pair, but fearing retribution for their actions, they allowed them to remain, letting fate run its course. The village children often bullied Lifeng, yet he never retaliated. Gradually, their interest waned, and for years, no one spoke to the pair. Lifeng, with his frail frame, carried the elder's body to the mountaintop, selecting a serene spot with a broad view, and dug a grave to fit his grandfather. His fingers were worn and bloodied, mingling with the earth, yet he uttered not a sound of pain nor furrowed his brow. After laying the elder to rest, Lifeong bowed 3 times and turned to descend the mountain. However, exhaustion from the burial overtook him, and he stumbled, rolling down the slope. After some time, Lifeong slowly opened his eyes in a dim cave, struggling to rise, the pain from his injuries causing him to grimace. Dragging his weary body, he began to survey his unfamiliar surroundings. The cave walls sparkled with embedded quartz crystals, casting a faint glow that barely illuminated the area. He took a step forward, noticing a figure seated silently not far ahead. As he approached, he realized it was a desiccated corpse. Respect welled within him, and he knelt, bowing 3 times, speaking reverently, "Esteemed elder, though I know not how you came to rest here, our meeting is fated. Allow me to inter you properly. May you be reborn into a prosperous family, with dutiful descendants, enjoying a life of ease." Just as Lifeong prepared to rise, a beam of white light shot from the corpse, piercing his forehead. In an instant, he found himself transported from the cave to a mist-laden realm. Not far from him stood a handsome, middle-aged man. With humility, Lifeong inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, where is this place? Is there a path to leave?" The middle-aged man did not answer his question, but instead said, "My dear disciple, why do you hesitate to bow in reverence?" "Bowing? Am I dreaming?" Lifeong murmured, perplexed, disregarding the man's words. With a smile, the man replied, "This is no dream. We are within your consciousness, what you refer to as your mind. I am but a remnant of the spirit belonging to the corpse you just honored." Lifeong gazed at the man and slowly asked, "Esteemed elder, are you the legendary Immortal?" "Indeed, in life, I was an immortal, and now I exist as but a lingering spirit. Do you wish to take me as your master?" The middle-aged man responded, "I, Lifeong, willingly accept. Master, please allow your disciple to pay homage thrice." Lifeong exclaimed, kneeling, extending his arms forward, touching his forehead to the ground, bowing 3 times with utmost respect and anticipation. This ritual of reverence was one he had learned at the age of 6 when the elder took him to the town for the cultivation aptitude test, where it was said that solemnity was essential in demonstrating sincerity. The middle-aged man observed Lifeng's display and nodded approvingly. "Your name is Lifeong, is it not? You possess a commendable disposition, a promising candidate for cultivation." With a hint of uncertainty, Lifeong replied, "But esteemed master, when I was 6, I participated in the Qingyan sex selection test and was deemed to possess the most useless 5-element spirit root. The Immortal declared that even with training, I would achieve little, merely wasting the sex resources." The middle-aged man erupted in hearty laughter, repeating 5-element spirit root, 5-element spirit root, as if he had heard something amusing. "Ah, the cycles of fate. Who says a 5-element spirit root is worthless? Those who preach righteousness know little. Our connection as master and disciple was fated long ago, and I too am of the 5-element spirit root." A flicker of surprise crossed Lifeng's normally composed face. "Master possesses a 5-element spirit root as well? Can one with such a root truly attain immortality?" The middle-aged man's expression radiated pride. "My true name is Tongtian. The world deems the 5-element spirit root as inferior, yet I do not share that belief. I have studied the properties and characteristics of the 5 elements for 3 decades, finally achieving enlightenment. The 5-element spirit root is the greatest of all. I developed the 5 elements cultivation technique, 5 elements ascendancy, and through relentless practice and research over millennia, I perfected this technique, ascending to the rank of celestial sovereign, capable of contending with celestial emperors without defeat." At this point, the celestial sovereign Tongtian brimmed with pride, relishing his achievements. Curiously, Lifeong asked, "Is the celestial emperor truly formidable?" The celestial sovereign of Tongtian gazed solemnly at Lifeong and remarked, "The celestial realm is vast and boundless. Even the celestial emperors must traverse the skies for a century to encircle a region inhabited by mortals. The entire realm is divided and governed by the 5 celestial emperors. Would you not agree that they are formidable? The celestial lords, being the most powerful practitioners beneath the emperors, hold significant sway. 5 centuries ago, fearing that my ascension to emperor would threaten their dominion, the 5 emperors conspired against me during my tribulation for ascension. We engaged in a fierce battle in the void for 3 days and nights, annihilating stars, shattering the fabric of space, and rupturing the heavens. Ultimately, I was overwhelmed and drawn into a spatial black hole, descending to the mortal realm. My physical form was obliterated here, leaving me to linger on as a mere remnant of my soul. The past is but a distant memory, and the outcome is already determined. The celestial sovereign of Tontian wished not to linger in the anguish of his recollections. After all, he once held the promise of becoming the greatest emperor of all time, only to be persecuted and reduced to his current plight. Such deep-seated enmity is not easily forgotten by any soul. The celestial sovereign then declared, "I shall now impart to you my cultivation techniques." With a swift motion, he raised his right hand and pointed. A flash of white light surged forth, entering Lai Feng's forehead. Lai Feng felt a slight throbbing in his head as he closed his eyes and sat in meditation. Streams of information unfolded in his mind with clarity akin to memories. He found he could effortlessly commit this knowledge to memory. The techniques of the 5 elements Tongtian art for the Qi refinement stage, encompassing the first to third tiers, were soon firmly etched in Lai Feng's mind. However, when he sought to delve into the subsequent content, he discovered it was no longer available. Upon opening his eyes, Lai Feng realized he had returned to the cave. Before him lay only his master's withered corpse, devoid of his master's presence. A wave of confusion washed over him. Could it be that all of this was merely a dream? Yet the cultivation techniques in his mind felt so vivid and genuine. "Master, Master, where are you?" Lai Feng called out, his eyes glimmering with hope. He could not bear to let this opportunity slip away. The long-buried aspiration for cultivation surged forth within him like a deluge. Breathing heavily, Lai Feng's palms began to sweat. He anxiously scanned the cave's surroundings. "No need to search, I remain within your mind," echoed the voice of the celestial sovereign in the cave. Hearing his master's voice, Lai Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him and regained his composure. "Master, I have memorized the techniques, but I have only grasped the first to third tiers of the Qi refinement stage. I have heard that those in this stage are considered the weakest among cultivators." The celestial sovereign replied, "The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and knowledge is as vast as the ocean. If the techniques of merely the first 3 tiers cause you discomfort, what would happen if you received them all at once? You would risk the explosion of your primordial spirit." Mortal cultivators are categorized into 8 major realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, body integration, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages, with 3 tiers of cultivation within each stage. I have sealed the techniques. You must perfect what you have learned before you can access the latter 3 tiers. Knowing too much at this juncture would be of no benefit. Do not be overly ambitious. Lai Feng nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have taken note. I would also like to inquire about the primordial spirit." The celestial sovereign patiently explained, "In the realm of cultivation, the soul is referred to as the primordial spirit. Cultivation involves the refinement of both the body and the primordial spirit. You are correct, the Qi refinement stage is indeed the weakest among practitioners. Those who cultivate before achieving immortality are known as cultivators. The Qi refinement stage serves as the foundation of cultivation. You must strive diligently. Now, follow my instructions. Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and place your palms facing upward on your knees, with your thumbs and middle fingers touching while the other 3 fingers are naturally extended. Breathe deeply, concentrate, and unify your mind." Lai Feng complied with each instruction, then began to circulate the techniques as directed by the celestial sovereign. Immersing himself in the natural flow of energy, under the calming influence of the celestial sovereign's voice, Lai Feng swiftly entered a state of meditative absorption. Chapter 2. The 3 layers of Qi refinement in a meditative state. Lai Wind focused on circulating his energy through his meridians, drawing the ethereal essence of heaven and earth into his body and directing it down to his dantian. However, after 2 hours of stillness, there was no sign of progress. His legs had gone numb and his arms ached. Just as he contemplated rising to stretch, he suddenly sensed a few twinkling particles landing on his arm, seeping through his pores into his meridians and descending to his dantian. Remarkably, his already sore body felt a refreshing wave of relief. More and more particles began to enter through the pores all over his body. And Lai Wind, driven by curiosity, attempted to discern what these particles were. As he did, the flow of energy faltered, causing the particles that had entered his meridians to slip away in a hurry. Lai Wind gathered his focus and resumed his practice. After a few breaths, the elusive particles reappeared, and as he continued his cultivation, an increasing number coalesced in his dantian. A day later, Lai Wind managed to circulate the spiritual energy within his body for a complete cycle. The sound of bubbling resonated, and the celestial master Tongtian spoke, "Calm your mind and concentrate. Let your energy settle in the dantian, and then cease your practice." Although Lai Wind wished to continue, upon hearing his master's guidance, he slowly withdrew from his meditative state and opened his eyes, responding, "Yes, master." The celestial master continued, "Haste makes waste. The path of cultivation is long. You must act within your means and guard against arrogance and impatience. You have yet to attain the state of foregoing food, so first gather some provisions to sustain yourself before returning." An hour later, Lai Wind returned, cradling an ample supply of wild fruits sufficient for 2 days. Having already satisfied his hunger on the way back, he set the fruits aside and resumed his seated meditation point 3 days later. At dawn, having consumed all the fruits, Lai Wind rose to gather more. Just as he was about to leave, the celestial master called out to him, "To cultivate qi is to refine the body and condense the energy. You must first guide the energy to gather in the dantian, then transform it within the meridians, circulating it to form a cycle. You have already mastered this. The energy and the body must be refined together. Thus, you must now learn to refine your body with the energy." The celestial master elucidated the essence and direction of cultivation during the qi refinement phase. He instructed Lai Wind to run 5 laps around the valley outside the cave each morning and evening, followed by a horse stance and 1,000 punches with each hand before resuming his meditation. On the first day, Lai Wind felt relatively at ease. By the 3rd day, he gritted his teeth to persevere. By the 5th day, his body was sore and fatigued. The celestial master guided Lai Wind to circulate energy through his meridians and refine it within his flesh and blood, which indeed proved beneficial. After exhausting his energy, he would return to meditation for qi refinement point 10 days later. His training intensified, and after 3 months, Lai Wind successfully advanced to the first layer of qi refinement. After a year of cultivation, although still at the first layer, Lai Wind had grown considerably taller and stronger. Each punch he threw now sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Another year passed, and Lai Wind grew even taller, his exposed arms solid and darkened, his tattered gray robe barely covering him. He had broken through to the second layer of qi refinement 6 months prior and could now carry a 100-pound boulder while running 20 laps around the valley, standing firm in his horse stance and throwing 2,000 punches with each hand. Time passed unnoticed in the mountains, and 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. Countless days and nights were spent in meditation and slumber, waking only to continue his practice, without a single complaint or moment of laxity. The celestial master was greatly pleased with his disciples' resolute character and keen insight, yet maintained a strict training regimen. The path of cultivation was fraught with peril, allowing no room for complacency. At the age of 13, Lai Wind finally ascended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement a month prior. Having learned the techniques for the mid-level 4th to 6th layers, bare-chested, his once tattered gray robe had become mere rags, and his long trousers had transformed into shorts barely covering his essentials. Standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, he surpassed the average height for adults, his bronze muscles radiating strength, capable of effortlessly breaking small trees with a single punch. One day, just as Lai Wind was about to step out of the cave for his daily training, he was called by his master. The celestial master's ethereal form appeared within the cave, a sight Lai Wind had not witnessed in 3 years. Overwhelmed with excitement yet maintaining composure, he bowed deeply and said, "Master." The celestial master spoke, "You have performed admirably over the past 3 years, yet you must never become complacent. The progress in cultivating the 5 elements celestial technique is slow, not due to the inadequacy of the method, but because it is exceedingly difficult for one with 5 elemental roots to reach the highest realms. Each elevation and tier requires quintuple the spiritual energy compared to other cultivators, necessitating immense accumulation and refinement. Similarly, your internal reservoir of spiritual energy is 5 times that of your peers, rendering you nearly invincible at your level." Liwind replied, "Yes, master, I understand. In my early years, when I traveled to the town to sell game, the townsfolk were constructing a guanine pagoda. They dug a deep pit, and the workers told me that the deeper the pit, the taller the tower could be built, standing strong for centuries. They referred to digging the pit as laying the foundation. I, too, am laying my foundation. I do not fear hardship, and though my progress may be slow, I shall reach greater heights in the future." The celestial master nodded in approval. "Good. You truly are worthy of my expectations. Today, I shall impart 3 techniques to you. Pay close attention. A beam of spiritual light entered Liwind's consciousness, revealing 3 techniques: 5-element sword array, swift swallow technique, and divine infant avatar technique. The celestial master continued to explain. 5-element sword array requires the forging of 5 swords of the same rank with elemental attributes before it can be practiced. Remember, they must be of the same rank. Otherwise, the array's power will be compromised. Much like a barrel that cannot hold water if one of its staves is shorter, mastery of the 5-element sword array allows one to confront formidable foes. I once relied on this array to face 5 celestial emperors for 3 days and nights, ultimately exhausting myself and losing. The swift swallow technique is a method of movement. When perfected, one moves as swiftly as a swallow, making it ideal for combat, travel, or retreat. The higher your cultivation, the greater its efficacy. To exit this valley, you must cultivate the swift swallow technique to a minor success. The method is not difficult, and with your comprehension, 3 months will suffice. As for the divine infant avatar technique, do not concern yourself with it for now. You will not be able to comprehend it until you reach the peak of the golden core stage. This technique allows you to summon 5 avatars during the divine infant tribulation, each equal in strength to your true self. Liwind was profoundly astonished. Each of these techniques emanated an aura of unparalleled power. The 3 techniques imparted by his master were undoubtedly among the finest in the celestial realm. Liwind knelt and bowed deeply, expressing, "Master's grace is beyond measure. I have no way to repay you. I swear by my primordial spirit that in this lifetime, I shall cultivate to become an immortal and seek vengeance against the 5 emperors for you. Should I break this oath, may my soul perish and may I be forsaken by heaven and earth." A red mark fell swiftly from the void, vanishing into Liwind's consciousness. This was the heavenly Tao mark, which would annihilate him should he break his vow. Only if he fulfilled his promise or died prematurely would the mark dissipate. The oaths of cultivators are bound by the heavenly Tao, impervious even to the celestial emperors. Thus, cultivators rarely make oaths lightly. Promises made without the heavenly Tao's mark do not carry the same weight, but failing to keep them leads to inner turmoil. Such turmoil, if not resolved, hinders one's advancement. The celestial master gazed at Liwind, sighing with mixed emotions. "Alas, foolish child, why must you take on such burdens? I would have no regrets if my life's teachings were to have a worthy successor." Liwind rose, feigning a light-hearted smile, and replied, "Master's kindness cannot go unreturned. The strong do not fear their oaths. The heavenly Tao mark may not be a curse for me." The celestial master pondered for a moment before speaking. "Very well, perhaps you may indeed surpass me in the future, achieving the title of the Eternal Emperor. This mark may serve as a driving force to propel you forward. In the grand scheme, everything is already predetermined. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to the 5-element celestial technique, and I possess few other techniques. I shall impart these 3 to you. You must study them diligently. This is my compilation of notes from my years of cultivation, containing insights and annotations from each realm I have reached. They may not all be accurate, but you may reference them to avoid some detours. The path of cultivation is not always clear. You must seek your own understanding and verification. Have you taken note?" Liwind felt a sense of foreboding as his master began to convey these significant matters. He responded, "Every word of your teachings is etched clearly in my mind. But master, you..." The celestial master gazed gently at Liwind. "You sense it too. My time has come. Today marks our farewell in the future. Without me, you must take care of yourself. The world is treacherous. Remember not to fully trust anyone. Foolish child, take care." The celestial master's ethereal form began to shift from solid to insubstantial, gradually fading away. For the first time in 3 years, Liwind beheld the gentle visage of his master, a sight that filled him with an overwhelming warmth akin to familial love. Yet at that moment, He wished to never see that kind face again. He longed to remain by his master's side forever. "Master?" Wind knelt, gazing heavenward, fists clenched and pounding the ground, tears streaming down his face. At T13, he had never shed a single tear until now. His emotions, long suppressed, were finally unleashed as he wept for his master. His sorrowful cries echoed through the valley, amplifying the already eerie atmosphere. The occasional gust of wind sounded like the wailing of vengeful spirits, reverberating throughout the valley. After a long while, Wind, exhausted from his weeping, regained consciousness, his gaze now resolute and unwavering. He buried the remains of the celestial master with reverence, kneeling before the grave to pay his respects before returning to cultivate in the valley. For 3 months, Wind would offer 3 bows each morning at his master's grave before continuing his training. Now, the art of yanching shu has reached a modest level of achievement. Traversing walls and leaping great heights has become a trivial matter. After 3 months, the fierce wind has solidified his body refinement to the 3rd realm, and it is time to depart. "Master, your disciple shall not disappoint you. One day, I shall return with the heads of the 5 emperors to pay my respects." With that, the fierce wind bowed deeply 9 times and turned to leave the cave. He leaped several feet into the air, his hands agile as a, climbing swiftly towards the mountain summit. In no time, he reached the top. More than 3 years have passed, and the old man's grave is now overgrown with grass, a few patches adorned with small flowers swaying gently in the breeze, their blossoms bending slightly towards the fierce wind, as if conveying the old man's unspoken words. "Child, live well." The soil of the grave has settled over time, and it is likely that in a few more years, even passers-by would not recognize this place as the resting site of a solitary grave. The fierce wind carefully pulled out the grass from the grave, scooping handfuls of earth to cover the old man's south resting place. After half a day, he finally ceased his labor, having raised the soil to a height of half a body. He bowed deeply 9 times before the grave and said, "Grandfather, I will live well. And one day I shall bring my wife and children to pay my respects to you." With that, he turned and walked towards the village below. Chapter 3. Rainfall Town in the secluded mountain village. 3 years have passed, yet it remains unchanged, save for a few more inhabitants and some newly renovated houses. The fierce wind, bare-chested with shoulder-length hair and bronzed skin, wore tattered shorts that barely concealed his modesty and straw sandals as he entered the village. The villagers paused in their tasks, and the children at play stopped their frolicking, gazing at the tall youth who seemed to have appeared from nowhere, a sense of familiarity washing over them. Yet they could not quite place him. The fierce wind paid them no mind, passing by the thatched cottages, heading towards the house at the village entrance. The small thatched cottage, battered by fierce winds, sunlight and rain, had collapsed, leaving only one wall standing to testify that it was once a home. The fierce wind stood before the fallen hut, his expression calm, lost in silence, as the villagers recognized the spot he occupied. They finally identified the youth. It was the fierce wind, that boy. The disaster star, the fierce wind has returned. "What shall we do?" The villagers, upon recognizing him, began to murmur anxiously, their faces a mixture of surprise, anger, helplessness, and fear, but devoid of joy or happiness. It is no wonder. For reasons unknown, fate seemed to play tricks on the fierce wind. During his absence of more than 3 years, the village enjoyed bountiful weather, free from calamities, and the villagers believed that it was the misfortune brought by the fierce wind and his grandfather that had plagued them before. Now, with the return of the boy, who they associated with misfortune, how could they not feel trepidation? The fierce wind approached and cleared the debris from the collapsed wall, discovering the old man's savings jar beneath the bed. He gently removed the cloth covering and poured the copper coins onto the bed, counting them meticulously. 368 coins. 1 tael of silver equals 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin is worth a single one. The 368 coins were the entirety of the old man's savings, a testament to his frugality over the years, meant for the fierce wind's marriage. He found a small cloth bag beneath a section of the wall and carefully placed all the copper coins inside. Then sought out a similarly tattered and short piece of clothing that barely covered him. He walked to the small river at the village's edge, washed the cloth, and hung it on a branch to dry. After a refreshing cold bath in the river, he returned to find the cloth dried and without looking back, he descended the mountain. The setting sun was breathtaking, yet close to dusk. The sky was ablaze with colors, painting a vibrant scene on the little town, known as Rainfall Town. Legend has it that 600 years ago, during a great drought, thousands of refugees stumbled upon this place, too weary to continue. They knelt in prayer, beseeching the heavens for rain, and the skies opened for 3 days and nights. The refugees, no longer wandering, established the town and named it Rainfall. For centuries, the town prospered, its population swelling to 20 or 30,000. The town is flanked by mountains on the west and north, with only the east and south gates open for travelers. In the main street, people bustled about, returning home from work, with half an hour to spare before the gates closed. Those outside rushed back, while merchants sought lodgings before nightfall. Venturing into the wilderness was ill-advised, as darkness brought forth beasts and bandits preying on the unwary. Upon the town's establishment, the townsfolk elected a respected elder to represent them, who formed a town guard to ensure their safety, deterring beasts and bandits from attacking. This hour, mealtime approached, and the few restaurants and inns were concentrated along the main street, bustling with patrons. The savory aromas wafting from the kitchens tempted passers-by to indulge. A ragged youth stood at the restaurant's entrance, swallowing hard as his stomach growled several times. He had never tasted the food here, not for lack of desire, but for lack of means. Each time he visited the town to sell game, the tantalizing scents would draw him in, and he would inhale deeply, as if the aroma could fill his belly. With his right hand resting on his waist, he felt the small bag containing 368 copper coins, swallowing again before stepping forward. These coins were the only remnant left by the old man, meant for his future bride. He would starve before parting with them. The youth walked for a while, and as twilight deepened, the lively main street faded into a quieter scene. Most townsfolk had shut their doors, preparing for the evening rest in a large courtyard. Several carts were parked, and shadows flitted between the carts and a heap of goods wrapped in burlap. A foreman was directing the workers, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I say, can you move any faster? There are still hundreds of sacks left, and they must be loaded by dawn. At this rate, we won't finish until daylight. And who will take responsibility for the delay?" "Quickly, quickly, Zhang San, you're moving slower by the moment." There were 4 workers, all laborers accustomed to hard work, earning their keep through the foreman's charity. Despite the reprimands, they dared not retort. The singled-out Zhang San gasped for breath and replied, "Li, it's not that we aren't trying, but normally, this amount of cargo requires 10 men. Today, with just 4 of us, we barely managed half. We're exhausted." Ally sighed. "I understand it's hard on you 4, but we cannot afford any delays. How about I raise your pay a bit if you exert yourselves?" The other 3 paused, catching their breath. "Li, we rely on our strength to survive. We're nearly out of energy. We can't finish this on our own, even if we collapse." Indeed. Li, can you extend the deadline? Let us eat something and regain our strength. We relied on your kindness in the past. Given enough time, we would see this through. Li, in a difficult position, replied, "If I could find more help, I would have done so already." "Why do you think it's just 4 of you doing all this work?" "The town guard has recruited most of the laborers to repair the crumbling walls. After a day's toil, who has the strength left to come and help you load cargo? If I were still young and able, I would be helping you myself." Just then, a youthful voice chimed in, and all 5 turned to see who had spoken. "Li, I have always had a bit of strength. If you're in a bind, let me take care of the rest of the work. How shall we settle the payment?" The fierce wind approached, speaking earnestly to Li eyed the youth with skepticism. He appeared to be little more than a child, clad in ragged, ill-fitting gray attire. Though tall and sturdy, the remaining cargo typically required 4 adult men to lift. Adding 1 more would merely divide the labor. Li said, "I'm in a hurry. Each sack weighs 200 pounds. You all should work together." The fierce wind, aware of Li's doubt, knew that the remaining cargo was less than what he usually trained with. At this moment, he was in dire need of money. As his master had said, even immortals must attend to their survival. His immediate concern was to fill his belly, allowing him the time and resources necessary for cultivation. The fierce wind reached out, taking 2 sacks from the hands of the burly men, lifting one onto each shoulder with ease, and strode over to the cart. "Li, do you now believe I can handle it all?" Li was visibly excited. As long as the work was completed on time, He could satisfy his employer. Good, good. There are still 476 sacks over there. If you can finish within the deadline, I'll give you a total of 500 copper coins. The fierce wind said nothing, shouldering 2 heavy sacks at a time, moving swiftly between the cart and the remaining goods. The 4 men, initially wanting a break to gauge the fierce wind's strength, soon found themselves utterly astonished. Is this still a human being? Each trip, he carried 400 pounds without breaking a sweat. Soon, the cart filled up, and the pile of goods dwindled. The fierce wind completed the task half an hour ahead of the stipulated time. Stewardly handed 5 taels of silver to the wind and said, "Young brother, I perceive you are new to this town and lack accommodation. My humble abode still has vacant rooms. Why not take shelter at my home for the time being? In the future, I shall ensure you receive more work." At that moment, Zhang San and a few others, who were about to leave, felt a sudden tension. They primarily relied on Stewardly for their livelihood, having not even sought employment at the city lord's manor for the sake of ingratiating themselves with him, hoping for more opportunities in the future. Without work, how could their families survive? The fierce wind glanced at the 4 men. Perceiving their imploring gazes, as a practitioner of the celestial arts, he was untainted by worldly affairs and would never obstruct anyone's path to life. He replied, "Stewardly, those 4 gentlemen are commendable. To obstruct a path to life is akin to taking a life. Such retribution is beyond my courage to invoke. If there is no further business, I shall take my leave." Stewardly, sensing the fierce wind's intention to depart, hurriedly called out, "Wait. I see you possess extraordinary strength. Quite remarkable indeed. Ordinary martial artist would be no match for you." My employer, who thrives in commerce, frequently travels between towns. Tomorrow, we must transport goods to Chiefing Town, 300 miles away, where the roads are fraught with bandits. Given your capabilities, my employer would certainly offer a more generous reward than merely moving these goods. The fierce wind responded, "Thank you, Stewardly, but I have no intention of settling in Luoyu Town for the long term." Stewardly, realizing the fierce wind misunderstood his offer, clarified, "My employer has a fixed number of family guards, though they are not many. Occasionally, we also hire additional help. You could take on temporary employment, receiving payment upon completion of each transport task." Considering that he had no immediate plans and was oblivious to the outside world, the fierce wind agreed. "In that case, I shall express my gratitude to you, Stewardly." "Ha ha ha. You are called Fierce Wind? Is that not a splendid name? Tonight, stay at my home. We have prepared a feast, and tomorrow morning, I shall take you to meet my employer." Stewardly joyfully grasped the fierce wind's arm, leading him home without a hint of disdain for the dust-covered, tattered clothing or the odor of sweat that clung to him. Stewardly's family, being well off in the small town, consisted of 7 or 8 members along with 3 servants responsible for their daily needs. The courtyard, though not overly large, housed 7 or 8 rooms. A steward-like figure opened the door, and Stewardly instructed him to help the fierce wind take a bath and find suitable clothing. Understanding that a person with such strength would have a hearty appetite, he ordered the kitchen to steam a dozen large buns and prepare 5 or 6 additional dishes. After bathing, the fierce wind donned a deep blue fitted outfit prepared by the steward. Appearing remarkably heroic, Stewardly praised him heartily. The fierce wind gazed at the array of dishes on the table: chicken, fish, meat, 2 cold dishes, and several vegetable dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma. His stomach growled in protest, prompting laughter from Stewardly, who quickly invited the fierce wind to sit and share the meal in less than a tea's worth of time. Stewardly consumed a bowl of rice and a few mouthfuls of dishes before retiring to his room. Before leaving, he instructed the fierce wind that the meal was specially prepared by the chef, urging him to eat his fill without reservation and to return to his room afterward, as the servants would take care of the cleanup. The fierce wind appreciated Stewardly's kindness and committed the favor to memory. Not having tasted such delectable food before, he devoured 5 or 6 bowls of rice, a dozen buns, and licked the soup clean. Leaving the maid who later cleaned in awe, the fierce wind always remembered his master's admonition and dared not relent for even a moment. Upon returning to his room, he began to meditate and cultivate, aware that the spiritual energy in the small town was far less than that found in the mountains. Yet, accumulation requires persistence, even if it is but a little at a time. Chapter 4. Encountering the wolf gang the following morning. Before dawn, the fierce wind rose early and took a run around the town for an hour. Upon returning to Steward Lee's courtyard, he found the servants just waking to prepare breakfast for the family, who had yet to rise. The fierce wind settled into his routine, practicing stances and punches, the sound of his strikes stirring the fallen leaves on the ground. Steward Lee's daughter, Leonie, a fair maiden of 15, heard the sounds of his training and came outside, quietly taking a seat on a stone bench to watch. Since childhood, she had relished tales from the town's tea-houses about heroes saving maidens, where the heroes were always dashing, brave, and possessed of profound martial arts. Steward Lee cherished his daughter dearly. Several families in town had sent matchmakers to propose marriage, but all were politely declined by Steward Lee, who respected his daughter's wishes. Enraptured, Leonie gazed at the fierce wind as he trained, her heart racing with each of his strikes. Eventually, the fierce wind finished and turned to see the young lady staring at him with wide eyes. Guessing she was part of Steward Lee's family, he clasped his fists and said, "I apologize for the disturbance caused by my training." Seeing the fierce wind's handsome countenance only made Leonie's heart flutter more. She stood and said, "I heard my father mention you are called Fierce Wind. Is that correct? You need not be so formal. You may call me Uni." Before the fierce wind could respond, Steward Lee emerged, saying, "Ah, young friend, you rise quite early, and no wonder you possess such extraordinary vigor at such a young age. Enduring hardships at this age surely indicates you are destined for greatness." The fierce wind clasped his fists in response. "Steward Lee, your praise is too generous. I dare not accept it." Uni ran over, wrapping her arms around Steward Lee's, exclaiming, "Father, calling you Steward sounds so distant. You are my dad." Fierce Wind is quite impressive in his training. "The leaves are all swept up," Steward Lee responded. "Uni is quite right. If you do not mind, young friend, from now on, you may call me Uncle Lee." The fierce wind replied, "Then I thank you, Uncle Lee, and Miss Uni." Before they could converse further, the steward approached to inform Steward Lee that breakfast was ready and the family awaited him at the dining table. Among ordinary folk, those with a hint of power or wealth adhered strictly to social etiquette regarding hierarchy and respect. As the head of the household, Steward Lee could not allow anyone to begin the meal until he was seated at the table. The servants could only eat after the family had finished. Steward Lee led the fierce wind and Leonie to the table, introducing his family. After the fierce wind exchanged greetings, the meal commenced. Leonie continuously served the fierce wind meat, insisting that he needed to replenish his strength for training. Having instructed the kitchen to prepare ample food, claiming her father had the means to afford it. This made the fierce wind feel quite embarrassed, but Steward Lee chuckled, encouraging him to eat heartily, assuring him it was nothing to worry about. The rest of the family was kind-hearted and did not mind the fierce wind's hearty appetite. Leonie's special attention to the fierce wind was taken as mere hospitality by him, while the other members of the Lee family noticed something unusual but chose not to dwell on it, believing there was still plenty of time for future developments. After the meal, Steward Lee took the fierce wind to the courtyard where they had met the previous day, where they encountered his employer, who was currently assigning tasks and precautions to the guards and steward responsible for the transport. Upon seeing the fierce wind introduced by Steward Lee, there was no suspicion. Having worked alongside Steward Lee for many years, his character was trustworthy, and anyone he introduced was assuredly reliable. The employer then requested the fierce wind to demonstrate his martial skills. The fierce wind surveyed the yard, moving to a massive stone weighing 100 jin 3 paces away. With a powerful kick, he sent the stone soaring half a zhang into the air, then unleashed a strike with his right fist. With a resounding crack, the stone split in two, sending shards flying and damaging 2 flower beds. The guards in the courtyard were left speechless, and even Steward Lee was taken aback by the fierce wind's prowess. Only the employer reacted promptly, clapping his hands in applause. The journey to Chiefing Town would take 3 days, and the employer promised the fierce wind 15 taels of silver as remuneration, should any troubles arise. Additional bonuses would be awarded based on circumstances. 15 taels was 3 to 5 times the pay of the other guards, yet no one voiced any objections. After all, with a skilled fighter like the fierce wind in their midst, their safety was significantly assured. Over the years, many merchant caravans from Luoyu town had faced fatalities among their guards, leading to generous compensation for those who took on such perilous roles. If not for the dire circumstances, many skilled individuals would not risk their lives as guards. A single road led to Chiefing, flanked by towering peaks. The mountains were steep and densely forested, while the grass and trees flourished. Halfway along the journey, the threat of ambush loomed, leaving behind the cold remains of the fallen. Along the roadside, no graves marked the dead, as wolves and tigers feasted upon their remains. 100 years of grievances found no avenue for redress, leaving only white bones to implore travelers to return. The route to Chiefing Town was singular, and the employer's caravan, led by Ling Yuan, comprised over 50 horse-drawn carts, with around 100 workers. More than 30 guards, riding yellow horses, flanked the fierce wind as they traversed the path. Having set out for a day, the fierce wind, being the strongest guard, was positioned centrally within the caravan to provide support both ahead and behind. The merchant sat in the middle cart, engaging in conversation with the fierce wind through the window. Some of the workers, familiar with the merchant, had managed to secure positions within the more secure area of the caravan, as staying close to those of higher martial prowess was the best guarantee of safety. Through conversation with the merchant, the fierce wind gained further insight into the region. The merchant revealed that both Luoyu Town and Chiefing Town fell under the jurisdiction of Nanyang Prefecture, which governed 6 towns, all ancient towns except for Luoyu. Nanyang Prefecture spanned an area of 1,500 miles. The Qingyun sect was the only cultivation sect within Nanyang Prefecture, safeguarding it from encroachment or absorption by other sections. Beyond Nanyang Prefecture lay 5 additional prefectures: Qinglan, Fengling, Shilin, Tianshui, and Huahai, each protected by its own cultivation sect. The 6 prefectures were collectively known as Junwu Prefecture. As for whether Junwu Prefecture was under the dominion of a more powerful cultivation sect, or if there existed other prefectures beyond Junwu, the merchant could not say, as he had never ventured outside of Nanyang Prefecture. These were merely hearsay from merchant caravans that traversed the various prefectures. Junwu Prefecture was characterized by its mountainous terrain, frequented by merchants, yet plagued by banditry. Those with little power often chose to pay tolls and security fees to accompany caravans traveling to distant lands. At this moment, within the merchant caravan of Lai Wind, there were over 10 idle travelers who had paid their dues to accompany the caravan to Chiefing Town. Along the journey, Lai Wind beheld numerous white bones strewn by the roadside. The shopkeeper remarked that these were all victims of bandits and mountain thieves, who had robbed and slaughtered passing travelers, abandoning their lifeless bodies in the wilderness. Initially, there were merchants who, moved by compassion for these unjustly slain souls, would bury them. However, as the killings escalated and the bandits grew increasingly audacious, merchants, who had deadlines to meet and were wary of ambushes, ceased to concern themselves with the dead. Over the course of a century, no one tended to these tragic remains. Suddenly, a volley of arrows rained upon the caravan. Despite the vigilant guards, 2 guards and 6 porters fell lifeless to the ground. "Halt! This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to pass this way, leave behind your toll," a voice bellowed after the arrows had ceased. Following this proclamation, the caravan was encircled by over 300 bandits. The caravan had long prepared for such a scenario, and the wagons hastily gathered in the center for defense. 3 porters, caught off guard in their retreat, were seized by the bandits, trembling and collapsing to the ground. "The old rules apply. Leave your goods and your lives will be spared," declared a burly man at the forefront of the bandit troop. His hair was unkempt, his bare chest adorned with a thick patch of hair, and his arms bore tattoos of a dragon and a tiger. He wielded a broadsword, while the faces of his followers revealed malice and bloodlust as they gazed upon the caravan. Those without weapons within the caravan crouched beneath the carts, too terrified to raise their heads, their bodies trembling, betraying their fear and panic. The shopkeeper whispered to Lai Wind, identifying the speaker as the leader of the Wolf Gang, known as Wolf, though his real name was unknown. The Wolf Gang was ranked 6th among the numerous bandit factions in Nanyang County. What truly instilled fear was that the Wolf Gang had a notorious reputation for deceit. They would promise to let captives go in exchange for goods, only to pursue and kill them afterward. Those fortunate enough to escape were deemed lucky. As Lai Wind held the highest combat prowess within the caravan, he naturally positioned himself at the forefront. However, with the caravan tightly clustered, the horses had no room to maneuver, compelling Lai Wind to dismount and advance on foot. Observing the caravans in action, Wolf commanded, "Kill," with that word. The 3 porters who had been sitting helplessly were instantly decapitated, their blood gushing forth like a fountain. The bandits paid no heed to the blood splattered upon them, with some even laughing, reveling in the gruesome spectacle. Such utter inhumanity. One of the bandits, with a look of disgust, kicked a severed head towards the caravan. The head rolled and came to rest at Lai Wind's feet. Lai Wind shuddered slightly, halting in his tracks. This was the first time he had witnessed murder with such brutality and savagery. He gazed at the head of the porter, whose eyes bulged in terror and whose face was frozen in an expression of fear. His mind remained calm, devoid of fear, only silently seething with anger, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each deliberate step he took. Why must they be killed? They are merely unarmed common folk, Lai Wind inquired, his voice slightly hoarse yet steady. Wolf remained silent, but one of his henchmen chimed in, "Ha, you are amusing. We are bandits, and what do bandits do if not kill? The more we slay, the more you will fear us. Indeed, it is most exhilarating to butcher those who cannot resist." A chorus of heartless words echoed around. In a fit of rage, Lai Wind retorted, "You are all scum. Deserving of death. Kill this brat," Wolf commanded, glaring at Lai Wind, who approached him, denouncing his band of miscreants. A dozen bandits raised their blades and charged at Lai Wind. With a swift step forward, Lai Wind unleashed a powerful punch at an advancing bandit. The sound of impact echoed as the bandit was sent flying 3 yards, blood spewing as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In a fluid motion, Lai Wind kicked another bandit to his right, followed by a spin that dispatched 2 more with precise strikes. The 3 bandits, their innards ruptured, fell dead before they even hit the ground. Seizing the wrist of a bandit who swung a blade at him, Lai Wind executed a furious kick, the sound of bones fracturing resounding as the bandit's arm was severed from his body. His ribcage shattered as he was hurled away, lifeless before he even touched the earth. Lai Wind then swung his arm, striking another bandit in the head, which exploded upon impact, showering blood like a rain of crimson petals. Continuing his relentless assault, within mere breaths, all the bandits who had charged were left motionless on the ground. Even the seasoned killers of the Wolf Gang felt a chill run down their spines, their spirits shaken. The horrors of past killings paled in comparison to the youthful fury before them. As Lai Wind continued to advance, Wolf instinctively took a few steps back, commanding, "Kill him. Whoever slays this boy shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Anyone who dares retreat shall face the consequences of our rules." Despite their fear of Lai Wind's prowess, the remaining 40 bandits, knowing Wolf's merciless nature, chose to charge forward in a desperate bid for survival, shouting, "Kill, 100 taels await. He is but one man, strike him down." With the call to arms echoing in their ears, the Wolf Gang surged towards Lai Wind. But before they could close the distance, he took the initiative, employing the swallow's light technique, weaving gracefully among the throng of bandits. None could touch the hem of his garments. Each punch he threw painted the air with splatters of blood, akin to fireworks bursting into bloom. Moments later, as Lai Wind paused, the ground was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. No cries of the wounded rang out, no labored breaths were heard, and no heartbeats thumped. Only the stillness of dozens of lifeless bodies remained, cold and incomplete. Chapter 5. The Annihilation of the Wolf Gang. Wolf, gazing upon the harbinger of death that was Lai Wind, felt his right hand tremble, cold sweat pouring down his face, saturating the ground beneath him. In mere moments, the 78 men surrounding him had been brutally dispatched by the boy's might. Even if he survived this onslaught, he would emerge gravely injured and exhausted. Lai Wind remained unfazed, his breath steady, the ferocity of his spirit causing even the blood pooling at his feet to retreat. Wolf, devoid of any desire to fight, dropped his broadsword, not daring to utter a word of defiance, and fled. "I told you, you all must die, and so you shall," Lai Wind pursued with the swallow's light technique. "Run! The leader has fled, scatter. The harbinger of death has descended upon us." The remaining bandits, numbering over 200, frantically dispersed in all directions. "Kill! Annihilate these scoundrels!" The caravan's guards, having regained their composure, pursued the fleeing members of the Wolf Gang. Half an hour later, the Wolf Gang, along with their leader, was entirely eradicated. Lai Wind returned, carrying Wolf's severed head, while the shopkeeper had instructed his men to bury the 11 deceased by the roadside. The corpses of the Wolf Gang were left to rot in the wilderness. Lai Wind placed Wolf's head before the graves of the 11, paying tribute to their souls. "Rest in peace, brothers," the shopkeeper declared, addressing the 11 mounds. "You were fortunate. The valiant Lai Wind has avenged you." the wolf gang has been obliterated. Fear not, your families shall receive ample compensation. We must continue our journey and cannot linger. Next time, I shall bring fine wine and delicacies to honor you. Farewell." Lai Wind remained silent, mounting his horse to rejoin the caravan bound for Chiefing Town. This day was merely the beginning of his path towards immortality, a journey destined to be paved with the bones of the fallen. A general success is built upon the graves of countless corpses. The road to immortality is lined with the remains of the slain. Half a day later, the caravan reached Chiefing Town smoothly, where the shopkeeper completed transactions with the buyers. Concurrently, news of Wolf's execution and the annihilation of the Wolf Gang spread among the caravan's crew. Guards and traveling companions throughout Chiefing Town. As dusk fell, the group dined and then found lodging for the night. The following morning, they returned home, arriving back at Luoyu Town just as the sun set. The news of the Wolf Gang's demise spread rapidly. The town guard, led by the commander, dispatched 200 soldiers to investigate. Upon witnessing the carnage and the severed head of Wolf, alongside the fresh graves of the 11 members of the Lingyuan caravan, they confirmed the annihilation of the Wolf Gang at the hands of Lai Wind. The shocking news spread like wildfire from Chiefing Town, and those who heard it rejoiced. The names of the Lingyuan caravan and Lai Wind became widely known. Upon returning, the shopkeeper reported the events to the owner, who, upon learning of Lai Wind's valor and the destruction of the Wolf Gang, was astounded. He rewarded Lai Wind with 100 taels of silver and immediately appointed him as the honorary protector of the caravan, promising a monthly stipend of 20 taels, regardless of whether he undertook any escort missions. Should Lai Wind choose to accept tasks, his reward would be doubled. Lai Wind gladly accepted this offer. With such security, he could devote more time to cultivation. The Lingyuan caravan, now bolstered by Lai Wind's reputation, attracted more business and hired additional skilled guards. Manager Li was promoted to deputy manager of the caravan due to Lai Wind's influence. Wishing to sever ties with the Li family, Lai Wind rented a vacant residence not far from them. Manager Li, having tried to persuade him to stay, ultimately relented. Nevertheless, the two families maintained a cordial relationship, with Manager Li frequently inviting Lai Wind to his home. Initially, Lai Wind would accept these invitations, but as they became more frequent, he began to decline, offering excuses. As long as there were no tasks at hand, Li Yu, the daughter of the Li family, would come to seek Lai Wind daily. He chose to ignore her, and she, too, refrained from causing a scene, quietly observing him as he practiced. Growing weary of this, Lai Wind cited the cramped confines of the town as detrimental to his training. Each morning, he would leave the city at dawn to practice, returning only before the city gates closed at night. Liu, as a young lady, felt it improper to visit a man's home after dark. And after several stern reprimands from her family for sneaking out, she ceased her nighttime visits. Li Guanshi was well aware that the fierce wind was no ordinary being. Once it encountered a storm, it would transform into a dragon. Neither his own daughter nor the town of Luoyu could hold him back, and it was likely that Nanyang County would be unable to retain him as well. In the blink of an eye, the fierce wind had been in Luoyu for 4 months, during which he had made significant progress in his cultivation, advancing to the 4th level of body refinement. His movement technique, Yin Qing Shu, had also reached a minor accomplishment, allowing him to soar over 10 zhang in height and glide briefly over dozens of zhang. His speed on land surpassed that of fine steeds and swift tigers. He had also saved over 300 taels of silver and purchased a delicate, sturdy silk bag embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, into which he meticulously placed 368 copper coins, a display of patience that even women would envy. The fierce wind had specifically sought out a blacksmith to forge an iron vest weighing 150 jin, along with a pair of 40 jin arm plates and a pair of 60 jin leg plates. He wore this gear daily, even during escort missions, and had he not been limited by the blacksmith's capacity, he would have desired to double the weight. The merchant guards were inspired to imitate him, crafting a set of 80 jin gear, only to find themselves unable to rise from bed the next day. The fierce wind's tenacity earned him the admiration of many, and before long, he had become known as the foremost warrior of Luoyu town. The 5 elements sword formation required the use of 5 elemental spiritual swords by cultivators to be executed, and without swords, he could not practice. However, during a recent escort mission to Tianshui town, he had spent 120 taels of silver at an auction to acquire a manual of mundane sword techniques, blood slaughter 8 styles. He also spent 80 taels on a high-quality sword. Although Blood Slaughter 8 Styles was a martial skill learned by commoners, its techniques were ingenious. When mastered, even a martial artist could slay early-stage chi refinement cultivators, with a strong possibility of heavily injuring those in the mid-stage. Provided the cultivators did not resort to magical techniques, the Fierce Wind was confident. Should he encounter a gang like the Wild Wolf Gang again, he could unleash Blood Slaughter 8 Styles in conjunction with his movement techniques and eliminate over 300 adversaries in mere moments. One could say that his practical combat prowess and skills had multiplied several times compared to 4 months prior. In the green pine forest outside Chi Feng Town, 2 men and a woman flew in on swords. Landing gracefully among the trees, dressed alike, their left chests bore the embroidered characters Qingyun, marking them as disciples of the Qingyun sect. Outer disciples wore black and white garments. Inner disciples donned purple. Elders wore crimson, and the sect leader was clad in purple and gold. The 3 before us, dressed in purple, were inner disciples. Junior sister, junior brother, we've been flying for hundreds of miles. Our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Let us rest here for a moment to recover, proposed the eldest brother, Chenyu, a 14-year-old cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. His second brother, Lin Wei, age 12 and at the 7th level, glanced at the girl, clearly placing her at the center of their attention. The young girl, Zhao Yin, aged 11, possessed a strikingly beautiful face and was also at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Showcasing exceptional talent. As the only progeny of Zhao Qinghai, the sect leader, she was often regarded as the most gifted young disciple of the Qingyun sect and was greatly favored by her father. Very well, let us heed the eldest brother's advice and rest here for a couple of hours before setting off again. This mission stemmed from the re-emergence of the notorious villain, Fire Cloud Master, who had been wreaking havoc in Nanyang. The Qingyun sect had taken upon themselves the responsibility of safeguarding the region, dispatching the 3 of them to apprehend the malevolent figure. Fire Cloud Master, a rogue cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, was nearing 70 years of age and was notorious for his abysmal character. Years ago, he had evaded capture by the Qingyun sect after a failed ambush, leaving the townsfolk to gradually forget his malevolence. However, upon his return, he had amassed a band of nearly 1,000 thieves, committing unspeakable atrocities. Despite Zhao Yan's high cultivation, she lacked combat experience and resilience, prompting Zhao Qinghai to utilize this opportunity to train her through facing Fire Cloud Master. Although young, Zhao Yan's strength was formidable enough to easily overpower a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator. Chen Yu and Lin Wei served primarily as protectors during this endeavor. Given the frequent conflicts among the sects in Junwu Prefecture, many disciples had suffered attacks while out on missions. Thus, it had become customary for disciples to team up in groups for safety, even if ambushes still occurred. Each disciple represented a significant investment of resources for their respective sects, making their loss a matter of great concern. As Zhao Yin settled down, she expressed her frustration. Eldest brother, this Fire Cloud Master is truly insufferable. Father has said that you must not interfere with my task. If I succeed, he will reward me with a high-grade spiritual flying sword. Fire Cloud Master is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. I had hoped to subdue him with a single strike and return to claim my reward. Yet, here we are, 7 days in, having traveled over 2,000 miles, and I have yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Had I known, I would have let someone else take this wretched task. It's far better to remain within the sect, where I can enjoy games with my brothers. Oh, by the way, eldest brother, second brother, we've been pursuing for days. Why not indulge in a little game and rest before we continue? Zhao Yan, the cherished daughter of the sect leader, had been indulged by her father and was treated with deference by her fellow disciples, who dared not provoke her. After all, she was blessed with both beauty and talent, attracting numerous admirers, including Lin Wei. All right, I'll play along with junior sister, Lin Wei readily agreed. Chen Yu, however, looked at them with exasperation. Once we return to the sect, you can play as much as you wish. The more, the merrier, and you can truly enjoy yourselves. But with recent unrest, there are reports of other sects sending Foundation establishment elders to ambush our Qi refinement disciples. We should focus on recovering and completing our mission swiftly. Lin Wei, now serious, added, indeed. I have heard the sect master mention that disciples from the 6 counties have been mercilessly slaughtered by Foundation establishment elders, with entire groups being wiped out. Those sent to investigate have deduced from the methods and residual energies that it is the work of early Foundation establishment cultivators. yet it remains unclear which sect is responsible. Junior sister, we should heed the eldest brother's advice. Hearing this, Zhao Yin felt a flicker of fear and said, but Fire Cloud Master is constantly on the move. Each time we receive news and rush to pursue, we come up empty-handed. When will we complete our mission and return to the sect? Yu reassured her, do not worry. Fire Cloud Master has been busy consolidating the bandit forces in Nanyang. He is currently leading over 2,000 bandits to Luoyu town, likely with the intention of subduing the Wild Wolf Gang. This is the last wave of bandits. With thousands gathered, they cannot escape. We might just eliminate them all in one fell swoop, which would be a significant achievement upon our return. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin ceased her complaints, closed her eyes, and began to meditate, holding a low-grade spiritual stone to replenish her inner energy. The other two did the same. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had remained ignorant of the demise of the Wild Wolf Gang. After all, why would an elephant concern itself with the daily activities of ants? Under the blazing midday sun, the residents of Luoyu town sought refuge in their homes, either enjoying lunch or napping in the shade. At the East City Gate, few passers-by could be seen, and the town guards, unable to withstand the heat, left only two to stand watch, rotating every hour while the others relaxed in the shade of the inner city wall, sipping cool tea to stave off the heat. A booming voice echoed, "People of Luoyu town, I am Fire Cloud Master. You have 1 hour to gather 50,000 taels of silver for tribute. Otherwise, I shall slaughter the town, leaving no one alive." As his words fell, shadows gathered on the ground, surrounding the east and south city gates with over 2,000 men, each a fearsome visage of malice and brutality. Fire Cloud Master's voice, amplified by his magical powers, reverberated through the town, sending its inhabitants into a panic. Known for his ruthlessness, he had committed countless atrocities in the past, his infamy spreading across the 6 counties. Years earlier, public outrage had compelled the Qingyun sect to dispatch dozens of outer disciples in pursuit of him. Yet after 2 of their own fell into his traps, he had vanished from sight. Though the townsfolk had gradually forgotten his name, they were now terrified at his reappearance. Yet, unwilling to succumb to slaughter and humiliation, the townspeople armed themselves with kitchen knives, hoes, pickaxes, and wooden sticks, venturing towards the East City Gate to ascertain the situation. The South City Gate had been shut, with guards blocking it with boulders to prevent any bandits from breaching the entrance. The guards at the East City Gate trembled as they held the gate, prepared to close it at the slightest hint of an attack from the bandits outside. The town commander led 500 guards to the walls, standing firm against the bandits outside. Amidst the crowd, the fierce wind peered through the city gate at the marauders beyond. "An hour has passed. It seems you are obstinate and wish to resist. Very well, let me enlighten you on the fate that awaits ants." Upon finishing his words, Fire Cloud Master raised his right hand, palm upward, while his left hand formed intricate gestures. Moments later, a fireball the size of a basin appeared in his palm, the intense heat causing those nearby to retreat several paces. With a command, the fireball expanded rapidly, soon exceeding a diameter of over 10 feet as it soared over the city wall and into the crowd of townspeople. Screams of horror erupted as hundreds of people, caught unawares, were engulfed by the rolling fireball, their cries mingling with the flames that danced unrelentingly, impervious to water. After a brief interval, the ground lay scattered with the charred remains of hundreds, their flesh reduced to mere white bones. The rich aroma of burnt meat wafted through the eastern city gate, eliciting nothing but revulsion among the onlookers, who, devoid of any appetite for delicacies, retched violently, their weapons trembling in their hands as their courage to resist evaporated. The guard, equally distressed, hastily raised his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Mighty One, please temper your wrath. Your unparalleled powers are beyond the reach of mere mortals. We are willing to offer tribute silver. But 50,000 taels is truly excessive. We beseech you for an extension of just 1 more hour. Our town is willing to present 30,000 taels of silver to you." "No need for that." The Fire Cloud Master replied, devoid of any emotion. "I had no intention of instigating slaughter today, but since you refuse to show gratitude, let me make an example of you to the other towns. From now on, anyone who dares to defy me shall meet the same fate. Men, charge. Hundreds of thousands of taels of silver await your collection in this town. Leave no one alive except for the beautiful women." His words were as cold and merciless as the slaughter of livestock, reducing the lives of tens of thousands to mere statistics. Kill, burn everything. Loot all, seize the money, seize the women, charge. Over 2,000 men surged towards the town, their battle cries echoing through the air. The guard quickly commanded the soldiers to close the city gates and rallied the townsfolk to rise in defiance against the impending doom. Just before the gates could fully close, a massive fireball collided with them. A thunderous explosion rang out, deafening those nearby. The gates shattered into pieces, flames erupting everywhere, and a massive stone was propelled into the town, knocking down countless townsfolk and claiming hundreds of lives in that single blow. The bandits had breached the town, engaging in fierce combat with the defenders. As a cultivator, Lai Feng could not stand idly by while evil practitioners wreaked havoc upon innocent lives. With a swift movement, he dove into the fray, wielding his sword with deadly precision, claiming the lives of over 400 bandits within a short span of time. Enraged by the loss of his minions, though they were hardly worth lamenting, Fire Cloud Master could not allow them to be entirely annihilated. "Step aside," he bellowed, prompting the bandits to retreat momentarily as a massive fireball hurtled towards Lai Feng. With agile movements, Lai Feng had been observing Fire Cloud Master's tactics and evaded the attack, causing 40 or 50 bandits to perish in the flames due to their slower reflexes. Fire Cloud Master unleashed 3 gigantic fireballs, only to have them deftly dodged by Lai Feng, resulting in the loss of more than 100 of his own men, an outcome that infuriated him further. The ongoing battle paused as both sides watched the duel unfold, sensing that the outcome would hinge upon the confrontation between the two combatants. Though Fire Cloud Master was merely a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator who had acquired basic fireball techniques in his early years, he had caused turmoil in Nanyang, believing himself invincible against non-cultivators. Yet, after multiple failed attacks, he found his spiritual energy waning and could only resort to close combat with Lai Feng. Despite Lai Feng being a layer above him in cultivation, he lacked magical techniques and relied on his ethereal agility and exceptional swordsmanship to keep pace with Fire Cloud Master. "You are quite skilled for one so young," Fire Cloud Master remarked, somewhat begrudgingly. "If you were to recognize your place and submit to me, I would gladly accept you as my disciple and impart the secrets of cultivation to you." "What say you?" Lai Feng scoffed in response. "Save your breath, old man. After living for so long, you still can't defeat a mere mortal warrior with your so-called celestial arts. I am embarrassed for you, and you dare to offer to take me as your disciple? How dare you?" Fire Cloud Master seethed, his rage boiling over. "You wretched brat, today I shall flay you alive and make a lantern from your skin." Unfazed, Lai Feng retorted, "You vile creature, since you possess such a heart of a wolf and a dog, I shall gladly rip out your heart and feed it to swine. I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces for the ants to feast upon. I will have you torn asunder and cast into the great river. Your soul shall be obliterated, and you will know no rebirth. I shall extract your spirit and refine your essence to offer to the departed." As they continued to trade blows, their verbal sparring was equally fierce, each seeking to best the other not just in combat but in wit. After a while, Fire Cloud Master found his spiritual power dwindling and his strength waning. He could not fathom how this young warrior's internal energy could rival his own spiritual energy and even slightly prevail. As he attempted to retreat, he found himself ensnared by Lai Feng's agile movements and exquisite swordplay, leaving him no choice but to remain on the defensive. Lai Feng would appear on his left, then on his right, sometimes leaping into the air to strike downwards, igniting a burning frustration within Fire Cloud Master, who silently regretted his previous underestimations. After another moment, as Fire Cloud Master was nearly drained of energy, he mustered all his might to deliver a powerful palm strike towards Lai Feng. However, Lai Feng, unwilling to take the hit head-on, swiftly retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Fire Cloud Master attempted to flee, but Lai Feng, having seen through his ruse, propelled himself forward like an arrow, aiming for Fire Cloud Master's back. "Stop! Spare him!" A clear, melodious voice rang out from a distance, belonging to a woman accompanied by 2 men soaring through the air on swords. They were inner disciples of the Qingyun sect, dispatched to apprehend Fire Cloud Master. Lai Feng refused to let Fire Cloud Master escape. Just as the woman's words fell, the tip of his sword pierced through Fire Cloud Master's back. A stream of crimson blood erupted, cascading in a vertical line to the ground. Fire Cloud Master spat blood, attempting to turn and see his assailant, but the moment he shifted his head, he collapsed. Silence enveloping him. "Hey, did you not hear me speaking?" Zhao Yin, visibly displeased, demanded. Lai Feng stood firm, sword in hand, gazing up at Zhao Yin as she hovered in the air. This demon sought to slaughter the entire town. He deserved death. "Are you suggesting that you and he are comrades?" Furious, Zhao Yin retorted. "How dare you speak such nonsense? I am a disciple of the righteous Qingyun sect. How could I conspire with a demon?" "Do not slander me," Lai Feng continued. "What is wrong with slaying a demon?" Puffing up her chest, Zhao Yin haughtily declared, "Humph! You dare to address me without the proper honorifics? You show disrespect to the divine. You ignored my command to cease. That too is a slight against the divine. Today, I will end your life." In the eyes of mortals, cultivators were esteemed beings, and mortals referred to them as immortals. Over time, cultivators became accustomed to the reverence shown by mortals, and any failure to address them with appropriate titles was seen as an affront. Chen Yu interjected, attempting to pacify the situation. "Junior sister, let us not escalate matters. We are already worlds apart. Why quibble with a mere mortal warrior? We should focus on claiming Fire Cloud Master's head and returning to our sect to fulfill our mission." He continued telepathically, "Junior sister, this one must not be slain. His killing of the demon makes him a meritorious figure, and with thousands watching, slaying him would tarnish our sect's reputation. Think twice." Upon arriving, Lai Feng had dispatched Fire Cloud Master using mere mortal techniques, and thus the three had not probed his mind, unaware that he too was a cultivator. Zhao Yin glared daggers at Lai Feng, seething, "Humph, consider yourself fortunate that my senior brother speaks in your favor. I shall spare you today, but if I see you again, I will kill you without hesitation." With a flick of her wrist, she cast a spell, and a flash of azure light surged forth. Retrieving Fire Cloud Master's severed head and his storage pouch, which she nonchalantly stowed away in her own storage ring. Typically, cultivators use storage pouches, but individuals like Zhao Yin, with exceptional status or fortune, possessed larger spatial storage gear. "Humph! My senior brother and junior sister are merciful, but while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment." Lin Wei glared at Lai Feng, evidently aggrieved on Zhao Yan's behalf, as he was one of her most ardent admirers. With a gesture, he directed azure light at Lai Feng, piercing his left shoulder and creating a gaping wound. The azure light returned, only to pierce Lai Feng's right shoulder, inflicting another wound. The light reformed beneath Lin Wei's feet as a flying sword. Upon witnessing Fire Cloud Master's demise and the arrival of the three celestial cultivators, the bandits scattered like frightened birds. The trio, hands moving in synchronized gestures, commanded their flying swords to attack the remaining bandits. The swords zipped through the air with blinding speed, each flash resulting in the downfall of several bandits. Though their powers were limited, the swords could not remain airborne for long, forcing them to recall their weapons to the ground before launching another assault. In less than 100 breaths, every bandit lay slain. Chen Yu proclaimed, "Fire Cloud Master was slain by my junior sister Zhao Yan. Though you all understand, should anyone dare speak ill of us or belittle our sect, they shall find no place left in this world." With that, the three ascended into the sky and sped away. Meanwhile, Lai Feng, with his meridians damaged and his hands rendered powerless, dropped his sword to the ground. Blood flowed from his shoulders, soaking his garments and pooling at his feet. To have one's meridians destroyed was akin to having one's future obliterated. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he watched the departing figures of the three, vowing that if the opportunity arose, he would exact retribution. Lai Feng sensed that there remained unresolved animosities between him and the trio, entangling him further with their sect. He turned and slowly made his way back to the city gate. Just as he re-entered the town, a mortal named Lier knelt before him, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, hero, for saving my life." The town guard, Ji Tsangxing, echoed, "We thank you, Lai Feng, for your heroic rescue on behalf of the townsfolk." Zhensho Ji Tsangxing leapt down from the city wall, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists in gratitude to Lai Feng, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lai Feng, for your heroic rescue. Thank you, Lai Feng, for your heroic rescue." As Zhensho knelt in homage, the entire town followed suit, bowing in reverence. Lai Feng, witnessing the sea of grateful kneeling citizens, halted in his tracks, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Was the path of cultivation one of transcendent detachment, Or was it a pursuit of empathy and humanity, much like the three disciples of Qingyun's sect, or perhaps akin to the figure of Huayun Shangren? No, it was neither. Cultivation is about the quest for enlightenment, not about being devoid of feelings. The master had said, immortals are also humans. How can one be devoid of emotions? I aspire to be both human and immortal. At this moment, Lai Feng grasped his true essence. Though his cultivation level remained unchanged, his resolve became steadfast, ensuring he would not stray from his path, impervious to the temptations of inner demons. After contemplating for a while, as the townsfolk remained in their prostration, Lai Feng snapped back to reality and addressed them. Rise, and heed the words of those three from Qingyun's sect. Huayun Shangren was slain by Zhao Yan. Do not seek trouble. Now that my meridians are damaged, you must learn to protect yourselves. Remember, only by becoming strong can you stand against oppression. I hope that as you grow stronger, you will not forget your true selves. The townspeople replied in unison, We shall never forget your heroic teachings. Chapter 7. Gu Ruolin. Unbeknownst to Lai Feng, his words today would bring about monumental changes in Luoyu town, giving rise to formidable talents that would shake the world. The townsfolk heeded Lai Feng's counsel, proclaiming to outsiders that Huayun Shangren had been killed by Zhao Yan of Qingyun's sect in private. Every household commissioned artisans and carpenters to carve statues of Lai Feng, placing them in their homes for daily veneration. The craftsmen, moved by Lai Feng's great kindness, crafted these statues without charge. Even the landlord of the courtyard where Lai Feng resided reclaimed the property after his departure, vowing never to rent it out again, instructing future generations to maintain it as is, regularly repairing it. The townspeople took it upon themselves to organize patrols for protection. Zhenshou commanded the artisans to secretly construct a temple dedicated to Lai Feng in the secluded mountains to the north of Luoyu town. In time, future generations reverently renamed it the Temple of Lai Xian, which underwent several expansions, continually receiving the townspeople's offerings. Even the villagers from the small mountain village where Lai Feng grew up came to pay their respects, erecting a statue of Lai Xian in their homes for day and night worship and repentance. Years later, many from distant lands heard of the temple's miraculous powers, traveling great distances to seek blessings. It was said that only those with sincere hearts and virtuous intentions could experience the temple's efficacy. Thus pilgrims would prostrate themselves along the arduous journey to the temple, their devotion moving the heavens. And Lai Xian would manifest to fulfill their dreams, his benevolence spreading across the realm. Since Lai Xian was known for vanquishing evil-hearted individuals, word spread that those with guilty consciences dared not approach within 100 miles of the temple. Thus, the sacred temple of Lai Xian gradually gained renown throughout the continent. Years later, upon returning to this town, Lai Feng could not help but reflect. In this world, every action has its consequences. Follow your true heart, and do not stray into wicked paths. After hanging a sign on the courtyard door that read no visitors, Lai Feng sat down to meditate and heal. While an ordinary martial artist might have faced a lifetime of disability, Lai Feng, as a cultivator, could utilize spiritual energy to nourish and restore his meridians. Sitting cross-legged with arms relaxed, after 3 days, his injuries had healed, and he could move his arms freely, though further recuperation was needed before he could engage in combat. That night, the moon was obscured, and the stars were few. Suddenly, the weather changed dramatically. Black clouds rolled ominously, and fierce winds swept across the ground. Flashes of white lightning illuminated the thick cloud cover, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Heralding a torrential downpour in an instant, the rain poured down as if the Milky Way had burst forth from the heavens, flooding the ground and forming rivers and seas. Remarkably, Lai Feng chose not to practice that night, but instead listened to the thunder and rain. He turned off the lights, lay down, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a soft body squeezed into his bedding, wrapping around him from behind. Lai Feng was startled, struggling vigorously, but to no avail. The newcomer was stronger than he. Don't make a sound, a woman's voice whispered in his ear. Lai Feng froze, his body rigid, his mind racing with confusion. What was happening? He had heard tales of dark nights when murder lurked, yet this was his first encounter with a woman invading a man's space during a stormy night. Was he destined to succumb to such circumstances? With no hope of overpowering her, he resigned himself to fate, pondering her age and beauty. Lai Feng was lost in thought. A male voice quietly broke the silence. Kid, did you see a woman come in just now? An elderly man's voice inquired, his silhouette barely discernible in the darkness. Lai Feng sensed the woman shudder slightly upon hearing the voice, fear evident in her demeanor. He replied to the old man, "Are you a ghost? On such a rainy day, how could there be any woman? Please, do not frighten me." Feigning terror, Lai Feng's voice trembled. Noticing that he seemed genuine, the old man ceased speaking and vanished into the shadows. Just as Lai Feng was about to speak, the woman covered his mouth, warning him to remain still. After a moment, she released her grip but continued to hold him tightly beneath the covers. At this point, Lai Feng was utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to the alluring softness of her body, his physiological responses dulled by shock and confusion. After a brief pause, two shadowy figures reappeared, scanning the room. With a heavy rain obscuring visibility just a few paces away, one of them remarked, "Are you sure you didn't see anything?" The other replied, "I must have misjudged." Returning was merely to confirm. Once their dialogue concluded, they vanished again. Lai Feng, on the brink of speaking, was once more silenced by the woman, who tightened her grip on his arm in warning. Sure enough, within moments, the two shadowy figures re-emerged. "All right, now that you're assured, let us leave quickly. If we let them escape in the rain, it will be difficult to find them again," the middle-aged man stated before they disappeared. Lai Feng was on the verge of breaking down. What was happening? This time, without the woman's warning, he dared not move. The ability of those two to appear and vanish silently indicated their formidable cultivation. "Why are you still sitting there? Do you wish to take advantage of me?" The woman teased, sitting up and flicking Lai Feng's forehead. Lai Feng, equally startled, retorted, "How was I to know if I could move? You were holding me so tightly that how could I possibly shift?" He continued, "Besides, I don't even know if you're beautiful or not. What would I have to gain?" As soon as he spoke, two bolts of lightning illuminated the room, allowing Lai Feng a fleeting glimpse of the woman's face. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, her skin as fair as snow, with enchanting eyes that sparkled, a delicate blush on her cheeks, and an aura of gentleness that was utterly captivating. Lai Feng was entranced. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. His mouth agape in astonishment, he was oblivious to the drool that trickled down the corner of his lips. The woman, amused by his expression, chuckled softly, "Am I beautiful?" In a moment of unwitting folly, Lai Feng blurted out, "Those two earlier. Were they here to catch us in the act? Get lost." The woman kicked Lai Feng to the ground in indignation. Finally regaining his senses, Lai Feng scrambled to apologize. After a prolonged silence, the woman spoke, "Come here." Lai Feng, about to clarify that he was not that kind of man, hesitated upon recalling her evident strength. Retracting his words as he slowly crawled back onto the bed. "Hey, what is your name?" she inquired. "I'm Lai Feng, and you?" "My name is Gu Ruland Otto, so you are Miss Gu." "None of that Miss nonsense. Just call me Ruland from now on." "Why from now on? Are you planning to stay long? What, are you regretting it now that you've had your fill?" No, I don't regret it. When did I ever say that? Good that I've traveled for over 3 months. At last, I can rest easy. I'll sleep inside the bed, and you stay outside. Don't harbor any improper thoughts, or beware of my fist." Gu Ruland intended to keep the pretense for a while, feigning sleep to see if Lai Feng would entertain any ill intentions. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, drowsiness overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Lai Feng's heart was in turmoil, still dazed and unsure if he was dreaming. How could this be so unreal? He thought he would be unable to sleep peacefully that night. Yet, he soon found himself drifting off to sleep, dreaming of marrying a beautiful and virtuous wife. The tranquility of that dream brought him deeper peace. The next day, as dawn broke and the rain continued to pour outside, Gu Ruland nudged him awake. "Hey, are you still a man? Here I am, a flower-like beauty, and you're sleeping so soundly." Lai Feng jolted awake, bewildered. You are Ruland? I wasn't dreaming. Just look at the time. You're still sleeping," she retorted. Gu Ruland then asked, "Hey, Lai Feng, am I really that unappealing? There are countless suitors back home who would line up for me." Lai Feng, without a moment's thought, responded, "Not at all. You are incredibly beautiful, the most stunning woman I have ever encountered." As he gazed at Ruland, the image of the gentle wife from his dream began to merge with her, and his desire to marry Gu Ruland grew ever stronger. The fierce wind was bewildered by his own emotions. Upon seeing Ruland, his heart raced, and a sense of panic engulfed him. compelling him to express the unvarnished truth of his feelings. He mused that perhaps this was what people commonly referred to as love at first sight. Gu Ruolan, too, was at a loss, feeling that the boy named Lai Feng was unlike anyone she had ever known, genuine and unpretentious in both demeanor and words. His fervent gaze held no lewdness but rather an unparalleled purity, drawing her in deeply. Being in the presence of this youth brought her a profound sense of comfort, safety, and joy. Suddenly, Gu Ruolan felt an aversion to fleeing any longer. She was weary and simply wished to remain by his side. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Given my beauty, would you be willing to marry me?" Lai Feng replied earnestly, "I would." Gu Ruolan continued, "But what if someone opposes our union and attempts to take me away?" Lai Feng confidently responded, "As long as you are willing to marry me and do not have second thoughts. Anyone who dares to take you from me must first step over my corpse." Gu Ruolan was moved to tears by Lai Feng's ardent gaze and resolute words, feeling that they were infinitely more heartfelt than the empty flattery of those who would orbit her. Promising to pluck stars from the heavens, "If you wish to marry me, you must at least present me with a token of affection," she insisted. "Only have this one pouch. It is adorned with a dragon and phoenix design. It looks splendid, but why does it contain only mere copper coins? Though the pouch and coins may lack monetary value, they are the most precious possessions I possess, more valuable than life itself. Then I would like to hear the story of this pouch. Would you be willing to share it with me?" Lai Feng fell into reminiscence, gradually recounting the tale of his birth in a small mountain village. Gu Ruolan listened intently, and upon learning that the elder who had raised him had passed away, tears streamed down her face. "You rascal, you made me cry. I shall accept this pouch, but this pouch was left to me by my grandfather for the purpose of marrying a wife. If you accept it, you must marry me. No, this pouch is a consolation for making me cry. If you wish for me to be your bride, you must wait until you have bested me. What if I never manage to defeat you in my lifetime? Then you shall remain a bachelor your entire life." After 3 days of relentless rain, the downpour ceased, leaving the ground muddy and impassable for merchants. Lai Feng's injuries had completely healed, and Gu Ruolan proposed to take him into the world of cultivators. Lai Feng did not inquire about their destination and followed her away from Luoyu town. Without employing any protective magic, Gu Ruolan ran alongside Lai Feng on the muddy path, both covered in filth, engaging in cheerful banter as they embarked on a vibrant journey of cultivation. Chapter 8. The Loose Cultivators Alliance. The two walked for 3 days, during which Lai Feng donned the same training outfit weighing 250 pounds without ever removing it. Although he shared laughter with Ruolan, his training remained unrelenting. He continuously increased the difficulty of his exercises, meditating in a cross-legged position after each grueling session. Ruolan asked, "Why do you push yourself so hard?" "A little cultivation is sufficient." Lai Feng replied, "Because I must strive to surpass you." "Why do you wish to defeat me?" "Only by defeating you can I marry you. And after marrying me, I want you to bear my children." "You scoundrel, who would want to bear your children? Do you prefer boys or girls? As long as they are yours, I will cherish them." "What else do you wish to achieve once you have children?" "I aspire to become an immortal." "Are there truly immortals in this world?" "Yes, and I shall become one in the future." The two had engaged in such sweet conversations more than once, each time filled with warmth. They shared stories of their childhoods, discussed cultivation, and contemplated their futures. Lai Feng refrained from mentioning his master, just as Ruolan held back her own past. They both tacitly understood not to pry into each other's unspoken secrets. It was not a matter of unwillingness to inquire, but rather a desire to respect each other's privacy. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and as long as they do not harm others, it suffices. Respect and trust, easier said than done. Taiyan Town, situated at the junction of Nanyang and Tianshui, falls under the jurisdiction of Nanyang. Perhaps this is why Taiyan is exceptionally prosperous, with a local population of 60,000, swelled by the influx of merchants, exceeding 100,000. Compared to Luoyu Town, Taiyan resembles a grand city. The influx of people has led to a booming hospitality industry, with over 1,000 inns and hotels, rendering the area a melting pot of individuals and resulting in frequent street brawls. 5 years ago, despite having 1,500 town guards, Taiyan could not quell the violence. The town's guardians devised a plan to establish a martial arts arena in the town center, where both parties could pay a nominal fee to battle it out, resolving disputes without weapons or the risk of death. Should both sides agree, they could sign a life-and-death contract, guaranteed by the town's guardians, making the loser unable to contest the outcome. However, the guardians charged a hefty fee for such contracts. Those who violated the arena's rules faced servitude for 1 to 10 years. Those who caused trouble in the town without participating in the arena were required to compensate for damages at 5 times the cost, in addition to 30 taels for repair fees and 20 taels for negative impact fees. Lacking the funds to pay meant serving the guardians as laborers, and if one did not settle their debts within the 10-year period, they would have no choice but to await their debt's resolution before leaving. Daily sustenance and shelter required money unless one was willing to work in the nude and sleep rough. What? Caught a chill and fell ill. Medical treatment also costs money. For minor ailments, the guardians might provide a doctor, but for serious conditions, one must endure. Over the course of 5 years, the townsfolk adhered to Tyen's regulations, resulting in a marked decrease in brawls outside the arena. The guardians profited handsomely from this system, and the town guard grew to 2,000, with their authority becoming untouchable. As Lai Feng and Gu Ruolan entered Tyen town, they were astonished by the news of the town's governance, recognizing the genius of its leadership. At that moment, each held a skewer of candied hawthorn, savoring the spectacle of the arena, which was the 3rd match they had witnessed. Gu Ruolan had disguised herself as an ordinary girl, lest she be besieged upon entering the city. A crowd of hundreds gathered around the arena, with nearby vendors selling candied hawthorn, chairs, pastries, and beverages. With a plethora of stalls, all subject to a minimal site fee from the guardians. In this 3rd round, 2 men, both around 40 years of age, faced off, their specific grievances unknown. Both had some martial prowess and, upon stepping onto the stage, seemed to harbor deep-seated animosity, launching into an immediate battle. The man in yellow faced off against the man in blue. They exchanged blows, each parrying and countering for a quarter of an hour, neither gaining the upper hand. It was amusing that they had fought for 5 consecutive days without a resolution. Indeed, remarked an onlooker, it has been 5 days, and they barely speak a word, at most. They fight for a quarter of an hour before departing, only to return the next day. The guardians were undoubtedly reaping significant profits. Among the crowd, those in the know began conversing about the situation. After another quarter of an hour, the man in blue finally spoke. At this rate, we will never determine a victor, and we spent quite a bit of money. Why not take a break for a few days? Earn some more silver, and then return to compete? The crowd initially believed he had come to his senses, but his next words prompted uproarious laughter. Ji Ruolan covered her mouth with her left hand and clutched her belly with her right, laughing uncontrollably. The man in yellow retorted, "That won't do. Kaihua has said that whoever wins on this stage can pursue her. If you lack funds, you must concede. I'll return tomorrow regardless, and if you do not show up, it counts as a loss." With that, he turned and left, not even sparing a glance at the man in blue. The audience erupted in laughter, with Gu Ruolan finding the antics of the two humorous beyond measure. Tightly embracing Lai Feng's arm, her head nestled against his chest as she quietly giggled, murmuring, "I can't take it anymore. It's too funny. Just thinking of those 2 men at 40 still being so amusing makes me. I can't contain my laughter." At that moment, the awakening of emotions within Lai Feng left him rigid, unable to steal a glance sideways. Ji Ruolan's laughter caused her body to gently tremble against him, her developing softness brushing against his arm, sending shivers down his spine and heightening his nervousness, making him even more reluctant to move. After a while, Gu Ruolan finally regained her composure, rubbing her slightly stiff jaw as she looked at Lai Feng and asked, "Lai Feng, are you feeling warm? Your face is quite flushed, and you're sweating profusely. Are you unwell?" Lai Feng paused before stammering, "No, it's nothing. Perhaps my qi is obstructed, causing a reversal of blood flow. I will feel better soon." Gu Ruolan continued, "Then why are you unable to look at me while speaking?" Lai Feng replied, "No, I was just captivated by the performance. All right, let us quickly find an inn to stay at. Nightfall is approaching." Gu Ruolan glanced around and muttered, "There's no one left at the arena. Even the spectators and vendors have dispersed. How can it be nearly dark? The fiery sun still has at least an hour before it sets." "Hey, Lai Feng, wait for me." Gu Ruolan raised her head to find that Lai Feng had already walked 10 paces ahead. In a moment of frustration, she called him an idiot and hurried after him. The two wandered through the town for quite some time before finally locating an inn off the main road that still had available rooms. The innkeeper inquired, "Are you two here to stay, or just to eat?" Guru Alan spoke up. We will have a quick meal and set off early tomorrow morning. The innkeeper continued to inquire, will you be sharing a room, or do you prefer separate accommodations? 1 room, 2 rooms. Upon noticing the disagreement between the two, the innkeeper pressed further. So, will it be 1 room or 2? 1 room, 2 rooms. The innkeeper, feeling somewhat exasperated, was about to suggest that they discuss the matter privately when Guru Alan declared loudly, in our household, I make the decisions, do not mind him. I say 1 room, so it shall be. Here is the payment for the lodging. The innkeeper accepted the money and summoned a servant to escort the two upstairs. As Liu Feng ascended the stairs, he overheard the innkeeper muttering quietly, ah, the morals of society are declining, indeed. Such a tall young man, yet he turns out to be a kept boy. That bronze skin is hardly fair. It seems I must alter my complexion as well, just in case someone takes an interest. Liu Feng stumbled slightly on the stairs, nearly losing his balance, his face turning a shade of crimson. Guru Alan, behind him, giggled incessantly, evidently having overheard the innkeeper's whispered remarks as well. Soon, the two entered their modest room, which was no larger than 12 square meters. Aside from a bed, a 4-person table, and a standing clothes rack, there was little else to behold. After a short while, the servant brought in their meal. Once they finished eating, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Liu Feng lit the kerosene lamp on the table, while Guru Alan sat on the edge of the bed, her petite feet swaying back and forth, hands resting naturally on the bed's edge, her posture subtly alluring. Liu Feng, tomorrow I shall take you to a place where many loose cultivators gather, Guru Alan announced. Liu Feng, upon hearing this, looked up at Guru Alan and asked, oh, are there places where loose cultivators congregate? I thought they all practiced in solitude. Guru Alan replied, of course there are. Otherwise, where do you think the resources for their cultivation come from? They cannot simply rely on closed-door training, can they? Loose cultivators also have trading markets. Liu Feng then inquired, so, are we going to a trading market? Guru Alan pondered for a moment before responding, not entirely, I suppose. There should be some, as I heard about it when I arrived here. The Loose Cultivators Alliance will hold its annual gathering tomorrow at Chiefing Mountain, which is 100 miles away from Tian Town. Typically, before the gathering, some loose cultivators set up stalls to sell their unused items in exchange for spirit stones or other necessities. Once the gathering commences, the Loose Cultivators Alliance will showcase their strength while also recruiting more loose cultivators to expand their ranks. Liu Feng remarked, spirit stones, you say? Can't we use silver coins instead? Do loose cultivators have their own organizations? Guru Alan patiently explained, what would a cultivator do with silver coins? Anyone who has become a cultivator would hardly lack for mundane money. Silver coins are only useful in the mortal realm. Even if you had enough to buy a town or a county, would that aid in your cultivation? But spirit stones are different. They can be directly absorbed to enhance one's strength, far surpassing the effects of mere daily meditation and training. She continued, the Loose Cultivators Alliance in Junwu Prefecture was established to resist the oppression from the various sects and the monopolization of cultivation resources. The orthodox cultivation sects possess complete legacies of techniques and numerous cultivators to bolster their strength. They often control spirit stone veins or mines for crafting equipment, as well as mountains rich in spiritual herbs, dispatching their disciples to guard these areas. Should a loose cultivator inadvertently wander in, they would be driven away or even hunted down. This is all I know about Junwu Prefecture. In other regions, the Loose Cultivators Alliance is far more powerful, even surpassing many major sections. Liu Feng, taking a moment to digest this information, responded, I see I have only been down the mountain for less than half a year, so I am indeed unfamiliar with these matters. I was merely hoping to save more silver coins, not realizing that cultivators rely on spirit stones rich in spiritual energy. Ruolan, you possess such extensive knowledge. Is the world outside truly vast? What lies beyond Junwu Prefecture? Guru Alan had no intention of elaborating further, replying, enough. If your cultivation does not improve, knowing so much will do you no good. The world beyond Junwu Prefecture is far more perilous. Once you are capable enough, you will naturally discover it for yourself. Now, let us extinguish the light and sleep. We must rise early tomorrow and set off after breakfast. With the lamp extinguished, the room was once again shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of that rainy day, though not as dim, as one could still vaguely discern some objects within. After a moment, Guru Alan inquired, Hey, Liu Feng, aren't you going to bed? Liu Feng opened his eyes and looked in Gu Ruolan's direction, saying, "It's all right. You sleep. I need to cultivate. Without spirit stones, I am already lagging behind others, so I must work harder." He then resumed his meditation. After a while, Gu Ruolan softly remarked, "But I am a bit afraid of the dark." Liu Feng, without opening his eyes, replied gently, "Do not worry. I will watch over you." Hearing Liu Feng's words brought Gu Ruolan a sense of reassurance. His dedication and earnestness in cultivation captivated her, and gradually, she drifted into slumber. Chapter 9. Arrival at the venue in the early morning, Gu Ruolan awoke with a start, stretching lazily and glancing around, only to find Liu Feng's absence, causing her to feel alarmed, tears welling in her eyes. Liu Feng had just returned from his weighted running training, still glistening with sweat and radiating warmth. As he pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of Gu Ruolan sitting on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. He hurriedly approached her and asked, "What happened? Why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare?" Gu Ruolan remained silent, tightly embracing Liu Feng's waist and softly weeping. After a moment, she murmured, "You liar. Your words were not true. You promised to watch over me." Liu Feng, hearing her, explained, "I went out to train with weights. You mentioned being afraid of the dark, so I waited until dawn to leave." Gu Ruolan, dismissing Liu Feng's explanation, insisted, "I don't care. From now on, whenever I sleep, day or night, you are not allowed to leave my side." Liu Feng replied, "All right, I will stay by your side until you wake up. Now get up and wash your face. I have called for a servant to bring water for you to wash up and breakfast shortly. After we eat, we shall attend the Loose Cultivators gathering." Chiefing Mountain is located 100 miles north of Taiyan Town, characterized by its reddish soil and a flat summit, perpetually buffeted by a fierce wind that cuts like a blade. Should a mere mortal venture here, they would soon find themselves battered and bruised. Generally, only martial artists honing their bodies or early-stage loose cultivators would come to this place for physical training. There is but one path from the foot of the mountain to its peak, resembling a giant dragon coiled upon Chiefing Mountain, winding over 10 miles. The road is flanked by towering rocks, steep and strewn with loose stones, making it treacherous to traverse. There are no notable resources on the mountain, and common folk seldom tread here. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Liu Feng and Gu Ruolan discovered that many others had already arrived. Looking up, they could see loose cultivators frequently making their way up the mountain. The two began to ascend with the throng, eager to reach the gathering site as soon as possible. After walking for over a mile, a familiar voice rang out beside them. "Oh, fellow cultivator, you are quite young yet already have a companion. Impressive, truly impressive." A young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, noted that Liu Feng merely glanced at him before turning away, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. Undeterred, he continued, "You are also here for the Loose Cultivators gathering, I presume. I have attended this event 3 times before." Liu Feng, intrigued, halted his steps and asked, "Oh, this is my first time attending this gathering. Since you have participated several times, you must be well acquainted with it. What makes this event particularly appealing?" The young man replied, "Ah, good question. May I ask how you and your companion are addressed?" "Liu Feng." "Gu Ruolan," they answered in turn. The young man responded, "Ah, so it is Liu and Gu. I am Lu Yuanqing. Although this mountain path is not far, it is challenging to navigate. Let us continue our conversation as we walk." The Loose Cultivators Gathering is organized by the Loose Cultivators Alliance and takes place annually. This year marks my 4th attendance. The gathering spans 3 days. The first day is dedicated to free trade among loose cultivators. You may buy or sell as you please. In the afternoon, the Alliance will also provide some valuable items for trading, stimulating the enthusiasm of the cultivators. The second day features martial competitions for loose cultivators. With no restrictions on age or cultivation level, anyone below the foundation establishment stage may participate, and the top 10 will receive rewards from the Alliance. The third day is the most crucial, as it involves the selection for joining the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Once you are part of the Alliance, you can undertake tasks to earn rewards, as well as exchange for items that are not available for external trade, such as techniques, elixirs, and weapons. After hearing this, Liu Feng gained a general understanding of the gathering and said, "Oh, thank you, Lu. I hope you will look after us in the future. May I ask if you have already joined the Loose Cultivators Alliance?" Lu Yuanqing's face turned slightly awkward, but he quickly regained his composure, saying, "I feel ashamed. I am merely cultivating the most common and simplistic gathering chi technique, which has a poor effect on drawing and energy. I have only just broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining and am preparing to join the alliance. May I ask what cultivation levels you and your companion have achieved? 4th layer of Qi refining, 6th layer of Qi refining. Liu Feng and Gu Ruolan replied in unison. Liu Yuanxing, upon hearing this, cast a disbelieving glance at the two, as they appeared quite young. Yet, recalling how they had ignored him upon their first meeting, he felt they were likely not lying. After all, exceptional individuals often possess distinct personalities. Gu Ruolan, in particular, had not even glanced at him throughout their interaction. Speaking very little. With this thought in mind, Liu Yuanxing quickly clasped his hands in a bow, saying, I am truly fortunate to be able to travel with both of you. I look forward to your guidance and support in the future. I shall be immensely grateful. The flattery and sycophantic expressions on their faces were unmistakable. The fierce wind returned the gesture and said, Friend Liu, you flatter me. We should look out for one another. Liu Yuanxing then inquired, if I may be so bold as to ask, given your talents in cultivation, how is it that you have not entered a prestigious sect of genuine cultivation? What brings you to this gathering of loose cultivators? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Liu Yuanxing voiced his doubts. The fierce wind momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond, until Gu Ruolan interjected. Our talents are lacking. We began our cultivation at the age of 3. Yet it wasn't until we were 10 that we reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Later, while playing on the mountain, we inadvertently consumed a peculiar herb that bore 7 small flowers. Though we do not know its name, I consumed 5 of the flowers, while he took 2, and after a brief slumber, we awakened to find our cultivation as it is now. It has been 5 years since then, and we have not made further progress. Perhaps this is how it will remain for the rest of our lives. Liu Yuanxing was momentarily taken aback, pondering how one could eat a herb and awaken with several layers of cultivation. Reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Even if they could not advance further, their current prowess was formidable enough to deter any potential offense. At the very least, their standing in the alliance would not be too shabby, especially considering their youth. In another 5 or 10 years, advancing even a single layer would elevate their status significantly. Thus, he resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with them. With renewed enthusiasm, Liu Yuanxing began to share everything he knew without awaiting further inquiry from the fierce wind. Though the information was largely trivial, as they conversed, they soon reached the mountain's peak. The summit was a flat expanse of approximately 3 miles, and according to Liu Yuanxing, it had once been a remarkable place for cultivation until 2 powerful cultivators clashed there. One sword master flattened the peak with a single stroke, leaving behind the lingering sword intent that formed the current gusts at the summit. Though now diminished, these winds had once been so potent that even foundational cultivators could not withstand them. The path they ascended was altered by another powerful figure's casual kick, transforming the landscape into its present form. The spiritual energy within the mountain had dissipated, rendering it barren of medicinal herbs and unwelcoming to wild beasts. Fortunately, the 2 mighty cultivators had only exchanged a single blow before departing. Otherwise, who could say what devastation might have ensued over the vast expanse? The fierce wind listened with admiration, awed by the sheer might of such formidable cultivators. Chapter 10. The gathering begins at this moment. The mountaintop had gathered nearly 500 individuals, with more arriving from below. In the center stood a massive platform constructed of mountain stones, remarkably sturdy. Even a full-force punch from the fierce wind would leave no mark upon it. Although the summit's winds were not particularly strong, they were indeed sharp. Cultivators at the 1st and 2nd layers of Qi refinement would find themselves marked with wounds if they did not circulate their spiritual energy for protection. Despite not requiring such defenses, the fierce wind still felt a faint sting after prolonged exposure. He reflected that these gusts were indeed an excellent training ground for refining one's body. Running with weights here would undoubtedly yield impressive results. Surrounding the platform were over 100 stalls, likely set up by loose cultivators selling various wares. Liu Yuanxing mentioned he wished to reconnect with some acquaintances, suggesting that the 2 of them explore independently for a while. After bidding farewell, Gu Ruolan felt a sense of relief, harboring a dislike for the loquacious individual who lacked any real ability. Throughout their journey, she found it impossible to share whispers with the fierce wind. As they strolled past each stall, the fierce wind genuinely examined the items, while Gu Ruolan's gaze remained fixed on him. She found the trinkets on display beneath her notice. Even a single item she owned would surpass the combined value of all the wares on display. The fierce wind, however, was captivated, as this was his first encounter with items from the world of cultivation. The wares offered by the loose cultivators were diverse. Some sold the pelts of spirit beasts. Others offered refining ores, medicinal herbs, spirit beast offspring, and exotic flowers. The variety was impressive, yet none of it held any utility for the fierce wind, as he possessed no skills in sewing, crafting, alchemy, or even nurturing flowers and training beasts. As they neared the end of the stalls, an eager vendor suddenly approached the fierce wind, startling him with 2 items in hand: tiger whips and deer whips, purported to enhance vitality and virility. The vendor wore a mischievous grin, winking at the fierce wind while casting sidelong glances at Gurulan, seemingly hinting at something. Alarmed, the fierce wind's mouth twitched in response, and he hurriedly fled, with Gurulan following behind. Occasionally chuckling at his flustered state, an hour later, as noon approached, over 800 loose cultivators had gathered at the summit. Most were at the first or second layers of chi refinement, drawn to the event. The fierce wind peered down the mountain road, noting that no more figures were ascending that moment. An elderly man stepped onto the platform, flanked by 8 formidable-looking cultivators. The elder did not speak upon his arrival, but those with keen eyes quickly informed one another, and soon, the crowd of loose cultivators gathered around the platform in hushed anticipation. Lu Yuanqing squeezed beside the fierce wind and whispered, "Friend Lai. This is Elder Qi of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, a formidable foundational cultivator." That moment, Elder Qi began to address the assembly, and the fierce wind refrained from responding to Lu Yuanqing. "Many of you may recognize me, while others may not. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Shuang, an elder of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, presiding over this gathering. You may refer to me as Elder Qi now. Let me outline the arrangements for this event. Firstly, as in previous years, the Alliance will present numerous items for exchange. Secondly, tomorrow at dawn, we will hold a martial competition for those at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and above. There are no age restrictions. Unlike past events, this time, it will not be a straightforward elimination of the top 10. Instead, we shall employ a free-for-all team battle format. The last 3 standing will be declared the champions, runners-up, and 3rd place, with generous rewards to follow, which will be announced prior to the competition. Lastly, tomorrow afternoon, we will conduct selections for new members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. This gathering will last only 2 days. If anyone has questions regarding the event, please raise your hand. A woman in her 40s spoke up. "Elder Qi, what if one cannot find a suitable team for the competition? Wouldn't that be quite disadvantageous?" Elder Qi replied, "The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Connections are also a form of resource. Those who fail to seize opportunities may find themselves unable to voice grievances. The Loose Cultivator Alliance thrives by uniting like-minded individuals, carving out a space for survival amidst the various sections." Another young man in his 20s interjected, "Elder Qi, if my team were to defeat all others, but we have more than 3 members remaining, what would happen?" Elder Qi responded, "The path of cultivation is not one of perpetual companionship. Only the fittest survive. If your team is larger, you may choose to withdraw or select representatives to remain. Otherwise, you will continue to battle until only 3 are left." Noticing that no further questions arose from the crowd, Elder Qi summoned a member of the Alliance to bring forth the items available for trade. 23 items were displayed on the platform: a spirit-replenishing pill, a concentration-enhancing pill, a low-grade spirit artifact known as the Steel Armor, capable of withstanding a single full-force strike from a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, a low-grade flying sword called the Azure Light Sword, and a yellow-grade low-tier spell, the Vine Technique, which could summon a vine to ensnare an enemy for 3 breaths. Each item stirred excitement among the gathered loose cultivators. Yet when the prices were revealed, silence fell over the crowd. Ultimately, only 3 items were purchased by a few wealthy cultivators, including the Vine Technique. The fierce wind was also intrigued by the 23 items. Yet lacking any spirit stones, he could not afford to buy anything. Jiyu Ruolin offered to purchase an item with her own spirit stones, asking which one he desired. However, the fierce wind declined, understanding her intentions. Gu Ruolin, recognizing his pride, chose not to press the matter further. Lu Yuanqing approached the fierce wind, expressing his desire to join his team for the competition the following day. Caught off guard, the fierce wind found it difficult to refuse and ultimately agreed, which left Gu Ruolin fuming as she stomped her foot in frustration. Lu Yuanqing, sensing her discontent, retracted his earlier attempts at camaraderie, finding an excuse to depart awkwardly as dusk descended. The fierce wind and Gu Ruolin retreated to a secluded grove, away from the throngs, where they shared the buns and pancakes packed for them earlier at the inn. Leaning against a sturdy tree, the fierce wind refrained from meditating that night. Gu Ruolin nestled beside him, wrapping her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder as a pillow. The night winds grew colder, prompting the fierce wind to drape his outer garment over her shoulders. Gu Ruolin felt touched and responded with a sweet smile. They shared hushed conversations until the fierce wind noticed Gu Ruolin's silence, realizing she had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. Though her appearance was still altered, to him, she remained undeniably beautiful. Soon, the fierce wind succumbed to slumber as well. Chapter 11. The competition begins at dawn. The winds atop the mountain continued to blow, seemingly unceasing. On the platform, Elder Qi and the 8 members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance stood ready, while over 800 cultivators surrounded the platform. Although only those at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and above could participate in the competition and join the alliance, this did not deter the enthusiasm of those unable to compete, as they eagerly observed the battles to glean experience for their own futures. Elder Qi scanned the crowd and remarked, "It appears everyone has rested well. Without further ado, I invite those who meet the criteria to step onto the platform and gather with their teams." Soon, a total of 43 qualified loose cultivators stood atop the high platform, with Lai Feng, Gu Ruolin, and Lu Yuanqing positioned at the northwest corner. Lai Feng was astonished that among the more than 800 participants, there were only 43 individuals at or above the 3rd layer of the Qi refining stage. Lu Yuanqing explained that these were all newly promoted cultivators this year, or those who had not participated in previous year's competitions and were joining the conference for the first time. In past competitions, those who met the criteria had all joined the alliance, as only by doing so could they access greater resources and continue their cultivation without restrictions. However, to exchange for more resources within the alliance, one must contribute sufficiently to the alliance. Lai Feng surveyed the remaining 40 participants, noting that the youth who had claimed to possess good connections yesterday was surrounded by the most people, 18 in total. Nearly half of the total participants. Lu Yuanqing had some knowledge of this youth, named Mu Qing, who was the young patriarch of a minor cultivation family, possessing a Qi refining stage of the 5th layer. Nurtured by family resources, the vine technique used yesterday had been exchanged from this individual for 300 spirit stones. The others were grouped in pairs or trios, much like Lai Feng, clearly lacking overconfidence in their own strength and not wishing to rely solely on their abilities to fight to the end. Elder Qi turned to the 43 individuals on the platform and stated, "I shall reiterate the rules. The purpose of this competition is to allow everyone to spar with one another and learn from each other as progress. No serious injuries, no harm to life. Violators will be permanently blacklisted from the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Do you all understand?" A chorus of agreement echoed in response. Elder Qi continued, "The competition will last for 2 hours. Anyone who falls from the platform or voluntarily concedes will be deemed a failure, and no one is allowed to attack them afterward. Those who concede will remain still, and the alliance guards next to me will escort them off the stage. If more than 3 individuals are left on the platform after 2 hours, it will be considered a failure for all, and we shall deem it a friendly match. No rewards will be issued for the top 3. Now, let us discuss the rewards for the top 3, which everyone is most concerned about. First place, reward of the low-grade yellow rank technique, spiritual rain technique. Second place, a low-grade spirit weapon, the flame knife, which carries the burning power of fire. Third place, one clear spirit pill, which, when consumed, provides effects lasting for 12 hours, clarifying the mind and enhancing spiritual affinity, allowing for triple cultivation speed during the duration. Ideally taken in a safe place with high spiritual density. The remaining 40 participants will each receive 1 low-grade spirit stone as a reward. Are you all ready? A resounding affirmation arose from the crowd. Lai Feng was somewhat perplexed, noting that the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place had their effects explained, yet only the name of the 1st place reward was given. Was the technique truly remarkable? As Elder Qi declared the start, the 18 members of Mu Qing's team surged into action, swiftly launching a surprise attack that sent 2 nearby trio teams plummeting from the platform. Eliminating them from contention for the top 3, the remaining teams hurriedly distanced themselves from Mu Qing and his companions, the rapid defeat of the 2 teams leaving the others in a state of alarm. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, who had intended to hide until the end, stepped forward, releasing his cultivation aura. His teammate, a gaunt middle-aged cultivator, also emanated his aura. 6 layers of chi refining and 4 layers of chi refining were revealed. The other cultivators in the remaining teams were all at the 3rd or 4th layers. They had not anticipated such formidable individuals lurking among them. The middle-aged man spoke. This fellow has joined forces with 17 others and launched a sneak attack. If we continue to fight individually, we will all be knocked off the stage. I suggest we unite to eliminate them first, and then we can contest for victory afterward. The middle-aged woman who had questioned Elder Chi yesterday interjected, agreed. Rather than having no chance at all, we might as well work together and give it a try. I know the first place will be yours, but I too wish to vie for 2nd and 3rd. Another team leader chimed in. Well said. Moreover, since we cannot cause serious harm or take lives, what is the point of not fighting for our aspirations? A few moments later, except for Lai Feng and his 2 companions, the remaining 16 agreed to unite against Mu Qing's team. The middle-aged man looked at Lai Feng and said, What about you 3? Are you hoping to watch us both suffer and then reap the benefits? Lai Feng replied, That is not our intention. It is merely that we prefer to team up with those we are familiar with. His words greatly irritated the middle-aged man. The middle-aged woman interjected, Enough with these 3 brats. Let us deal with the 18 first, and we can handle them afterward. With nowhere to vent his anger, the middle-aged man dashed towards Mu Qing's team, delivering a fiery bull punch that knocked a chi refining cultivator of the 3rd layer off the platform before he could react. Mu Qing, enraged, retaliated with a vine technique. Just as the middle-aged man prepared to counter, he found himself bound in place by a vine at his feet. Mu Qing, along with 2 chi refining cultivators of the 4th layer, attacked the middle-aged man, who, though he managed to fend off their blows, sustained light injuries in the process. The other 14 cultivators and the 15 from the middle-aged woman's side were evenly matched in battle. Lu Yuanqing was somewhat dazed, watching the chaotic skirmish among the 30-plus participants. Initially, he had prepared to give his all in the competition, determined to prove himself to Lai Feng, but unexpectedly found himself as a mere spectator. Elder Qi clearly did not anticipate such a scene. He had not foreseen that this youth named Mu Qing could rally nearly half of the participants, resulting in a tumultuous scene where 2 chi refining cultivators of the 4th layer were knocked off the stage before they could even engage, thwarting the Alliance's plan to observe the adaptability and potential of the loosely formed teams. Elder Qi resolved that in the next competition, he would impose restrictions on team sizes. This oversight would serve as a valuable lesson. Although the middle-aged man's cultivation was high, Mu Qing's backing of a cultivation family afforded him an advantage. Despite being 1 layer below, he was able to contend with the middle-aged man for a time, especially as the vine technique repeatedly prevented him from evading crucial strikes, resulting in several direct hits. Chapter 12. A dramatic victory. Lai Feng watched with keen interest, particularly captivated by the vine technique, pondering that if he could acquire more control-type techniques, who would dare to challenge him? With a few techniques, opponents would be reduced to mere targets, and the thought of his adversaries being helpless brought him immense satisfaction. After a quarter of an hour, the middle-aged man, having expended nearly half of his spiritual energy, resolved to take Mu Qing's palm strike head-on, knocking 2 chi refining cultivators of the 4th layer off the stage in severe injury and concession. The middle-aged woman on her end was left alone. Having exchanged blows with the last 2 remaining from Mu Qing's team, she coughed up blood, heavily injured. The 2 combatants had not anticipated her ferocity and had held back, only to be caught off guard and sent down from the high platform. The middle-aged man's emergence took Mu Qing by surprise. Although heavily wounded, he was not a foe Mu Qing could contend with alone. The best outcome would be mutual destruction, allowing others to benefit. Thus, he proposed, Brother, continuing this battle serves no purpose. Let me concede first place to you, and I shall take second, while the middle-aged woman can have third. How does that sound? The middle-aged man snorted in response, remaining silent but clearly acquiescing to Mu Qing's suggestion. The middle-aged woman, the most aggrieved in the arena, was infuriated to see Lai Feng and his companions watching her. And she stormed over, pointing a finger at Lai Feng from 2 meters away. Did you hear that? You cowardly lot, get down from here. No sooner had she spoken than a massive fist shadow descended upon her. And before she could react, she was sent flying several paces away, landing below the high platform, unconscious. Lai Feng retracted his fist, exhaling lightly. I detest being pointed at. It is exceedingly rude. Both the middle-aged man and Mu Qing were taken aback. Just as they were about to speak, a terrifying aura erupted from the high platform, causing both to widen their eyes in shock. The pinnacle of the sixth layer of physical refinement. Gu Ruolin spoke softly. Will you descend voluntarily, or shall we fight? Another sixth layer physical refinement cultivator? A teenager at the sixth layer of physical refinement. This was the genuine hidden trump card. No wonder she had disregarded the middle-aged man's invitation to unite. The 800 loose cultivators below were stunned. Although this competition had not been as thrilling as previous ones, the unexpected turns had kept the excitement alive. Elder Chi sighed. Indeed, among the loose cultivators lie hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It seems we must enhance the Alliance's influence and discover more talents. At this point, the middle-aged man and Mu Qing could only exert 40% of their strength. How could they possibly contend with Gu Ruolin in her prime? Faced with such a young sixth-layer Qi refining cultivator, neither dared utter threats as they descended from the high platform. Thus, the dramatic competition concluded, and Lu Yuanqing, even upon receiving his rewards, could not fathom how he had secured a place among the top 3 without having made a single move. Later, he concluded that in life, choices often outweigh efforts. Gu Ruolin tossed the first-place reward, the spiritual rain technique, to Lai Feng, declaring it worthless. Reluctantly, Lai Feng tucked it into his robe. With the competition concluded, Elder Qi proceeded to oversee the final selection of alliance members. The participants had come with the intention of joining the alliance, and all 43, including Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin, were accepted into the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Elder Qi held high hopes for both Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin, treating them with much courtesy. After a few probing questions, Gu Ruolin relayed the same sentiments she had shared with Lu Yuanqing to Elder Qi. Elder Qi was initially skeptical, but upon reflection, he realized that with such potential, had he joined a sect, his cultivation level would likely be at least 1 or 2 tiers higher by now. How could he possibly choose the Scattered Cultivators Alliance? This thought brought him some solace, and consequently, his enthusiasm diminished compared to his initial fervor. Nevertheless, considering the commendable cultivation levels of the two, he did not treat them with the same coldness he exhibited towards others. After hundreds of scattered cultivators departed the mountain, Elder Qi addressed the 43 newcomers, stating, "In our alliance, members are evaluated based on their capabilities rather than their cultivation levels. We have external and internal members. Although you have joined, it remains to be determined whether you belong to the external or internal faction, which will require a trial. The reason this assembly is held at Chiefing Mountain is that the trial will take place at Hulong Mountain." A mere 300 miles away, he continued, Hulong Mountain is teeming with spirit beasts, and with your current abilities, you may only operate in the outskirts. The trial duration is 7 days. Should anyone fail to emerge by then, I shall assume they have been consumed by the spirit beasts. The criterion for this assessment is the spirit beast cores. Only a limited number of mid-level first-tier spirit beasts will condense cores in their minds. A spirit beast possessing a core will be stronger than its peers, and if you manage to procure one, you may directly exit as an external disciple. Securing 3 first-tier cores or 1 second-tier core will grant you entry into the internal faction. The treatment of external and internal members will differ, akin to the distinctions between outer and inner disciples in various sections. Those who fail to acquire a spirit beast core will need to serve as miscellaneous workers for 6 months before becoming official external members. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Lai Feng seemed unclear about the classification of spirit beasts, prompting Gu Ruolin to explain that spirit beasts are divided into 8 tiers, corresponding to human cultivation from the Qi refinement stage to the Great Ascension stage, with each tier further divided into initial, mid, and late stages. After pondering for a moment, Mu Qing inquired, "Elder Qi, what if one is ambushed and perishes at the hands of an ally during the trial against the spirit beasts?" Elder Qi, with an impassive expression, replied, "The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. If you focus solely on battling spirit beasts while neglecting the dangers around you, then your demise would be deserved. Moreover, until you possess the Alliance's identity token, you cannot truly be considered part of the Alliance." Seemingly impatient, Elder Qi continued, "Very well, you have 2 hours to recuperate, after which you shall set forth to Hulong Mountain by night." With that, he turned and walked away. Upon hearing Elder Qi's words, Lai Feng felt the chilling indifference often exhibited by cultivators. It was a world of the strong preying upon the weak, where the vulnerable had no voice. This deepened his vigilance and caution regarding future interactions with cultivators. Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin remained inseparable, while Lu Yuanqing, perceptive enough, refrained from intruding. Meanwhile, Mu Qing, the middle-aged man, and the woman found camaraderie amongst themselves, whispering and occasionally casting furtive glances towards Lifeng. Lifeng studied the spirit rain technique, its pages yellowed and appearing quite ancient. After a while, he deemed it rather inadequate. Not only did it consume a significant amount of spiritual energy, but its execution depended on the practitioner's strength to gather spiritual energy within a designated area, condensing it into droplets that fell within that range. Lifeng had not heard of any formidable artifacts capable of harnessing such a vast expanse of spiritual rain. It seemed to have originated from ancient practitioners who employed it to summon rain during droughts to aid the populace. Reluctant to discard it yet recognizing its futility, he tucked it away, pondering that perhaps one day he might become a hero saving lives during a severe drought. The Scattered Cultivators Alliance had also deliberated over its utility for quite some time, concluding it was indeed of little worth. Given their already impoverished status, who would invest in a resource-draining technique devoid of offensive capabilities? Hence, it was presented as a prize during the Assembly's martial competition. As for the Fireblade, it was quite commendable. Infusing it with spiritual energy would envelop the entire blade in flames. While attacking, the fiery force could also sear the opponent. Chapter 13. Hulong Mountain rose 6,000 zhang high, densely forested and rife with demonic beasts. The mountain harbored numerous spirit flowers and rare herbs, with higher-tier spiritual items guarded by formidable spirit beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary warriors to procure them. As dusk approached, a group of scattered cultivators arrived at Hulong Mountain, greeted by the howls of wolves and roars of beasts amidst the eerie, shadowy foliage. It was unclear why Elder Qi had chosen such a time for them to enter the mountain for training. Was it merely to test their courage? Gu Ruolin instinctively tightened her grip on Liefeng's arm, for regardless of a woman's cultivation level, she typically felt greater trepidation in the face of darkness than her male counterparts. Elder Qi announced, "From this moment, the 7-day trial commences. The rules shall not be reiterated. You may choose to enter the mountain now or rest for a night and venture in tomorrow morning." With that, he retreated to a hastily erected tent, seeking rest alongside several alliance guards. Lu Yuanqing approached, rubbing his hands together, hesitating to speak. Lifeng broke the silence, saying, "Brother Lu, embarking on the path of cultivation is a relentless struggle against fate. If you persist in relying on the strong, how can you expect to seize your own opportunities? If Brother Lu wishes for a life of tranquility, it would be wiser to find a wealthy household and serve as a steward, where you would be treated like a revered ancestor. Why then, enter this Scattered Cultivators Alliance?" Liefeng's words were pointed yet succinct, and afterward, he took Gu Ruolin's hand and ventured into the mountain. Soon, all scattered cultivators had entered. Feeling that being near Elder Qi was more daunting than being targeted by demonic beasts, night descended, visibility diminished, and dangers lurked unpredictably, prompting the group to slow their pace, treading carefully with each step. Having grown up in the mountains, Lifeng, while unfamiliar with Hulong Mountain, found the environment comparable. It was merely that the trees were taller and denser in the outskirts. He and Gu Ruolin felt secure enough to protect themselves, quickly distancing themselves from the others. However, Mu Qing and his companions dared not dash about like Lifeng. Alongside the middle-aged man and the woman, their group of over 20 advanced steadily yet cautiously. A series of wolf howls echoed through the night. Wolves, terrifying creatures for both commoners and cultivators alike, were not only known for their ferocity but also for their cunning teamwork. "Lifeng, we must find a place to hide. This is a pack of mid-tier, first-tier wolves. Swiftly, we've been discovered. Protect yourself, Ruolin." Lifeng drew the fire blade, channeling spiritual energy as he charged towards a wolf that had yet to react, delivering a powerful blow to its skull. The sound of shattering bone resonated as the wolf fell lifelessly to the ground. Though wolves were inherently fierce, they harbored an innate fear of fire, with the fire blade ignited in flames. It illuminated the space around them for several zhang. Gu Ruolin rushed to Liefeng's side, back-to-back in defense as the pack circled them, momentarily halting their advance while searching for weaknesses in their defense. "Lifeng, the wolf pack won't easily relent. We must prepare for a fight. With the fire blade illuminating our surroundings, we are not so passive anymore." "Very well. I shall feign a weakness to draw them in and break the stalemate." Lifeng planted the blade into the ground, momentarily plunging the area into darkness, with only a radius of about 10 feet illuminated beneath their feet. The wolves seized the opportunity, pouncing toward them, each aiming for vital points. Lai Feng swung his blade, restoring light to the surroundings, and 4 wolves were cleaved in half, while 2 others managed to bite him on the arm and thigh before retreating into the shadows. Lai Feng, you're injured. Quickly, take some healing medicine, Gu Ruolin, having single-handedly dispatched 6 wolves, noticed Liefeng's wounds and hurriedly retrieved high-quality healing medicine from her storage ring. After consuming it, Liefeng's injuries healed completely within a breath's time. Further confirming Gu Ruolin's extraordinary background, Lai Feng, I can take care of myself. You should focus on eliminating the wolf pack. With your agility, it will be easier for you. The scent of blood will attract more spirit beasts. And we must resolve this swiftly. Liefeng's lack of combat experience had led to his injuries from the 2 wolves, making this trial against the pack quite opportune. Channeling his agility, he danced and maneuvered. Wielding the fire blade with precision, thrusting, slashing, and sweeping his leaves scattered in the wind, and the howls of the wolves diminished. It wasn't long before all the wolves lay dead, yet Lai Feng had expended nearly half of his spiritual energy. Out of the dozens of wolves, only 4 spirit cores were recovered, a rather disappointing yield. Stowing the cores away, the 2 continued deeper into the mountain. The area where the wolf pack had perished was soaked in blood, the scent wafting further into the night, drawing numerous spirit beasts, which began to clash violently over the spoils. Those who had initially sought refuge at a distance, like Mu Qing and his group, were startled by the sudden silence following the wolf howls. Just as they contemplated moving forward, the roars of beasts fighting erupted, causing them to retreat 2 li in fear. As dawn approached, the sky gradually brightened. Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin, having found a small cave to rest during the night, emerged refreshed and filled with spiritual energy. They set out cautiously, searching for suitable spirit beasts, ensuring they did not overlook any medicinal herbs along the way. Many of the herbs were unfamiliar to them, yet they gathered those rich in spiritual energy without hesitation. Mu Qing and his companions lagged behind by a considerable distance of 5 or 6 li. A formidable late-stage first-tier brown bear charged towards Lai Feng, uprooting trees as thick as a man's arm in its wake, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lai Feng initially intended to flee with Gu Ruolin, but in the dense forest, they stood no chance against a spirit beast. In mere moments, they were caught up with. Turning, Lai Feng swung his blade at the bear's head. With a resounding crash, the fire blade was repelled, fracturing Liefeng's grip while he staggered back several zhang, regaining his balance. The brown bear, seemingly unfazed, continued its assault. While bulky, the bear's movements were surprisingly agile, and Lai Feng dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he utilized his agility to keep pace with the bear, battling fiercely. After exchanging over 100 blows, Liefeng's fingers felt shattered from gripping the blade. Yet the bear remained unscathed. If this continued, he would either be killed by the bear or collapse from exhaustion. In the midst of a fierce wind, the brown bear stood, its fur as resilient as iron, merely a step away from becoming a second-tier spirit beast. Its lower jaw and abdomen were its vulnerabilities, and one had to wait for the opportune moment to strike. Gu Ruolin observed from a nearby tree trunk, and knowing that there was no imminent danger to Lai Feng, she refrained from intervening. Lai Feng gritted his teeth and continued the struggle. The bear, aware of its weaknesses, adeptly guarded itself, denying Lai Feng any chance to attack. The battleground, marked by flying stone debris and scattered branches, bore witness to the depth of claw marks that were sharper than any blade. Lai Feng, have you forgotten that martial skills are merely techniques for combat? Even if you lack an appropriate martial skill now, you must still seek out a strategy. Reckless abandon will not suffice. Gu Ruolin's words served as a timely reminder. Sensing the bear's apparent weakening, it grew excited, eager to feast upon the troublesome human. With a mighty leap, it charged at Lai Feng, its gaping maw poised to engulf him. Just as the bear's jaws were about to close around him, Lai Feng fell backward, thrusting his blade into the bear's abdomen with force. The scalding bear blood splattered across him, as the bear fell. It was already on the brink of death, a deep wound spilling forth a torrent of blood that flowed like a spring. In moments, silence enveloped the creature. Without the protection of spiritual power, Lai Feng easily severed the bear's head, revealing an irregular spirit core within that was significantly larger than that of a wild wolf, rich in spiritual energy. As they collected the bear's paw and skin, they prepared to leave. Chapter 14. A falsehood becomes reality. Just as Lai Feng was about to depart, A vine swiftly ensnared his legs, rendering him immobile in an instant. Several glinting blades approached, and Lai Feng raised his sword to fend them off as 6 or 7 cultivators at the 3rd level of qi refinement surrounded him. In the distance, Gu Ruolin found herself encircled by more than 10 people. Mu Qing, what are you plotting? Lai Feng exclaimed, anger coursing through him as he clashed with his assailants. Humph, you two dare to toy with us? You shall perish here today, Mu Qing hissed maliciously. A middle-aged man chimed in. It's been ages since I've had a woman. This girl may be average in looks, but her skin is truly supple. In this desolate wilderness, I shall have my fill before I kill her. Ha ha. While Gu Ruolin held her own against her adversaries, Lai Feng's fury ignited. Dare to insult Ruolin? You shall all meet your end today. With a flurry of strikes from the flame blade, Lai Feng unleashed a torrent of afterimages, swiftly dispatching the 3 before they could discern which blade was real. The remaining 4 attempted to retreat, but Lai Feng, with a flash of movement, severed their heads. Pathetic Mu Qing, he scoffed, witnessing the ease with which he had dispatched 6 or 7 foes, cursing the fallen for their ineptitude. The middle-aged woman, filled with hatred for Lai Feng, lunged at him with a palm strike, but her power paled in comparison to that of the bear. In a swift maneuver, Lai Feng circled behind her and plunged his blade into her heart. Her eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the blade protruding from her chest, unable to comprehend her demise before she breathed her last. Mu Qing attempted a vine attack. Lai Feng, noticing just in time, sliced through it with his flame blade, incinerating the vine instantly. The middle-aged man, distracted by the death of his companion, was met with Gu Ruolin's precise finger strike to his brow, sending him tumbling backward in disbelief. Mu Qing and the remaining assailants were left stunned, realizing that these 2 were not mere opportunists, but formidable opponents who did not require others to bolster their strength in battle. Once they regained their senses, the remaining foes turned to flee. Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin would not allow their escape. They pursued and quickly annihilated the fleeing group. After collecting the contents of their storage bags, they sought refuge in a cave. Upon inspecting the bags, they discovered only 3 spirit cores among Mu Qing's group, likely aiming to eliminate them and the spirit beasts without considering the possibility of retaliation, a testament to the treachery of human nature. The world of cultivation was rife with enmity, and what one may disregard could be of great concern to another. Had Ruolin not been present today, Lai Feng could have found himself in grave danger. The items collected were of little value. These scattered cultivators were quite impoverished. The vine technique was a low-tier martial skill, and the only other technique they possessed was the 3 styles of the Savage Blade. The most significant find was 1,000 low-tier spirit stones from Mu Qing's storage bag, a reflection of the wealth even a minor clan's young lord could possess. Lai Feng placed 10 spirit stones around him and began to circulate his energy, absorbing the spirit essence. With a resounding boom, a powerful aura erupted, sending dust swirling through the cave as fragments of rock fell from the ceiling. Over 3 days, Lai Feng consumed 200 spirit stones and finally broke through to the 5th level of qi refinement. He felt his internal energy double, and his strikes became even more potent. Now, he believed he could handle Mu Qing and his 20 companions without Ruolin's assistance. With 7 spirit cores in hand, he and Gu Ruolin only required 6 to enter the inner sect. Lai Feng intended to keep the brown bear's core for his own use. They refrained from hunting spirit beasts again over the next 3 days, focusing instead on practicing the vine technique and the 3 styles of the Savage Blade. This blade technique, true to its name, emphasized bold and decisive movements. Though it consisted of only 3 styles, each was powerful and domineering. If he were to face the brown bear again, Lai Feng was confident he could breach its defenses with his blade skills. In the short term, this would prove useful. Once they joined the alliance, he could seek out a weaponsmith to forge a flying sword and learn the 5 elements sword formation. The vine technique brought Lai Feng immense delight. Perhaps due to his affinity with the 5 elemental roots, he could extend 4 robust vines from the earth simultaneously, each far thicker than those conjured by Mu Qing. Furthermore, the speed at which he cast spells was significantly enhanced, making it difficult to evade. Lai Feng specifically sought a mid-stage spirit beast for testing and managed to control it for 3 breaths. As he honed his skill, he anticipated extending this duration. However, when he attempted to experiment with a late-stage fire python, he failed, only managing to momentarily halt its movements before it broke free, igniting its body in a blaze. the fire python was vastly stronger than the brown bear. And ultimately, Lai Feng had to collaborate with Gu Ruolin to slay it, claiming its gallbladder, skin, and spirit core. Ruolin, our training time is nearly over. Let us descend the mountain, Lai Feng suggested. Upon reaching the base, they found 12 individuals waiting, each with a single spirit core, eligible only for the outer sect. After submitting 6 cores, Elder Qi regarded them with a measured gaze but remained silent. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the mountains, causing the surrounding branches to tremble as if swept by a tempest. It was Lu Yuanxing. Elder Qi, I doubt I have no spirit core. I shall start as a miscellaneous disciple, Lu Yuanxing declared, his face flushed with embarrassment. Elder Qi appeared not to hear him and remarked, I recall you are at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. How is it that in just a few days, you have ascended to the 7th level? I doubt that night was incredibly dark. I followed the group and accidentally slipped down a slope. When I awoke, the sun was shining, and before me stood a peculiar herb with 7 blossoms. I quickly remembered what Brother Lai Feng had said and consumed it entirely. Afterward, I fell asleep, and upon waking, I found myself at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Brother Lai Feng, you are my benefactor. As you said, cultivators must learn to be independent for opportunities to arise. Thank you. I can hardly repay this great kindness. Henceforth, my life belongs to you, Brother Lai. After reporting to Elder Qi, Lu Yuanxing turned to Lai Feng, showering him with gratitude. Lai Feng was truly taken aback. Could Ruolin's words have been true? A glance at Gu Ruolin revealed her own astonishment and confusion. What a remarkable coincidence! Elder Qi was elated, having initially thought Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin were merely jesting. But now, witnessing the truth in Lu Yuanxing's case, he could hardly doubt it. He immediately instructed Lu Yuanxing to lead them to the location of the peculiar herb, and enthusiasm among the others remained high, their eyes scanning for any sign of the 7-blossom herb along the way. After an hour of searching, Elder Qi lamented the absence of a second plant, leading them onward to the headquarters of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance. He assured Lu Yuanxing that despite lacking a spirit core, he could still enter the inner sect, much to Lu Yuanxing's delight. As for Mu Qing and the others, it seemed, as Elder Qi had predicted, that they would soon meet their demise at the hands of spirit beasts. Throughout the journey, Lu Yuanxing became the center of attention, with the 12 newcomers surrounding him, even the Alliance guards approaching to engage him in conversation. As a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator at just over 20 years of age, he was already considered a formidable figure within the Alliance, with the potential for further growth, likely to become an elder of the outer sect. In contrast, Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin walked behind, their demeanor distant and unapproachable, with others merely exchanging greetings before drifting away. Lai Feng paid it no mind, quietly conversing and sharing laughter with Gu Ruolin. Chapter 15. The superior fire cloud soared. The headquarters of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance was situated atop the Devil's Cliff on Tiger Wolf Mountain, accessible by a singular path, easy to defend yet hard to attack. After 4 hours of travel, they arrived at dawn. The headquarters was far from opulent, resembling more of a bandit stronghold than a place of cultivation. Elder Qi explained that every resource within the Scattered Cultivators Alliance was to be utilized judiciously. For cultivators do not covet material possessions. Their focus must remain on cultivation, lest they become distracted by indulgence. Elder Qi, 4 disciples at the gate greeted him. Elder Qi nodded slightly before proceeding into the compound. Only a dozen this time? Seems rather scant, one of the gate disciples remarked. Who knows? Last year there were over 50, another replied. But most likely, they all perished at the hands of spirit beasts. Such a tragedy. As the disciples conversed in hushed tones after the group had passed, many others greeted Elder Qi respectfully along the way, yet they all shared a sense of perplexity at the low number of new disciples this year. Elder Qi guided the group to the Alliance's member registration office, where they registered and received their disciple tokens. The 12 outer sect members were assigned an elder to report to. The 3 inner disciples, Lai Feng, Gu Ruolin, and Zhao Yuanxing, were escorted by Elder Qi to the Grand Hall of the Alliance, where they were to meet the Alliance leader in person. A sense of unease gnawed at Lu Yuanxing, who turned to Lai Feng and asked, Brother Lai, do you think that since I failed to acquire a spirit core, the leader might revoke my status as an inner disciple and send me back to the menial labor? Lai Feng replied, Brother Lu, you are now a master at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Why do you lack confidence? Why not consider that the leader might see your unique potential and choose to take you as a disciple, propelling you to great heights? Lu Yuanqing managed an awkward smile, falling silent. Brother Lai certainly had a way with words, speaking like a dreamer in broad daylight. Elder Qi, overhearing their exchange, could not help but shake his head and chuckle softly. The young man had a loose tongue. The alliance leader was deeply devoted to his cultivation and had never taken a disciple, with talents within the alliance far exceeding those of the trio. Soon, after the gatekeepers relayed their arrival, the group entered the hall to pay their respects. The alliance leader was a middle-aged man, not yet 50, of unremarkable appearance but possessing an extraordinary demeanor, indicative of someone accustomed to high station. Elder Qi had mentioned that the leader was a peak master at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. After a brief exchange of thoughts between Elder Qi and the leader regarding the recruitment of disciples for training, the leader fixed his gaze on the three and inquired, "You are Lai Feng, correct? Previously at the 4th level of Qi refinement, you advanced a level in just 7 days of training. Did you encounter any fortuitous events? If it is convenient, could you share your experience with me? However, if it is not, I understand that each person has their own opportunities and secrets." Lai Feng responded, in reply to the leader, "There was nothing particularly special. I have been honing my skills at the 4th level for 5 years, and it was during a life-and-death struggle with the spirit beast that I experienced a breakthrough at the moment of peril." The leader nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the fine line between life and death often brings clarity and opportunities for breakthroughs. Lu Yuanqing, you need not be anxious. Please recount for me the process of consuming the 7 rare flowers. Seeing the leader's amiable demeanor, Lu Yuanqing relaxed and vividly described every detail of the experience, including the number of petals, their colors, and sizes. The leader listened intently, nodding frequently. Once Lu Yuanqing finished, the leader spoke. "Lu Yuanqing, your keen observational skills amidst such fortuitous circumstances reflect an extraordinary disposition. I have never taken on a disciple in my life. Would you be willing to become my first apprentice?" Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin exchanged wide-eyed glances. Bewildered. What was happening? When did his words carry such weight? Even Elder Qi looked at Lai Feng with eyes gleaming, as if realizing this young man's talent might be extraordinary, hinting that he needed to nurture this relationship carefully. Lu Yuanqing stood there dumbfounded, unable to move. I did not expect to be rejected on my first opportunity to take on a disciple." The leader sighed, feigning disappointment. Esteemed master, I pay my respects. I was merely taken aback by your greatness. As Elder Qi has spoken of you as the leader of the Alliance, young and accomplished, unparalleled in martial arts, and feared across 6 counties, I did not expect such a revered figure to consider a mere mortal like myself. I beg your pardon for my shock." Elder Qi, overhearing, felt his face flush red, wondering if he had really said such things. Even the leader questioned whether he was truly so remarkable. "Haha, you flatter me excessively. Yet your words are quite pleasing. Here, take this mid-grade spirit armor for your protection," the leader said. "Elder Qi, you may take Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin to discuss some matters of the Alliance." After the leader departed, Elder Qi explained various points of note about the Alliance and the functions of its different departments, his friendly demeanor putting Lai Feng somewhat off balance. The Alliance hosted the Forging Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Task Pavilion, Technique Pavilion, Law Enforcement Pavilion, and Affairs Pavilion, 6 pavilions whose purposes were easily discernible by their names. Lai Feng expressed his desire to forge a spirit weapon in the form of a flying sword. Elder Qi volunteered to speak with the elder of the Forging Pavilion on his behalf, which would save considerable costs. Being new to the Alliance, Lai Feng did not refuse. Well, you cold-faced scholar seem to have changed your tune today." Elder Su of the Forging Pavilion remarked as he observed Elder Qi. Elder Qi replied, "Old Su, spare me the pleasantries. This is my distant relative, newly joined to the inner sect, wishing to forge a spirit weapon. You are the best craftsman in our alliance. Hemph, it's strange that you, a lone wolf, have a relative," Elder Su retorted. Elder Qi remained silent, tossing a flask of fine wine to Elder Su before turning to leave. Elder Su took a hearty swig and then asked, "What quality of flying sword do you wish to forge, and have you prepared the materials?" Lai Feng bowed slightly and replied, "I am new and unfamiliar with the path of forging. I do not know what materials are required, but as for quality, the higher, the better. You see, I enjoy my wine, and you seem to lack materials. If you can procure a mid-grade snake gall, I shall forge a flying sword for you free of charge." Lai Feng gestured, and a fire python gall flew into the elder's hand. A high-grade fire python gall. This item is indeed valuable. Though you possess the capability to slay a fire python, I was merely fortunate. The fire python was locked in combat with a soaring eagle, and I managed to chase away the eagle and kill the python. Lai Feng replied nonchalantly, You are indeed fortunate. The hide of the fire python is also a superb forging material. Do you have it skinned? Lai Feng waved his hand, and a 2 zhonglong fire python hide appeared on the ground. Haha, a high-grade fire python hide. I have not seen one of these in years. With this material, I am confident I can at least forge a mid-grade spirit weapon of the fire attribute. Come back in 3 days to collect it. Lai Feng expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. You are quite punctual, eager to receive this, Elder Su remarked as he handed Lai Feng a 3-foot-7-inch long fiery red sword. The sword gleamed brilliantly, with flames swirling around it, showcasing its extraordinary craftsmanship. Lai Feng swung it a few times, and the gust of wind it generated was so powerful that it severed a small tree a yard away, demonstrating its sharpness. Thank you, Elder. May I inquire what quality this sword possesses? Elder Su replied. I call this the Fire Cloud Sword. It is forged from fire python hide combined with some fire attribute metal ores. I have also inscribed a few low-grade formations to amplify the sword's firepower. And the tip has armor-piercing capabilities. It is classified as a superior-grade spirit weapon. Lai Feng bowed deeply. Thank you for your efforts, Elder. Should I encounter any high-grade snake galls or other materials during my future expeditions, I shall bring them to you. Elder Su laughed. You know how to play your cards right. Now, off you go. Clutching the precious sword, Lai Feng could hardly contain his excitement and yearned to share the news with Ruolin. Chapter 16. The sword's might. For a full 7 days, Lai Feng remained focused solely on practicing the techniques associated with the fire attribute spirit sword within the 5 elements sword formation. Mastery of techniques is typically categorized into 4 stages: initial glimpses, minor accomplishments, major achievements, and flawless perfection. At present, Lai Feng could only claim to be at the first stage. With a flick of his hand, he executed a technique, and the fire cloud sword flashed towards a massive stone 10 zhang away. Boom! The stone shattered into 4 pieces upon impact. Lai Feng, your technique is remarkable. Most techniques do not yield such formidable power. They would barely allow the fire cloud sword to penetrate. This golden steel stone is renowned for its toughness. Gu Ruolin watched intently, knowing that even the techniques from their sect could not compare to Lai Feng's prowess. Lai Feng retracted the fire cloud sword and said, This was taught to me by my master. I apologize, Ruolin, but I cannot disclose anything further about my master at this time. I promise to tell you when the moment is right. Lai Feng, I was only making casual conversation. You need not worry. Now that you have mastered your technique, let us take on a task and go on an adventure. There is nothing but boredom here. At the task pavilion of the Alliance, Lai Feng and Gu Ruolin perused the dozens of tasks posted on the wall, yet they had not yet chosen one. Make way, clear out. A man in his 30s forcefully pushed through the crowd to reach the tasks. This was Chan Liang, a master at the 8th level of Qi refinement who had just emerged from seclusion. The ruthless one has arrived. Everyone, step aside. Many disciples immediately retreated, their expressions filled with trepidation at the sight of Chan Liang. Lai Feng, hearing the commotion behind him, turned but did not budge. Kid, get out of the way. Didn't you hear me? Chen Liang barked arrogantly. Lai Feng stood firm, exuding an air of authority as he replied. I am a new disciple this year. All are equal in the Alliance. You should wait in line like everyone else. Why should I give way to you simply because you are at the 8th level of Qi refinement? The Alliance belongs to everyone, and we are like family. It is not a place for you to bully others. Chen Liang sneered. You have some guts. Step out and see if I don't knock your teeth out. Teaching you that in this place, power reigns supreme. The Alliance does not nurture useless individuals. Everything I have achieved is through sheer strength. Lai Feng followed Chen Liang outside the pavilion, both readying themselves for confrontation. Sigh, this new disciple is merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. He truly overestimates himself, one onlooker remarked. Indeed, below the foundation establishment stage, Chen Liang ranks among the top 5 in the Alliance. Another added that a group of curious disciples began to gather, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Brother Lu, look over there. It seems like a fight is about to break out. Let us go watch. Oh, a fight. That sounds interesting. Let us go. Several of them hurried over, and one exclaimed, Hey, boss, what are you doing here? As they approached Lai Feng, it was indeed Lu Yuanxing, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. What was happening? Recently, the disciples personally taught by the alliance leader had become the talk of the town. Lai Wind remarked, "Why aren't you cultivating beside the leader? What brings you out here?" "Hee, my master instructed me to seek my own enlightenment." "How can you compare yourself to others in martial arts?" Lai Wind replied dismissively, "It's nothing. Some people merely wish to wield their influence to intimidate others." "What? Who dares to bully my boss? Is it you?" "You big fool?" Lu Yuanxing exclaimed, gesturing dramatically towards Chen Liang. Chen Liang's inner turmoil was palpable. He had previously bullied other disciples thanks to his superior cultivation, but the alliance leader's direct disciple was now so renowned that even the elders dared not offend him. It was rumored that he had been of mediocre talent, but under the leader's guidance, he had made rapid progress and would soon surpass Chen Liang. Chen Liang dared not utter a word and turned to leave. The surrounding crowd murmured in awe, marking Lai Wind in their minds. He was the ultimate boss, not to be trifled with. Lu Yuanxing, satisfied with his imposing presence, declared, "Boss, I've taken care of that person. Are you here to accept a mission?" "Which one?" "I'll accompany you." Lai Wind ignored him, turning to select tasks instead. This time, no one dared to compete with him, and he quickly accepted 2 missions. Ji Ruolin cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yuanxing, saying, "Are you certain you want to tag along?" "Oh, I just remembered my master had some instructions for me. Next time, maybe," Lu Yuanxing replied before hastily leaving. Ji Ruolin was someone even the boss could not provoke. She rarely smiled at anyone other than him, which was quite intimidating. On the way, Lai Wind relayed the details of the 2 tasks to Gu Ruolin. One involved slaying a late-stage first-tier flame tiger, and the other a late-stage first-tier Xian water turtle. Both missions required the entire creature to be returned for completion, as the Alliance's alchemy and artifact pavilions needed materials from these spirit beasts. The task rewards were 100 contribution points plus 200 low-grade spirit stones. In the Alliance, disciples needed to use contribution points to exchange for techniques, elixirs, and artifacts. For instance, the fire cloud sword in Lai Wind's possession would not be forged by Elder Su even if all materials were present unless contribution points were spent. The rewards for tasks were recorded under the name of the individual who accepted them, except for team missions, which required prior registration of team members. Each task was unique, with time limits. Failing to complete a task within the allotted time would result in point deductions. A disciple could only abandon up to 4 tasks in a year. Exceeding this limit would bar them from accepting any tasks for the remainder of the year. Generally, tasks yielded between 1 to 10 points, with a few offering dozens. The 2 tasks Lai Wind accepted were typically beyond the capability of even Chen Liang, having gone unclaimed for half a year, hence their higher point rewards. The tasks indicated the activity zones of the 2 spirit beasts. Lai Wind quickly located the flame tiger, tall and imposing. Its hooves ignited flames. Before Lai Wind could make a move, it charged at him with the swiftness of the wind, leaving massive, fiery footprints in its wake. Any ordinary cultivator would be daunted by its fierce aura. Lai Wind summoned the fire cloud sword, executed a series of hand seals, and with a swoosh, the sword flashed toward the flame tiger. Clang! The flame tiger raised its right paw to clash with the fire cloud sword, resulting in a crisp sound of metal striking metal, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The tiger's claw was exceptionally formidable, rivaling the hardness of a high-grade spirit artifact. Lai Wind continued to channel his energy, directing the fire cloud sword to launch a series of relentless attacks around the flame tiger. The tiger, caught off guard by the agile sword, could only defend itself, suffering several wounds as a result. With a furious roar, the flame tiger swiped at the fire cloud sword, sending it flying, and then charged at Lai Wind, intent on eliminating this annoying human first. Lai Wind seized the opportunity, evading with a swift movement. Just as the flame tiger attempted to retaliate, he thrust the fire cloud sword directly through its neck from behind, blood gushing forth. With the tiger's corpse in tow, Lai Wind proceeded toward the Xian water turtle's territory. Upon arrival, Lai Wind faced a dilemma. The Xian water turtle remained hidden beneath the lake surface, and after waiting for a considerable time without sighting it, he resorted to striking the water with the fire cloud sword for a quarter of an hour. Boom! Each strike created a tremendous noise, sending towering columns of water into the air. Eventually, the Xian water turtle burst forth from the lake, moving even faster than the flame tiger. This time, Lai Wind did not attack its shell. Knowing it was likely tougher than the tiger's claws, instead, he executed a surprise maneuver, piercing the turtle from its head to its tail in an instant, swiftly concluding the battle. Both the flame tiger and the Xian water turtle were comparable in strength to an 8th-layer qi refining human cultivator. With the turtle secured, Lai Wind was about to return when, to his astonishment, a larger Xian water turtle emerged, boasting the strength of a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator. Lai Wind had no time to evade. He raised the fire cloud sword in defense, but was still knocked back over 10 paces by the sheer force, blood rising in his throat. Despite being only 1 layer higher, its combat prowess had more than doubled. The Xian water turtle proved to be quite clever. Whenever Lai Wind aimed to strike its vulnerable flesh, it would retract into its shell and shift into a defensive stance. After 300 exchanges with the fire cloud sword, Lai Wind found himself at an impasse. It was not until Gu Ruolin intervened, producing a circular ring to restrain the turtle's head, preventing it from retreating, that Lai Wind seized the opportunity to seal its spiritual energy, capturing it alive. An even more valuable prize, since living creatures could not be stored in his storage bag. Lai Wind had no choice but to carry the 1,000-plus-pound Xian water turtle back to the Alliance. Chapter 17. Stirring the Alliance. Lai Wind returned to the Alliance, hoisting the massive Xian water turtle amid the astonished gazes of the mountain guards. With a thud, he dropped the turtle, raising a cloud of dust from the ground. Lai Wind and Gu Ruolin rested atop the turtle's back. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's so imposing. Just one glance sends chills down my spine. It appears to be a Xian water turtle, a peak first-tier spirit beast. My heavens, is this real? When did a 5th-layer qi refining disciple become so formidable? Even the foundation-building elders might struggle to capture such a turtle. Outside the task pavilion, over 200 disciples gathered, whispering and exchanging opinions, while more continued to arrive, drawn by the commotion. Where's the Xian water turtle? Let me see. A loud voice rang out as Elder Su approached, completely ignoring Lai Wind and Gu Ruolin. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly touched the turtle's shell, overjoyed. Old Su, let go. This is mine. A live peak first-tier spirit beast. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Another frail elder, incessantly stroking the turtle's head and feet, joined in. Lai Wind, unfamiliar with him, soon learned he was Elder Zhang, the chief of the alchemy pavilion. Witnessing the 2 elderly men in a frenzy, Lai Wind helplessly declared, Elders, this Xian water turtle belongs to me. What? Yours? Isn't this a task item from the Alliance? Both elders exclaimed in unison, quickly summoning the task pavilion steward to record the mission. They produced various tools, ready to dissect the creature on the spot. Terrified, Lai Wind hastily waved his hand, revealing 2 more carcasses, a flame tiger and a smaller Xian water turtle. Another pair of late-stage first-tier spirit beasts. My heavens, this person is incredible. How did he manage this? Not only the disciples, but even the elders who arrived later were left astounded. Lai Wind spoke up, Elders, these 2 are my task items. Please have the steward record them. The 2 elders glanced between the 2 spirit beast carcasses and the live Xian water turtle, then made a move that left Lai Wind speechless. The 2 elderly men, both over 100 years old, each clung to a part of the turtle, unwilling to let go, as if determined to hold onto it forever. The Alliance disciples had never seen such a loss of composure from the esteemed elders. The other elders understood the frenzied sentiments of the 2 in pursuit of rare materials, akin to how a devoted cultivator might react upon encountering heavenly treasures. Suddenly, someone shouted, The leader is here. And the crowd turned to see the Alliance leader had indeed arrived. He, too, was astonished. Even he would find it challenging to capture a peak first-tier Xian water turtle single-handedly, yet here was a 5th-layer qi refining disciple who had achieved it. What a boon for the Alliance. After pondering for a moment, the leader addressed Lai Wind. You have truly surprised me. Since you have brought back a live Xian water turtle without hoarding it for yourself, I presume you have your reasons. Why don't you share them with us? Lai Wind rose and replied, This turtle was fortuitously captured by me. I have long heard that the leader, unable to bear the oppression faced by rogue cultivators, established the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. You have tirelessly worked for the Alliance over the years. Otherwise, with your singular focus on cultivation, your prowess would surely have reached even greater heights by now. As a member of the Alliance, I am duty-bound to emulate your noble spirit. We are all one family in this alliance. and I wish to donate this turtle to our cause. However, as my cultivation is still limited, capturing this turtle was no small feat. I hope the leader will ensure my efforts are not in vain. As I grow stronger, I will contribute even more to the alliance. I leave everything to your discretion, and I harbor no grievances. His eloquent display of altruism garnered even greater respect for the leader from the gathered crowd. The leader, moved by Lai Wen's words, felt a surge of passion. Finally, someone understood the efforts he had invested over the years. The leader sensed that Lai Wen's words had fostered a deeper sense of unity among the hundreds present. He realized he could not let the disciple feel disheartened, for Lai Wen had paved a path for him. He knew how he should proceed. Directly speaking, I am deeply gratified to see that the disciple of our alliance, Lu Feng, is wholeheartedly devoted to the interests of the alliance. Thus, I have decided to reward him with double points for this task, and for any future tasks he undertakes, he shall continue to receive double points. Furthermore, Lu Feng is granted permission to select 3 items of his choosing from the alliance treasury, which may include techniques, elixirs, spiritual tools, and the like. Additionally, I hereby authorize Lu Feng to refine pills and tools without expending any points. He need only prepare the necessary materials and seek Elder Su or Elder Zhang for assistance in the crafting process. I hope all disciples will take inspiration from Lu Feng. The alliance belongs to everyone, and those who strive to contribute shall not be forgotten by the alliance. Selecting 3 items from the treasury, being able to refine pills and tools without consuming points. This will save an immense amount of resources for cultivation. The disciples looked on with envy, their gazes revealing their own aspirations to contribute more to the alliance in the future. The alliance leader saw that his purpose had been achieved and continued. Elder Su, Elder Zhang, this living Xian Shui turtle holds greater significance for the alliance. I have decided to capture it and place it in the lake behind the mountain as a guardian spirit beast for the alliance. What do you think? The 2 elders exchanged glances, mutually aware that once the leader spoke on the matter, it was settled. Although they felt a tinge of reluctance, they understood that the efficacy of the guardian spirit beast would far surpass the benefits of their own crafting. This Xian Shui turtle would be a challenge even for early-stage foundation-building cultivators to subdue. Everything rests on the leader's decision. The leader remarked, these 2 corpses must be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, their quality will diminish. Upon hearing this, the 2 elders' expressions turned anxious. One of them shouldered a corpse and hurried off to a distant location for dissection, displaying a remarkably professional technique. The leader took the Xian Shui turtle and arranged for Elder Qi to accompany Lu Feng to the treasury to select his rewards. In truth, the alliance treasury held few treasures, and Lu Feng, now with elevated standards, sought items with a broader perspective. After careful consideration, he selected 3 items. The first was a low-grade Shintir technique, Feng Lei Palm, capable of unleashing the power of wind and thunder, serving as an excellent close-range defensive skill, which greatly satisfied Lu Feng. The second was a set of junior spirit gathering array flags that could double the speed of spirit energy accumulation, with even greater efficacy when used in conjunction with spirit stones. The third was a dilapidated pot, rumored to have been discovered by the leader years ago at an ancient site, its purpose unknown even after years of study, and thus discarded in the treasury. Lu Feng, intrigued by the notion of ancient relics, chose it, intending to research it later. As Lu Feng completed his selection and prepared to leave, Elder Qi unexpectedly asked, Lu Feng, I have received word that a tomb will be opened in the Great Wilderness Mountain 3 months from now, attracting cultivators from the 6 major sects and various smaller sects and families. Our scattered cultivator alliance has decided to send only elder-level representatives. The leader is currently focused on instructing his direct disciples. And with Lu Yuanzhang's talents fully awakened after consuming a rare herb, he is soon to advance to the 8th level of Qi refinement. The other elders are similarly occupied, leaving only myself available to attend. What do you think? Should I go? Elder Qi now conversed with Lu Feng on a near-equal footing, adopting a humble demeanor. Lu Feng, taken aback at the thought of a Qi refinement disciple influencing an elder's decisions, replied, Elder, you jest. I am unqualified to advise you. You should decide for yourself. I am simply seeking your opinion. Seeing no alternative, Lu Feng finally spoke. I believe it would be prudent not to go. Setting aside the fact that your solitary presence would not hold favor among the 6 major sects, the very name of the ancient tomb suggests peril. It would be wiser to spend your time hunting high-level spirit beasts instead. Once your strength has grown, there will be no secret realms you cannot explore. Elder Qi found this reasoning compelling and abandoned the thought of visiting the ancient tomb. indeed choosing to hunt spirit beasts as Lu Feng suggested. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Feng examined the dilapidated pot but found nothing of note, so he stored it away in his spatial bag. After reviewing the technique, he resolved to utilize the spirit-gathering array to consolidate his cultivation for the time being, harboring no immediate intentions of venturing out for further trials. Chapter 18. The Fortune Elder. The Feng Lei Palm comprises three forms: Unmoving Thunder, Moving Like Thunder, and Twin Thunder. Unmoving Thunder. Lu Feng remained stationary, his hands alternating to gather spiritual power, launching assaults in all directions. The sound of thunder resonated, leaves swirling in the courtyard, while a tree of adult waist thickness swayed violently 10 zhang away. Moving like thunder, with a swift motion, the wind aided his thunderous momentum, allowing him to instantaneously traverse 3 zhang without employing any movement techniques. A 2-inch deep imprint of the Feng Lei palm was left on the tree, from which wisps of black smoke continued to rise. The ground beneath the tree cracked with dozens of spiderweb-like fissures. Twin Thunder. In an instant, Lu Feng's internal spiritual power was drawn down by 1/10. The courtyard was engulfed in a tempest, with dust and stones swirling chaotically. The thunder roared, resembling the ominous atmosphere before a torrential downpour. With a resounding strike, Lu Feng's palm struck the ground, sending earth and stone flying, creating a pit 1 zhang deep and 2 zhang wide within the courtyard. Over the past 3 months, Lu Feng had devoted himself daily to practicing the Feng Lei palm and refining the Fire Cloud Sword. Becoming a prominent figure within the alliance, no one dared provoke him, and disciples residing nearby relocated to distant areas to escape the incessant thunderous noise, as it was impossible to sleep or meditate amidst such clamor. Lu Feng, now having mastered both the Fire Cloud Sword and Feng Lei palm, was advised by Gu Ruolin, to further improve, you must engage in real combat. For the past few months, Gu Ruolin remained by Lu Feng's side, personally attending to his meals and laundry. Although these tasks could be handled by disciples from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Gu Ruolin insisted on taking responsibility for Lu Feng herself. Consequently, the disciples of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall enjoyed a leisurely respite, marveling at Lu Feng's fortune in finding such a devoted partner. After concluding his training and wiping away his sweat, Lu Feng was preparing to heed Gu Ruolin's suggestion to collect some high-level tasks from the mission hall when a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Lu Feng clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is Elder Qi. What brings you here to seek me?" Elder Qi returned the gesture and replied, "I apologize for intruding on your cultivation. Please forgive my presumption." Lu Feng was taken aback, uncertain of Elder Qi's intentions. "I am unworthy of such formalities. Please speak your mind, Elder. I have come to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, and additionally, the leader requests your presence. If Miss Gu wishes to accompany you, she is welcome to do so on the way." Elder Qi clarified the confusion. It turned out that, having heeded Lu Feng's counsel, Elder Qi had spent the past 3 months hunting spirit beasts on Tiger Wolf Mountain. Recently, he had engaged in a fierce battle with a second-tier early-stage spirit beast, sustaining injuries while seizing a nearly ripe Xian Ling herb for consumption. Now, his powers had surged, and he anticipated advancing to mid-foundation establishment within 6 months, filling him with immense joy. This circumstance did not necessitate Elder Qi to grovel for gratitude from someone of higher rank. Coincidentally, during the Alliance's regular meeting earlier that day, news had surfaced that the 6 major sects were sending representatives to the Great Wilderness Mountain for an expedition, where several foundation-building elders had perished and many more had been severely injured. Elder Qi broke into a cold sweat, promptly recalling Lu Feng's words from 3 months prior, and relayed them verbatim to the leader and the elders during the meeting. This revelation left the leader quite unsettled, prompting him to personally invite Lu Feng to the Great Hall for discussion. Lu Feng, bemused, pondered how his words had garnered such weight within the scattered cultivator alliance, while Gu Ruolin merely stifled laughter, finding the unfolding drama more entertaining than any tale she had ever encountered. Upon entering the Great Hall, Lu Feng performed a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to the leader and esteemed elders." The leader wore a broad smile. "There is no need for formalities, my young friend. Please sit and speak freely. Attendants, provide seats for Lu Feng and Miss Gu." Lu Feng took his seat, a sense of gravity weighing upon him as he sensed the leader and elders' eager gazes, which made him feel uneasy. In contrast, Gu Ruolin nonchalantly sat beside him, munching on fruit. The leader, noticing Lu Feng's seriousness, began. Since your arrival at the Alliance, remarkable changes have transpired. First, I have acquired an outstanding disciple. Next, the Xian Shui turtle, along with Elder Chi's fortunate encounters and narrow escapes. Cultivators engage in a daily struggle against fate, and crises abound. However, over the past few months, our alliance has experienced significant growth, with a marked reduction in disciple casualties. After deliberation with the elders, we have decided to promote you to the position of Fortune Elder. Do you accept this honor? Lu Feng, not fond of entanglements with worldly matters, was reluctant to bear the weight of such a title within the scattered cultivator alliance. He rose to decline. Your kindness and that of the elders is deeply appreciated, yet I feel my qualifications and cultivation are insufficient for such a role. As for the words I previously shared, they were mere coincidences and hardly worthy of the title of Fortune. The leader, adept at understanding the hearts of others, responded, My young friend, you do not seem to have any immediate intentions of departing the alliance. Do you? Being appointed as an elder brings you numerous benefits. Besides, holding the title of elder does not require you to perform elder duties, thus leaving your daily cultivation unaffected. Regardless of whether you can genuinely foresee fortunes and misfortunes, the Alliance will no longer question this matter, simply hoping you will continue to contribute to our cause, for scattered cultivators face great challenges. Upon hearing the leader's sincere words, Lu Feng felt compelled to no longer refuse and nodded in agreement. The elders offered their congratulations once again. The leader continued, Elder Liu, regardless of the nature of your foresight, now that you hold the esteemed title of an elder, could you share your thoughts with the Alliance? Lu Feng pondered for a moment before replying. Do you truly believe in the concept of fortune, leader? For cultivators, while perception and cultivation are undeniably important, without fortune, how can one encounter opportunities? What achievements do you think cultivators devoid of opportunities can attain? Reflecting on his own average aptitude, Lu Feng realized he might have lived an ordinary life had he not encountered a benevolent mentor. Perhaps everything truly was a matter of fortune. He then asked, May I inquire? Leader, what do you define as fortune, and what constitutes fate? The leader pondered for a moment before speaking. The concept of destiny has never had a singular answer throughout history. I believe that Qi represents blessings, while Yun signifies fate. Only with both can one enjoy prosperous fortune. The fierce wind then inquired, Might I ask, is the leader's intention in developing the alliance merely to grasp power for oneself and dominate the world? Without hesitation, the leader replied, Like you, I harbor no desire for power. My own cultivation is arduous, and many who are less capable than I face even greater challenges. It is this empathy that compels me to establish the alliance. Should there be individuals within the alliance who can flourish and elevate it, I would willingly step aside and cede my position. The fierce wind responded, I believe that destiny is not innate but rather cultivated by individuals. To embrace the will of heaven and act with benevolence, accumulating virtuous deeds, is essential. Destiny gathers through the hearts of people. The scattered cultivators alliance thrives on heavenly fortune and stands firm upon earthly support. Now, we are merely lacking in harmony among people to unify destiny and illuminate the scattered cultivators. Well said indeed. The leader and the elders praised, greatly benefiting from the fierce wind's words. Two elders noticeably experienced a slight enhancement in their cultivation, leading all to regard the fierce wind as the child of destiny, whose every word was akin to gold. The fierce wind then asked, What is your opinion on Lu Yuanxing? His aptitude is commendable, but he is still young and lacks experience, came the reply. The fierce wind countered, If he does not first endure trials, how can he grow? The Scattered Cultivators Alliance is the home for all scattered cultivators. If a family consists only of the patriarch and elders striving, the younger generation will eventually become complacent and lead to the family's downfall. What the leader must do is to safeguard a few in times of peril. The fate of the thousands of disciples in the alliance will ultimately be determined by their own choices. The strength or weakness of the alliance does not rest with the leader and the esteemed elders, but rather with these disciples. The leader has inverted the fundamental principles. After finishing, the fierce wind turned and exited the grand hall. Feeling uncertain of the reason behind it, the more he practiced the 5 elements ascension technique, the calmer his mind became, and his insights deepened. Chapter 19. The water serpent beneath the ground. The fierce wind's words were deemed the declaration of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance, a sentiment that all members were to engrave in their hearts. The leader, enlightened by the fierce wind's final statement, momentarily touched upon the pinnacle of late-stage Foundation establishment, appointing the Fierce Wind as the Alliance's most esteemed elder of destiny. All elders were mandated to ensure their disciples paid their respects with utmost reverence. Concurrently, Lu Yuanqing was appointed as the junior leader, entrusted with full authority over alliance matters, after which the leader retreated into seclusion. As for the tremendous commotion caused by the two significant announcements within the scattered cultivators' alliance, the Fierce Wind remained unaware at that moment. He, along with Gu Ruolin, was en route to Tiger Wolf Mountain, tasked with 4 assignments. The Qingfeng Serpent, though only of mid-stage first rank, was a social creature, often dwelling in colonies of hundreds within a single cave, and they would all nearly mobilize en masse when hunting. Their attacks were swift as the wind, making them quite troublesome. Even elders at the Foundation establishment stage avoided provoking them lightly. Now, Elder Zhang from the Alchemy Pavilion urgently required this serpent for concocting wind spirit pills and blood recovery pills. The reward for the task was generous, and emboldened by his skills, the Fierce Wind accepted it. The Fierce Wind and Gu Ruolin concealed their presence behind a large rock not far from the serpent's den. Surrounding the cave entrance were over 100 Qingfeng serpents, each occupying a position akin to guards, their attack angles cunningly devised. The visibility inside the serpent's lair was poor, but from a distance, one could vaguely discern several writhing shadows. The Fierce Wind could not guarantee his survival if surrounded by hundreds of Qingfeng serpents, and after contemplating, he devised a plan. Grasping a stone the size of a basin, he exerted all his strength and hurled it towards the cave entrance. Boom! The stone transformed into a flash of light as it crashed into the cave, followed by a resounding explosion, at that moment. As the Qingfeng serpents outside turned to witness the commotion at the cave entrance, the Fierce Wind formed a seal with his left hand, and the fire cloud sword flashed, severing the heads of dozens of Qingfeng serpents. In a swift movement, he reached the cave entrance and unleashed a palm strike. Like a thunderclap, boom! Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the already modest cave was collapsed by the Fierce Wind's thunderous palm. Sealing the entrance, the remaining dozens of Qingfeng serpents outside lunged towards the Fierce Wind with lightning speed. The Fierce Wind, not daring to be careless, formed seals with both hands, wielding the fire cloud sword in a manner so dense it was impenetrable. As dozens of Qingfeng serpents were shredded by the sword's aura, Gu Ruolin had already collected the first batch of decapitated serpent bodies, totaling 47, and the two turned to leave. Boom! Before they could distance themselves, the cave entrance was suddenly blasted open, and hundreds of Qingfeng serpents surged out in pursuit. The Fierce Wind immediately lifted Gu Ruolin into his arms, activating the swift shadow technique to its utmost. Fleeing with all haste, they were enveloped by the roaring wind, leaving them little time to discern their direction. The Qingfeng serpents were extraordinarily swift. Had they fled directly, they would have already been overtaken. The Fierce Wind evaded in a serpentine manner, causing even the notoriously fierce wolf packs, known for their collective ferocity, to retreat in fear. At this moment, not only was the Fierce Wind fleeing from Tiger Wolf Mountain, but many spirit beasts were also in flight. Those unable to escape were instantly reduced to mere skeletons as hundreds of Qingfeng serpents surged past them, just as the Fierce Wind landed on a hillside. Feeling somewhat drained, the Qingfeng serpents collectively retreated. The surroundings fell into eerie silence, devoid of even the sounds of insects or birds, a most unnatural occurrence. The Fierce Wind and Gu Ruolin exchanged glances, both feeling a chill. This place was not suitable for lingering. As they prepared to take flight, the ground suddenly collapsed beneath them, leaving them with no foothold. The Fierce Wind could only slide down the pit. Holding Gu Ruolin tightly, splash! Both plunged into the water. The Fierce Wind and Gu Ruolin floated on the surface, surveying their surroundings. They found themselves in a natural molten cave, with the walls adorned by high concentrations of luminous rocks, providing ample light. They swam away from the underground river to a shore approximately 7 to 8 zhang wide to rest. The Fierce Wind summoned the power of the fire cloud sword to dry their clothes and consumed some food to replenish their strength. Ruolin, do you know how to leave this place? I have a persistent feeling of unease. It seems rather unsafe here, Gu Ruolin replied. I share that feeling. We have 2 options to escape. One is to climb out of the pit we fell through, and the other is to follow the flow of the river, where there must be an exit, though the dangers remain unpredictable. Suddenly, a massive beast's head emerged from the river, resembling neither a snake nor a dragon. With eyes as large as lanterns, fixed intently on the fierce wind and Gu Ruolin. Its breath exuded a foul stench that had a hallucinatory effect. The fierce wind and Gu Ruolin immediately rose to defend themselves, sealing their mouths and noses to block the noxious fumes from entering their bodies. The fierce wind, feeling a surge of tension, asked, Ruolin, "What kind of creature is this? Do you recognize it?" Fierce wind, "We may be in trouble. This appears to be a water serpent, even more formidable than a python. With one more advancement, it could transform into a dragon. Its cultivation level is at least that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment spirit beast." Gu Ruolin warned. Bang! The water serpent lunged forth with its mouth wide open, and the fierce wind and Gu Ruolin quickly separated. The fierce wind executed a single-handed seal, and the fire cloud sword flashed as it struck the water serpent multiple times. Igniting sparks, Gu Ruolin, no longer concealing her power, unleashed her initial stage Foundation establishment cultivation, thrusting a formidable spear into the water serpent's left eye. Roar! The water serpent howled in agony, its left eye exploding, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the ground and water's surface. Enraged, the water serpent retaliated with a violent shake of its head. Bang! Gu Ruolin was knocked against the cave wall by the force, spitting blood. The water serpent seemed to have fixated on Gu Ruolin, ignoring the fierce wind's attacks and focusing solely on her. For the moment, Gu Ruolin could only struggle to defend herself with the spear, unable to evade effectively in the confined space, and she was frequently struck, causing her to spit blood. The fierce wind felt a deep urgency in his heart. Leaping onto the water serpent's snout, he delivered a fierce stab to its right eye with the fire cloud sword, followed by a dual strike of wind and thunder. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed as dozens of massive stones fell from the cave ceiling, a tempest carrying blood mist swirling in all directions. The fierce wind inhaled a bit of the blood mist, feeling a surge of strength coursing through his body as his spiritual energy flowed more rapidly. The water serpent writhed in agony, shooting a jet of water from its nostrils straight at the fierce wind, piercing his left shoulder and drawing blood. With its sight impaired, the water serpent continued to struggle and thrash in the water. Seizing the opportunity, the fierce wind rushed to Gu Ruolin's side. Ruolin, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Gu Ruolin's complexion was pale, her clothes stained with blood. Despite her grave injuries, she replied, Fierce wind, I'm fine. The water serpent is ferociously cruel. Even with its eyes destroyed, it will not spare us. I will hold it off. You must escape through the cave opening. Hurry, Ruolin, do not worry. While I am here, you will not come to harm. It is merely a vile serpent. Whoever dares to harm you will pay with their life, the fierce wind vowed. Seeing the fierce resolve in the fierce wind's eyes, Gu Ruolin felt a surge of panic. Fierce wind, what are you planning? I won't allow you to do anything reckless. Roar! The water serpent, having recovered from the pain of its lost eyes, surfaced, its body floating above the water, measuring over 10 zhang in length, with a girth comparable to that of a massive tree. Despite its blindness, it relied on instinct to locate the fierce wind and Gu Ruolin, its bloodied eye sockets appearing even more sinister. Chapter 20. A relationship elevated Gu Ruolin produced a circular treasure, which expanded in size with the wind until it was nearly as thick as the water serpent's body. The very artifact that had ensnared the Xian Shui turtle's head before. With a swift motion, Gu Ruolin executed her sealing technique, and the ring flashed as it ensnared the water serpent's tail, tightening with fierce intensity. The water serpent struggled a few times, but failed to break free, letting out an enraged roar as it charged toward their location. Fierce wind, I can restrain the water serpent for 10 breaths. You must leave quickly, or it will be too late, Gu Ruolin urged urgently. Ruolin, the fierce wind shall never abandon you to survive alone, he declared, and without hesitation, he sheathed the fire cloud sword and dove straight into the gaping maw of the water serpent. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 6 or 7 tremendous, muffled explosions resounded as the fierce wind unleashed his wind and thunder technique within the water serpent's body. The sound of thunder reverberated, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the underground. The water serpent's outer skin, akin to a mid-grade magical artifact, rendered the fire cloud sword ineffective. This was the only solution the fierce wind could conceive. After being elevated to the status of Elder of Destiny, all the elders vied for favor with him, with Elder Su sharing knowledge on refining tools, which he had briefly imparted to the fierce wind. This continent is known as the Shinwu continent, where the quality of artifacts is classified into 8 tiers: spiritual tools, magical weapons, precious artifacts, royal instruments, imperial treasures, sacred artifacts, immortal tools, and divine weapons. Each tier is further divided into 4 ranks: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Amidst a violent struggle, the water dragon's head suddenly fell motionless before Gu Ruolin, merely half a zhang away. Its body hung limply in the river, with the foul stench of blood flowing downstream. Ji Ruolin cried out Li Feng's name in desperation. But there was no response for a long time. In her fury, she thrust her spear into the dragon's head repeatedly, each thrust creating tiny blood holes as her protective energy dissipated. Suddenly, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and before Gu Ruolin could react, a crimson inner core shot out, exploding into a mist of blood that surged into her body. A warm, tingling sensation coursed through her, dispelling the chill of the cave. With a splash, Li Feng emerged from the water, wiping droplets from his head. Ji Ruolin, momentarily distracted from the warmth she felt, leaped into the river with a thud, embracing Li Feng tightly. "Ruolin, I'm fine, don't worry. Next time, you mustn't take such risks. Do you know how worried I was? Do you know how terrified I felt all alone?" Gu Ruolin tightened her grip, her nails digging into Li Feng's back, causing him to feel her fear. I have to live and explore the cultivation world with you, and then venture into the immortal realm." After a while, Gu Ruolin released Li Feng, and the two of them washed away the bloodstains in the river before returning to the shore. Li Feng summoned the fire cloud sword, quickly drying their clothes. Li Feng's storage bag was not large enough to contain the water dragon's corpse, so Gu Ruolin stored it in her spatial ring. With limited fish in the river, Li Feng spent a quarter of an hour catching 2 fish weighing over a pound, preparing to roast them. Ji Ruolin's eyes fluttered, and her body trembled slightly. Li Feng, noticing her state, panicked and set the fish aside. Reaching out to touch her forehead, it was hot and bore a hint of a youthful fragrance. That moment, Gu Ruolin had regained her stunning beauty. Akin to a celestial being, the fragrance overwhelmed Li Feng, stirring his emotions and causing his breath to quicken. "Ruolin, what's wrong? Do you have a fever? Don't be afraid. I'll take you to find a doctor right away." Li Feng gently lifted Gu Ruolin, his masculine aura causing her body temperature to rise several degrees. In a sudden burst of strength, she pushed him down, tearing off his clothes with her hands, her sharp nails leaving marks on his skin. "Ruolin, what's wrong? Don't do this." Li Feng, taken aback by her strange demeanor, attempted to rise and stop her, but Gu Ruolin subdued him effortlessly, her cultivation strength overpowering him. She then tore her own clothes, and Li Feng felt the soft touch of her body enveloping him, surrendering to the sensation. The fragrance of the girl carried an intoxicating allure that ensnared Li Feng, who had long harbored feelings for Gu Ruolin, gradually succumbing to the moment. The cave soon echoed with passionate sounds and heavy breathing, a symphony of fervor that persisted for quite some time. After an indeterminate duration, Li Feng slowly opened his eyes to find the enchanting beauty still in slumber. The previous scenes replayed vividly in his memory, igniting a powerful response within him. Ji Ruolin, who had been awake but shyly unsure of how to face him, immediately sensed Li Feng's change. Her body trembling slightly, Li Feng kissed her lips, and Gu Ruolin gently pushed him away, only to quickly succumb to the kiss once more. After several passionate encounters, Li Feng remained unsatisfied, while Gu Ruolin, exhausted, rose to don a new garment. Li Feng also changed into fresh clothes, momentarily at a loss for words. "Lanner, husband, my husband." They spoke simultaneously, though Gu Ruolin's voice was but a whisper. "Lanner, what did you just call me?" "Say it again." Li Feng's heart melted in that instant, enveloping him in warmth. "Husband, what's wrong? Do you not wish to marry me? How could that be? I dream of it constantly. Besides, you have already accepted my token. Silly, this jade pendant is for you. Make sure to keep it close." Li Feng accepted the pendant, gazing at it in wonder. It was translucent and exquisite, engraved with an incomprehensible formation. Clearly valuable, he carefully tied it to his belt. "Lanner, why did I suddenly awaken with my chi cultivation at the 7th level?" Gu Ruolin's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I am the extreme in sacred body, and with our yin-yang harmony, It naturally enhances your strength. I have now reached the peak of the mid-stage foundation establishment. The water dragon's self-detonation of its inner core, being of an inherently in nature, is likely the cause of this change. Li Feng chuckled. Then I must thank this vile dragon for granting me a celestial wife. How annoying to be by the way, now that you're at the 7th level. You can fly with a sword. Here's the method. Familiarize yourself with it. Li Feng began to comprehend the technique. Initially, he could only manage to hover an inch above the ground on the fire cloud sword. But after several attempts, he managed to awkwardly glide for a brief moment. A few times, he lost control and fell into the river, much to Gu Ruolin's amusement. Flying with a sword is not mastered overnight. It requires practice to maneuver effortlessly in the air, including turning, spiraling, and performing flips without falling off the sword. Once proficient, one can condense their spiritual energy around the sword, creating a gravitational pull that steadies their flight. At mastery, one can fly freely wherever their thoughts lead, with the sword following suit. Chapter 21. The Yin-Yang Lotus of Heaven and Earth Husband. There seems to be something unusual about this water dragon. Its bloodline does not appear to be pure. Ji Ruolin expressed her doubts. Li Feng replied, "Oh, but it clearly is a water dragon, my husband. You may be unaware, but this water dragon, based on its age, is in its juvenile stage and should possess at least golden core level cultivation. Moreover, its attacks are quite simplistic, lacking any magical techniques, which is peculiar. Otherwise, we would not have been able to injure its eyes, let alone penetrate its body to attack in its growth stage. A water dragon should at least be in the nascent soul realm, and an adult would be a great demon at the minimum." Gu Ruolin voiced her concerns. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from its tough exterior, this water dragon has no remarkable attributes. It seems we were truly fortunate today. Why, husband? I suddenly thought of another possibility. Gu Ruolin smiled gently. Li Feng's eyes fixated on the adorable and mischievous Gu Ruolin, captivated by her beauty. Husband, what are you thinking? Did you even listen to me? Gu Ruolin, noticing Li Feng's expression, realized he was lost in thought. However, she felt a sense of joy at his admiration for her appearance, prompting her to shyly respond. "Oh, what does Lanner believe is another possibility?" Gu Ruolin explained. "My husband should know that the more formidable a demon beast, the more likely it is to guard treasures. This water dragon's abnormality leads me to suspect it is influenced by an extraordinary treasure. If that is the case, then this treasure must be remarkable. Demon beasts have their territories. With the water dragon dead, there should be no danger here. Let us search around." Upon hearing this, Li Feng began to knock on the stone walls, using the fire cloud sword as a torch for illumination. "My husband, why are you being so foolish? The water dragon's mutation must have occurred in the water. What can you possibly find on the stone wall besides sand?" Gu Ruolin found Li Feng's actions amusing. The two then plunged into the water, swimming upstream in search of clues. The riverbed was dark, obscuring their vision. Ji Ruolin produced a luminous pearl the size of an infant's fist, illuminating the area just enough for them to see a few zhang ahead. Aside from some stones and aquatic plants, there was nothing of note, so they continued their search. Along the way, Li Feng collected 2 aquatic herbs in his storage bag, but after searching 3 li, they found nothing. Ji Ruolin suggested they proceed further, and after traveling another 2 li, they noticed a faint glow to the right, where a cave entrance was partially concealed by floating water plants. As they approached, they confirmed it was indeed a cave, a translucent water barrier allowing them to see a space of about 10 zhang in diameter within. Lanner, this is a barrier space, isolating the river water outside. How marvelous! Li Feng exclaimed in wonder. Ji Ruolin, seeing such a barrier for the first time, was equally delighted and began to explore the area. The space was small, and they quickly surveyed it. A few zhang away, 2 palm-sized lotus flowers bloomed, each growing 2 blossoms of differing colors on their stalks. One was pure white, unmatched in its brilliance, while the other was as black as ink, the darkest hue imaginable. These 2 flowers, one black and one white, formed a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a transcendent ink wash painting, radiating an awe-inspiring presence that commanded reverence. The lotus stems were a vibrant green, more radiant than the finest jade, with 6 perfectly arranged leaves mirroring each other harmoniously. Husband, it seems the water dragon was influenced by the aura of this lotus flower, but I wonder what kind of treasure it is to possess such power. Just gazing at it fills one with reverence. The fierce wind paused, then spoke. I have never seen such beauty. These two lotus flowers are truly magnificent. Let us approach and take a closer look. The two stood a full 10 paces away from the blossoms when, as the fierce wind stepped forward, a sudden roar echoed. An invisible force struck fiercely against the wind, sending him crashing into the stone wall behind him. "My husband, are you all right?" The fierce wind rose and scathed, replying, "I am fine. It harbors no malice, merely a protective instinct to keep me at bay." Gu Ruolin walked over, grasping the fierce wind's hand, concerned to check on his well-being. Pop, pop, with two soft sounds, both bodies of the fierce wind and Gu Ruolin became immobilized, unable to break free no matter how hard they struggled. The black and white lotus flowers released two soft pops and swiftly entered the minds of the two. The white lotus chose the fierce wind, while the black one selected Gu Ruolin. The fierce wind felt a surge of pure yang energy enveloping his body, his spirit cleansed and purified as he directly broke through to the 9th level of chi refinement. Meanwhile, within Gu Ruolin, a wave of pure yin energy erupted, purifying her spirit and propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of late-stage foundation building. For the moment, they were unable to move, yet they could sense each other's conditions as if their hearts were in perfect harmony. It was as though they had entered another world, where every sound around them became vividly clear. The flow of water, the chatter of fish, the chirping of insects on the ground, the whispers of wind through the heavens, and the rustle of grass and trees, all resonating like dancing notes in their ears. Chaos opened the heavens, the Great One gave birth to Yin and Yang. The path holds 9 treasures, a pair of lotus blossoms born together. A voice imbued with supreme Taoist significance reverberated, releasing the two from their immobilization and granting them freedom. Lanner, who would have thought such wondrous beings exist in this world? Black and white dual lotuses. One yin and one yang, life and death intertwined. A cycle of existence, as if in harmony with the Great One. They opened the heavens. The fierce wind contemplated the transformative power of the white lotus. At this moment, the two lotus flowers took root within their respective consciousnesses, safeguarding their spirits. Unless an entity surpassing their realm attempted harm, their spirits would remain untouched, destined for rebirth. The lotus, which had initially grown in the crevice of a stone, split itself in two and fell into their hands, while 6 lotus seeds floated above the stone fissure. The fierce wind and Gu Ruolin each collected 2 seeds, burying the remaining 2 back into the stone crevice. The heavens possess awareness. Their collection of spiritual treasures was a divine blessing, a result of accumulated merits and fortunes. Should they take all, it would sever the roots of these celestial treasures, a grave sin that would bring dire consequences. The avarice of humanity has, throughout the ages, led countless souls to ruin. Having gathered their treasures, there was nothing left to linger over, and the two turned back to the riverbank, locating the cave entrance from which they had fallen. Leaping back and scaling the cave walls, before long, they returned to solid ground. The fierce wind summoned large stones from afar and filled the deep chasm, sealing its entrance with a thick layer of earth. Perhaps to be blessed with the emergence of dual lotuses once again after many years for those fated to find them, the fierce wind cast one last glance at the site. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, his heart a tumult of emotions, chance and destiny. Who can truly expound upon them? Chapter 22. Departure of Ruolin husband, your progress in cultivation is remarkably swift. Advancing to foundation building may leave hidden perils in your foundation. It would be wise to solidify your cultivation and refine your power, Gu Ruolin advised. The fierce wind nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I understand." Lanner. A sudden leap of 4 levels leaves me unable to wield such power effectively. I require thorough honing. Gu Ruolin then inquired, "Husband, what are your plans moving forward?" The fierce wind pondered for a moment before responding. "The tasks of the Loose Cultivator Alliance remain unfinished. I shall complete them first. Having accepted the role of the Elder of Fortune, I must bear some responsibility. I intend to seize this opportunity to slay more high-level beasts while solidifying my cultivation. Not only will it serve as training, but I can also gather materials to aid the Alliance's development. With you, a formidable late-stage foundation cultivator by my side, I feel confident in facing second-tier beasts." "Ha! Gu Ruolin's eyes sparkled with joy at his words. "That sounds splendid. Life within the Loose Cultivator Alliance is rather mundane. Let us remain outside a while longer before returning." The fierce wind smiled slightly, saying, "Very well, Let us seek out a training ground and establish a temporary abode for our cultivation. The fierce wind dispatched a peak first-tier beast, the wind tiger, transforming its lair into their own dwelling with minimal effort. The cave was simply arranged, adorned with some crystal stones along the walls and ceiling, illuminating the space comparably to the oil lamps of an iron end. At the far end lay a wooden bed crafted from 4 trees, each as thick as a man's waist, arranged side by side and cushioned with a layer of beast hide, topped with a thick, dark gray sheet. Beneath the bed were 2 massive stone platforms for the two to sit and cultivate. Near the entrance, a stone table and 2 stone chairs were placed, offering a cozy spot for meals of fruit and tea, where they could engage in pleasant conversations. Within just 2 days, the fierce wind completed the alliance's tasks. They did not hurry to return. Having tasted the fruits of intimacy, the two indulged in passion every few days, with the fierce wind vigorous as a dragon and tiger, leaving Gurulan languishing in bed until well past noon. Time flew by, and the two spent 3 delightful months within the cave. During this time, the fierce wind hunted down dozens of late first-tier beasts, including an early second-tier earth brown bear and an early second-tier flame lion, along with the remains of a water flood dragon, which would allow Elder Su to forge exquisite spiritual swords embodying the attributes of earth, water, and fire upon their return. However, he found no materials of the gold and wood attributes after months of searching, which left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. After ascending to the role of Elder of Fortune, the fierce wind developed a good rapport with the elders of alchemy and artifact forging, from whom he learned that the ranks of artifact forging in the Xinwu continent are divided into 8 levels: spiritual artifacts, magical artifacts, true artifacts, treasured artifacts, imperial artifacts, sacred artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts, with spiritual artifacts being the lowest and divine artifacts the strongest. Each level is further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades, totaling 4 tiers. One day, Gurulan spent the entire day entreating the fierce wind to share stories and converse. The fierce wind, forgoing his cultivation, indulged her, and they chatted endlessly, seemingly with an inexhaustible supply of topics. In the evening, Gurulan prepared a sumptuous feast, a feast for the senses, and they drank 2 jugs of fruit wine, with the fierce wind praising her culinary skills extravagantly. After the meal, Gurulan, instead of meditating as usual, boldly kissed the fierce wind, her silky tongue enticing him irresistibly. Unable to resist the allure of such a heavenly beauty, the fierce wind quickly shed his garments and engaged in passionate embrace. After their intimate encounter, Gurulan eagerly sought more, yielding to the fierce wind's advances, the pleasure akin to being cleansed by divine elixirs. The cave resonated with captivating sounds that stirred the soul. As dawn broke, they finally ceased their passionate exchanges, entwined in each other's arms as they drifted into slumber. The fierce wind refrained from questioning Gurulan's unusual behavior. After all, they had only just shared their love the previous day, and it would typically be at least 2 days before such encounters recurred. Gurulan's sudden assertiveness felt quite extraordinary, but the fierce wind chose not to pry, understanding that if she wished to keep something to herself, it was likely for a reason. His role was to support her, allowing his wife peace of mind. Gurulan, unable to fall asleep, gently nudged the fierce wind after a while, but receiving no response. She rose to dress. With a reluctant gaze, she addressed him softly. "Husband, please forgive Lonar for leaving without a word. I have not revealed my age to you. I am 14 this year. I escaped from a forced marriage, and those 2 men in black who pursued me upon our first meeting were sent by my sect to retrieve me. I do not wish for a marriage dictated by the sect. I desire to chart my own future. Meeting you is the greatest happiness for Lonar, and even if I were to face death in this life, I would forever be your woman. Husband, you have always been proud and hesitant to accept the resources I offer. But now you must take them, for I hope you can become a formidable powerhouse capable of protecting me from being taken away again." Gurulan spoke. Her voice trembled, the weight of her sorrow overwhelming her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she covered her mouth to stifle any sound, fearful of waking the fierce wind. After regaining her composure, she continued, "These are merely resources for cultivation. I cannot impart the sect's techniques, for that would only invite calamity upon you. Husband, I hope you remember Lonar. I long for the day we may meet again." With that, Gurulan turned to leave the cave, her heart aching as she did so. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, the fierce wind had opened his eyes. He had not been asleep, his concern for Gu Ruolin keeping him vigilant. Now, his heart was also in turmoil. The fierce wind did not attempt to detain Gu Ruolin, for it was all a matter of strength. If he possessed formidable power, who would dare to threaten his wife? He could not act now, for that would only deepen Lanner's distress, and the outcome would remain unchanged. The worst fate would be for them both to perish here, and that was not the destiny he sought. Lanner, I will find you and protect you with overwhelming strength. Miss, it is time to go. We have given you 3 days. The fierce wind recognized the voice of the elder who had first appeared in the room, speaking with urgency. Gu Ruolin regarded the 28 individuals before her, all possessing at least foundation-building levels of cultivation, with an icy demeanor. Elder L, is everyone present? Where are the others? Elder L replied, Miss, those few have fallen ill. We shall return to the sect first, and they will report back on their own. Gu Ruolin's gaze turned frosty as she spoke. Elder L, you best not provoke my anger. Should you dare send someone to assassinate my husband today, I will ensure our mutual destruction, if I cannot kill you. I, Gu Ruolin, vow to spend my life hunting down all those involved in the assassination attempt on my husband, even if it means confronting the sect leader. Do not forget, I am the most gifted saintess of the Jinyang sect, and it will take me no more than 10 years to eliminate you. Elder L and the individuals behind him trembled in fear as they were swept by Gu Ruolin's icy gaze, each one of them displaying a panicked expression, unwilling to meet her eyes. If this lady truly desired their demise, they would not dare retaliate. Elder L wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke, Miss, you are overthinking it. The few individuals earlier have already communicated with me, stating that after taking the medicine, they are feeling much better and will soon arrive to return with us to the sect. After a brief moment, for disciples clad in the attire of Jinyang's sect arrived. Gu Ruolin cast a fierce glance at everyone and addressed Elder L, saying, It would be wise for you all to remember my words closely. Should I fall into madness, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. With that, she turned and departed first, and Elder L remained silent, gesturing for the others to follow suit. Once everyone had left, Lai Feng stood up and picked up the ring Gu Ruolin had left behind. He was uncertain if Elder L and the others would heed her words, for at least at this moment, he lacked the capability to confront these elite disciples. Without the time to examine the contents of the ring, he took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the Loose Cultivator Alliance. To survive and become a formidable force was currently Lai Feng's greatest ambition. Jinyang sect, Ruolin, I will undoubtedly find you. Await my return. Chapter 23. A new dawn for the Alliance. Let us form a team. Let us form a team. Is there anyone recruiting at the 4th level of Qi Refinement? Chen Feng's team is missing a ranged attacker at the 5th level of Qi Refinement. Is there anyone available? The young master himself led a team to hunt dozens of mid to late-stage first-tier beasts. There are benefits to be had this time. Indeed. Quickly strive to enter the inner sect. Upon returning to the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Lai Feng discovered a plethora of new faces, and the entire alliance was abuzz with activity. Over 100 new houses had sprung up within the alliance. Had he returned a few months later, he might have thought he had entered the wrong place. Lai Feng, now sharp-eyed and perceptive, quickly pieced together the happenings below. After Lu Yuanqing assumed leadership of the alliance, he initiated extensive reforms. In addition to the minimum standard of being at least at the 3rd level of Qi Refinement, he also instituted a provision allowing individuals with special skills, such as expertise in herb cultivation, to join regardless of their cultivation level. Several skilled individuals had been recruited, and a medicinal garden spanning several acres was established at the back of the alliance. The disciples were categorized into inner and outer sects, with the inner sect hosting a grand competition each quarter. Those ranking in the bottom 3 would be relegated to the outer sect, and their monthly stipend would decrease from 5 low-grade spirit stones to 2. Inner sect disciples who maintained a ranking within the top 50 for an entire year would be awarded a low-grade spirit tier tiger wolf sword and a full set of low-grade spirit tier tiger wolf armor. The top 3 in the outer sect's quarterly competition could gain entry into the inner sect, while the bottom 3 would manage the reserve camp for 3 months, affording them minimal time for cultivation. The reserve camp primarily consisted of loose cultivators at the 1st to 3rd levels of Qi Refinement, who could assist the inner and outer sect disciples with various tasks to earn rewards, thus allowing the inner and outer sect disciples more time to focus on their cultivation. Each month, The Alliance would send an inner sect disciple to deliver a lecture for a day, offering a reward of 5 low-grade spirit stones and 10 contribution points. Many inner sect disciples vied fiercely for this opportunity, though failure to deliver a satisfactory lecture would yield no reward, as the Alliance maintained stringent assessments in this regard. These monthly lectures provided invaluable guidance to the loose cultivators at the first and second levels of Qi refinement, expediting their cultivation progress. In just over 3 months, over 200 reserve camp cultivators had joined, with many more arriving upon learning of the news. Furthermore, each month, an elder from the Alliance in the Foundation establishment stage would deliver lectures for 2 days. The Alliance strictly enforced the directives of the Fortune Elder, emphasizing that the Alliance belonged to everyone, and all disciples from both inner and outer sects were obliged to undertake beast hunting missions without compensation, including the young master and combat-oriented elders. They could hunt independently or form teams, with the requirements for the beasts to be hunted varying according to each individual S strength. Lu Yuanqing tripled the stipends for the elders, who were more inclined to focus on their cultivation rather than manage Alliance affairs, willingly following the young master's orders. He subsequently promoted 10 capable stewards, offering them generous compensation. In summary, the Loose Cultivator Alliance now thrived, with a wealth of medicinal pills, spirit artifacts, and beast materials stored in the Alliance treasury. When the master emerged from seclusion and beheld this flourishing scene, he felt immense satisfaction, marveling at the Fortune Elder's capabilities. Before retreating back into his seclusion, Lai Feng descended upon the entrance of the task pavilion, wielding the fire cloud sword. Who is this? So young and so powerful. Weren't they at the 5th level of Qi refinement before? How can they now fly on a sword after just over 3 months? This is a hallmark of a 7th level cultivator. Salutations, Fortune Elder. Some newly arrived disciples and those just returning to the mountain had heard of Lai Feng's name but had never met him. However, many senior disciples recognized him and greeted him respectfully, bowing in unison. Lai Feng waved a hand, saying, "No need for formalities," and looked at the steward disciple of the task pavilion, gesturing. Dozens of beast corpses materialized on the ground, some for tasks and others hunted outside of them. Are all these slain by the elders? So many? All of them are at the late stage of Qi refinement. The nearly 100 disciples present were astounded. The elders were truly formidable. The female disciples gazed at Lai Feng with sparkling eyes, as if they wished to embrace him and share a warm night. Lai Feng calmly stated, "These few are task beasts. The rest are ones I've hunted in my spare time. Please calculate and convert all of them into spirit stones and deliver them to me." After speaking, Lai Feng turned and flew back to his courtyard. The courtyard remained unchanged, yet it felt starkly empty without Gu Ruolin's company. He opened the door and glanced at the storage ring left for him by Gu Ruolin. After completing the mental imprint, the ring automatically acknowledged its new master. To his astonishment, the ring contained hundreds of zhang in space, filled with valuable items. A fist-sized piece of golden ridge sand, suitable for crafting top-tier spirit swords, lay within. There were also 5 foundation establishment pills, intended for Lai Feng's upcoming foundation establishment preparations. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, piled into a small mountain, were present. Given that his monthly stipend as an elder was merely 50 stones, amounting to 600 annually, this equated to 50 years of remuneration. Lai Feng gasped in disbelief. He knew Gu Ruolin hailed from a higher realm of cultivation and possessed exceptional talent and status. Yet he had not anticipated such wealth. A few vials of superior healing pills were all that remained, with nothing else left behind, not even a letter. Lai Feng understood this was likely out of concern for his inadequate strength. Fearing that he might act impulsively and meet his demise, "Ruolin, I will find you as quickly as I can." A series of knocks echoed at the door. Lai Feng rose to open it, revealing the steward disciple from the task pavilion. "Elder, your task rewards amount to 400 spirit stones, alongside an additional 1,500 spirit stones converted from the materials obtained from the beasts. Thank you for your hard work." Lai Feng accepted the storage bag, expressing gratitude. "Farewell, Elder." After the steward disciple departed, Lai Feng hung a sign on the courtyard door stating, "Please do not disturb," and resolved to enter seclusion for a period. With his cultivation stabilized, he was ready to attempt foundation establishment. Lai Feng organized the valuable items in his storage bag, placing the precious ones into the storage ring. Seated within the stone chamber designated for seclusion, he summoned 200 spirit stones to orbit around him, activating a small gathering spirit array. Immediately, the chamber was filled with a mist of spiritual energy. I almost forgot to bring you out. It was only then that Lai Feng noticed the broken pot he had selected from the Alliance treasury nestled among the pile of spirit stones. Just as he intended to stow the broken pot away, he sensed something amiss. He distinctly remembered that there had been 7 or 8 spirit stones positioned near the pot, yet they were now gone. Prioritizing his cultivation, Lai Feng dismissed the thought and retrieved 7 or 8 stones to fill the void. Whoosh! They vanished. This time, Lai Feng observed closely. It was precisely those 7 or 8 stones that had disappeared. Determined to investigate, Lai Feng approached the broken pot with a spirit stone in hand. But there was no reaction. As soon as the stone made contact with the pot, it vanished once more, confirming his suspicions. Lai Feng unscrewed the lid of the pot, revealing a dozen drops of spiritual liquid. Likely derived from the spirit stones that had just been refined, he placed a drop on his tongue. It swiftly coursed down his throat and seamlessly merged with his dantian, requiring no refining and transforming directly into pure spiritual power. What a remarkable find! It saves much time in absorption, though the spiritual power content of the liquid is only 70% of that of the spirit stones, resulting in a 30% loss. Lai Feng had no concept of such matters. Regardless of how much wealth one possessed, it all had to be spent. He was solely focused on swiftly enhancing his strength to find Ruolin. He remained oblivious to the trials and dangers that awaited her upon her return, hoping only for her safety. Chapter 24. The spirit refining pot money can be earned back, but no amount of wealth will instantly elevate one's strength. Lai Feng named the broken pot the spirit refining pot and poured all of his 2,000 low-grade spirit stones into it, transforming into a shallow layer of spiritual water at the pot's base. He then added the beast core he had harvested, which quickly transformed into various colored spiritual liquids floating atop the spiritual water, remaining separate from one another. Lai Feng pondered that it must be an issue of attributes. This pot could autonomously classify the contents, which was indeed wondrous. He proceeded to test with other items, discovering that as long as the items lacked spiritual energy, the pot vehemently rejected them, ejecting them from its confines. Even when he attempted to place his clothing and shoes inside, the pot expelled them and sealed itself shut, resisting every effort to open it. He had quite the temperament. The pot possessed spirit. Lai Feng promptly apologized to the pot, presenting it with the beast cores until it calmed down and permitted him to open the lid once more. The 5-element celestial technique differed from other cultivation methods, and could even be described as exceedingly demanding. To ascend each major realm, one needed not only to reach the pinnacle of spiritual power, but also to cultivate the 5 elemental energies to a specific degree to successfully advance. Lai Feng now faced the challenge of absorbing spiritual energy to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, while simultaneously needing to absorb the elemental energies to condense them into crystal forms. Each element had to be refined into grains of crystal before he could consume the foundation establishment pills to break through his realm. With the aid of the spirit refining pot, Lai Feng directly ingested the spiritual liquid, achieving the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement within just a few days. However, the spiritual energy he had previously absorbed was muddled and indistinct, necessitating purification before he could attempt to break through to the next realm. Many cultivators who had not undergone purification, or whose purification lacked sufficient quality, found their combat capabilities significantly diminished. Even after promotion, the process of purification is the most arduous, requiring the use of one's divine consciousness to delineate and compress the mixed spiritual energy. With the assistance of the White Lotus, Lai Feng found it effortless to perceive the chaotic state of his internal spiritual power. He resolved to first separate the fire spiritual energy, as it was the elemental force he wielded most adeptly. As he focused his divine consciousness on his dantian, the various colors of spiritual energy intertwined like strands of silk, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. If not unraveled, it would be impossible to continue weaving the sweater. In the event of battle, if a cultivator's internal spiritual energy were to falter, it would spell disaster. For those in the qi refinement stage, the impact might be negligible, but for those in the foundation establishment stage, the use of specific spiritual energies with requisite purity was critical. Otherwise, they would be unable to execute their techniques. Lai Feng meticulously drew the red fire spiritual energy, forming a sphere above his dantian. With the energies adhering to one another, By activating his divine consciousness, he commanded the fireball to spin rapidly, expelling the inferior, impure fire spiritual energy. With his mind divided, he directed the waste energy through his meridians and pores out of his body. After a day, the fire spiritual energy was purified, leaving 3 droplets of fire attribute spiritual liquid floating. Lai Feng continued to refine and purify the spiritual liquids of other attributes. The process was identical, yet his efficiency was halved compared to the purification of the fire attribute. Lai Feng had been cultivating in the stone chamber for a month. During this time, many elders and disciples who learned of his return came to pay their respects. Upon seeing the Do Not Disturb sign, they sighed and departed. The title of Elder of Fortune was no jest. Within the Loose Cultivator Alliance, there existed a saying, "Better to offend the leader than to anger the Elder of Fortune, or else your cultivation journey may come to a halt." In the span of a month, he successfully purified the 5 elemental spiritual liquids and the Dantian spiritual liquid. Each type of elemental spiritual liquid yielded 3 droplets, while 5 droplets were required to condense into grains of crystal, water, fire, and earth attributes were easy to procure. Lai Feng had obtained the cores of demonic beasts and could directly consume them after refining with the spirit refining pot, preparing 6 droplets of the first 3 types for added safety. However, the metal and wood attributes posed a challenge. With only 4 droplets available for each. It seemed he would need to hunt more of these 2 types of demonic beasts. A third of the spiritual energy in the spirit refining pot remained, sufficient for his needs. Lai Feng noticed that after refining so many spiritual stones and demonic beast cores, the pot's iron surface had become slightly less rusty, almost imperceptibly so. This pot held great significance. He resolved to use it with utmost caution, ensuring that no outsiders beheld it. Perhaps in the future, as he refined more spiritual materials, the true nature of the spirit refining pot would be revealed, which he looked forward to with anticipation. Speaking of spiritual materials, demonic beast corpses also counted as such. He wondered if they could be refined as well, and he planned to test it on his next outing. Although he had several second-tier demonic beast corpses stored in his spatial ring, those were reserved for crafting his flying swords, so he could not experiment recklessly. Rising to put away the spirit refining pot, he found that the small spirit gathering flag had become somewhat redundant, and he placed it in a corner of his spatial ring. "Elder Su, how have you been lately?" "Ah, it is Brother Lai Feng. Come, sit and have a cup of tea." Elder Su of the Artifact Refining Pavilion warmly welcomed Lai Feng. After sipping a cup of tea, Lai Feng produced a box and handed it to Elder Su, saying, "Elder Su, this contains the gallbladders of a late-stage first-tier demonic beast. A small gift for you to brew wine." Elder Su carefully accepted it, glancing inside and exclaiming in delight, expressing his gratitude profusely. Lai Feng then revealed the corpses of a earth-brown bear and a blazing lion, along with 2 enormous fangs from a water flood dragon. "Elder Su, I have come with a request. I hope you can forge for me exquisite spiritual weapons of water, fire, and earth attributes. As for compensation, feel free to name your price." Elder Su was taken aback, realizing that these materials were all from early to mid-stage second-tier beasts, which he had not encountered in many years. He quickly responded, "As for compensation, let's set that aside. These 2 corpses are more than sufficient. Anything extra can be considered as payment. However, crafting exquisite spiritual weapons is time-consuming. Each one will take at least 5 days, so you will need to wait a while." Lai Feng then produced a piece of golden ridge sand, asking, "Elder, do you think this can be used to forge a flying sword of the same quality with metal attributes?" Golden ridge sand, and of a fist-sized piece at that. Elder Su did not respond immediately. He took the golden ridge sand and examined it for a long time, enamored. Before regaining his composure, "I apologize for my rudeness. This golden ridge sand is sufficient to forge a low-grade magical tool flying sword. Brother Lai Feng, I hope you do not mind my boldness. For a low-grade magical tool flying sword, only 2/3 of this sand is needed. Might you part with the remainder? I would be willing to use my lifelong collection to assist you in crafting the other 3 flying swords as low-grade magical tools." Elder Su said nervously, clutching the golden ridge sand tightly, anxious that Lai Feng might refuse. Lai Feng felt a surge of joy. The power of low-grade magical tools was significantly superior to that of spiritual weapons, at least double the potency. "No problem. I appreciate your help. I would like to inquire if you know where I might obtain materials for crafting a low-grade magical tool flying sword with wood attributes." Chapter 25. stealthily hunting tree demons. Elder Su pondered for a moment before replying. I do not know why you are investing such substantial resources into crafting flying swords of the 5 elemental attributes, but acquiring wood attribute materials is indeed quite difficult. The Tiger Wolf Mountain is teeming with demonic beasts. Yet wood attributes are typically only found in tree demons. As for tree demons, the only known location in Junhua Prefecture is the Womulan Forest, 200 miles from the Qingyun sect. However, the Qingyun sect forbids us loose cultivators from entering. Lai Feng was initially pleased by the first half of Elder Su's statement, but his expression soured at the latter half. So the Womulan Forest belongs to the Qingyun sect. Humph, while it is called a forest, it is essentially an enormous mountain range, with the main ridge located in our Nanyang County. The mountain is abundant with spiritual fruits and hosts numerous second-tier tree demons. The Qingyun sect may lack the capacity to dominate it, but they do not wish for us loose cultivators or other sects to gain strength from it. Therefore, they have long-stationed disciples to patrol the base of the mountain. If outsiders are detected, they will be driven away at best, or killed at worst. Due to the proximity of the Qingyun sect's headquarters, they can respond swiftly, and over time, no one has dared to provoke them. After all, the spiritual fruits offer limited enhancement, while tree demons possess greater abilities than ordinary demonic beasts and are exceedingly difficult to deal with. Lai Feng clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you for the information. Elder Dai shall take my leave now and return in a month to collect the flying swords. Brother Lai Feng, the crafting of low-grade magical tools takes even longer. 4 swords in a month. Lai Feng interrupted. Do not worry, Elder Dai, in a month. I will only take the ones that have been completed. I will need ample time to practice with the flying swords, so the timing will work out perfectly. After departing from the artifact refining pavilion, Lai Feng headed straight to the mission pavilion to accept all tasks related to hunting late-stage first-tier and early-stage second-tier demonic beasts, causing quite a stir within the pavilion. Is this truly the Elder of Fortune? What a formidable individual. Indeed, just last month, he hunted dozens of late-stage first-tier demonic beasts, and now he is setting out again. I envy him so much. How I wish I possessed such ability. The buzz continued to spread throughout the alliance, while the protagonist, Lai Feng, found himself once again at Tiger Wolf Mountain. With the purified spiritual energy bolstering his strength, he completed all hunting tasks within half a month. Along the way, he spared no late-stage first-tier demonic beasts, having discovered another secret of the spirit refining pot. When he pressed the pot against a demonic beast's corpse, it would absorb the body directly and refine it into a meat spirit pill the size of a fingernail, pure spiritual energy that required no further purification. One late-stage first-tier meat spirit pill was roughly equivalent to the spiritual energy of 10 low-grade spiritual stones. While this yielded fewer stones than contributing to the alliance, the meat spirit pill had another powerful effect. It could enhance the body directly, boasting an efficacy at least 5 times greater than the body-enhancing pills produced by the pill refining pavilion. After extracting the cores, Lai Feng refined all remaining demonic beast corpses into meat spirit pills for consumption. As the body-enhancing effects of the pills had a time limit. Generally, a meat spirit pill from a late-stage first-tier demonic beast had only half a day of efficacy, whereas the pills from early-stage second-tier beasts required a full day for digestion and absorption. Providing even stronger enhancement. As his cultivation level increased, the absorption speed would accelerate. Lai Feng consumed one as soon as the time was up, and he currently had over 30 late-stage first-tier and 4 early-stage second-tier meat spirit pills stored in his spatial ring. The spirit refining pot was destined to become his most treasured possession. Since demonic beast corpses could be refined, he surmised that ores could be as well. He took out a water attribute ore. And indeed, it yielded water attribute mist. Although the ore was of poor quality and insufficient for refinement into liquid form, it nonetheless brought Lai Feng considerable joy. As long as he had enough metal attribute ores, the missing metal attribute spiritual liquid would be resolved. Now, he only needed wood attribute materials, which meant a trip to Womulan Forest was imperative. Womulan Forest, viewed from different angles, appeared as a majestic ridge or a towering peak. Lush and verdant with flourishing flora. In the distance, several low-tier disciples of the Qingyun sect patrolled the foot of the mountain. With ease, Lai Feng's cultivation allowed him to bypass the guards and enter the forest. Not long after, dozens of demon grasses extended their long branches and leaves, sweeping towards him. With a swift rotation of his flying sword, he severed them all and continued onward. After walking for an hour, he encountered over 100 waves of attacks. Here, the plants and trees themselves were demonic entities that actively assaulted intruding humans or animals. It was no wonder that this place was devoid of insects. In addition to the flora, the entire mountain is teeming with malevolent creatures. No wonder no one can claim dominion over the forest of 10,000 trees. The sheer number is staggering, with many of these beings not even reaching the first tier of demonic flora. Yet, when they unite for an assault, their ferocity surpasses that of first-tier demon grasses. At last, Wind has entered the territory of the late first-tier demon trees. Before his eyes stand over 100 of these formidable trees, each trunk thick enough to be embraced by 2 individuals, towering anywhere from several dozen to over 100 zhang. Fortunately, each tree has its own designated area of movement. Had it not been for the threat of extermination, they would never have banded together. Otherwise, being besieged by hundreds of trees of the same rank would either lead to Wind's demise or leave him utterly exhausted. The coverage of these trees is far too extensive. Suddenly, 2 robust branches, as agile as arms, lunged towards Wind with tremendous force. He deftly dodged, only to glance back and witness the ground where he had just stood being pierced, leaving a vast, bottomless hole. This attack's intensity was far greater than that of 9 bulls and 4 elephants combined. Wind employed the vine technique. In this area, the earth and wood attributes of spiritual energy were vibrant. Dozens of vines ensnared the 2 branches firmly, just as they were on the verge of breaking free. The fire cloud sword, infused with a blaze of firelight, swiftly severed them. The tree demon, fearing flames, was enraged by the pain and unleashed a barrage of its hundreds of branches towards Wind. He swiftly evaded, channeling the fire cloud sword to its utmost potential. A sword light several zhang long flashed and cleaved through the demon trees at their roots. With the branches felled, he collected the essence of the main trunk, a 10 zhang length, into his storage ring. He proceeded in the same manner, severing over 100 late first-tier tree demons. Before him lay only a few dozen trees. Yet each was significantly thicker and taller than those he had previously cut down. This was the destination of Wind's journey, the early second-tier tree demons, for it was only with such materials that one could forge low-grade wooden artifacts. After 3 days of continuous combat, fatigue set in. After consuming 2 flesh spirit pills and sipping a mouthful of spiritual liquid, he felt rejuvenated, while mental fatigue was non-existent, as the sun lotus suppressed his consciousness. Even a fortnight without rest would pose no issue. Rising, he charged towards a tree demon, the clanging of metal resonating through the air. Indeed, these second-tier tree demons proved troublesome, as hard as iron. Even with all his might, Wind needed 2 strikes to sever a single branch, and facing this multitude of branches left him pondering when he would achieve victory. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling a saying, "To catch a thief, first capture the leader. To defeat an enemy, first slay the head." He altered his strategy, continuously evading the assaults of the branches, and focused his first strike on the main trunk. The tree demon, enraged, ignited in flames, finding this human as agile as a monkey. After countless branches failed to ensnare Wind, nearly half regrouped defensively, creating an impenetrable barrier around the trunk, while the other half continued their pursuit. Feeling utterly frustrated, Wind managed to carve out only a palm's depth into the trunk over the course of an hour, a mere trifle against the massive tree. With the defenses tightly sealed, he needed to dodge the attacks of the branches. And for a moment, the roles reversed. It was now Wind who found himself fleeing. The tree demons reveled in their triumph, their branches trembling with glee as they temporarily ceased their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Wind devised a method. He separated a droplet of fire attribute spiritual liquid from just above his dantian and infused it into the fire cloud sword. Instantly, a firelight stretching dozens of zhang surged forth, severing several branches of the tree demon. Seeing a chance, Wind did not wait for the tree demon to counterattack. He struck first, the crimson sword light sweeping across, felling the tree demon in a neat horizontal cut, leaving only a flat stump to testify that a giant tree had once stood there. With the momentum of the spiritual liquid still potent, he severed 2 more tree demons before halting. The second-tier tree demons were treasures in their own right. Wind directly stored 3 entire trees in his storage ring. Nearby, numerous places continued to emit flames, layers of fallen leaves ignited by the fire cloud sword's fierce blaze, sending thick smoke billowing into the air, visible from a distance. Who dares to act recklessly in the territory of my Qingyun sect? A woman's voice thundered, causing Lai Wen to pause just as he was about to leave. In the blink of an eye, two Qingyun sect cultivators appeared before him. Itsu. Lai Wen and the woman exclaimed in unison, the woman being none other than Zhao Yin, the daughter of the Qingyun sect's leader. Zhao Yin recalled their first encounter, where she had refrained from slaying him, a decision that had lingered in her mind. It was only later that she learned this mere mortal had become her heart's demon. To advance in her cultivation, she needed to eliminate this heart's demon, leading her to visit Luoyu town several times in vain. Now, by fate, she had encountered him here. Having just emerged from seclusion, Zhao Yin and her companion heard reports of disturbances in the forest of 10,000 trees. Eager to investigate, they had volunteered to intercept the elders preparing to venture forth. Lai Wen calmly remarked, the Qingyun sect remains as domineering as ever, with so many demons in the forest of 10,000 trees. And even a third-tier tree demon at its peak. Do you truly believe your sect possesses the capability to seize control? You brat, I didn't expect you to become such a formidable cultivator. Just as sharp-tongued as ever, I warned you that if I saw you again, I would kill you. Today, prepare to pay with your life. A flash of azure light surged, and a flying sword shot towards Lai Wen at breakneck speed. He sidestepped just in time, but the lethal blade still grazed his face, leaving a shallow cut. The mid-grade metal attribute flying sword was renowned for its ferocity and attack, and Lai Wen was astounded to find that this girl had already reached the Foundation establishment's initial stage. The Qingyun sect's foundation was indeed beyond that of the loose cultivator alliance. The man beside Zhao Yin was none other than the cultivator who had crippled her arms years ago. Now also a Foundation establishment cultivator. Observing their auras, Lai Wen surmised they had recently ascended, their cultivation still unstable. He scrutinized them, his cold gaze making one feel uneasy. Humph! You worthless wretch, why are you staring at my wife? Today, I shall gouge out your eyes and cripple your cultivation, feeding it to the dogs. The man spat venomously. Lai Wen replied unhurriedly, in this world, there exists a cycle of cause and effect. Back then, you abused your power to bully others. Had I been a mere ordinary mortal, my life would have been forfeit, and destroying one's prospects is akin to taking one's life. You killed me once, yet you show no remorse. Now, the wheel of karma turns. Today, I shall claim your heads. With a flick of the fire cloud sword, he deflected Zhao Yan's flying sword and advanced toward the duo. The man drew a low-grade earth attribute flying sword to meet Lai Wen's strike. While earth attributes are revered for their resilience, their offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. Lai Wen's initial strike yielded no results, and a flying sword approached from behind. Utilizing the yin light technique, he dodged as though teleporting. Lai Wen pondered how the yin light technique, which had once resembled a mere mortal's lightness skill, had transformed into a teleportation ability as he entered the latter stage of qi refinement. However, the techniques bestowed by his master were extraordinary. Perhaps, in the past, his cultivation had been insufficient to unleash their power. The clash of the three swords, one gold, one red, and one black, created a symphony of metal against metal, resonating through the void, albeit lacking a melodious rhythm. Suddenly, a crack sounded, sending a tremor through Lai Wen's heart. The fire cloud sword's grade paled in comparison to the two flying swords, and in a direct confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. If this continued, the fire cloud sword would shatter. Lai Wen retracted the sword, observing the numerous gashes adorning its surface, feeling a pang of regret. He infused it with another droplet of fire attribute spiritual liquid, causing it to radiate with brilliance, sending the pursuing gold and black swords flying hundreds of zhang away. Zhao Yin and her companion found it impossible to regain control of their swords in the face of such immense force. As the fire cloud sword surged toward Zhao Yin, its sword energy locked onto her. With no time to evade, she drew a large shield to block the incoming strike. However, the shield was of only moderate quality, a mere upper-grade spiritual artifact. The man, realizing the shield would be insufficient to withstand the fire cloud sword's assault, turned to flee, abandoning his flying sword. Wife, hold on. I will return to the sect and summon the sect leader to eliminate this foe. Zhao Yin was taken aback. The second senior brother, who had always cared for her, would abandon her in such a dire moment. Why had she been so naive to believe this man's empty promises? Giving him everything, with a resounding crash, The fire cloud sword pierced through the shield, driving straight through her heart. Blood spewed forth as Zhao Yin glanced down to see the grievous wound, her life fading away as she collapsed to the ground. Lai Wind, channeling his technique, directed the fire cloud sword for another fierce thrust, severing the fleeing man's left arm cleanly at the shoulder. Yet, as he prepared to attack once more, he found his internal spiritual energy waning and could only let him escape. Retrieving the fire cloud sword, he noted the deep fissures along its blade, rendering it unusable. After the relentless battles against the tree demons and now against these two, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He drank a couple more sips of spiritual liquid, replenishing himself. The elixir in his refining pot was running low. While its effects were remarkable, the consumption had been substantial. However, killing Zhao Yin would forge an unbreakable enmity with the Qingyun sect. For now, he needed to focus on enhancing his strength and advancing to the foundation establishment stage for self-preservation. Taking Zhao Yan's storage ring and confiscating the flying swords from the two, Lai Wen's figure flickered, vanishing into the dense woods in mere moments, heading towards the loose cultivator alliance. Senior brother Lin Wei. Senior brother is injured. Quickly! The disciples guarding the Qingyun sect rushed to assist the gravely wounded Lin Wei as he staggered back. His face was pale, and after spitting out a mouthful of black blood, he urged, "Don't mind me. Go report to the sect leader. Elder, Junior's sister is in danger. Hurry, save her." As he spoke, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Senior brother Lin. Senior brother. This is bad. Junior sister Zhao is in peril. You two take senior brother Lin to tend to his wounds. I will report to the sect leader. Several disciples dashed away in a panic. Recognizing the severity of Lin Wei's injuries, inflicted by sword energy, if someone dared to attack a foundation establishment cultivator of the Qingyun sect, and if junior sister Zhao were harmed, all of Nanyang County would be in chaos. Chapter 27. The Qingyun stirs, Nanyang in turmoil. Yenner, my daughter. The leader of the Qingyun sect, upon hearing the disciples' report, rushed over with several elders. Upon seeing Zhao Yan's lifeless body, tears streamed down his face. Fear not, my daughter. I shall avenge you. He scooped up Zhao Yan's corpse and, turning to the elders with a menacing expression, commanded, "Return to the sect. I want to know who the murderer is." A group of individuals swiftly returned to Qingyun sect. And the news of Zhao Yan's tragic demise spread like wildfire, leaving the sect in utter shock. Is Lin Wei still unconscious? Zhao Guangren, the sect leader, asked anxiously, his face bearing the weight of sorrow. With half of his hair turned white overnight, having devoted himself to cultivation, Zhao Guangren had only one daughter, Zhao Yin. After the untimely death of his partner, he had chosen not to remarry, and now he faced the heart-wrenching reality of losing a child to death. He should be waking up soon. Lin Wei is gravely injured and has lost a lot of blood. It was a close call, replied an elder. Reporting to the sect leader, senior brother Lin Wei has awakened and wishes to see you. A disciple hurriedly relayed. Zhao Guangren, along with the elders, rushed to the pill hall to visit. Master, I'm deeply sorry. It's all my fault, Lin Wei, for failing to protect Yenner, Lin Wei said, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Guangren's gaze turned sharp as he said, Weier, do not blame yourself. Quickly tell me who killed Yenner. Lin Wei responded, it was a common warrior named Lai Feng from Luoyu town, who somehow became a cultivator. I had a conflict with him during a mission with my junior sister to capture the Fire Cloud Master. I intended to kill him, but my senior brother's mercy stopped me, and I only crippled his cultivation. I was unaware of what opportunities he obtained afterward. This time, he must have deliberately lured my junior sister and me into an ambush. This, senior brother Qin Yu immediately knelt, saying, I'm sorry. Master, it's all my fault for not acting decisively. I should have shown no mercy. I will avenge my junior sister personally. Zhao Guangren inquired, what level of cultivation does Lai Feng possess? Lin Wei replied, he is merely at the peak of qi refining and has not yet established his foundation. He wields a low-grade flying sword, but can unleash power comparable to a top-grade magical artifact. My junior sister and I were severely injured and unable to fight back. He primarily targeted her. Seeing no hope for her escape, I intended to return quickly to report for help, but I was a step too late. As Lin Wei spoke, he fainted from grief. Zhao Guangren commanded the physician to take good care of him, then led the senior members back to the council hall. Seated on the sect leader's throne, Zhao Guangren declared, issue a decree. From this moment forth, All disciples at the 5th level of Qi refining and above, as well as elders, are to venture out and search for the whereabouts of the murderer. Lai Feng, maintain communication. I shall flay him alive to comfort Yinner's spirit in the afterlife. After saying this, he slumped into his chair, his expression one of profound sorrow, while the others departed to carry out his orders. Have you heard? The daughter of the Qingyun sect leader has been murdered. Who did you hear that from? Who would dare to kill a divine being? Go see for yourself. The city lord's office has posted a notice. It is said the murderer had a feud with Qingyun sect in Luoyu town and was just an ordinary warrior before somehow becoming a cultivator, possessing boundless magical power. After seriously injuring one and killing another of Qingyun sect's powerful figures, he fled. The sect is currently searching the entire county. Indeed, I have also heard that the entire sect has mobilized, with celestial beings flying through the skies. This is a first in Nanyang's history. Throughout Nanyang County, discussions about Lai Feng's assassination of the sect leader's daughter erupted, with details of his past being unearthed. Lai Feng's likeness became etched in everyone's memory. Even children skilled in drawing could replicate his image from memory. As the dominant power in Nanyang County for centuries, Qingyun sect's might was beyond imagination, and the city lord's offices along with various cultivation families were all mobilized. Now, as people walked the streets, they exchanged glances, knowing that anyone providing clues could claim a substantial reward from Qingyun sect. The unrest in Nanyang County quickly reached the scattered cultivators' alliance. Have you heard? The Elder of Fortune has killed the daughter of the Qingyun sect leader. And now the entire Nanyang County is seeking the Elder of Fortune. Yes, everyone knows now. The question is, what will the alliance do? Will they surrender the Elder or support him? Sigh, this choice is too difficult. The power of Qingyun sect is not something our scattered cultivators' alliance can contend with, yet the Elder of Fortune is the backbone of our alliance. If we surrender him, the scattered cultivators will lose heart. As for me, I support the Elder of Fortune. Without him, the alliance would not be where it is today. I would still be struggling for resources, that's true. The alliance is currently lacking only time and foundation. Never mind, this is not for us to consider. We shall await the alliance's decision. Lai Feng realized he could no longer conceal the matter. Upon his return, he completed the task and laid dozens of late-stage, first-grade demon tree essences before the mission hall. The sight of dozens of tree trunks, each as thick as a person and 10 zhang long, created an overwhelming visual impact. This was an impressive quantity of late-stage first-grade demon trees, enough to sustain the entire alliance's disciples for quite some time. As Lai Feng departed amidst the astonishment of onlookers, he headed towards the artifact refining hall. Upon learning that Elder Su was wholeheartedly focused on crafting a flying sword for him, he found that a low-grade water attribute flying sword had already been completed. Aptly named Water Cloud Sword, seemingly reflecting Elder Su's fondness for the character Cloud. Without further ado, Lai Feng took the Water Cloud Sword, leaving behind a section of a tree demon's trunk at the early stage 2nd grade for Elder Su to refine into a wood attribute flying sword after he emerged from his seclusion. Lai Feng initially intended to explain to the alliance leader about his actions in slaying Zhao Yin, only to discover that the leader was in seclusion, striving to break through to the next level. Leaving all affairs of the alliance in the hands of the young leader, Lu Yuanxing at this moment, Lu Yuanxing sat at the head of the table, and Lai Feng took his place beside him as the first elder. With 8 other elders and several alliance stewards flanking them. Everyone was aware of the recent upheaval in Qingyun sect, their expressions clouded with concern. However, Lu Yuanxing, appearing relaxed, said, "Elders, please speak up. With Qingyun sect making such a public announcement in Nanyang County, treating our scattered cultivators alliance elders with disdain, how should we respond?" The elders, stewards, and even Lai Feng were taken aback by his words. What did this mean? Was it the alliance leader's intent? After all, every action of the young leader reflected the leader's will. Such a statement seemed to be an open display of favoritism. How could they deal with such a formidable opponent when their own strength was lacking? This felt like a pressure to choose sides. Elder Qi, who had just advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, had arrived first upon hearing of Lai Feng's incident, his cultivation still unsteady. What is the Elder of Fortune? He represents our alliance's fortune. Regardless of what the Elder of Fortune does, it embodies the will of the alliance. Though Qingyun sect has long dominated Nanyang, being a righteous sect, they have engaged in their share of sordid affairs. Zhao Yin was particularly reckless, prone to violence. The Elder of Fortune acts in accordance with heavenly will to rid the world of evils, and for that, He deserves great credit. I am willing to stake my life in support of the Elder of Fortune. In truth, all present had benefited from Lai Feng. Much of their recent equipment and elixirs had come from his hunts of demon beasts. They merely needed a leader to rally behind. With Elder Qi taking the lead, the others followed suit, recognizing the opportunities that had opened up since Elder Qi had grown closer to Lai Feng. Even the alliance leader had been inspired to pursue breakthroughs. Who wouldn't he want to get closer to Lai Feng? Yet, he often secluded himself for cultivation or went out to hunt demon beasts, leaving little opportunity for others. Now, they had a chance to show their support. Liu Yuanqing, observing the reactions of the assembly, smiled and said, "Excellent. I am very pleased with our alliance's unity. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, it is time to deploy them. I hereby command. All disciples at the 5th level of Qi refining and above, as well as elders, are to emerge from seclusion and form teams to hunt down Qingyun sect cultivators. All spoils from kills shall be evenly distributed among team members. Additionally, for every Qingyun sect Qi refining disciple killed, the alliance shall reward 200 spirit stones. For every foundation establishment elder killed, the reward shall be 2,000 spirit stones." The assembly was stunned by this audacious proposal. It was too reckless. Just as Lai Feng opened his mouth to respond, Liu Yuanqing silenced him with a thought. An elder stood up, exclaiming, "Young leader, this cannot be. Our alliance is currently weak and is not a match for Qingyun sect. To take the initiative would mean declaring outright enmity." Another elder chimed in, "Indeed, our alliance is in disarray. If we can hold on for a few more years, we will be able to dominate over the major sects without fear." Liu Yuanqing waved his hand to silence the dissenting elders, asking, "Elders, let me ask you. Do you believe the alliance developed better before I became the young leader, or after?" "Certainly, under the leadership of the young leader." "Then, knowing I lead effectively, what is there to worry about? We have long been enemies with Qingyun sect, and it will not be long before they discover that Brother Lai Feng is the Elder of Fortune from our alliance. Do you think Zhao Guangren, the sect leader, will sit down with you over tea to discuss compensation? If anyone can manage that, I will gladly step aside." Since Liu Yuanqing's rise to the position of young leader, he had gradually developed an imposing presence. Although the elders were more powerful than him, they felt dwarfed in his presence, and none dared to speak up. With conflict seemingly inevitable, why not take the initiative to weaken Qingyun sect's forces? Should they wait for Qingyun sect's army to invade, watching helplessly as thousands of disciples from the alliance were slaughtered? Liu Yuanqing's voice grew louder, nearing a shout. The elders trembled, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Their gazes towards the young leader filled with trepidation. The young man before them was no longer the carefree newcomer. He had transformed into a decisive and ruthless leader. Perhaps only someone like him could bring strength to the alliance. They were indeed growing old. The crowd exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "We are willing to heed the commands of the young alliance leader and immediately summon the disciples of the alliance to set forth." Liu Yuanqing replied, "Very well, I shall personally partake in this operation." "You must not," the elders exclaimed urgently. "What if something were to happen to the young leader? It cannot be allowed." Upon hearing this, Liu Yuanqing's gaze turned cold and severe as he declared, "Remember, I am the young leader as long as I occupy this position. All you need to do is execute my orders, do you understand? I am not a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse, nor a mere vase for appreciation. Elder Qi Yun has stated that cultivators must bravely resist to seize their own fortunes. I have heeded this wisdom, and it has led to my current achievements. The words of Elder Qi Yun are the foremost decree of our alliance, and even I must abide by them. Do you understand?" The crowd responded in unison. "We shall obey the orders of the young leader and adhere to the decrees of Elder Qi Yun henceforth." Afterward, Lai Feng returned to his modest courtyard. Liu Yuanqing insisted that he not participate in this operation. He could listen to Lai Feng on everything else, but he was not permitted to leave the alliance until Lai Feng achieved foundation establishment. Lai Feng understood the current situation. The true determinant of victory lay not in the number of Qingyun sect disciples slain, but rather in the outcomes of battles at higher levels. The disciples from the task pavilion delivered the spirit stones exchanged for demon wood and task rewards, totaling 4,000 spirit stones. Additionally, 3,000 spirit stones were granted by the young leader as a reward for Lai Feng's significant contributions in eliminating threats in Nanyang County. Lai Feng accepted without hesitation, realizing that he needed to focus entirely on enhancing his strength to live up to the alliance's investments and expectations. He utilized 5,000 spirit stones to refine pure spirit liquid in the spirit-quenching pot, while the remaining 2,000 spirit stones were exchanged for metal attribute ores, transforming into 3 droplets of pure metal attribute spirit liquid that now hovered above his dantian. The tree demons also possessed spirit cores. After extracting and refining all the spirit cores from the tree demons into spirit liquid, the wood attribute spirit liquid above his dantian had astonishingly reached 15 droplets, 3 times that of the other attributes. Foundation establishment was not something that could be achieved in a short time, especially for him with his 5 elemental roots. The fire cloud sword had been rendered useless, so he decided to focus on cultivating the water cloud sword first. Drawing upon his previous experience with the fire cloud sword, he managed to reach the initial threshold of the water cloud sword's cultivation in just half a month. During this time, Elder Su emerged from seclusion and delivered the metal cloud sword and earth cloud sword. Upon learning of the current situation of the alliance, Elder Su did not linger but rushed back to hasten the forging of the last 2 flying swords for Lai Feng. After another half-month, both the metal cloud sword and earth cloud sword had reached the initial threshold of cultivation. Elder Su then sent the wood cloud sword, while the fire cloud sword required an additional 2 days. Meanwhile, news of Lai Feng, the Elder of Fortune for the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and Lu Yuanqing leading the Loose Cultivator Alliance to ambush nearly 100 Qingyun sect disciples and slaying a Foundation Establishment elder had spread like wildfire throughout Nanyang. Even the other 5 counties had received word of the upheaval in Nanyang, gathering their sect forces to closely monitor the developments, ready to strike should an opportunity arise. The skies over Nanyang had indeed been pierced. Indeed, I heard from a well-known steward of a merchant caravan in this state that the major sects from the other 5 counties are mobilizing their forces, preparing to strike when Nanyang appears weakened. Sigh, why think so much? We are merely ordinary folk. When immortals clash, mortals suffer. Let us simply live day by day. Lai Feng is truly reckless. Why provoke the immortal gate? Now even the Loose Cultivator Alliance may be doomed. How can a bunch of ruffians stand against the major sects? Both the residents and martial artists of Nanyang County, from large families to small, were keenly observing the developments in Nanyang, pondering the outcome of the confrontation between the Qingyun sect and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. However, most held little hope for Lai Feng and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Only one place remained peculiar. After the incident involving Lai Feng, the entire town had hidden everything related to him, praying for blessings day and night. This place was Rainfall Town, built in gratitude for heavenly blessings, continuing the ancestral spirit of gratitude, placing the great benefactor Lai Feng in the highest regard, while the Qingyun sect had ceased to be an object of aspiration in their eyes. Now hearing that Lai Feng had become an immortal only heightened their excitement. Rainfall Town cooperated diligently, plastering the town with wanted posters of Lai Feng, which greatly satisfied the disciples of the Qingyun sect, who did not scrutinize each household too closely, allowing Rainfall Town to narrowly escape disaster. Chapter 29. The battle decree of Qingyun. On a particular day, the alliance leader emerged from seclusion, successfully advancing to the late stage of foundation establishment, solidifying his cultivation. The young leader, Lu Yuanqing, returned to the alliance grievously injured, having endured over a month of conflict, during which the Loose Cultivator Alliance suffered the loss of over 20 disciples, while slaying 146 disciples of the Qingyun sect at the Qi Refinement 5th level and above. Along with 1 Foundation Establishment Elder. 2 Foundation Establishment Elders were gravely wounded, yet they achieved bountiful results, with Lu Yuanqing single-handedly slaying 37 Qingyun sect disciples at the peak of the 8th level of Qi Refinement. His prestige within the alliance soared, only to be gravely injured by a Foundation Establishment Elder of the Qingyun sect. Fortunately, reinforcements from the Loose Cultivator Alliance arrived in time to rescue him. Subsequently, the alliance affairs were presided over by the emerging alliance leader, who instructed Elder Zhang of the Alchemy Pavilion to spare no effort in healing Lu Yuanqing, while also inquiring about recent events within the alliance. After digesting the information for a brief moment, the alliance leader remarked, "Indeed, the alliance has developed rapidly during my seclusion. This is all thanks to the contributions of the young leader and the elders. I am now fully aware of the situation with the Qingyun sect. The young leader has acted wisely. Elder Qiyun is the most esteemed elder of our alliance, and I have personally benefited from his guidance, which has allowed me to save years in advancing to the late stage of foundation establishment. My fellow elders, the current youth are remarkable. We may be aging, but we cannot allow them to look down upon us. Let us make one final effort, I have decided that regardless of the outcome of this battle, I shall relinquish my position after the conflict, passing the mantle of alliance leader to the young leader. Lu Yuanxing. In my lifetime, I shall strive to break through to the Golden Core realm. If successful, our loose cultivator alliance shall become the overlord of Junwu State, securing centuries of invincibility. We are willing to follow the alliance leader into this final battle. The elders replied, raising their hands and clasping their fists in unison. The following morning, a blood-red battle decree was delivered to the loose cultivator alliance, within which it was inscribed, "The Qingyun sect shall not be humiliated. In 3 days, I shall personally arrive at the base of the loose cultivator alliance, leaving no one alive, to demonstrate the might of our orthodox sect. Do the ants of the loose cultivator alliance dare to fight?" Though the words were few, they conveyed a chilling intent to annihilate. The loose cultivator alliance had long been prepared for battle and thus received the decree with little surprise or alarm. The news of the Qingyun battle decree spread rapidly across the 6 counties, with the other 5 counties dispatching 2 Foundation establishment elders to observe the battle, ostensibly to gather intelligence for a potential invasion. Meanwhile, the common folk of Nanyang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the conflict did not take place within the towns, their lives would remain unthreatened. As for the victor, it made little difference to the lives of mortals. Whoever triumphed would ultimately rule over them, and mortals held no standing in the presence of immortals. Lai Feng had finally gathered all 5 elemental swords, capable of practicing individually without issue. However, to execute the 5-element sword formation, he needed to simultaneously control all 5 flying swords, a feat he had yet to accomplish. First, he had to cultivate all 5 flying swords to the minor achievement stage. Currently, only the fire attribute flying sword had reached that level. The other flying swords required time. Secondly, he needed to use his spiritual consciousness to control all 5 flying swords freely without collision, which tested his soul power significantly. Finally, he would need to orchestrate the 5 swords into formations, arranging them according to the properties of the 5 elements to unleash various powerful attacks. Once again, the courtyard echoed with sounds of explosions, persistent from dawn until dusk. Each of the 5 flying swords possessed distinct characteristics. The metal attribute sword was sharp and fierce, effective for single combat. The fire attribute sword exhibited explosive power, capable of widespread destruction but lacking in armor penetration. The wood attribute sword radiated a rich life energy, providing moderate offense and defense, primarily fueling the 5-element sword formation. The water attribute sword, embodying the essence of water, could seep into an opponent's body slowly, erupting like a flood upon detonation. The earth attribute sword excelled in defense, enhancing the formation's protective capabilities. These were merely the basic traits of the 5 elemental swords. Variations in forging techniques and materials could yield additional unique functions. Furthermore, the environment played a crucial role. If the wood attribute sword were wielded in a forest of myriad trees, its power would multiply exponentially. As Lai Feng delved into comprehension and practice, mastering the sword was not merely about wielding it. It was also an exercise of the heart and an understanding of the sword itself. The deeper one comprehended the sword, the more power they could unleash. Lai Feng had learned about the Qingyun battle decree and realized that only by mastering the 5-element sword formation could he engage in cross-border combat. His master had previously stated that the formation held boundless power, and once perfected, it would enable him to slay enemies across borders without issue, a skill that had allowed his master to confront 5 great emperors single-handedly. Upon issuing the battle decree to Qingyun, Lai Feng had cultivated all 5 flying swords to the initial minor achievement stage. Managing 2 swords, metal and water, was relatively effortless, yet when they flew in close proximity, collisions often occurred, resulting in painful impacts to his consciousness. This was akin to self-inflicted harm. Fortunately, Yang Lian provided timely support, stabilizing his mind, allowing Lai Feng to continue his practice. After a considerable period, he could control the 2 swords with ease. And he then integrated the wood attribute sword into his practice. Dividing his spiritual consciousness into 3 proved challenging, leading to a lack of focus, yet by the time the moon hung high in the night sky, he managed to control 3 flying swords to soar freely without collision, albeit at a less than satisfactory speed. With Yang Lian's protection, Lai Feng required no rest. Whenever his spiritual power waned, he would sip spirit liquid. And when his physical strength faltered, he consumed a flesh spirit pill to replenish himself. After several days, his spiritual power became more refined. and his physical body underwent stronger tempering. The current physical strength is astonishingly comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, which is indeed terrifying. The originally bronze skin has become somewhat fairer, making the individual appear even more handsome, with eyes glistening with spiritual light, if seen by the female disciples of the Alliance. It would undoubtedly elicit a round of infatuated screams. Just as the fierce wind completed the division of his divine consciousness into 5, allowing him to barely control 5 flying swords, the loose cultivator Alliance was already preparing for a comprehensive response as if facing a formidable enemy. All 1,500 disciples of the Alliance were positioned and focused, having set up a basic muddy array 5 miles outside the Alliance, a low-level trapping formation capable of merely delaying the progress of cultivators below the 7th layer of chi refining, rendering them almost immobile, without any offensive effect. The loose cultivator Alliance had received word of the full mobilization of the Qingyun sect, with only a single Foundation establishment elder and some lower-level disciples remaining in the sect to initiate the protective array. The rest were led by Zhao Guangren, advancing towards the loose cultivator Alliance, expected to arrive by dawn. Among the loose cultivator Alliance, there were 1,453 disciples in the early to mid stages of chi refining, 36 in the late stages, and 12 Foundation establishment elders, but only 8 were truly adept in combat. The few elders skilled in weapon forging and alchemy would likely not be as formidable in battle as those in the late stages of chi refining. At this moment, they stood in order of cultivation level, with the Alliance leader at the front, followed by the various elders and late-stage chi refining disciples, while those in the early to mid stages were positioned far behind to observe the battle. In the event of combat, these lower-level disciples would serve as cannon fodder, as the aftermath of the battles between Foundation establishment elders could easily claim the lives of many. Chapter 30. The Final Battle at Qingyun, Part 1, Before Dawn. The peaks surrounding the Demon Cliff where the loose cultivator Alliance was situated were already teeming with people, as cultivators and martial artists from various counties in Zhenwuzhou gathered to witness this monumental battle that would influence the situation in Nanyang. The other 5 counties' major sects found themselves in a quandary. They neither wished for the Qingyun sect to triumph nor for the loose cultivator Alliance to prevail. If the Qingyun sect emerged victorious, they would continue to dominate Nanyang County, and as long as their upper echelons remained strong, the other 5 major sects would not dare to engage in a desperate struggle, leaving their ambitions to invade Nanyang indefinitely on hold. The loose cultivator Alliance had experienced rapid growth over the past 6 months, prompting many loose cultivators from the 6 counties to take notice, with over 200 already joining the Alliance. This posed a significant threat to the dominance of the 5 counties. Should the loose cultivator Alliance win this battle, their reputation would soar, leading to an influx of new members, pushing the total membership beyond 5,000 in a short time. This would constitute a truly formidable force, as each major sect could muster no more than 700 or 800 disciples after years of cultivation. If the loose cultivator Alliance were to continue its expansion for another 3 to 5 years, who could possibly stand against them? Thus, the leaders of the 5 major sects had united in issuing orders. If the Qingyun sect were to win, and as long as it was not a Pyrrhic victory, they would remain inactive. Conversely, if the loose cultivator Alliance triumphed, they would spare no effort to eradicate it in its infancy, ensuring it could not grow to as for the losses incurred. The treasures and resources from both the loose cultivator Alliance and the Qingyun sect would guarantee that each sect would reap substantial rewards. It was inconceivable for the united 5 sects to fail. Here they come. The people from the Qingyun sect are arriving. All eyes from the hundreds of thousands of spectators turned towards the foot of the mountain, as a group of over 300 rapidly approached from the distance. Clad in the standard attire of the Qingyun sect and wielding long swords, their murderous intent was palpable as they directed their fierce gazes towards the mountain peak. Their imposing presence stirred clouds of dust in their wake, sending ripples through the air. Leading them was Zhao Guangren, the sect master of Qingyun, flying on his sword, followed by 16 Foundation establishment elders and 63 disciples above the 7th layer of chi refining. Among the more than 200 disciples who could not fly but were sprinting on the ground, each possessed at least the 5th layer of chi refining. In stark comparison, the loose cultivator Alliance appeared woefully inadequate. The strength of the Qingyun sect was truly formidable. Just looking at their equipment and their imposing demeanor set one's heart racing. Indeed, contrasting the ragged appearance of the loose cultivator Alliance members, who resembled mountain bandits and brigands, the majority of onlookers favored the Qingyun sect. Only a handful of novices, whose understanding of the cultivation world was shallow and who still viewed matters from the perspective of the mortal realm, expressed hope for the Loose Cultivator Alliance to emerge victorious, arguing that may not be the case. The Qingyun sect has only this few people, while the Loose Cultivator Alliance has more than 5 times that number. They could simply overwhelm the Qingyun sect by sheer numbers. This remark earned them disdainful glances from the surrounding crowd, who were too exasperated to bother explaining. They might as well focus on observing the battle. The reputation of the major sects cast a long shadow over ordinary loose cultivators. Although the alliance had numbers on their side, those positioned at the front could maintain their composure, while the over 1,000 lower-level disciples in the back were sweating profusely and brimming with anxiety. As dawn broke, illuminating the sky with a pale light, what should have been a vibrant morning transformed into a heavy atmosphere filled with murderous intent. Zhao Guangren halted half a mile from the Loose Cultivator Alliance and turned to glance at the 200 disciples caught in the muddy array. Seeing no immediate danger before turning back to say, "The Loose Cultivator Alliance is nothing but this. They can only resort to these underhanded tactics. With so many of you gathered, you must be prepared to meet your end. This saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one later." The sect master of the Qingyun sect wore a mildly displeased expression, tinged with disdain in the prime of his middle age. His face had recently acquired several new wrinkles, and he appeared markedly thinner, giving him an even more menacing air. The alliance leader, appearing calm on the surface, felt a weight of gravity in his heart. After speaking, he soared into the air on his sword, standing suspended in the void. With a swift gesture, a low-grade gold attribute flying sword flashed gold light as it shot towards Zhao Guangren, producing a sonic boom that attested to its incredible speed. The Qingyun sect master executed his own technique, summoning a high-grade fire attribute flying sword beneath him to clash with the golden light. "That's so? You have the audacity to challenge me. I see you have just broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. I have cultivated in the late stage for 18 years. Today I shall show you the disparity that exists within the same realm. In the void, golden and crimson lights intertwined, and the rapid clashing sounds resonated like a heartbeat, gripping the attention of all spectators. The elders of both major forces refrained from intervening, their focus entirely on the duel between the leaders, as the outcome of the battle hinged on the two of them. The alliance leader remained silent, fully engaged in the clash against the Qingyun sect master, acutely aware of his own limitations. He understood that the opponent's spirit sword was of a higher grade than his own. Were it not for the strength of his gold attribute sword, renowned for its powerful attacks, he would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, he was only managing to hold his ground. Even if they wielded swords of equal rank, he was no match for the Qingyun sect master, who possessed far more combat experience and a deeper, purer reservoir of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 blows. And the Qingyun sect master, unhurried, understood that the other 5 counties' major sects had prepared their forces to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. He needed to ensure he remained in peak condition to avoid being caught off guard by any ambush. As the Loose Cultivator Alliance leader willingly engaged in a contest of magical power, the sect master welcomed the opportunity. It was merely a matter of buying time, as long as he preserved his strength. When the alliance leader's power waned, it would be his moment to strike decisively and dismantle the Loose Cultivator Alliance, leaving the 5 major sects to watch helplessly. With the resources of the Loose Cultivator Alliance at his disposal, he was confident that he could elevate the Qingyun sect to a position of dominance over the 5 sects within 3 years. Noon had arrived, and the sun blazed overhead. The alliance leader's forehead was continuously beaded with sweat, not merely due to the heat of the sun, but because his spiritual energy was waning. The Qingyun sect master's fire attribute flying sword appeared even more formidable under the scorching sun, pressing down on the golden light sword. The alliance leader could only adopt a defensive posture, his back drenched in sweat, and his fingers, which were forming the incantation, had begun to feel numb. "Look, it seems the alliance leader is nearing his limit. He is gasping for breath, and the golden light sword is growing weaker and slower." In contrast, the Qingyun sect master maintained an air of nonchalance, appearing as unchanged as at the start. Despite both being in the late foundation establishment stage, the disparity was astonishing. The onlookers voiced their opinions, but only those with considerable cultivation could discern the underlying truths. The elders from the 5 major sects exchanged glances, finally comprehending why their sect leader had not come in person. If the five sects united to slay the Qingyun sect master, they would surely divide Nanyang among themselves. The strength of the Qingyun sect master was undeniably profound. He was not far from the threshold of the Golden Core stage. Should they engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, the five major sects would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties, making it a Pyrrhic victory. In recent years, the five major sects had continuously dispatched disciples disguised as loose cultivators to infiltrate Nanyang and assassinate the Qingyun sect's disciples, likely in an effort to curb the Qingyun sect's growth and reduce its threat. Chapter 31. The Final Battle at Qingyun, Part 2. The members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance were sweating profusely, their bodies occasionally trembling with tension. The Demon Cliff was easy to defend but difficult to attack, which only held true for those lower-tier cultivators. For those capable of flying on swords, no such limitations existed. If the Alliance leader were to be defeated and had no path for retreat, all these individuals would meet their doom. The Alliance leader also realized that prolonging the battle was futile. Should his spiritual energy be depleted, he would be left with no choice but to surrender. If he could severely injure the Qingyun sect master and render him unable to fight, the crisis would resolve itself. He was aware of the impending movements of the five major sections changing the incantation in his hands. The golden light sword suddenly surged with power, repelling the fire attribute flying sword back to the Alliance leader. With a cough, he spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the golden light sword, causing it to shine brilliantly, more blinding than the sun itself. Only those at the Foundation establishment stage could keep their eyes open to see what transpired in the void. The Qingyun sect master remained calm, asking, "What is this? Are you finally resorting to desperate measures?" Despite his words, his hands did not cease their movements. As he altered his technique, his spiritual energy doubled, unleashing a dazzling red light that shot skyward. The golden light sword, fully charged, swung down towards the Qingyun sect master, creating violent fluctuations in the air. The friction from the rapid movement ignited the air, igniting a towering wall of flames. The crimson blade of light descended with equal ferocity, engulfing the heavens in flames, as if a sea of fire had descended upon the world. The intense heat compelled the elders on both sides to retreat several dozen paces. Boom! A colossal sphere of light erupted in the void, visible even to those 100 miles away. A tremendous roar echoed from the mountain summit, leaving the hundreds of thousands gathered around momentarily blinded and deafened. The tremors beneath their feet persisted for a full 10 breaths before finally subsiding. Countless gazes were cast upwards, collectively inhaling sharply. There stood the master of Qingyun's sect, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale, yet he remained poised in the air, merely suffering minor injuries. In contrast, the leader of the Loose Cultivators Alliance had fallen to the ground, spitting 3 mouthfuls of dark red blood, his body trembling slightly, struggling to remain upright, clearly gravely wounded, his combat prowess reduced to the late stage of chi refinement. The divine will of the fierce wind split into 5 portions focusing on the sword formation, while one remained attentive to the external battlefield. The master of Qingyun's sect wiped the blood from his lips and declared, "Loose Cultivators Alliance, today shall be your end." The leader felt an overwhelming wave of scorching heat wash over him, with no means of evasion. "My life is forfeit." The surrounding elders of the Alliance were all locked down by the elders of Qingyun's sect, unable to assist, watching in despair. Whoosh! A dim golden light flickered, and the fiery wave before the leader was repelled. The master of Qingyun's sect, astonished, beheld a youth from afar who had thwarted his attack. The boy possessed sword-like brows and starry eyes, his appearance unremarkable, yet for some inexplicable reason, a mere glance from him sent a tremor through the master's soul. For decades on the throne of the Qingyun sect, he had encountered many fierce-looking individuals in high positions, yet none bore such a captivating gaze as this youth. It felt as if his very soul was on the verge of being drawn into the cosmos by that single glance. Who on earth is this boy? The master of Qingyun's sect refrained from striking, lost in contemplation. The one who had intervened was none other than the fierce wind, who, realizing that his mastery of the 5 elements sword formation was still rudimentary, could not afford to retreat into solitary cultivation any longer, given the Alliance's peril. The lives of thousands within the Alliance were a burden he could not bear. Though Qingyun's sect had disseminated images of the fierce wind in search of him, the master had remained engulfed in sorrow and thus had not seen the depictions. The Elder of Fate has emerged from seclusion. Yet, the Elder remained at the Qi refinement stage, unable to resolve the current crisis. The members of the Alliance initially felt a surge of excitement, only to be plunged into dejection, losing hope in their fate. "Leader, consume this, drink this vial of spirit liquid," the fierce wind said, descending on his sword and presenting 3 spirit flesh pills and a small vial of spirit liquid to the leader. He had prepared several vials of spirit liquid beforehand, for the secret of this spirit refining cauldron must never be revealed. Although the leader was unaware of what the fierce wind offered, he held immense trust in the Elder of Fate, and without hesitation, ingested the spirit flesh pills and drank the entire vial of liquid. His internal injuries healed to 70%, and his spiritual power restored to 90%. How miraculous! The leader gazed at the fierce wind in astonishment. The fierce wind conveyed through thought, "Leader, do not draw attention. Continue to feign severe injury until you regain your peak state. The next steps shall be entrusted to me." The master of Qingyun's sect, veins bulging at his forehead, suppressed the raging fire of fury, his voice laced with wrath as he declared, "It was you. You who killed my daughter and grievously wounded my son-in-law." The fierce wind, standing firm in the void, replied calmly, "Zhao Yin was indeed slain by my hand, but it was your son-in-law who fled first. Truly a coward. Had he not run, it would not have been so easy to eliminate Zhao Yin." Observing the master of Qingyun's sect trembling with rage, the fierce wind continued, "After all, my cultivation in Qi refinement pales in comparison to the 2 of you in Foundation Establishment, and even with my trump cards. Battling 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, your son-in-law, fearing for his life, abandoned his flying sword and your daughter to escape, allowing me to seize this opportunity. With a son-in-law like that, your daughter was destined for doom." The fierce wind understood that he was no match for the peak master of Qingyun's sect in the late stage of Foundation Establishment. His only chance lay in inciting the opponent's fury to throw them off balance. "You seek death." The master of Qingyun's sect, his rage overwhelming, spat a mouthful of blood, and with a swift motion, summoned his flying sword, which surged forth like a blazing serpent towards the fierce wind. The fierce wind, not daring to underestimate the situation, executed his techniques, transforming the 5 elemental swords into radiant streaks of white, green, blue, red, and yellow, encircling the fiery serpent. The serpent's attempts to escape were thwarted as the fierce wind's techniques extinguished the flames upon it with waves of blue water. While white light bombarded it relentlessly, the fiery serpent began to dim, revealing the true form of the sword within. The fierce wind did not relent, continuing to wield the various flying swords in a masterful display of the 5 elements' coordination and power. Is this the Elder of Fate? How can a cultivator in Qi refinement withstand a late-stage Foundation Establishment opponent without faltering? We need not perish. Let the Elder of Fate prevail, Elder of Fate. Heroic! The disciples of the Loose Cultivators Alliance cheered, witnessing the fierce wind not only enduring but even gaining the upper hand. However, the elders remained grim, acutely aware that despite the master's fury, he had not yet reached the point of exerting his full strength to eradicate a Qi refinement cultivator. Even his previous confrontation with the leader of the Loose Cultivators had only utilized 70% of his power. To operate 5 swords simultaneously is remarkable. What kind of technique is this? Humph! This youth is young and his cultivation ordinary, yet his technique is profound. It must be this technique that led to the casualties of 1 dead and 1 injured from Qingyun's sect. Regardless, this technique belongs to my Heishan sect. No, this technique is claimed by my Yulan Pavilion. Enough of this bickering. Let us not lose sight of our mission. Once we divide Nanyang County, we can each obtain a copy of the technique. Let us not let discord spoil our unity. Very well. The 5 major sects, fixated on the fierce wind's technique, squabbled until a more authoritative elder intervened to restore order. The master of Qingyun's sect regained his composure, stating, "I underestimated you. Your technique is indeed commendable. Today, I shall claim your life, and that technique will be mine as well." The fierce wind hadn't anticipated the master of Qingyun's sect regaining his composure so swiftly, foreboding a challenging confrontation ahead. Chapter 32. The conclusion of the final battle. The master of Qingyun's sect altered his techniques, and the flying swords surged with brilliance, unleashing a 30-zhang long formidable fire dragon towards the 5 elements sword formation. Thud! suddenly struck. The fierce wind felt a tremor within, a sweetness rising in his throat as he spewed forth 3 or 4 mouthfuls of blood. The 5 elements sword formation, still unrefined, began to show signs of being breached by the fire dragon, forcing him into a defensive position. As he countered, he reviewed the insights left by his master. These were invaluable experiences that would save him from many detours. The 5 elements foster and restrain one another. Water extinguishes fire. An idea sparked within him. He had it. The 5 elements sword formation began to rotate and shift positions. A colossal wave of water surged forth, crashing down upon the fire dragon. Boom! The fire dragon roared in fury, expelling a fiery breath several dozen zhang long to meet the wave. The wave, propelled by an overwhelming force, descended from above, and the 2 forces collided with a deafening roar. The clash of water and fire enveloped the area in vapor, blinding those within a few miles, a perfect opportunity. As the fire generated earth, the fierce wind summoned the earth cloud sword, channeling a massive suction force toward the fire dragon. The upper half of the fire dragon was restrained and extinguished by the wave, while its lower half was drawn into the earth. Although the master of Qingyun's sect could not see clearly, he sensed the fire dragon's aura diminishing and his own spiritual energy depleting rapidly. Meanwhile, the fierce wind's 5 elements sword formation absorbed vast amounts of fiery energy, transforming and enhancing its power, causing the wave to swell even further, while the fire dragon began to revert to its original form. The fierce wind, feeling a significant drain on his own spiritual energy, seized the moment to sip from the spirit liquid, restoring his energy to full capacity. His mastery of the 5 elements sword formation progressed from awkwardness to an initial glimpse of understanding. The master of Qingyun's sect, activating 90% of his spiritual power, found the fire dragon struggling for a quarter of an hour, yet still unable to breach the 5 elements sword formation. With over half of his energy expended, he realized that even if he triumphed, the 5 major sects would benefit from his depletion. Driven by desperation, he poured all his energy into the fire dragon, which instantly tripled in size. The fierce wind hastily increased his energy output to stabilize the formation, preventing the dragon from breaking free. However, a sense of impending danger gnawed at him, the source unknown, making him more vigilant. Just then, the master of Qingyun's sect bellowed, "Explode!" Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. The demon cliff quaked violently, rocks tumbling from the heights, and the structures of the loose cultivators' alliance collapsed in droves, leaving many lower-tier disciples barely able to protect themselves, collapsing to the ground. Among the onlookers in the distance, over 1,000 non-cultivating human warriors were crushed, their hearts shattered on the spot. The vapor in the void was evaporated by the explosive force, raining down embers like a fiery deluge upon the mountains below. It was a breathtaking spectacle, yet at the epicenter of the explosion, dozens of void fissures emerged, emitting an ominous dark energy that sent shivers down one's spine. One glance could spell death, even for golden core cultivators caught within. The subtle cracking sounds were nearly imperceptible amidst the chaos. The fierce wind felt as though he had been struck by an immense hammer, bones fracturing, internal organs rupturing. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood mixed with clots. The 5 elements flying sword had sustained several fractures from the self-destructive blast of the master of Qingyun's sect, suffering significant damage. The fierce winds gnawed at him, and the excruciating pain caused beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead. After extracting a healing elixir and consuming it, he downed a vial of spiritual liquid, feeling a significant restoration in his body, though it only brought him back to about 60% of his strength. Further recovery would necessitate a period of rest. Steadying his trembling form, he cast a glance towards the leader of the Qingyun sect. The self-detonation of the flying sword inflicted a soul-wrenching agony upon the Qingyun sect leader. Had it not been for dire circumstances, he would not have resorted to such perilous tactics. Spitting out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood, he appeared somewhat unsteady, clearly bearing considerable injuries. Who would have thought that a mere insect of the late Qi refinement stage like you would still be alive? Even your alliance leader could not achieve such a feat, but do you still possess the strength to fight? Surrender your techniques, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. With a hearty laugh, Lai Wind retorted, "You are either too naive or underestimate my youth and ignorance, Qingyun sect leader. Today, I am here to facilitate a reunion between you and your daughter." Upon finishing his words, Lai Wind activated the five-element sword array, instantly encircling the Qingyun sect leader. "You dare, little beast?" The Qingyun sect leader bellowed in fury, enduring the excruciating pain in his soul as he waved his hand, forcing back the five-element sword array by several zhong, and drew forth a mid-grade water attribute flying sword to engage in battle. This Qingyun sect leader surprisingly possessed dual spiritual roots, water and fire, yet he seemed incapable of mastering the opposing attributes, having primarily cultivated fire attribute techniques. Thus, producing the water attribute sword for combat only served as a disadvantage. The Qingyun sect leader felt quite aggrieved. Ever since acquiring a top-grade flying sword, he had gifted away all his other swords. With his cultivation level, if he could not triumph over formidable foes wielding a top-grade artifact, then any number of lower-tier swords would be of no use. It was better to enhance the strength of the sect's disciples and elders. But now he was filled with regret. Seeing this, an elder of the Qingyun sect contemplated offering his fire attribute flying sword to the leader, yet the unrecognized sword was weaker than the current water attribute sword. The Qingyun sect leader sensed the five-element sword array had grown significantly more potent since Lai Wen's arrival, and in a flash of realization, he seethed, "You little beast, so you were honing your sword array against me all along. I shall kill you." Having lost his composure, the Qingyun sect leader wielded his flying sword, infusing it with spiritual energy, and began to slash frantically. Lai Wen channeled all his strength into the sword array to defend, while the Sun Lotus emitted rippling waves, deepening his understanding of the five-element sword array, even advancing a step towards minor mastery. With a soft hiss, the five-element sword array was executed to its utmost limit, and onlookers beheld five-colored brilliance swirling in the void, rendering the flying swords nearly invisible. The Qingyun sect leader's flying sword was countered by the earth cloud sword, while the wood cloud sword continuously siphoned the water element's power. The gold cloud sword inflicted numerous wounds upon the Qingyun sect leader, and the fire cloud sword seared the wounds, while the water cloud sword gradually infiltrated the Qingyun sect leader's body, merging with his blood. Lai Wind acted with great stealth, and the frenzied Qingyun sect leader remained oblivious to the subtle maneuvers of Lai Wind's water cloud sword. Only when the leader's internal spiritual energy fell below 30% did he finally regain clarity. His body riddled with hundreds of wounds, oozing blood, gasping for breath, his hair disheveled, utterly devoid of the imposing demeanor befitting a sect master. "You little beast, you have forced my hand." The Qingyun sect leader sheathed his flying sword, unleashing his full power, his body swelling as if about to explode from the surging spiritual energy, and with a whoosh, he charged towards Lai Wind, his form enlarging as he moved. The sudden surge of might was overwhelming, and Lai Wind struggled to withstand it. The five-element sword array moved with the Qingyun sect leader, and Lai Wind realized the leader intended to self-destruct in a mutual demise. The terrifying pressure swept over Lai Wind like a gale, his hair billowing behind him, eyes narrowed, teeth clenched, as he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing. Chapter 33. A second battle with the elders of the five sects with a change in Lai Wind's incantation. The Qingyun sect leader immediately sensed his body, on the verge of explosion, uncontrollably reverting to its original form, and his internal spiritual energy began to rebel uncontrollably. With a flash of golden light, the Qingyun sect leader's head was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, his eyes wide open in death. Lai Wind spun his flying sword, retrieving the storage ring before the corpse fell. He then turned and landed amidst the elders of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, consuming a healing elixir and sitting down to recuperate. The crowd of hundreds of thousands collectively inhaled sharply, feeling a chill at their throats, the recent golden flash akin to a blade against their necks, prompting involuntary swallows. "He is dead, dead. The most formidable Qingyun sect leader has perished at the hands of a Qi refinement stage cultivator. It is utterly absurd." Incredulous, none believed that the Qingyun sect leader, with such a long-standing grudge, would go so far as to sacrifice his life. Even if the Qingyun sect leader had exhausted much of his energy in battle with the Loose Cultivator Alliance's leader, he should not have been so easily subdued by a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator. The only explanation is that this youth is truly extraordinary, but it is not the youth himself who is remarkable. It is the enigmatic sword array technique that is truly unfathomable. As the elders of the five sects regained their composure from the shock, they exchanged glances, and greed was evident in their eyes. If they were to acquire such a technique, they could not only slay Golden Core experts but also secure their position invincibly. These individuals, with their talents, might never achieve even half a step into the Golden Core realm throughout their lifetimes. With the main forces of both sides still present, the five sects suppressed their avarice and continued to watch the battle with fervent eyes. Such a deep-seated enmity meant that the Qingyun sect would not retreat. Nor would the Loose Cultivator Alliance allow them to escape. Inevitably, one side would face annihilation. Soon, the battleground would belong to the five sects. The thought of such a technique being within reach made many elders fidget with excitement. The Elder of Luck has triumphed. Long live Lai Wind. Long live Elder Lai Wind, the invincible. Tonight, I shall warm the Elder's bed. Elder, I wish to become your disciple. Long live Elder Lai Wind. Long live Elder Lai Wind. The disciples of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, having regained their spirits, immediately erupted into jubilant cheers. Female disciples eagerly volunteered to warm Lai Wind's bed at night, shattering the hearts of many male disciples who harbored secret affections. However, upon reflection, only a hero like Elder Lai Wind could capture the heart of a goddess. Dead. The sect leader is dead. How can this be? The elders and over 300 disciples of the Qingyun sect stood in stunned silence, unable to process the reality before them as they watched their leader's corpse tumble over the cliff. None daring to retrieve it. With a thunderous crash, the body struck the bottom of the cliff, the sound amplified by the valley's echoes, finally rousing the Qingyun sect members from their stupor. Disciples of the Qingyun sect, heed my command. We shall avenge our leader. Follow me to kill, commanded a mid-stage Foundation establishment elder. Kill? Hundreds of disciples echoed in response as they surged towards the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The alliance leader rose to meet the charging Qingyun sect elders. Undeterred despite his injuries, and for a moment, he faced the 8 elders of the Qingyun sect alone. The two factions locked in an evenly matched struggle. Lai Wind sprang into action, unleashing the 5-element sword array against the Qingyun sect disciples. Cutting through them like cavalry in a charge, swiftly annihilating dozens and injuring hundreds. The disciples of the Loose Cultivator Alliance soon arrived to deliver the final blows, leaving the Qingyun sect disciples leaderless and retreating in chaos. Lai Wind systematically eliminated all disciples of the Qingyun sect above the 7th layer of Qi refinement, then redirected the sword array to the side of an elder in the peak of mid-stage Foundation establishment. Battling Elder Qi. With a swift thrust, a dark golden sword penetrated through the back and out the chest of his opponent. After dispatching one, Lai Wind turned towards the elder of the Qingyun sect, who, witnessing Lai Wind's rapid recovery of combat prowess, did not dare to underestimate him. While fending off the Loose Cultivator Alliance elder, he remained vigilant against Lai Wind's sudden assault. The elders of the Loose Cultivator Alliance grew increasingly emboldened. With Elder Su and Elder Zhang, masters of artifact refining and pill concocting, soaring into the air to assist. 3 more Qingyun sect elders fell to the ground, leaving the remaining 12 to realize their situation was dire. They attempted to turn and flee. The alliance leader, despite sustaining 2 wounds, cut down 5 of them. The remaining 7 were swiftly dispatched by Lai Wind and the other elders. The disciples of the Loose Cultivator Alliance returned to their base, clutching their spoils, while the disciples of the Qingyun sect were stripped of everything, even down to the last copper coin. Though victorious, the Loose Cultivator Alliance's members bore injuries. These elders were no match for the Qingyun sect's orthodox elders. Had Lai Wind not intervened, with time, even their leader would have faced defeat. Lai Wind spat out a mouthful of blood. Having not yet fully healed, his forced participation in the battle had exacerbated his injuries. The alliance leader landed and inquired with concern, "Elder of Luck, how severe are your injuries?" Lai Wind waved his hand dismissively, "No harm done. I shall recover with a few days of rest." Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Loose Cultivator Alliance finally relaxed their tense nerves. Following this battle, Lai Wind's prestige surpassed that of the alliance leader, establishing him as the foremost figure of the alliance. Having turned the tide of battle and truly deserving of the title, Elder of Luck. At that moment, several loud voices echoed through the air, "Ha ha, congratulations to the Loose Cultivator Alliance on their victory. The Heishan sect has come to offer their congratulations. The Yulan Pavilion congratulates the Loose Cultivator Alliance on their grand victory. The Jinyu sect congratulates the Loose Cultivator Alliance on their grand victory. The Fengling sect congratulates the Loose Cultivator Alliance on their grand victory." The Taiyan sect congratulates the Loose Cultivator Alliance on their grand victory. 5 voices rang out, and 3 mid-stage Foundation Establishment Elders, along with 6 early-stage Foundation Establishment Elders, led by a late-stage Foundation Establishment Elder, flew in on swords, accompanied by over 100 late-stage Qi refinement disciples from the 5 sections. The late-stage Foundation Establishment Elder was the very one who had previously interrupted the dispute among the 5 sect elders. Holding considerable authority, the Alliance leader spoke up, "Thank you all, but the Loose Cultivator Alliance has just endured a fierce battle and requires time to recuperate. It is truly impossible to host you all. We shall visit you another day." Lai Wen noted the surging spiritual energies among the 5 sects, indicating their intentions were far from benign. He signaled Elders Su and Zhang to lead the Alliance's disciples further back, discreetly passing a vial of spiritual liquid to the Alliance leader, with the other elders receiving their own vials as well. Though unaware of its contents, witnessing the leader's revitalization after consuming it indicated its extraordinary nature. Each elder discreetly took a small sip, instantly replenishing their spiritual energy, the pure essence invigorating their cultivation slightly. Yet, the atmosphere was not conducive to celebration. The late-stage Foundation Establishment Elder scoffed, "Humph, the Loose Cultivator Alliance is merely a band of mountain dwellers. How dare you think that by annihilating the Qingyun sect, you can disregard our 5 sects? Are you challenging the authority of the 5 sects?" The leader discerned that the elder was deliberately creating difficulties. Given the current circumstances, engaging in battle with the 5 sects was not a viable option. With a gentle tone, he remarked, "Elder, you have misunderstood. If my words have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize to all of you and hope for your understanding." The elder scoffed dismissively, saying, "Humph, if mere words were of any value, then what need would there be for cultivation? Since the Loose Cultivator Alliance acknowledges its mistakes, we, the 5 sects, are broad-minded enough not to hold it against you. However, an apology must be genuine. Why not present the technique of the esteemed elder of your alliance who just manipulated the 5 swords as a gesture of goodwill?" The intentions of Sima Zhao were clear to all, and the leader recognized that this confrontation was inevitable. Whether he complied or not, the outcome would be the same. No amount of flesh could satiate a wolf's hunger. With a flash of golden sword light, he was the first to strike at the elder. The 5 sects had long been on guard, and the leader's surprise attack failed to injure the elder. Both were wary of harming their own. Retreating to a distance, the might of a late-stage Foundation Establishment practitioner was not something these early to mid-stage cultivators could withstand. The fierce wind 5-element sword formation was unleashed, instantly annihilating 2 early-stage Foundation Establishment elders, consuming 30% of their spiritual power. The remaining 7 elders from the 5 sects were intercepted by 8 elders from the Alliance. The fierce wind propelled the sword formation towards the Qi refinement disciples of the 5 sects. These disciples were not opponents that the Alliance's members could contend with, as even 100 of them could swiftly eliminate the disorganized crowd of the Alliance. Faced with 100 elite disciples, the fierce wind, severely wounded, found his attacks far less fierce than when he had annihilated the disciples of the Qingyun sect. After all, the disciples of the Qingyun sect had yet to recover from the shadow of their leader's death, unable to unleash even 50% of their power before being ambushed and killed. Conversely, the disciples of the 5 sects were filled with battle intent, having been prepared, unleashing 120% of their strength. Fully aware of the terrifying potential of their adversary who shared the same cultivation level, a moment's carelessness could lead to death, and already 7 or 8 elite disciples had perished. 36 disciples from the late-stage Qi refinement of the Loose Cultivator Alliance were engaged in one-on-one battles against the elite of the 5 sects. With 2 Alliance disciples already fallen, the majority of the elite disciples from the 5 sects surrounded the fierce wind, who had no choice but to withdraw the 5-element sword formation to protect himself. He retrieved the low-grade magical flying sword obtained from Lin Wei of the Qingyun sect, infusing it with spiritual power until it expanded threefold, reaching its maximum size. This was dire. He intended to self-destruct the flying sword. "Retreat quickly!" With a thunderous boom, those engaged in battle turned their gaze towards the direction of the explosion, blood raining down as dismembered limbs flew in all directions. Half of the elite disciples from the 5 sects were obliterated. They had been too tightly clustered, unable to evade the self-destruction of the fierce wind sword. The power of a low-grade magical artifact's self-detonation was extraordinary. The fierce wind's consciousness merely quivered as the surge was suppressed by the Yang Lotus. causing internal injuries that resulted in a mouthful of blood. With a wave of his hand, dozens of storage rings flew into his grasp. "You little beast, how dare you?" The commanding elder, enraged upon witnessing the annihilation of the sect's elite, especially the loss of his favored disciple, bellowed furiously. In that moment of distraction, the leader seized the opportunity to pierce the elder's heart with a sword. Despite his injuries, the fierce wind dispatched 2 more elders from the 5 sects before collapsing to the ground, consuming the last 2 spirit recovery pills and sitting cross-legged to recuperate, realizing that even a mid-stage chi refinement disciple could now defeat him. The leader withdrew his hand and, along with the elders, swiftly eradicated the remaining elders from the 5 sects, turning their attention to the remaining elite disciples. The fierce wind opened his eyes and said, "Leader, spare some lives. Let each sect retain 1 disciple, and eliminate the rest." Soon, 1 terrified disciple from each sect was brought before the fierce wind. With a cold gaze, he said, "You are fortunate. I command you to return to your sect and deliver a message to your sect leader. Within 7 days, each sect must prepare 100,000 spirit stones as compensation to the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Should you fail to comply, I shall personally visit each sect to demand payment, and the compensation will be doubled." After finishing his proclamation, the fierce wind waved his hand, causing the remaining elite disciples of the 5 sects to sway and wobble as they departed, akin to novices learning to manipulate swords. The fierce wind continued, "Leader, speed is of the essence. You must immediately take several elders and all late-stage chi refinement disciples to the Qingyun sect to prevent those left behind from fleeing with the sect's treasures." Unbeknownst to the fierce wind, he had spoken in a commanding tone to the leader, who, undisturbed, respectfully replied, "Understood." At that moment, the hundreds of thousands of onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to breathe. The events of the day would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Especially the figure of the fierce wind, who had rewritten the course of battle, would be forever engraved in their souls, never to be forgotten. The leader addressed the observers with amplified spiritual power, declaring, "I hereby announce that the Loose Cultivator Alliance shall henceforth be renamed the Loose Sect. I abdicate, and the position of sect leader will be assumed by the young leader, Lu Yuanxing. The former site of the Qingyun sect will now serve as the headquarters of the Loose Sect. The esteemed elder of the Loose Sect, Fierce Wind, will hold the title of Grand Elder, ranking above the sect leader. 6 days hence, a ceremony will be held at the headquarters to celebrate the Grand Elder's ascension, and all are welcome to attend." Without granting the Fierce Wind a chance to speak, the leader departed alongside 4 elders and 30 surviving late-stage chi refinement disciples to reclaim the Qingyun sect. A stone cast into a pond stirred up countless ripples. The formidable destruction of the Qingyun sect and the subsequent slaying of the 5 sects' invading forces ignited fervor across the 6 counties within 3 days. Countless taverns and streets buzzed with gossip and discussion. The people of Luoyu town flocked to the Lycian temple in the mountains to offer prayers and supplications. The Loose Cultivator Alliance rejoiced, as this battle solidified the Loose sect's reputation as the foremost sect in martial prowess. The Fierce Wind returned to his small courtyard to recuperate, basking in the adoration and fervent gaze of the masses. The 5 Elements Flying Sword had already been entrusted to Elder Su for repairs. Lu Yuanxing, still healing from his injuries, learned of the entire saga of the Loose Cultivator Alliance's response to the challenge. With the support of 2 female disciples, he took charge of the alliance's affairs and organized preparations for the relocation. A day later, 2 elders returned to report that the remnants of the Qingyun sect had been subdued. The leader and 2 elders remained behind with elite disciples to secure the area. To prevent any unexpected developments, Lu Yuanxing promptly arranged for everyone to relocate to the current headquarters of the Loose sect. The Fierce Wind, severely injured and unable to fly, was carried in a sedan by 8 mid-stage chi refinement disciples, and fortunately, they reached the new headquarters without incident. The sect leaders of the 5 sects gathered in a somber assembly, their expressions darkening upon hearing the reports of the battle. The loss of 2 Foundation establishment elders and 19 elite disciples from each sect amounted to a quarter of their collective strength. After a moment of silence, the leader of the Black Mountain sect spoke, "Let us decide on a course of action. We have suffered losses both in resources and personnel. Should we compensate the Loose Cultivator Alliance or not?" The leader of the Golden Jade sect interjected angrily, "Compensate? We have already incurred significant losses. If we were to pay out even more spirit stones, we would have no means to sustain ourselves. Dissolving our sect might be the better option." The head of the Yulon Pavilion suggested, Why not unite the five sects in protest? If the loose cultivator alliance proves unreasonable, we can jointly eradicate them. Surely, the five of us at the late-stage Foundation establishment can easily dispatch that fierce wind. The elders of the five sects could do as they pleased with the few elders of the loose cultivator alliance. The leader of the Taiyan sect remarked, "I have no objections. Let us proceed with this plan." The leader of the Wind Spirit sect said slowly, "My friends, you may be overly optimistic. That fierce wind, despite being only at the late-stage Qi refinement, was able to kill the leader of the Qingyun sect and even use him to hone his sword formation. The leader of the Qingyun sect was the strongest cultivator among our 6 sections. Only by uniting 2 late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners can we hope to gain an advantage against him. If we corner that fierce wind and he detonates his sword formation, it will not end well for any of us. We must all be cautious and avoid letting others take advantage of our misfortune." Chapter 35. The Loose Sect Celebration. The leader of the Black Mountain sect questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Wind Spirit sect leader, "We are already united. Are you suggesting that anyone would dare act treacherously?" The Wind Spirit sect leader chuckled and replied, "Why the pretense? We have come together for our own interests. If a greater benefit were to present itself, I would not hesitate to abandon this alliance. Black Mountain sect leader, should you be gravely injured, I would not hesitate to claim your life and seize your sect for myself. And vice versa. Do you not agree?" The Black Mountain sect leader refrained from arguing, as all present understood the implications. With the stakes laid bare, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for how to proceed against the fierce wind. They had received news that the fierce wind possessed a small vial of elixir capable of instantly restoring spiritual power, and none knew how much he had left if they could not force him into a corner. Mere attrition might not be enough to defeat him. They could easily end up losing their own lives instead. The leader of the Golden Jade sect turned to the Wind Spirit sect leader and asked, "Since you have proposed a plan, I assume you have a strategy in mind. Why not share it for us to discuss?" With a confident smile, the Wind Spirit sect leader began, "In a few days, we will celebrate the Loose Sect's founding. Let us proceed as follows." "Excellent, that sounds like the best course of action," the others agreed in unison. On this day, the Loose Sect's territory was adorned in red and festooned with decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. Before dawn, a long line of people had already formed 20 miles away, coming to pay their respects and present gifts. Over the course of 5 days, the number of disciples in the Loose Sect remained at 1,500, while many aspiring cultivators were informed to wait until after the celebration to register for entry. Thus, the throng of visitors was divided into 2 groups, one for normal congratulatory visits, and another for those waiting to join the Loose Sect, totaling several thousand individuals, most of whom were early to mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners from the 6 counties. The disciples of the Sand sect have undergone a remarkable transformation, now adorned in the unified attire of their order. What sets them apart from other sects is the cluster of flames emblazoned on each disciple's garment, resembling a fire that grows ever more fervent in the wind. This symbolizes the flourishing of the Sand sect under the auspices of the Elder of Fortune, the current Grand Elder Lifeng. This emblem was conceived by the former leader of the Sand sect, who now serves as the master of the Loose Cultivators Alliance. All disciples gaze upon this peculiar symbol with deep admiration, and the Sand sect has adopted it as its outward representation. As dawn breaks, a ray of rosy light heralds the commencement of the sect's founding celebration. Guests lining up at the foot of the mountain are gradually allowed entry into the Sand sect. The Li family from Chiefing Town arrives to congratulate the establishment of the Sand sect, wishing for its enduring prosperity. The Meng family from Donglai Town also comes to extend their congratulations, hoping for the sect's eternal existence through the ages. The guardians from Taiyan Town arrive in person, celebrating the everlasting glory of the Sand sect. The guardians from Chiefing Town likewise come to express their well wishes for the perpetuity of the sect. Numerous influential figures from Nanyang County continue to stream in to offer their congratulations. Even the guardians from several towns make the journey themselves, given that Nanyang will henceforth fall under the Sand sect's jurisdiction, making this visit imperative. In contrast, the other 5 counties see a scant few forces daring to make the journey, as many remain under the oppressive thumb of the 5 sects. With the 5 sects still standing strong, who would risk venturing forth to offer their salutations, uncertain of their fate should they do so? Meanwhile, the 5 sects have yet to make an appearance. Lu Yuanxing, clad in the robes of the sect leader, stands beside the former leader, Having recovered from his injuries, his cultivation has ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Judging by the refinement of his spiritual energy, he could achieve foundation establishment within 6 months. Master, reports indicate that the other 5 major sects have shown no signs of movement. It seems they do not take the Grand Elder's words to heart and are preparing to give our San sect a display of their might. The former sect leader replied, "My disciple, though the 5 sects have suffered significant losses, the leanest camel is still larger than a horse. If they choose to band together for warmth, we would find ourselves powerless." The Grand Elder cannot simultaneously confront the leaders of the 5 sects before reaching foundation establishment. A fierce glint flickered in Lu Yuanqing's eyes as he declared, "Master, your kindness is misplaced. The 5 sects show no mercy. Leaving the cultivation world of Junwu in disarray, as your unworthy disciple, I believe that if the 5 sects were wise, they would heed our warnings. Should they choose not to, the day I achieve foundation establishment will herald their destruction and the unification of Junwu." The former leader's expression turned solemn, taken aback by his disciple's grand ambitions. He had established the Loose Cultivator Alliance merely to provide a place for loose cultivators to practice. He had never intended to confront any sect, let alone harbor aspirations of unifying Junwu. The conflict with the Qingyun sect had been a last resort. Disciple, those who cultivate must prioritize the path of immortality and should not become overly enamored with power. For excessive bloodshed is detrimental to one's cultivation. Lu Yuanqing, understanding his master's concern, gazed into the distance and remarked, "Master, observe this world and the common folk here to offer their gifts. How many of them genuinely wish for the San sect's enduring prosperity? They are merely bowing their heads under the eaves. Beyond Junwu lies a greater sky. If that greater sky were to descend upon us, would we, too, bow and submit like these common folk? Is this truly the path of cultivation?" The former leader was taken aback by Lu Yuanqing's words, prompting him to reconsider his previous thoughts. Had he truly grown old, losing the youthful ambition to strive forward, always seeking to yield? Lu Yuanqing continued, "Master, the path of cultivation involves not only battling the heavens but also contending with humanity. Engaging the heavens is a source of joy, yet contending with humanity is fraught with peril. Seeking a path for loose cultivators is both a merit and a cause. Once the cause is established, there is no turning back. Only by leading these individuals to continuously challenge both heaven and man can we hope to tread the path of immortality. Otherwise, is your aspiration truly to remain stagnant at foundation establishment for all your life?" The former leader's eyes brightened, his long-burdened thoughts suddenly unfurling, and he felt a refreshing clarity. This disciple was indeed worthy of his tutelage. Perhaps it was also the blessing of the Elder of Fortune. It seemed the San sect could only advance by closely following the footsteps of the Grand Elder, allowing him the opportunity to explore the vast wonders of the world. The two ceased their conversation as a procession of 2,000 people at the foot of the mountain drew everyone's attention. This contingent was remarkable, for many among them were not cultivators, nor martial artists, but rather ordinary common folk, arriving in over 100 horse-drawn carriages. The foremost carriage bore a statue of the Grand Elder Lifeng. The disciples of the San sect initially contemplated halting them, for they were a cultivation sect, and it was inappropriate to allow mere mortals unrestricted access. However, upon seeing the statue, they hesitated, unable to intervene. They could only stare in astonishment as the procession made its way toward the sect's mountain base. As the carriage came to a halt, the statue of Lifeng was lifted by 8 brawny martial artists, with others ready to take their place. The over 1,000 commoners assisted one another as they ascended toward the San sect, kneeling in reverence at each step. The San sect's mountain comprised a total of 3,999 steps. And for these ordinary folk to ascend was no small feat, much less while kneeling in devotion. It felt as though even cultivators would struggle under such a burden. Not a single complaint escaped the lips of these individuals. No one cried out in pain. After traversing several hundred steps, the stone steps bore the marks of crimson blood, remnants of the injuries sustained by those who had scraped their knees and foreheads. Chapter 36. The celebration's turmoil, whether seated atop the mountain or waiting at the foot. All guests watched in bewilderment as these seemingly unremarkable commoners undertook a path of blood to ascend the 4,000 stone steps. When did mortals become so formidable? Some elderly individuals nearly stumbled, and as the disciples of the San sect attempted to assist them, they were met with refusal, as the elders insisted on showing respect to the great immortal. Lu Yuanxing, witnessing the scene before him, realized he had to intervene. Otherwise, these individuals would remain there until tomorrow, turning the celebration into a farce. With a swift motion, he soared down on his sword, hovering in the air before the crowd. Esteemed guests, I am Lu Yuanxing, the sect leader of the Sand Sect. Accept your heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the sect, but I urge you to return home for now. The guardian from Luoyu Town bowed deeply and declared, I have the honor of meeting the Immortal. I am the guardian of Luoyu Town in Nanyang, and today I come on behalf of 40,000 townsfolk to congratulate the great Immortal Lai on becoming the Grand Elder of the Immortal Gate. May the great Immortal ascend swiftly to the celestial ranks and bestow blessings upon us. May the great Immortal ascend swiftly to the celestial ranks and bestow blessings upon us. The 2,000 individuals called out in unison, their voices resonating for miles and shaking the hearts of those who gathered to watch. Suddenly, several clouds drifted from afar and settled above the Sand Sect, casting a radiant glow over 1,000 miles. Lai Feng, having just healed from his injuries and emerged from seclusion, felt a stirring in his heart as he soared into the air, appearing before the crowd in a flash. It is the great Immortal. The townsfolk of Luoyu Town bowed in reverence. Lai Feng, having cultivated the 5 elements heavenly art, felt a ripple of emotion as he gazed upon the familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Most of them were natives of Luoyu Town, and a few even hailed from the small village where Lai Feng had spent a decade. With a gentle wave of his hand, a soft breeze enveloped the crowd, compelling them to stand tall. Lai Feng produced a vial of celestial liquid, dispensing a few drops. With a mere thought, the mist from the liquid entered the bodies of the 2,000 individuals. Soon, they felt invigorated, their knee injuries healed, and the elderly among them appeared rejuvenated by several years. You need not go to such lengths. I reiterate my previous sentiment. To avoid being oppressed, you must strive for self-improvement. Since you have all come today, let us embrace the splendor of the Sand Sect. Lai Feng gestured for the elders to summon their guests and treat them to a celebratory feast. With a flourish, he conjured a wooden flying sword, which expanded into a massive blade measuring 10 feet wide and 30 feet long. With a wave, dozens of people mounted the sword, and in an instant, they were whisked to the mountaintop, where they took their seats. Those who could forge a connection with Lai Feng and receive his personal assistance were no ordinary individuals. The other guests at the banquet quickly sought to ingratiate themselves with the townsfolk of Luoyu. Hoping to cultivate favorable relations, as noon approached, the former sect leader presided over the founding celebration of the Sand Sect. First, Lu Yuanxing and the elders performed the customary formalities, after which the main event commenced. We now invite the Grand Elder of the Sand Sect to the stage to receive the homage of all the sect's elders and disciples. Lai Feng, disliking crowds, had been seated alone on a large rock outside the mountain gate, enjoying the view. Upon hearing the summons, he reluctantly rose to prepare for a brief appearance. Ha ha! How could the establishment of the Sand Sect be complete without the congratulations of my Heishan sect? Yulon Pavilion has come to congratulate the establishment of the Sand Sect. Tian Sect has come to congratulate the establishment of the Sand Sect. Jinyu Sect has come to congratulate the establishment of the Sand Sect. Fengling Sect has come to congratulate the establishment of the Sand Sect. The 5 sects arrived neither early nor late, each sect leader accompanied by several foundation establishment elders, though they came empty-handed. Their demeanor decidedly tense rather than celebratory. Lai Feng directly inquired, since the 5 sect leaders are filled with sincerity, I kindly request you present your gifts and offerings. I welcome all of you to participate in our sect celebration. The leader of Heishan sect chuckled, the Grand Elder is indeed worthy of his title. It seems the sect leader of the Sand Sect has lost his authority, Lu Yuanxing interjected. The position of the Grand Elder in our sect is inherently above that of the sect leader. By representing the Sand Sect and hosting all of you, I convey the highest courtesy of our sect. Are you not here to offer congratulations, but rather to provoke us? The leader of Heishan sect retorted. Oh, the Sand Sect is indeed brimming with talent. Even those at the late stage of Qi refinement can serve as sect leaders. We have certainly come to extend our congratulations, but a banquet with merely food seems overly dull. The 5 sect leaders wish to entertain the esteemed guests with an opening performance. How about I, the host, engage in a contest with your esteemed sect's elder? This may elevate the spirits of all present. The crowd, recognizing the ominous intent of the 5 sects, remained silent. The calm yet fierce Lai Wen spoke. That sounds splendid. I shall accept. However, I must clarify that my contests are always a matter of life and death. Not merely a competition of skill. I wonder who among you will be the first to challenge me." The leader of the Black Mountain sect, infuriated by the words, retorted, "Humph, such arrogance in youth. Allow me to teach you the meaning of respect for one's elders." He lunged forward, sword in hand, unleashing a blade of light that spanned dozens of feet, an attack not meant for a contest but rather a lethal strike. The onlookers gasped in horror for Lai Wind. Yet, Lai Wind remained silent. With a swift flick, his 5 elements flying swords emerged, encircling the Black Mountain leader in an intricate formation. The leader, undeterred, thrust his sword forward, only to be met with a resounding clash as the golden light of the Earth Cloud sword intercepted his attack. With a sudden twist, the golden light sword spun, and in a moment of pure oblivion, the leader's head was severed from his body, a fountain of blood erupting moments later. The Black Mountain leader met his end without even realizing he had perished. Lai Wind casually pocketed a storage ring, toying with it. "You dare to slay the Black Mountain leader?" The leader of the Golden Jade sect exclaimed, his face twisted in shock. With a thunderous bang, blood splattered as the Golden Jade leader's head exploded from a hidden strike. The 5 elements sword formation swiftly surrounding him before he could react, piercing through his skull. During his recent seclusion, Lai Wind had not only recuperated but also diligently studied his master's notes, achieving a near mastery of the 5 elements sword formation. Faced with these mediocre, late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, he found the encounter exceedingly effortless. The guests and elder disciples of the scattered sects were left in stunned silence. How could it be that the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, once formidable, could not even muster a single attack against the elder? Just how powerful was the elder? Turning to the former sect leaders and Lu Yuanqing, Lai Wind declared, "Since these 2 sects have lost the contest, they must pay the price. Immediately dispatch someone to take over, and let their sects be redefined as branches of the scattered sect." The former sect leaders and Lu Yuanqing rejoiced, respectfully bowing in response. "We shall obey the elder's decree." The elder, calming his anger, noted that the Black Mountain leader's obstinacy led him to his demise, a fate not desired by the sect. "We are willing to submit to the scattered sect. Please accept us," implored the elder of the Black Mountain sect, quick to react to the unfolding events. The elder of the Golden Jade sect followed suit, expressing his willingness to yield, fearful of being too late and facing annihilation. Lai Wind's voice turned cold. The scattered sect is newly established, beset by internal strife and external threats, leaving no time to test your sincerity. Those with pure intentions shall be clear. Take this unique poison of our sect and receive an antidote each month. Should you sincerely wish to join the scattered sect, I promise to grant you your freedom in 3 years. After exchanging a glance with the former sect leader, he signaled, and dozens of black pills appeared before each elder of the 2 sections with no other choice. They consumed the pills without hesitation. "Very well, you may lead the way and pacify your disciples. I do not relish bloodshed, so I advise you to tread carefully." The elders of the 2 sects, trembling with fear, guided the scattered sect's elders back to their sects to prepare for their incorporation. Lai Wind chose a 3-year time frame for the scattered sect's development, confident that in this period, they would pose no threat to any forces in Junwu Prefecture. The elder, still angered, remarked, "We truly had no idea the Black Mountain leader possessed such a malevolent heart. We came here sincerely to pay our respects." The remaining sect leaders and elders trembled in fear, fearing Lai Wind's displeasure might lead to their immediate demise. "Oh, it seems I misjudged your intentions, believing you sought trouble like the previous 2. Since you have brought your congratulatory gifts in your storage rings, I shall graciously accept them. Elder Chi, please collect the storage rings from the 3 sects. Such a grand gesture warrants a toast together." Upon inspecting the storage rings, Lai Wind discovered each contained a substantial sum of 100,000 spirit stones. He deduced that these individuals had come with dual motives. Should they win the contest, they could avoid paying tribute, or perhaps even conspire to divide the scattered sect again. Conversely, if they lost or could not secure victory, they would offer tribute as a form of appeasement. However, they had not anticipated Lai Wind's decisiveness and ruthlessness. The 3 sects dared not resist and reluctantly surrendered their storage rings, ultimately leaving without partaking in the feast, finding an excuse to depart in shame. Elder Chi beamed with delight as he collected dozens of storage rings. Realizing this represented nearly half the resources of the three sects in the aftermath, the reputation of the three sects waned, making it increasingly difficult to recruit disciples. Within a few years, they would likely fall to the ranks of lesser sections. Following this event, the scattered sect firmly established its presence in Junwu Prefecture, with the title of the foremost sect spreading widely among the populace. Within a mere fortnight, the sect recorded over 8,000 disciples, the majority being foundational members at the first and second stages of Qi refinement. The scattered sect continued to promote the alliance of scattered cultivators, now enhanced by the allegiance of the two sect elders, transforming the reserve camp into weekly sessions for sharing cultivation insights. It would not be long before the cultivation levels of scattered sect disciples soared, firmly establishing the sect's reputation as the premier sect of Junwu. Such matters were of little concern to Lai Wind, who, after the celebrations, arranged for the residents of Luoyu town to rest for a night, ensuring that the next day, sect members would escort them down the mountain, with two disciples at the seventh layer of Qi refinement providing safe passage. The townsfolk of Luoyu were elated, basking in the honor of being escorted by celestial beings who treated them with utmost courtesy, a rare privilege for mortals. All due to Lai Wind's influence. This moment, Lai Wind was deep in seclusion within the hidden chamber of the former Qingyun sect leader, diligently cultivating with the complete five elements spiritual liquid. Immersed in the process, aided by the Yang Lotus, his refinement speed and effectiveness doubled. The first crystal he chose to condense was the wood attribute spiritual crystal, known for its vibrant life essence, making it easier to control. Next, he worked on the water attribute spiritual crystal, which was comparatively gentle. After 3 days, he completed both crystals, one a brilliant green and the other a radiant sapphire blue. Lai Wind could feel that the condensed crystals possessed several times the power compared to their liquid state. He swiftly completed the earth spiritual crystal, but the final two, gold and fire spiritual crystals, proved to be the most challenging. One sharp, the other ferocious. Had he not prepared extra drops of spiritual liquid, he might have failed. The five elements spiritual roots required a different approach for breaking through to foundation establishment. One must first infuse spiritual energy into the crystals, transforming it into elemental energy before challenging the barrier. The difficulty was immense. Without adequate spiritual strength, success was unattainable. To supplement this, Lai Wind prepared 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones worth of spiritual liquid, with everything in place. He activated his cultivation method, channeling the spiritual energy from his dantian into the five elements crystals. Soon, the crystals expanded threefold, exhausting his dantian's energy. Lai Wind took a substantial sip of spiritual liquid and continued his infusion, pushing the crystals to their maximum limit, 5 times their original size, on the verge of exploding. With a mental shout to surge forward, the five elements crystals launched 5 beams of energy towards the boundary barrier. A deafening boom erupted. Lai Wind felt an excruciating pain, as if his abdomen were being shredded by 1,000 blades. He bit his lip until it bled, every muscle in his body convulsing. He cried out uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the agony. The Yang Lotus radiated ripples, stabilizing his consciousness and momentarily alleviating the pain, granting him a brief respite. The barrier cracked open several seams but was insufficient for a breakthrough. Healing as his energy dwindled, Lai Wind realized his first attempt had failed. He continued to replenish his spiritual energy into the 5 elements crystals, recalling the foundation establishment pills left to him by Gu Ruolin. Unable to break through directly, it seemed he had to rely on the pills' efficacy, hoping they would not disappoint him. Lai Wind swallowed all 5 foundation establishment pills. With a resounding boom, there was no intense pain. Instead, Lai Wind perceived the pills as powerful armor-piercing rounds, directly penetrating the barrier and creating 5 massive openings. Seizing the opportunity, the beams of 5 elements energy surged forth, rapidly breaching the barrier. As stability returned, Lai Wind found himself a newly minted cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He marveled at the immense reservoir of spiritual energy within him, several dozen times that of a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, surpassing even the typical late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. The purity of his spiritual energy was higher, the speed of circulation accelerated, and the lethality increased. Was this the difference between foundation establishment and Qi refinement? Indeed, it was formidable. Lai Wind did not rush to exit his seclusion. He consumed 5 more sips of spiritual liquid to replenish his dantian, Stabilizing his rank point 3 days later, he secured his realm, converting all his spirit stones into spiritual liquid, dividing it into 30 jade vials for the scattered sect. With no remaining attachments to Junwu Prefecture, whether for avenging his master or pursuing his dream of ascendance, he knew he must depart for the broader realms of the cultivation world. More importantly, he longed for Ruolin, yearning to reunite with his wife, his heart eager to seek her out. Chapter 38. Departure from the 6 prefectures upon learning that Lai Wind had concluded his seclusion. The upper echelons of the scattered sect gathered to congratulate him. With Lai Wind's ascension to the Foundation establishment stage, the sect standing sword, leaving no one daring to provoke them. The former sect leader, still in seclusion, was absent from the gathering. Lai Wind turned to Lu Yuanxing and said, "Brother Lu, with the scattered sect's future now secure, it is time for me to depart." The dozens of elders were left in shock. None could have anticipated Lai Wind's departure. Would the scattered sect remain as strong without him? Lu Yuanxing's heart raced slightly as he spoke. "Brother Lai, can't you stay a few more years? The scattered sect is currently in dire need of revitalization. If you leave, it will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the morale of our sect. If it's a matter of cultivation resources, the sect's resources are at your disposal. We can even empty the treasury if necessary." Lai Feng smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Lu, do you think that emptying the treasury would mean the elders and disciples of the entire sect would be left with nothing but worthless stones to cultivate with? Haha, do not worry. I merely miss my wife, Ruolin, and I must go find her. I should have left long ago, but I was concerned about the alliance. Now that the alliance has transformed into a sect, with external threats eliminated, it is essential to focus on development. Whether I am here or not makes little difference. Under your leadership, Brother Lu, the sect will surely break free from Junwuzu in the future. I reiterate, this scattered sect is not a sect for one individual. It is a home for all, and it requires the guardianship of everyone. Having fulfilled my responsibilities, it is only natural that I take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanxing understood that he could not retain Lai Feng. He produced a storage ring and handed it to Lai Feng, saying, "Brother Lai, for the immense kindness you have shown the scattered sect, we have no means to repay you. Please accept this as a token of gratitude from everyone in the sect." He continued, "Brother Lai will forever be the supreme elder of our sect. There shall only ever be one supreme elder, and that is you." Lai Feng accepted the ring and glanced inside, noting it contained no less than 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable fortune, likely representing a significant portion of the sect's current treasury resources, along with enough resources to condense at least 10 drops of 5-element spirit liquid. Lu Yuanxing seemed to anticipate that Lai Feng would refuse, and added, "Brother Lai need not worry. Our sect has recently acquired the treasuries of the Qingyun sect, the Heishan sect, and the Jinyu sect. These resources are merely a fraction of what we possess." Upon hearing this, Lai Feng accepted the offer without further protest. He owed nothing to the scattered sect. Rather, he had great benefactions toward it. Accepting this substantial gift would serve to conclude their shared fate. "Very well, I shall accept this. I hope, Brother Lu, that you will always remain true to your heart and believe that in the future, no golden core will hinder your path." He chuckled. Lu Yuanxing laughed heartily in response. "Haha. Rest assured, Brother Lai. You are not only the supreme elder of the scattered sect, but also the elder of fortune. If you say I can transcend the golden core, then I shall surely become a formidable Yuaning cultivator at the very least. This alone is a tremendous boon. Please allow me to pay my respects." After speaking, Lu Yuanxing performed a deep bow. Initially intending to perform 3 bows, Lai Feng quickly intervened and helped him up, saying, "Brother Lu, such actions would greatly embarrass me. Very well, before I leave, let us make one last contribution to the scattered sect. Everyone, please follow me." The disciples of the scattered sect watched in astonishment as the supreme elder soared ahead on his sword, followed closely by the sect master and dozens of elders. They were momentarily bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, but regardless of whether they could fly on swords or had to run on foot, they all hurriedly pursued behind. Lai Feng arrived once more at the Wanmu forest, a place that had undergone a tremendous transformation. Reflecting on the events of not long ago, he felt a wave of emotion surge within him. The 5-element sword array was unleashed, and within a mere incense stick's worth of time, nearly 100 late-stage first-tier tree demons within a 3-mile radius were eradicated. After 5 consecutive strikes, 600 late-stage first-tier tree demons lay neatly across the hillside. As Lu Yuanxing and the elders arrived, they were left dumbfounded by the sight before them. 600 late-stage first-tier tree demons. Even with their combined efforts, it would have taken them an entire day to fell such a number, especially if the tree demons did not resist. Lai Feng remained silent and continued onward. Half a day later, they gathered a late-stage second-tier tree demon, 10 mid-stage second-tier tree demons, and 120 early-stage second-tier tree demons, all corralled by Lu Yuanxing and the elders. Fortunately, everyone had multiple storage rings. However, the late-stage second-tier tree demon was an enormous creature, measuring 500 feet in length and 3 feet in girth, making it impossible to store in a ring. The 15 elders had to use their magic to levitate it back to the sect. The resources left by Lai Feng would surely suffice for the scattered sect for 100 years, a significant contribution indeed, although he had collected all the spirit cores from the second-tier tree demons. It was not easy to acquire would attribute spirit liquid, and he certainly would not let it slip away. Lai Feng chose not to return to the sect with the others and said to Lu Yuanxing, "Brother Lu, this is where we part ways. Take care." He then turned and flew away on his sword. Lu Yuanxing did not reply, his gaze lingering on Lai Feng's retreating figure, uncertain if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. "Brother Lai, even if we cannot catch up to you, the scattered sect will follow in your footsteps to see the path you have traversed and to hear your extraordinary tales." Lai Feng hastened to a small town on the outskirts of Tinshui County. With his current status, he was well aware of the situation in Junwuzhou. The reason Junwuzhou remained closed off from external threats was due to the surrounding Dead Sea, a place devoid of life. Every 3 years, the Dead Sea would experience a month of calm, allowing for safe passage by boat. However, once that month passed, even golden core cultivators would not dare to cross the sea. Lai Feng was certain that Guru Alan and the others had already left Junwuzhou, but by what means remained unknown. It was likely that the powerful cultivators outside had their methods. Lai Feng did not return to the small mountain village to pay respects to his grandfather and master. Feeling unworthy to face his master without having slain the heads of the 5 emperors, and lacking the means to find Ruolan made it impossible to return to his grandfather, to whom he had promised to bring his wife and children. He had learned from those who had come to pay respects to the scattered sect that his grandfather was now regarded as an ancestral figure. With people tending to his grave daily, the small town had only one large ship that set sail, returning once every 3 years. Calculating the time, it was set to depart in 3 days. Lai Feng approached the boatman and explained his intentions. The boatman, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a son and daughter both around 20 years of age, revealed a price that astonished Lai Feng, not because it was exorbitant, but rather quite low. Through conversation, Lai Feng learned that in recent years, fewer and fewer people had been making the journey. The ferry business had become increasingly difficult, with each trip taking 3 years before returning, leaving the man's wife and children to fend for themselves. Thus, he no longer relied on ferrying passengers for profit. It was hard for everyone, so he was grateful to receive something at all. The ship was laden with half a load of Junwa specialties, such as oars, silk, and fine wine, to be exchanged on the other side. This would be the boatman's last voyage, as he was growing old and wished to spend his remaining years with his son. Without a successor to continue the family trade, it would be difficult for anyone to set sail again. Lai Feng felt fortunate to have this opportunity. Consequently, he paid double the fare and stayed at the boatman's home. 3 days passed swiftly. The weather was fine, and Lai Feng joined 7 or 8 other passengers aboard the ship, preparing to cross to the other side. These individuals were merely ordinary martial artists, with no cultivators among them. Lai Feng could not fathom why this was so, nor did he inquire further. Chapter 39. Qingshui Prefecture. Time passed monotonously at sea, and the journey would take 20 days to reach the opposite shore. Lai Feng asked the boatman about their destination, to which the boatman simply replied that it was a small port town called Lingyun Port, comparable in prosperity to this side, but beyond that, he knew nothing more. Due to Lai Feng's generous payment, the boatman had prepared a private cabin for him, which was little more than a small storage room, but Lai Feng did not mind. Throughout the 20 days, he continuously consumed spirit liquid to refine his cultivation. The spirit liquid was purely a source of spiritual energy, meant solely for replenishment. To enhance his abilities, Lai Feng needed to expand and refine his dantian. In the span of 20 days, Lai Feng managed to enlarge his 5-element spirit crystal to the size of a soybean and solidified his cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. These accomplishments were largely due to the pure spirit liquid refined in the spirit-quenching pot. Otherwise, it would have taken him several more years to achieve such results. The boatman called out, "Dear guests, we have arrived at Lingyun Port. Please disembark." Lai Feng exited the cabin, thanked the boatman, and stepped onto the shore. Lingyun Port, as the boatman had described, was quite similar to the small town in Tianshui County. Yet it appeared even more picturesque. Every blade of grass and every tree was lush and vibrant, pristine and spotless. The natural environment was exceptional. Lai Feng broke a small blade of grass in his hand, and not a speck of dust clung to it. Inquiring with a nearby resident, he learned that a heavy rain had recently fallen, and here, the rain possessed a certain spirituality, washing away any dirt and leaving everything immaculate. The people here had not interacted with the outside world for quite some time and were largely unaware of it. Lai Feng sought out a village elder, who was over 70, to learn that this area belonged to Qingshui Prefecture, with a town called Qingmu located 1,000 miles away. The mountain village had not communicated with Qingmu town for several decades, and thus many had forgotten that such a place existed. On the road connecting the mountain village to Qingmu town, it was said that a pack of demon wolves had taken over decades ago, rendering the route unsafe ever since as night fell. Lai Feng rested at the village elder's home. The next day, disregarding the elder's warnings, he set off on his sword toward Qingmu town. Upon witnessing Lai Feng soaring through the air on his sword, the elder realized he had encountered a celestial being. Howl! After flying over 300 miles, a cacophony of wolf howls echoed through the air. Lai Feng paused in midair, using his divine sense to scan the area below. A pack of nearly 100 early-stage second-tier demon wolves was charging toward the direction from which Lai Feng had come, led by a wolf king of late-stage second-tier cultivation, its body more than twice the size of an ordinary demon wolf. If the demon wolves reached Lingyun Port, the village's ordinary residents would be doomed. Lai Feng landed behind the pack and immediately activated the 5-element sword array. In a flash of red, blue, yellow, white, and black, several demon wolves lost their heads. By the time the Wolf King sensed its kin being slaughtered, Lai Feng had already dispatched a third of the demon wolves. The 5-element sword array was extremely overpowering. Lai Feng had now learned to control the formation effortlessly against his enemies. With the mutual enhancement of the 5 elements, each sword could unleash the power of a high-grade magical flying sword. Slaying these ordinary demon wolves was a trivial task. The speed of the sword light was swift, and no matter how fast the wolves ran, they could not match the speed of Lai Feng's divine sense. Bolstered by the Yang Lotus, the Wolf King commanded the demon wolves to halt their advance and turn to attack Lai Feng. After a few breaths, over 20 more demon wolves fell under his blade. Surprisingly, the Wolf King displayed an unusual demeanor, lacking the ferocity typically associated with its kind. Instead, it turned and fled in fear. This left Lai Feng, who had hunted wolf packs multiple times in the Demon Beast Mountain range, utterly astonished. Was this Wolf King endowed with extraordinary intelligence, or was it merely a facade of strength? Lai Feng chose not to pursue, instead continuing to eliminate the remaining demon wolves. Upon witnessing their king's retreat, the demon wolves lost all semblance of fighting spirit and fled in disarray. This allowed Lai Feng to effortlessly deliver finishing blows, and though he had yet to reach the skill of severing heads from a distance of 1,000 miles, he could certainly manage it within 100. A flash of multicolored light signaled the return of the 5-element sword array, bringing the Wolf King's carcass before Lai Feng. After confirming that no demon wolf had been overlooked, he collected the remains of the entire pack and resumed his journey. The pelts and claws of these 100 demon wolves were excellent materials for refining weapons, potentially fetching tens of thousands of spirit stones. He was, however, uncertain about the exchange rates in this region. Indeed, apart from this batch of demon wolves, he encountered no other beasts along the way. Lai Feng speculated that these demon wolves had likely consumed all nearby creatures over the years, prompting them to venture towards Lingyun Port in search of sustenance. Shortly past noon, a bustling small town came into view under the sun. The town was modest in size, roughly 10 miles in circumference, with figures bustling about. With only 2 city gates on the east and west, Lai Feng felt a nostalgic familiarity akin to his experiences in Luoyu town. The town's entrance bore the inscription Qingmu, thus identifying it as Qingmu town. Aside from the locals, All outsiders were required to pay an entry fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone, which the town guards diligently collected. After handing over a spirit stone, Lai Feng sought out the largest inn in the town. "Dear guest, may I ask if you require a room or just a meal?" greeted the enthusiastic innkeeper. "A room for one night, and please find me a window seat with some fine food and drink," Lai Feng replied. Although his cultivation level allowed him to forego food, he was unfamiliar with the area and noted several patrons still dining, making it convenient for him to gather information. "Certainly, the cost for one night's stay is 1 low-grade spirit stone," the innkeeper stated as he collected the stone and gestured for Lai Feng to take a seat by the window while he prepared the meal. After a short wait, Lai Feng discovered little of significance beyond the fact that this town was part of Qingshui Prefecture. Most of the talk was trivial gossip. He called the innkeeper just as he was about to leave with the food and asked, "Brother, I am new to this place and have noticed that, despite the town's small size, it seems to be predominantly inhabited by cultivators, with very few ordinary folk. Might you enlighten me as to why?" The innkeeper hesitated for a moment, but upon receiving a spirit stone as a tip, immediately divulged all he knew before departing. Regular merchants passing through the town were generally well informed, and the question Lai Feng posed could have been answered by a child in the town. The spirit stone he offered was indeed a fortunate windfall. Through the innkeeper, Lai Feng learned that the town was established by a local protector, a former leader of a faction who had settled here a century ago following a calamity. The ordinary residents of the town were merely the offspring of these cultivators. Born without the aptitude for cultivation. 2,000 miles to the southwest lay a city named Haotian, under the jurisdiction of the Haotian sect. The largest sect within 3,000 miles. It was said that its sect leader was a formidable cultivator at the late core formation stage. The road leading from Qingmu town to Haotian city was fraught with danger, often plagued by first- and second-tier demon beasts, and occasionally even third-tier beasts, making it perilous for anyone but cultivators to travel. After gleaning no further useful information, Lai Feng returned to his room to rest. Preparing to set out for Haotian City the following morning. Chapter 40. The Siege of Demon Beasts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qingmu town fastened its gates tightly, adopting an air of vigilance as if preparing for an impending threat. Lai Feng had learned from the innkeeper that during the century of the town's establishment, there had been instances of demon beast riots attacking the town every 3 to 8 years. Given that 3 years had passed since the last siege, the time for another attack seemed imminent. A siege by demon beasts was both a calamity and an opportunity. Visiting cultivators could choose to engage the attacking beasts or remain passive under the protection of the town guards. Those who opted for active participation would claim any slain beasts for themselves, while those retreating to the town would enjoy the guards' protection, free from worry. However, opting out of the fight meant forfeiting access to resources, and it was common for capable merchants to seize the opportunity to earn a profit during such sieges, with the potential gains depending on their individual strength. Of course, some had met with misfortune, falling prey to high-ranking beasts hidden among the horde. The innkeeper, a cultivator of moderate talent at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, would likely never progress beyond the 5th level without a stroke of luck. Aside from tips from guests, he lacked the ability to hunt beasts for spirit stones. The inn was hardly an ideal place for secluded cultivation, as the techniques and insights left by the Celestial Lord were cryptic, profound, and exceedingly complex. Lai Feng typically utilized his spiritual sense to study the understanding of the 5 elements in unsafe environments, learning methods for harnessing spiritual energy. Although he had yet to grasp much of the knowledge, even this rudimentary understanding had proven immensely beneficial. His cultivation technique had accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy into his body, doubling the speed of spiritual energy condensation while reducing consumption during spellcasting by 30%. With his 5 elements spiritual root, his storage of spiritual energy was already 5 times that of others at the same level. If relying solely on spiritual energy in battle, he could rival cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. Not to mention the assistance of the spirit refining cauldron, which ensured the purity of his spiritual energy was on par with that of core formation cultivators. This meant that, apart from his current level of cultivation, Lai Feng's spiritual energy purity was already at the standard of a core formation cultivator. The bodies of the 100 demon wolves had been refined into meat spirit pills, and Lai Feng felt it essential to enhance not only his cultivation but also his physical strength and defense. In the dead of night, just past the hour of the rat, Lai Feng was jolted awake by a thunderous roar from the demon beasts, retracting his spiritual sense and opening his eyes. Could it be mere coincidence that on his first day here he encountered a siege of demon beasts? He couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. After adjusting his attire, he ventured outside. Soaring through the air on his sword, he surveyed the surroundings. The once pitch-black night had transformed into a scene of chaos as the townspeople stirred restlessly, ignited by the siege. The town was now ablaze with light. On the city walls, over 1,000 cultivators were unleashing spells to repel the oncoming demon horde. The town's protector, a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, commanded the defense from the East Gate. Lai Feng observed that outside the East Gate, 2 late second-tier beasts led the assault. A massive bird engulfed in flames, and an iron-backed brown bear known for its formidable defense. Beneath them, nearly 10,000 first- and second-tier beasts surged forward, attacking the town's gates and walls in a frenzied onslaught. Meanwhile, the West Gate faced only a mid-second-tier black wild boar leading its own charge. The strength of the besieging beasts ranged from mid to early second-tier. The disparity in strength was staggering compared to the East Gate. Protector, the number and quality of the demon beasts attacking this time far exceed those of the last siege. "Something feels amiss," remarked General Li of Qingmu Town. "If this continues, our chances of successfully defending the town are less than 30%. Protector, please prepare for the worst." The speakers were Generals Li and Wang of Qingmu Town, both at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while General Yang, also at the same level, had been dispatched to defend the West Gate. The leaders of the demon beasts at the East Gate remained motionless, as did the Protector and Generals Li and Wang, conserving their strength to prevent a surprise attack from the beast leaders. The 2 late second-tier beasts were on par with the Protector's cultivation, if not stronger, causing unease among the group. The Protector remained silent, beads of sweat forming on his palms and forehead, betraying his anxiety. For now, relying on the advantages of the walls, there had been no casualties among the defenders. However, the hundreds of demon beasts that had perished below were merely cannon fodder at the late first-tier level, while the cultivators who had engaged in combat had already expended 20 to 30% of their spiritual energy. The demon beast army still boasted a staggering 95% of its original numbers, and if this continued, it would not be long before the defenders' spiritual energy was depleted, rendering them powerless and at the mercy of their foes. Whenever the Protector ordered the cultivators to rotate and recuperate their strength, the hidden second-tier beasts would seize the opportunity to attack, forcing the relieved cultivators back into battle. At this moment, those second-tier beasts would retreat, sending in first-tier fodder to wear down the human cultivator's strength. A fierce battle between the demon beasts and humans had raged for 2 hours. The West Gate held on by a thread, while the East Gate teetered on the brink of collapse, with dozens of cultivators having already fallen, and 3,000 first-tier beast corpses piled at the base of the wall, allowing the surviving beasts to scale the walls atop their fallen comrades. As all cultivators lost the advantage of the walls, they were left with no choice but to engage the demon beasts in close combat. The Protector, along with the 2 generals, joined the fray, as they could no longer afford to conserve their strength. With the Protector joining the battle, the situation was temporarily brought under control, and no further casualties occurred. However, the number of cultivators retreating to replenish their spiritual energy began to rise, and the situation once again began to deteriorate. Lai Feng recognized that if he did not intervene soon, the lives of the over 10,000 residents of Qingmu Town would be forfeit. The cultivation world was unbearably ruthless, with countless tales of those who, in attempting to aid others, found themselves met with betrayal. In that moment, Lai Feng resolved that, despite whatever intentions the townsfolk might hold, they would be powerless to harm him should he choose to act. With a flash of 5-colored sword light, the sword array spun swiftly, cleaving the head and body of the wild boar leader asunder. The array then surged into the beast horde, annihilating all second-tier beasts before returning with their corpses to Lai Feng's side. The West Gate posed no threat, leaving only a handful of cultivators to eliminate the first-tier beasts. General Yang then led the remaining 300 cultivators to provide support at the East Gate. Lai Feng waved to collect the corpses and plunged into the throng of demon beasts at the East Gate. With his current physical defenses rivaling those of a top-grade spirit artifact, the first-tier beasts could not breach his defenses. He opted to unleash the 5-element sword array, targeting and dispatching the second-tier beasts. The array's sharpness proved overwhelming. The second-tier beasts were no match for him, and any that fell under his gaze met a grim fate, their bodies stored within his spatial ring, as General Yang arrives with his troops. The pressure on the defense significantly diminishes. At this moment, witnessing the formidable figure of Lai Feng wreaking havoc among the demonic beasts, one cannot help but inquire, who is this person? Why is he so ferocious? The other generals exchange glances, all expressing their unfamiliarity, suspecting him to be a reclusive merchant who has entered the town. The observer possesses keen insight, quickly discerning that Lai Feng is at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet his formidable prowess surpasses his own by several degrees, leading to the suspicion that he might be a disciple undergoing trials from a prestigious sect. Regardless, it is evident that Qingmu Town has found its savior. Presently, however, there is no time for such musings, as the surrounding thousands of demonic beasts present a considerable challenge. These creatures are of a much higher caliber than those that have fallen. With half of his spiritual energy expended, he can only fight with all his might and address the aftermath later. Chapter 41. The battle against the demonic beast leader. A piercing beast roar resonates as a streak of red light flashes by, followed by dozens of fireballs, each the size of a human fist, hurtling towards Lai Feng. The intense heat evaporates the water spirit energy in the air, creating rising white mist in its wake. Summoning the 5-element sword array for defense, the water cloud swords might surges, transforming into a river 100 meters long to counter the incoming fireballs. The sound of sizzling fills the air. These fireballs are no ordinary flames. They evaporate a third of the river's water before extinguishing. The area outside the East City Gate becomes enveloped in a thick veil of mist, obscuring visibility. While the cultivators rely on their spiritual senses, the demonic beasts depend on their keen sense of smell. The human race, seasoned in combat, finds that the demonic beasts, now leaderless and in disarray, are momentarily at a disadvantage. The Firebird seems taken aback by the unfavorable consequences of its actions. As the remaining 2/3 of the river's residual force surges towards it, there is no time for contemplation. With a powerful flap of its wings, over 100 fireballs are launched to meet the river. More white mist surges outward, again shrouding the battlefield in obscurity. The clamor of battle and the roars of beasts echo as both humans and beasts seem to rally through the sounds of their comrades, affirming they are not alone in this fight. With allies comes the will and hope to continue fighting. With a sharp cry, the Firebird, having just dealt with the river's water, suddenly perceives a massive water sphere, 3 meters in diameter, descending upon it. Enraged, it lets out a furious roar, preparing to retaliate. Beside it, the ironback brown bear bellows and instantly doubles in size. With a thunderous crash, it leaps into the air. The bear collides with the water sphere, which bursts in midair, showering down like torrential rain. The ironback brown bear, rebounding to the ground, steadies itself after taking 2 steps back, entirely unharmed. This astonishing resilience leaves Lai Feng, who was preparing to ambush the Firebird, utterly astonished. The bear's defense is truly formidable. In the midst of this distraction, a gigantic flaming longsword descends from the sky, its intense heat singeing Lai Feng's hair before it can even get close. With no time to cast a spell in defense, Lai Feng swiftly sidesteps to the left. A thunderous explosion follows, flames soaring as if a rocket had struck the earth, sending dirt and stones flying. The ground trembles violently, fissures crack open in a web-like pattern, extending nearly 10 meters in all directions, resulting in the immediate demise of dozens of demonic beasts. Though Lai Feng manages to evade the brunt of the blast, he is still shaken, with 2 large blisters forming on his arm from the fireball's splatter. Anger simmers within him as he gestures and conjures a massive azure sword, aimed directly at the Firebird. The chilling, lethal water sword elicits a shiver from the Firebird, which instinctively opens its beak and conjures a towering flame shield in front of it. With a resounding crash, the water sword strikes the shield, producing a crack that begins to spread. The Firebird, in a desperate bid, exhales flames to repair the shield, prompting Lai Feng to alter his spell, intensifying the azure sword's brilliance. The shield shatters with a resounding crack, and the water sword, undeterred, surges towards the Firebird, only for the bear to dart in front of it. The clash of the water sword against the bear is akin to a bell tolling, with the sword being repelled back. In contrast, the bear merely suffers a minor scratch, not even drawing blood. Feeling the sting, the ironback brown bear roars and charges toward Lai Feng, its rapid advance causing the ground to tremble. Lai Feng ascends on his sword, watching as the bear leaps 100 meters into the air, its massive paw poised to strike him down. Seizing the opportunity, the Firebird condenses 4 flaming longswords, launching them at Lai Feng with blinding speed, outpacing the bear. Though these swords lack the size of the previous one, their might is amplified. Lai Feng, wary of the threat, channels immense spiritual energy into the 5-element sword array. Suddenly, the array glows with resplendent light, the water cloud sword swelling to 3 times its size, and with a flash, it strikes out. The sounds of shattering resonate as the water sword slices through 3 flaming longswords, significantly diminishing their potency. The 4th flaming longsword merely hesitates before deflecting the water cloud sword and hurtling towards Lai Feng. Just as he prepares to counter, the flaming longsword accelerates unexpectedly, despite his keen battle instincts. Lai Feng cannot avoid injury entirely, suffering a penetrating wound to his left shoulder. At this moment, the massive paw of the bear looms close, and with no time to recall the sword array, Lai Feng extends his right hand in defense. The collision of their palms reverberates like thunder, releasing a charge sent into the air. Lai Feng stumbles back 2 paces, a smile breaking across his face. The ironback brown bear's defense is unparalleled. Even his golden cloud sword fails to inflict a fatal wound. In that precarious moment, he fully channels his spiritual energy into his right palm, unleashing the long unutilized thunder palm, yielding unexpectedly effective results. The bear lands heavily, cradling its right paw and blowing on it, the surface slightly charred but not severely harmed, though its entire right limb appears somewhat numb and unresponsive. Seizing the moment of the bear's vulnerability, Lai Feng swiftly delivers 3 more thunder palm strikes to the bear's chest. The bear, now partially paralyzed, emits a fragrant aroma from its chest, attempting to retaliate but lacking its earlier agility. Frustrated, it bellows repeatedly, while Lai Feng merely aims to pacify the bear temporarily, hoping it won't obstruct his hunt for the Firebird. As for slaying the bear, that seems a distant dream. This creature, whether due to its potent bloodline or extraordinary fortune, possesses an unrivaled defense that leaves Lai Feng in awe. Even the Xian Shui turtle would struggle to withstand him in the same realm. With a mournful cry, the Firebird perceives its companion's injury and erupts into a frenzied roar. Suddenly, it shrinks in size by half. As Lai Feng marvels at this transformation, the Firebird charges toward him, its voice echoing within his consciousness. "Human, how dare you injure my companion? I will roast you to feed my friend." Lai Feng quickly conjures the 5-element sword array to ensnare the Firebird, which thrashes violently within its confines. The smaller Firebird moves with increased speed and ferocity, its sharp beak relentlessly assaulting the array, producing a chorus of metallic clinks reminiscent of a musician performing on stage. Lai Feng struggles to keep pace with the Firebird's agility, and the water cloud sword has ceased its assault. Now, Lai Feng can only exert all his effort into maintaining the sword array, ensuring the Firebird cannot escape. Observing both the Firebird and the nearby bear, a thought emerges in his mind: to subdue both. The bear's unmatched defense is a treasure for survival, and with it at the forefront, even a golden core cultivator would find it challenging to contend with him. Suddenly, a powerful force crashes against the 5-element sword array, and the Firebird darts through the gap, pursuing the fleeing bear. Lai Feng, feeling the turbulence of his spiritual energy, takes a deep breath, steadies himself, and swiftly follows on his sword. As the demonic beasts see their leader retreat, their fighting spirit dissipates, and they begin to flee. The cultivators of Qingmu town, exhausted and weary, immediately collapse to the ground to recuperate, even the town's guardian succumbing to fatigue as he retrieves spirit stones to restore his energy. Incapable of pursuing further, soaring above the lush, verdant forest, towering trees stretch skyward. Reluctantly, Lai Feng must fly no higher than several meters above the ground, as the bear charges forward like a tank, uprooting dirt and scattering foliage in its wake. Broken branches along the path guide Lai Feng's pursuit, as the demonic beasts possess a significant advantage over humans in navigating the forest. After an hour of relentless pursuit, Lai Feng has yet to glimpse the bear, but the signs of broken branches suggest it was no more than a short while ago. He hastens his chase once more. Suddenly, the trail of the brown bear vanished ahead, revealing a vast expanse of gravel stretching for several miles. Starkly contrasting with the surrounding lush greenery of the forest, in the center of the stony terrain stood hundreds of massive boulders, each towering several zhang high. The fierce wind speculated that the brown bear and the firebird must be hiding somewhere amid these colossal stones. The eerie silence enveloping the area was unsettling, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects or the call of birds. A sense of unease stirred within the fierce wind, prompting him to tread cautiously towards the boulders. His gaze vigilant, the enchantment of Yin Qingshu granted him remarkable lightness, allowing him to traverse the gravel without a sound. After examining a dozen boulders, a faint roar of beasts echoed from ahead, one voice gravelly and the other melodious. The fierce wind immediately recognized these as the sounds of the brown bear and the firebird. Sensing no other demonic beasts in the vicinity, he suppressed his anxiety and gradually approached the two creatures. Ahead, it appeared that a circle of boulders formed a secluded area with only a 2-zhang-wide entrance. Upon entering, he cautiously peeked inside. Each boulder bore a cave several zhang high, totaling 7 or 8 in number. With a particularly grand cavern standing 10 zhang tall at the center, presumably the dwelling of the most powerful beast, at that moment, the firebird and the brown bear were engaged in a conversation in beast language beside the large cave. The cave was shallow, and the fierce wind quickly discerned the situation. The brown bear seemed to be lamenting, occasionally raising its right paw to point at its singed chest for the firebird to see. The firebird flapped its wings and gently patted the bear's head, offering words of comfort like an older sister. The brown bear joyfully hopped around a few times. The firebird appeared to be only slightly injured, merely exhausted from its fiery essence. Observing this, the fierce wind swiftly executed a spell, sealing the cave entrance with a burst of multicolored light. The bird and bear were taken aback, and the brown bear roared fiercely, positioning itself protectively in front of the firebird, as if to warn the fierce wind. Approaching the cave entrance, he spoke. "You are unlike other demonic beasts. You possess greater intelligence. I know you can comprehend my words. Surrender to me, and I shall spare your lives." After a brief pause, as he prepared to continue, the firebird transmitted a thought into his mind. "Humans are cunning and treacherous. Do not let them deceive us. Brother, if they intend to kill, let them do so." The fierce wind was taken aback. It seemed the beasts indeed harbored a deep-seated distrust of humanity. After contemplating for a moment, he retracted the 5-element sword formation. "What do you mean, human?" the firebird inquired, puzzled by the fierce wind's intentions. He smiled slightly and replied, "It is nothing. Throughout my cultivation, I have witnessed both the treachery and the profound loyalty of humankind. Just recently, in Qingmu town, I observed humans united in purpose. Yet, I have always perceived demonic beasts as ferocious and brutal, often turning against their kind. It is the first time I have encountered such genuine camaraderie among you." The firebird, skeptical, retorted, "Human, do you wish to use these flattering words to elicit our gratitude and subservience?" The fierce wind replied earnestly, "At least I am forthright. Are you not, at present, subjugated under the dominance of higher-tier demonic beasts? Lacking freedom? If you submit to me, I promise to treat you as equal partners rather than mere slaves, and within 3 years, I will assist you in ascending to 3rd-tier demonic beasts if you refuse. So be it. I shall not slay you today, but should you attack humans again and I witness it, I will show no mercy." The iron-backed brown bear seemed to defer to the firebird. Turning to look at it, the firebird remained deep in thought, not responding. After a brief silence, the fierce wind sighed and turned to leave. Perhaps this was fate's cruel twist. He felt no regret in sparing the two beasts. Just as his figure was about to fade from view, the firebird swooped down and landed before him, transmitting, "Is it true that you will help us ascend to 3rd tier in 3 years?" Without hesitation, he replied, "I, Lai Feng, am a man of my word. I can swear an oath upon my heart." The firebird gazed at the not particularly handsome youth before her. His sincere and resolute eyes offered her a sense of reassurance. She imagined a scene of him standing alone beneath the vast cosmos, a master in solitude. Perhaps following such a master would not be a misfortune for her and the brown bear. "No need for an oath. I believe you'd." A spirit mark imbued with a sense of submission flew towards the fierce wind. Sensing no malice, he did not resist, and the mark swiftly entered his consciousness. Delving deep within, instantly, he felt a connection of souls with the firebird, sensing her emotions and realizing he could control her life and death with a mere thought. Any words he wished to convey to her could be transmitted effortlessly through his intentions. The iron-backed brown bear approached, offering its spirit mark of submission. The fierce wind was astonished by how easily he had managed to win over the firebird and subdue the bear. Chapter 43. Battling the mid-stage third-tier savage bull after establishing the master-servant contract with the two beasts. Communication became seamless at the mere prompt of his mind. "Master," the two beasts called out in unison. The fierce wind, feeling somewhat unaccustomed, replied, "I am called Lai Feng. Since I have promised fair treatment, you may address me by my name." "Then we shall call you Brother Feng," the firebird chirped joyfully, her delight evident. "Brother Feng, my name is Huayu. I possess a trace of the Zhuke bloodline, though it is not pure. The iron-backed brown bear is my companion, whom I saved 30 years ago, and he has been by my side ever since. His name is Xiao Peng Xiong, and he carries a hint of the Xuanwu bloodline, albeit also not pure." Upon hearing this, the fierce wind realized that these two beasts must have lived for over a century, yet they addressed a mere teenager like him as brother. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Had his cultivation made him seem aged? However, upon reflecting that demonic beasts grew at a slower rate than humans, he soon found solace, recognizing that Huiyu and Xiaopeng Xiong were likely no more than 7 or 8 years old in terms of intellect. "Huiyu, I sense a hint of unease in this place. We should depart swiftly." Upon hearing this, Huiyu's expression shifted drastically, panic overtaking her. "Brother Feng, we are being controlled by a mid-stage third-tier savage bull here. It has compelled us to attack Qingmu town to consume the corpses of the thousands of humans residing there for its cultivation." Furrowing his brow, the fierce wind questioned, "Can human corpses aid demonic beasts in cultivation? This is the first I have heard of such a thing." "Indeed. Just as humans hunt us for demonic crystals and demon pills, consuming our flesh enhances their cultivation, so too do human corpses serve as a significant boon for demonic beasts, far superior to consuming our own kind." Huiyu explained. The fierce wind finally grasped her explanation and inquired, "If this savage bull is so formidable, why does it not attack Qingmu town directly? Surely, no one would escape its wrath. This area, spanning 100 miles, is the savage bull's territory, but beyond this lies a lake, home to a water python of equal strength. They have been battling for several years now. Currently, the savage bull is likely preoccupied with the water python, eager for us to assault Qingmu town so it can swiftly bolster its strength and take down the python, thus expanding its territory and resources. Considering the time, the savage bull should be returning soon. Brother Feng, we must leave at once." The sound of rapid thuds echoed from afar, the ground trembling from slight to intense. Some gravel from atop the towering boulders began to tumble down. "Brother Feng, Xiaopeng Xiong and I will hold off the savage bull. You must escape first." The fierce wind remained motionless, his gaze fixed ahead, a grave expression etching his features. There is no time, and immense pressure surged through the bodies of the human and the two beasts. And suddenly a giant savage bull, standing 5 to 6 zhang tall, obstructed their exit. Although its oppressive aura was formidable, it fluctuated erratically, alternating between strength and weakness. The bull's massive head was torn and bloody, revealing bone beneath, and its entire body bore 2 gaping wounds as thick as water buckets, still oozing blood, accompanied by numerous bite marks leaking a dark, viscous liquid. It seemed evident that it had sustained these injuries in its battle with the water python. "Huiyu, has the savage bull always emerged from its confrontations with the python in such a state?" Huiyu, her expression solemn, responded, "No, it usually only suffers minor injuries. After all, this forest is home to other third-tier beasts as well. I am uncertain why it has been so severely wounded this time." Upon hearing this, the fierce wind pieced together the situation. The savage bull likely feared that the water python would disrupt its ascension, seeking to weaken both parties before returning to feast on the corpses of the cultivators in Qingmu town. However, it had not anticipated that its assured victory would be thwarted by his presence, creating an unexpected opportunity to strike while it was injured. Seeing a human before it, the savage bull felt a sense of foreboding as it noticed its subordinates had not only failed to eliminate this intruder, but also seemed to follow its lead. It growled, "Who are you, human?" In response, the fierce wind unleashed a visceral assault. Taking advantage of the bull's weakened state, he linked his mind with the two beasts, and the 5-element sword formation surged violently into the gaping wounds. Yu soared to the top of the boulder, still not fully recovered, conjuring 2 fireballs the size of half a zhong and hurling them into the bull's wounds before collapsing onto the boulder. Temporarily unable to attack, the savage bull, taken aback by the audacity of these ants daring to strike against it, momentarily faltered, allowing the fierce wind and the 2 beasts to gain the upper hand. Yet, being a third-tier demonic beast, it soon regained its composure, swiftly turning the tide of battle. With a powerful charge, it sent Xiaopeng Xiong flying, crashing into the boulder with a resounding crash. The impact was so fierce that Xiaopeng Xiong became embedded within the rock, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of its mouth, showcasing the sheer force of the blow. The fierce wind, relieved to see Xiaopeng Xiong relatively unharmed, reassured himself that only the bear could withstand such an assault. Had he or Yu been struck, they would have likely faced severe injury or worse. The savage bull's fury towards the fierce wind intensified, and after sending Xiaopeng Xiong hurtling away, it charged recklessly at him. The ground shook with a series of thunderous crashes as boulders buckled under the onslaught, some shattering and others splintering, sending debris flying. The sharp shards that struck the fierce wind's skin left it reddened and swollen. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt to Yu's side, extracting 2 drops of fire attribute essence from his dantian and infusing them into her body, urging her to recover from a distance. Despite the imposing size of the MNI, it exhibited remarkable agility, making it difficult for Li F-ing to comprehend how it accomplished such feats. The 5 elements sword array continued to inflict torment within the MNI's flesh, causing the gaping wounds to expand and blood to spray forth, rendering the creature increasingly frenzied. As Li F-ing deftly evaded, he soon realized that the MNI was merely feigning as it leapt high into the air. Its hooves aimed directly at him. A pair of colossal, cylindrical shadows descended, the sheer pressure making it difficult to breathe. Gritting his teeth, Li F-ing struggled against the oppressive weight, managing to shift several yards to the right. The ground erupted, earth and stone flying in all directions. Li F-ing stumbled and fell, becoming buried beneath the debris. He coughed up blood, his internal organs injured, and 2 of his ribs shattered, each movement bringing excruciating pain. The MNI had unleashed its innate ability. MNITTIN, its hooves striking the ground with the force of a 1,000-pound object falling from the sky, amplified several-fold by spiritual energy. Li F-ing had been knocked to the ground by this tremendous force, the violent tremors disrupting the very fabric of the void, rendering him incapable of leaping or taking flight on his sword. His physical state and ribs were severely compromised by the pressure of the spiritual energy. Crawling out from the rubble, Li F-ing appeared disheveled, his internal energy still in disarray. Suddenly, a massive bull's head charged toward him. The little chubby bear leapt forward to embrace the bull's head, momentarily halting the MNI, which then violently shook its head, sending the bear flying. Just as the MNI prepared to continue its assault on Li F-ing, a blaze of crimson light surged into its body, filling the air with a rich aroma of roasted meat, causing the MNI to writhe in agony, too preoccupied to attack Li F-ing. The little chubby bear crawled over to drag Li F-ing to safety. After a few breaths, Li F-ing regained his composure and, free from the distractions of evasion, fully activated the 5-element sword array, which soon rendered the MNI motionless. The trio, 1 human and 2 beasts, sat together, panting heavily. Had it not been for the MNI's grievous injuries, the day might have ended in disaster for them all. After all, Li F-ing's cultivation level was vastly inferior to that of the MNI, and the 5-element sword array was only in a nascent stage, incapable of breaching the intact defenses of the MNI. In Chapter 44, titled Fire Feathers Advancement, luring the water python, Li F-ing consumed a spiritual liquid, which allowed him to break through and advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, increasing his strength by 30%. Bringing him great joy, he learned that both Fire Feather and the little chubby bear could also directly consume spiritual liquids. As demon beasts differed from humans, they could autonomously transform their energy attributes, albeit at a much slower rate. For instance, Fire Feather could swiftly regain her strength by consuming fire attribute spiritual liquid, while absorbing spiritual energy would take her half a month. Even ingesting highly concentrated spiritual liquid would still require 3 to 5 days. The meat spirit pills that Li F-ing produced piqued the interest of the 2 beasts. The little chubby bear devoured 26 second-tier meat spirit pills before feeling satiated, its fur becoming glossy and black, clearly indicating an enhancement in physical prowess. Fire Feather consumed over 10 meat spirit pills. While no outward changes were apparent, Li F-ing sensed her joy through their mental connection. Having hunted numerous second-tier demon beasts in Qingmu Town, Li F-ing generously bestowed 100 meat spirit pills to each beast. However, through his battle with the MNNI, he recognized his own defensive shortcomings. Unfortunately, he lacked suitable defensive artifacts and body refinement techniques, forcing him to continue relying on meat spirit pills for enhancement. Had he not consumed these pills over the past few months, he would likely have sustained grave injuries earlier. Rising to his feet, Li F-ing attempted to dissect the MNNI's head in search of a demon crystal but found nothing, leaving him puzzled. Fire Feather seemed to sense his thoughts and approached, saying, "Brother Feng, are you looking for the demon crystal?" "Indeed," he replied. "Hee, third-tier demon beasts do not possess demon crystals." After advancing to the third tier, the demon crystal transforms into energy and combines to form a demon dan, located where the MNNI's heart is. "You should check there," Fire Feather chimed playfully. Upon searching, Li F-ing discovered a fist-sized orb and confirmed it to be a demon dan, sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. Fire Feather and the little chubby bear stared at the demon dan with drool pooling at their mouths. Li F-ing casually inquired, "Is this thing significantly beneficial for you?" Fire Feather excitedly replied, "Brother Feng, I've been stuck at the peak of the late stage for a while now. If I consume this demon dan, I can immediately advance to the third tier." Li F-ing was elated and tossed the demon dan to her. "In that case, make sure to consume it quickly. As for the little chubby bear, don't worry. Your turn will come next." The little chubby bear, not particularly bright, bounced with joy upon hearing that Fire Feather could advance to the third tier. After the MNNI's demise, the area remained relatively safe. Fire Feather promptly lay down and consumed the demon dan, her aura swelling continuously. Li F-ing noted that it would take her at least a day to complete her advancement. The MNNI, being of Earth attribute, had tough skin and flesh. Li F-ing chose not to refine it into meat spirit pills, but instead stored it in his storage ring, knowing it would not spoil. He planned to see if he could forge a high-tier Earth attribute flying sword from it in the future. Should he acquire a genuine flying sword, Li F-ing's strength would double. The power of the 5-element sword array did not simply add up but multiplied geometrically. The little chubby bear presented Li F-ing with the treasures found within the MNNI's den. Though they were of little value, as the MNNI had absorbed most of the good resources over the years to enhance its own strength, which was likely why it targeted the human settlement. However, a piece of early-stage third-tier wind tiger skin was a notable find. Li F-ing, lacking knowledge of wind attribute powers, did not know its potential value, so he decided to keep it for now, believing it could fetch a good price. Moreover, there were 2 heavy chunks of metal or weighing over 1,000 pounds each, which he estimated could yield 300 to 500 drops of gold attribute spiritual liquid without issue. Filling him with delight, he immediately took out the refining pot to begin the process. A day later, Fire Feather successfully advanced to a third-tier demon beast, though her aura was still not fully under control, and her realm was not completely stabilized, requiring some time. As Li F-ing completed the refinement of the gold attribute spiritual liquid, he produced 4 porcelain vials filled with the purified liquid and distributed them to the 2 beasts. The vials vanished in the blink of an eye, and upon inquiring, Li F-ing learned that both beasts possessed a trace of divine beast bloodline, allowing them to communicate with their personal space, where they stored their items, albeit limited to a few yards, sufficient for small treasures. The MNNI, being of ordinary bloodline, lacked such spatial capabilities, which is why its treasures were stored in the cave, consumed whenever resources became available to prevent theft. Following her advancement, Fire Feather's body had grown significantly, and her voice now resembled that of an 11 or 12-year-old girl, melodious and enchanting. Li F-ing sat cross-legged upon her back, while the little chubby bear followed on the ground. This marked Li F-ing's first experience flying through the air on a demon beast, a sensation of exhilarating freedom. Before long, they arrived at the lakeside. The lake stretched for miles, its waters crystal clear, with lush aquatic vegetation thriving within, surrounded by dense forests, the air refreshingly pure. Li F-ing inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. A mortal living here could easily extend their life by a decade. Lost in thought, He mused that once he found Ruelin and avenged his master, he would seek a secluded paradise to live a peaceful life with her, free from worldly strife. Snapping back to reality, he inquired, Firefeather, is the water python in the lake? How can we lure it out, Brother Fong? The water python is certainly healing in the deepest part of the lake. I will cause a commotion on the lake's surface to prevent it from resting, compelling it to emerge and pursue me. The water python can unleash its third-tier late-stage power in the water, so I need to draw it away from the water source before we can encircle and slay it. Li Effing agreed. All right, let's proceed as planned. Once everything was arranged, Firefeather took to the skies, flying towards the lake center to provoke the creature. Having advanced to the third tier, Firefeather's power had doubled. Li Effing recognized that had he fought her back then, he would have been forced to flee, unable to contend with her strength. With a flap of her wings, hundreds of fire rain orbs coalesced in the air, each the size of a human head. The intense heat was several times stronger than before, evaporating the moisture in the air in an instant, even dissipating the fog. Bang bang. 100 fireballs surged in a straight line toward the center of the lake, causing the water to erupt in a cacophony of explosions. Towering geysers shooting skyward, transformed into a dazzling display of colors under the flames and sunlight. The fireballs plunged deep into the lake, causing the water to churn violently, surging in waves like a tempest. In Chapter 45, Frantic Hunt, a massive whirlpool suddenly formed at the lake center, resembling a dragon siphoning water. Damn that MNI, how dare it send you, a dead bird, to disturb my healing. Today, I shall feast upon you and then eliminate that foolish bull, echoed a voice, its gender indiscernible, filled with fury. The MNI commanded that as long as I can restrain you and prevent your recovery, it shall come to annihilate you in a few days after its advancement. This territory will then belong to us, Firefeather retorted. The water python, taken aback, reflected on its previous skirmishes with the MNI. It had never sustained such severe injuries before. Unbeknownst to it, the MNI had become obsessed with its ascendants, fearing that the water python would thwart its progress. This foolish bird has revealed such critical information. I cannot allow that dim-witted bull to succeed in its advancement. As I pondered this, a tremendous roar erupted from the water's surface, and a colossal water python, 3 zhang in girth and 100 zhang in length, emerged. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a bloody cavity in its left eye, likely inflicted by a previous assault from a savage bull. The python's body bore numerous gaping wounds, suggesting it had been savagely bitten by a fierce beast. With a swift extension of its head, it lunged toward Huayan with lightning speed, while Lai Wind, observing from a distance, clenched his fists, anxious for Huayan's safety. Huayan seemed to possess some understanding of the python's impending strike, deftly evading it just in time, and soared toward the shore with wings aflutter. The python, thwarted in its initial attempt, pursued relentlessly, its thoughts racing. This wretched bird had evidently ascended to the early third tier, though its cultivation seemed unstable, indicative of a recent advancement. Should it devour the bird, it could enhance its own strength and subsequently vanquish the severely injured bull. The mere thought of claiming the bull's territory sent the python surging forward, closing the distance to Huayan to just a few dozen zhang. Startled, Huayan ignited its spiritual energy in a fervor, diving into the forest and utilizing the towering ancient trees to gain some distance from the python. As the python passed, countless trees were snapped asunder, with only those of similar girth to its massive form remaining upright. Yet, even the hundreds of roots that burst from the ground struggled to hold their ground against the python's sheer force. Lai Wind observed that even on land, the python's offensive might rival that of the savage bull, if not exceed it. As Huayan approached the bull's territory, it halted abruptly, employing its most potent skill, shrinking to half its size while barely achieving the mid-level of the third tier in offensive power. The python, charging forward, was momentarily taken aback by the counterattack, suffering 5 gaping wounds akin to water buckets, as the searing fire energy incinerated its flesh and blood, provoking an anguished roar, with its forked tongue flickering angrily. The python retaliated against Huayan in its current state. Huayan's attack speed surged several-fold, rendering the python unable to grasp its elusive form, which flickered like fiery afterimages in the air. Despite inflicting more wounds, the python was compelled to coil defensively, adopting a posture of resistance. With a series of metallic clinks, each of Huayan's assaults was parried by the python, thwarting any chance of success. Determined, Huayin transformed into a massive fireball and launched another ferocious attack. While the python instinctively thrust its head forward to collide with it that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged. The python attempted to retract its head, but it was too late. Lai Wen's fire cloud sword, concealed within the fireball, struck the python's right eye with a resounding explosion. In an instant, the python's right eye was obliterated, and the fire cloud sword emerged from its left eye. In agony, the python lost its defensive stance, thrashing wildly on the ground. Having previously battled water serpents, Lai Wen was acutely aware that once such beasts lost their sight, their threat diminished significantly. Uniting forces with Huayin, they swiftly inflicted severe wounds upon the python once more. Regaining consciousness amid the excruciating pain, the python realized the dire situation and immediately retreated toward its lair. In a desperate bid for survival, it moved faster than before, yet the eager little fat bear, intent on advancing to the third tier, would not allow the python to escape. With a huff of determination, it doubled in size and slammed its palms onto the ground. The earthbound beast's skill ensnared the advancing python with a multitude of colossal earth hands, momentarily halting its progress. However, being only a peak second-tier beast, little fat bear found it no easy feat to restrain the python. Just as the python prepared to break free, Lai Wen channeled a long-forgotten vine technique, manifesting hundreds of vine-like tendrils as thick as a human waist to ensnare the python tightly. This low-tier spell, while insufficient to completely bind the python, provided Lai Wen with an opening with a swift motion. He conjured a massive, thick earth sword, dozens of zhang long, and aimed it at the python's vitals. The python, deprived of sight, sensed the imminent threat of the blade and thrashed desperately to escape its bindings. With a resounding thwack, the earth sword cleaved the python in two. Seeing the python lifeless, little fat bear hurriedly retrieved its demon core and consumed it, unleashing a torrent of potent energy that propelled it to an unexpected promotion. However, its cultivation remained unstable, as over half of the core's energy still lingered. Little fat bear needed to calm itself and absorb the energy to solidify its advancement. Though the python was formidable, its physical form was average. It was merely its constricting power that proved overwhelming. Even for the savage bull, Lai Wen decided to refine the python's remains into flesh spirit pills. The two segments of the serpent's body yielded 2 early-stage third-tier flesh spirit pills, which Lai Wen chose not to consume, instead saving them to stabilize the other 2 beast cultivation. A day later, both Huayin and Little Fat Bear had firmly established their early third-tier cultivation. Lai Wen marveled at the ironback brown bear's remarkable physical prowess, noting that it required significantly less time to stabilize its realm. Returning to the python's lair, Lai Wen discovered numerous treasures hidden beneath the lake. To his astonishment, he unearthed a natural vein of water spirit stones. Though it was modest in size and had been largely depleted by the python over the years, after half a month of intensive mining, he extracted thousands of water spirit stones, yielding enough to condense 2,000 drops of water spirit liquid, resulting in an unexpected fortune. He also collected several rare aquatic herbs, storing them in his spatial ring. Having become familiar with the various beast factions within a 1,000-mile radius, Huayin and Little Fat Bear embarked on a rampage over the next 3 months, slaying 4 additional early third-tier beasts and 2 mid-tier ones. Were it not for the demon cores enhancing their strength, allowing both beasts to ascend to the mid-third tier, they would have struggled against the peak mid-tier Earthwolf King. This wolf was the dominator of the region, on the cusp of breaking into the late tier, with its earth attributes excelling in defense and its wolf lineage endowing it with swift attacks. The trio battled it for 7 grueling days and nights, replenishing their spiritual liquid multiple times before ultimately slaying the Earthwolf King. Lai Wen consumed the wolf's demon core, leveraging the spirit liquid's power to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Typically, one would require years of cultivation to ascend a tier, but the Earthwolf King's core contained an abundance of refined energy, equivalent to that of 3 or 4 ordinary human cultivators at the same level. Chapter 46. The ruins of the 10,000 swords sect. The Earthwolf King's carcass was collected by Lai Wen, intended for crafting an earth attribute flying sword. With his stock of spirit stones and liquids dwindling, he opted not to refine the 4 early third-tier and 1 mid-tier beast corpses into flesh spirit pills, choosing instead to sell them in the city for spirit stones, as the daily consumption of spiritual energy was substantial. After advancing to the mid-third tier, Huiyin could now transform into a tiny bird, perching on Lai Wen's shoulder, albeit its flames remained visible. Little Fat Bear shrank to match Lai Wen's height, appearing adorably endearing. Both beasts suppressed their cultivation aura to peak late second tier. Aligning with Lai Wen's, unless confronted by a fourth-tier beast or a human nascent soul master, their true cultivation would remain undetected. As Lai Wen made his way toward Haotian City, he and the two beasts hunted thousands of second-tier beasts along the way, refining their crystals into five-element spirit liquid and their corpses into flesh spirit pills. Approaching the city, they observed a continuous stream of Foundation establishment cultivators soaring through the air in groups. Heading toward a specific location, Lai Wen, puzzled, halted a solitary cultivator to inquire, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am curious why so many are hastily making their way in that direction. Has something occurred?" The young man, visibly impatient, replied, "The ruins of the 10,000 Sword sect are about to open. Enough of your inquiries. If you wish to know, go see for yourself." Watching the youth push past him and continue on his way, Lai Wen couldn't help but smile wryly. The sheer number of Foundation establishment cultivators rushing to the site suggested the 10,000 Sword sect must have been formidable in its time. It was likely that the majority of cultivators in Haotian City were now present at the ruins. Realizing that entering the city held little significance, he decided to follow the crowd and see for himself. With this thought in mind, he soared on his sword, trailing the throng. However, with Little Fat Bear's considerable weight, Lai Wen's speed diminished significantly. Were it not for Lai Wen's own spiritual energy being several times that of a cultivator at the same level, and the replenishment provided by spirit liquid, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. The path to the 10,000 Swords sect ruins required crossing numerous mountains and cliffs. If Little Fat Bear were to run on the ground, it risked being left behind due to the detours. Thus, Lai Wen carried it over cliffs, allowing it to run freely once they reached solid ground. After 3 relentless days and nights of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. At least 300 Foundation establishment cultivators had gathered in groups around the ruins, with some groups comprising dozens while others contained only AFEW.AT. The forefront stood 11 golden core cultivators, 2 in the late stage and the remaining 9 in the early to mid stages. The ruins had yet to open, and distant sword lights flickered as more Foundation establishment cultivators continued to arrive. With only 2 early-stage golden core cultivators joining the ranks, Lai Wen, aided by Yang Lian's enhancement, overheard the discussions among the crowd, learning that the 10,000 Sword sect had been the most powerful sect within a 20,000-mile radius 2,000 years ago. Its leader was a mid-transcendence cultivator, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship. However, it was unclear what powerful enemies he had offended. The 10,000 Sword sect had faced a cataclysmic war, ultimately sealing itself within a grand formation, trapping both disciples and foes alike for 2 millennia. As time passed, even the strongest would succumb to dust, and few transcendence cultivators lived for 2 millennia. Thus, it was widely believed that all within had perished, perishing alongside their formidable adversaries. Recently, the formation had shown signs of weakening and instability, prompting many to seek the treasures of the long-lost transcendence sect. In the realm of cultivation, the treasures within such secret realms offered opportunities. Those who did not strive for them would age and die without ever achieving immortality. The entirety of the ruins spanned 200 miles, enveloped by a massive semicircular barrier that obscured the interior. The barrier trembled at intervals, its pulsations growing increasingly rapid as time pressed on. On the 5th day, after the fierce wind arrived at this place, the protective force of a certain formation gate within the light shield became increasingly unstable and faint. After 2 hours, with a resounding bang, an entrance of a 10-foot square was blasted open. 8 foundational stage cultivators, who were nearby, seized the opportunity and charged towards the formation gate. Alas! Their cries of despair echoed as a surge of black mist erupted from the gate, enveloping the 8 individuals, who swiftly transformed into mere white bones. After draining the flesh and blood of these 8, the black mist dissipated into the air, with more black mist continuing to surge from the formation gate. Those cultivators who had intended to rush in at the moment the gate opened were suddenly soaked in cold sweat, their hearts gripped by fear. Had they acted with a bit more impulsiveness, they would have merely added another set of bones to the ground. Only the golden core cultivators remained composed, evidently seasoned, as they restrained themselves from rushing in when the formation gate opened. Likely the most powerful in the vicinity. Even if there was an opportunity, it would mostly be them competing for it, harboring the thought of letting others test the waters. A sense of trepidation crept into Lai Feng's heart, sweat beading on his forehead, for he too had contemplated being the first to rush in. There were nearly 500 foundational stage cultivators here, along with a dozen golden core powerhouses. If he could not seize the initiative, it would be difficult for him and his two beasts to compete for the opportunity. Just looking at the golden core cultivators, their attire was extraordinary, adorned with armor and protective gear, undoubtedly possessing numerous means of self-preservation. After a stick of incense burned down, the black mist ceased to pour from the formation gate. The crowd waited a moment longer, and some audacious foundational stage cultivators, driven by the lure of fortune, cautiously approached the gate. Seeing no immediate danger, they plunged in headfirst, without a single scream to be heard. Soon after, several golden core powerhouses rushed in first, followed by a frenzied influx of others. Lai Feng found himself caught in the midst of this chaotic surge. Upon entering, he beheld a vast plaza, approximately 5 miles in circumference, likely a place where the sect's disciples practiced martial arts or held significant ceremonies. To the left of the plaza lay a stone staircase leading to a mountain peak, where numerous residential pavilions stood at the summit. Behind the plaza were rows of imposing buildings, the central structure inscribed with front hall, though it had long fallen into disrepair, the buildings crumbling with time. Many had collapsed, bearing the scars of battle. The plaza itself was littered with skeletal remains, many of which were incomplete, with various weapons still embedded in some of the bones, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that had taken place, instilling fear in the hearts of those who entered. "This is an exquisite true artifact sword. Haha, we've struck gold." As the first person to awaken from shock stepped onto the plaza and loudly proclaimed his discovery of a weapon. The crowd went wild. However, most of the weapons present had weathered with time, and some cultivators who had not obtained treasures set their sights on the sword's first possessor. A bloody battle for the sword ensued. It was Lai Feng's first experience treasure hunting in a secret realm, deepening his understanding of human greed. The sword changed hands several times, and he witnessed a pair of brothers who had worked in unison to seize the sword turn on each other instantly. They were subsequently overwhelmed and killed by others, leaving the sword in the hands of a mid-golden core cultivator, amidst the lifeless bodies of 16 foundational stage cultivators. These individuals had spent years reaching the foundational stage. Just a stick of incense ago, they were vibrant lives, now reduced to cold corpses. The battle for treasures was not confined to this area. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere. Lai Feng chose not to compete with the crowd, but instead headed towards the untraveled mountain peak on the left. Chapter 47. The contest for the herb garden. 2,000 years of change had transformed the landscape. The stone staircase was now overgrown with moss, and the grass had obscured the path. Traversing it was somewhat slippery. A mere mortal would likely tumble into the ravine, but for a cultivator, it posed little challenge. Lai Feng quickly reached his destination, greeted by a desolate sight. No signs of habitation or battle were present. This was merely a dwelling place for the outer disciples of the Wanjian sect. The pavilions remained largely intact, but years of neglect had rendered them dilapidated. A gentle push on the wooden doors sent them crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. A thorough examination revealed no valuable treasures. Only some spiritual artifacts of lesser quality, which had lost their vitality and crumbled to dust at a mere touch. The second and third story pavilions were even less stable, collapsing under the weight of a single step. Lai Feng flew around on his sword, finding no treasures, and proceeded past the pavilions to investigate the mountain peak behind. Moments later, he spotted a small herb garden enclosed by a wooden fence, approximately 200 feet square. Having previously consulted Elder Zhang, an alchemist from the Loose Cultivators Alliance, about spiritual herbs and medicines, he had been gifted a compendium of herbs, detailing the appearance, characteristics, and effects of myriad spiritual plants. Scanning the herb garden with his divine sense, he was astonished to find over 2,000 varieties of spiritual herbs, with at least 1,000 of them unfamiliar to him from the compendium. The spiritual herbs and medicines thrived vigorously, each at least 2,000 years old. Even the rare 1,000-year-old ginseng Elder Zhang had mentioned was abundant here, with well over 100 specimens. This 1,000-year-old ginseng was renowned as a premier life-restoring remedy. And the 2,000-year-old variants were even more exceptional. Lai Feng's heart swelled with joy. The mere acquisition of this herb garden made the journey worthwhile. With these spiritual medicines, his wealth could multiply several times over. So many spiritual herbs and medicines, Master Brother. Look, we've struck it rich. Master Brother, these spiritual medicines, each at least 2,000 years old. If we take them back to the sect, we'll surely earn tremendous contribution rewards. A total of 13 individuals, all clad in identical sect robes, gathered. At the forefront stood a young man in his 30s, with thick brows and big eyes, listening impassively to the flattery and ecstatic exclamations of his 12 junior disciples. After a moment of silence, the young man spoke. Junior brothers and sisters, if we offer these spiritual herbs to the sect, how much benefit do you think we can gain? The 12 remained silent, evidently calculating their share of the spoils. Seizing the moment, the young man continued, no need to calculate. We won't even receive 1/10 of their value. However, if we were to possess this wealth ourselves and establish our own sect. He trailed off, leaving the implication hanging, and the eyes of the junior disciples brightened at the prospect. With their collective cultivation levels, they would likely advance to the golden core stage within a decade. Let us meet the sect leader. A clever young woman was the first to speak, prompting the others to follow suit with enthusiastic exclamations. The young man laughed heartily. Thank you, junior brothers and sisters, for your lofty praise. Henceforth, you shall all be esteemed elders of the sect. The group rejoiced, oblivious to the flicker of malice that flashed in the young man's eyes. While they reveled in mutual flattery, Lai Feng had already gathered nearly half of the spiritual herbs and medicines from the garden. Master Brother, look, that fellow is stealing our herbs. The woman raised her eyes towards the garden, her expression shifting to one of shock as she spoke rapidly. The others followed her gaze and indeed saw a man frantically harvesting the spiritual herbs. Audacious rogue! How dare you steal our herbs? Put them down, release them, or we shall not hold back. In an instant, the group of over a dozen rushed towards Lai Feng. Ignoring them, he continued to hastily gather the herbs. The young man, furious, raised his hand and sent a sword thrust towards Lai Feng's back. While the others followed suit, however, fearing for the herbs below, they did not unleash their full might. Clang, clang. A series of sounds rang out. A bear, standing as tall as a person, blocked Lai Feng's back. The dozen or so flying swords struck the bear as if against iron, merely sparking a few embers, not even singeing a hair. After several rounds of fruitless attacks, the group began to circumvent the bear to reach Lai Feng. S2, flying swords aimed at the unguarded Lai Feng. A firebird took flight from his shoulder, its claws seizing the two swords. The intense heat caused the swords to begin melting, turning into puddles of molten iron on the ground within mere breaths. With a thud, the destroyed swords caused two men to spurt blood, unable to withstand even minor injuries, as the swords bore the sole imprints of their wielders. The two men turned pale, feeling a sharp pain in their heads, their vision blurring. The remaining swords that had yet to attack quickly retreated, the group now gazing in terror at the two beastly creatures. The high-grade flying swords had melted into pools of iron in mere breaths. Even the sect's blacksmiths could not achieve such speed with their furnace fires. While the others gasped in astonishment, Lai Feng had already stored all the spiritual herbs and medicines into his spatial ring. Turning to the group, his gaze was cold, devoid of any human warmth. The young man at the forefront trembled and raised his hand, saying, "Friend, since the spiritual herbs here have been claimed by you, we shall seek our fortunes elsewhere." Yet just moments ago, they had not held such an attitude. If you have made a move, then you should be prepared to face the consequences, Lai Feng declared, his voice firm. Before he could finish speaking, the 5-element sword array transformed into 5 beams of spiritual light, enveloping the 13 individuals. The 2 cultivators whose souls had been injured were swiftly dispatched by the sword's energy within the array. Seeing this, the young man and the remaining 10 raised their swords to attack the formation, seeking to break free. A flash of malice crossed the young man's eyes as he seized one of his junior brothers and hurled him forward. The unfortunate brother was immediately shredded by the sword array. Taking advantage of the chaos, the young man unleashed a powerful strike towards the front. With a resounding crash, the 5-element sword array remained intact. Without a single flaw, unless one possessed immense strength, it was nearly impossible to break free. The young man was rebuffed, his expression darkening. "Seventh junior brother, what are you doing?" the remaining 9 quickly distanced themselves from the young man, angrily demanding an explanation while fending off the sword array. The young man remained silent, muttering to himself, "Truly useless, not even putting up a fight, and now I can't break free." Then, his gaze turned malevolent as he surveyed the others. With the young man at half the golden core stage, the 9 stood no chance against him. The sounds of slashing continued as the 5-element sword array swiftly dispatched the 9. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, the young man stretched out his 5 fingers, momentarily relaxing his grip on the long sword before tightening it once more. Sweat poured from his forehead like rain. And with the demise of the 9 foes, the might of the sword formation remained undiminished, rendering him increasingly overwhelmed. The fierce wind seemed disinterested in engaging the youth, its hand weaving intricate spells as the power of the sword formation surged. Countless sword energies assailing him from all directions. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity while the youth was distracted, the water cloud sword decapitated him in one swift stroke. The fierce wind collected 13 rings, though they contained little of value. Collectively, they amounted to a small fortune of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 48. The 9 palaces and 8 gates formation returning along the narrow path, the ground was littered with the recently deceased. The fierce wind swept its consciousness across the area, revealing over 100 foundation-building cultivators who had perished here in their quest for treasure. This number rivaled, if not exceeded, the total count of foundation-building cultivators in the entire Junwu prefecture. Contemplating this, a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued toward the inner hall. Crossing an expansive stone pathway, he beheld a desolate scene. The inner hall was devoid of any significant architecture. And compared to the outer hall, the battle here had been even more ferocious. The ground was fractured, strewn with countless white bones and remnants of broken weapons, exuding an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Before him stood over 300 individuals, frozen in place. The fierce wind approached curiously, seeking a less conspicuous vantage point from which to observe. Before him lay 8 stone doors, each inscribed with a single character: rest, injury, block, death, life, open, seen, and startle. The fierce wind recalled ancient texts he had perused at the Sanzome, which described this as the 9 palaces and 8 gates formation. The text indicated that the 3 doors labeled life, open, and seen were auspicious, while the others were ominous. Yet, the text stated that these 8 gates should be arranged according to the 8 trigrams of the celestial sphere, leaving him puzzled as to why they were aligned horizontally here. The cultivators before him were in a quandary, unsure of which door to enter. Listening to their hushed exchanges, the fierce wind learned that some had already discerned the nature of this formation. A few had ventured through the 3 auspicious doors, only to be met with agonizing cries that soon fell silent. The dozen or so golden core elders appeared to be deliberating, their opinions clashing as they exchanged heated glances. Eventually, it seemed they reached some consensus. Those affiliated with the golden core elders were summoned, leaving only 37 individuals, including the fierce wind, isolated from the rest. You, and you. A late-stage golden core cultivator pointed out 16 scattered cultivators, compelling them to enter the 8 gates in pairs simultaneously. This strategy proved effective. The 3 auspicious doors yielded 2 cries of despair from the seen gate, while the other 2 doors remained eerily silent. And the remaining 5 gates saw their entrance perish horrifically. The fierce wind, having stood at the back, was not among the first chosen, and as he listened to the anguished cries of those who had once stood beside him, a sense of unease settled within him. The golden core elder, seemingly still unconvinced, sought to conduct further tests. The remaining scattered cultivators were organized into groups of 3, with those insufficient in number paired into groups of 2. The fierce wind offered no resistance, for he had come to investigate. He was paired with another individual and assigned to the block gate. Presently, the life gate appeared to be the safest option. And as he contemplated whether to take the risk of venturing inside, an unexpected urge from the Yang Lian guided him toward the death gate. Confused, the fierce wind pondered whether this meant embracing danger to find rebirth. Trusting that Yang Lian would not lead him astray, he signaled to the small, plump bear to stay close. As he approached the block gate, he suddenly veered into the death gate, with the small bear closely following. The cultivators initially intent on entering the death gate halted in surprise, only to be met with the chilling screams of a person and a beast, quickly followed by an unsettling silence. The outcome of their test was clear. Those who had intended to enter the Death Gate were reassigned to other doors. All cultivators who entered the 3 life gates perished, while the other 4 ominous gates remained untouched. An apparent enigma of capriciousness. Not a single door proved safe. In 2 trials, only the Death Gate had resulted in certain doom, establishing it as a no-go zone, while over 10 Golden Core experts led their respective groups into the other 7 gates. At that moment, the fierce wind tread cautiously, aware that each door concealed a seemingly endless corridor. The paths were not entirely linear, often twisting unexpectedly. There were also forks. Choosing incorrectly could lead one back to a previous location or into a dead end. Akin to navigating a labyrinth, the peril was palpable. Upon entry, the fierce wind was immediately attacked, deep claw marks raked across his chest, still throbbing with pain. The assailants were ethereal creatures resembling lost souls, incorporeal and impervious to ordinary attacks, leaving the fierce wind with no recourse but to rely on the fiery might of the fire cloud sword to inflict harm. These creatures also excelled in sound wave assaults, inducing temporary disorientation, which allowed them to attempt possession of the cultivator's consciousness. Aside from the initial ambush, the fierce wind pursued the monsters relentlessly, emboldened by the presence of the fire adept, Fire Feather, rendering him unafraid of the spectral entities. The small bear, with its impenetrable defenses, proved impervious to their attacks, effectively dispersing several with its powerful paws. The earlier screams had merely been a performance orchestrated by him and the small bear. After 2 hours of wandering, the fierce wind realized he had lost his way, having returned to the same spot multiple times. Here, even the marks he had made would vanish upon leaving. The corridors were indistinguishable from one another, offering no means of orientation. Ultimately, it was the subtle guidance of Yang Lian that enabled him to escape the previous labyrinth. Yet, after another 2 hours of wandering, he still had not glimpsed an exit. With no other option, he pressed onward. Meanwhile, within the other 7 gates, fierce battles erupted. Those cultivators lacking fire-based techniques were rendered powerless against the spectral entities, resulting in several being possessed. A careless Golden Core Elder fell victim to a sudden attack. Meeting his demise, fear gripped everyone. Only the Golden Core Elders maintained a semblance of composure, confident that with full defensive measures, even without fire techniques, they remained safe from the spectral onslaught. However, for foundation-building cultivators, the situation was dire. The entities could easily bypass their defenses in the darkness of the corridors. Some resorted to illuminating devices or night pearls to reveal the specters, only to become prime targets. Swiftly meeting their end, the remaining survivors grew wiser, forming pairs or trios, backing each other as they followed the Golden Core Elders. While techniques outside the fire attribute could not inflict damage, they provided adequate defense, momentarily staving off the spectral threat. Thus, a stalemate ensued. These disciples were the elite of their sects, and the Golden Core Elders were unwilling to abandon them, resulting in a significantly slower pace. As half a day passed, the number of entrants dwindled, with the weak-willed succumbing to possession and turning against their companions. Had it not been for the Golden Core Elders dividing their focus to monitor the rear, timely intervening to prevent further casualties, it was likely that all foundation-building cultivators would have perished. These spectral entities possessed at least mid-foundation building strength, and the Golden Core Elders deduced they had once been powerful beings themselves. Likely of Golden Core caliber. However, over the course of 2 millennia, the souls trapped in this place had nearly depleted their strength, rendering them almost transparent in parts, as if they might dissipate at any moment. Many bore the scars of significant flesh wounds, their forms irretrievably mutilated. Chapter 49. The Sword Dao Legacy. With Yang Lian's guidance, the fierce wind arrived at the end of the corridor ahead of the others. After traversing for what felt like an incense stick's duration without encountering any spectral creatures, an eerie sensation crept over him, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon him. In the distance, a stone door appeared, through its crevice emanating a faint white light. Perhaps beyond it lay the way out. Suddenly, a chilling breeze enveloped him, the frigid aura penetrating his body, causing his spiritual energy to feel sluggish. Turning slowly, he beheld a pair of fist-sized, eerie green eyes mere arm's length away, staring intently at him. The green-eyed creature suddenly opened its jaw wide, a gaping maw ready to bite down. The fierce wind felt his heart race. But maintaining his composure, he rolled to the left, narrowly evading the monstrous bite. With a resounding crash, the hard stone floor shattered beneath the creature's jaws. Furious, the small bear transformed and leaped into battle against the green-eyed monster. To his astonishment, the creature possessed formidable strength, capable of biting through the small bear's steel-like hide. Though the wounds were not severe, they bled profusely. This was the first time the fierce wind had witnessed the small bear suffer such injuries. Fueled by rage, the five elements sword formation quickly surrounded the green-eyed beast. Seeing the small bear injured, Fire Feather unleashed its ultimate transformation, its sharp beak striking the green-eyed monster with fervor, flames imbued with the might of the vermilion bird spreading wildly across the creature's body. It was only then that the fierce wind discerned the green-eyed creature was akin to a monkey, its form composed of spectral essence. His fire cloud sword's flames were mere mortal fire, incapable of harming such a formidable entity. Had it not been for Fire Feather's vermilion bird bloodline, the situation could have turned dire. The green-eyed creature possessed peak late-stage golden core strength, and the five elements sword formation proved insufficient against such a spectral adversary. The fierce wind recognized that only by reaching the golden core level himself or enhancing the sword formation further could he hope to prevail. Just then, Fire Feather ceased its assault, both beasts guarding the fierce wind as they observed the green-eyed monster's violent thrashing. With a series of resounding bangs, stones rained down from the ceiling of the corridor, and both sides of the ground continued to fracture and crumble. The creature's struggles grew weaker, the vermilion bird's divine flame undeniably potent. Even in its final moments, the green-eyed beast could not extinguish the flames, ultimately being reduced to nothingness. Curiously, the green eyes remained undestroyed. The fierce wind collected them for further examination, unable to discern their nature. He resolved to keep them in his storage ring, for anything that could withstand the vermilion bird's fire must surely possess extraordinary value. Fire Feather's innate flames flickered ominously, a testament to the power it wielded. Clearly suffering from damage, Lai Feng extracted 10 drops of fire attribute spirit liquid to stabilize the state of Huiyu.as for the damaged bloodline source power. It would require a period of nurturing to recover. For the time being, Huiyu could not make another move. Fortunately, Xiaopeng Xiong was not severely injured and could still fight alongside him. Pushing open the stone door, a long-lost brightness blinded Lai Feng. Forcing him to squint before stepping out, to his astonishment, he found himself on a mountain peak, with the stone door behind him having vanished. Upon turning around, he beheld an unfathomable cliff. Surrounding him was a dense white mist that obscured his vision. Since he had arrived, he might as well venture further. The voice that emerged was ancient and hoarse, as if it had not spoken for ages. Each word seemed to require great effort. Lai Feng glanced around and soon discovered a somewhat inconspicuous cave not far away, its entrance obscured by overgrown grass. Had it not been for a gentle breeze that swayed the grass to reveal a corner of the opening, he might not have noticed it at all. Parting the grass, he entered the cave. Although it was dilapidated and lacked refinement, it was not dark. Some luminous stones illuminated the cave like candlelight, and it seemed somewhat deep. Lai Feng walked for a good half an hour before finally exiting the cave. The sounds of insects chirping and birds singing filled the eye in the distance. A few wild rabbits frolicked in the grass, while to the right lay a peach blossom grove in full bloom, the pink blossoms exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Ahead was a modest lake, beside which stood a small, thatched cottage. The density of spiritual energy in the air was several times greater than outside. Resembling a paradise for cultivation, Lai Feng marveled at the scene. The voice resounded once more. "Come in," he approached, pushing open the dilapidated wooden door and stepping inside. The cottage was small, containing only a bed, a table, and a chair. This must have been the secluded retreat of the cottage's owner, who likely prohibited outsiders from disturbing the place, hence the lack of extra furniture. Inside, there were no living beings, only a desiccated corpse seated on the bed. Having previously encountered the celestial sovereign, who possessed an undying remnant of his soul, Lai Feng understood that although this person's physical form had perished, his spirit should still linger. He immediately clasped his fists and said, "I pay my respects to the senior. May I inquire if you have summoned me for any particular reason?" A remnant soul appeared beside the corpse, taking the form of a handsome youth who sat cross-legged and spoke. "I am the sect leader of the Wan Jin sect. That you, a non-member, have reached this place signifies the demise of my sect. Since you have passed the trials I set, you are destined to inherit my legacy. I hope that one day, you may restore the illustrious name of the Wanjian sect. The youth seemed to grow more accustomed to speaking, his voice becoming increasingly fluid, shedding the previous hoarseness. Lai Feng once again clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior." The youth nodded in satisfaction. "I see traces of an extraordinary sword technique within you. Your swordsmanship is profound, but your cultivation in the sword path is inadequate, preventing you from unleashing its true power." Lai Feng was astonished. How high must have been the youth's cultivation in life? With just a glance, it felt as though his entire being was laid bare. The youth's gaze was profound, as if he could perceive the entirety of Lai Feng's past experiences. Without waiting for Lai Feng to speak, the youth continued, "You should take the time to comprehend and cultivate this sword technique. It was through this technique that I founded the Wanjian sect, yet it ultimately brought about its ruin. The sword can be both a blessing and a curse. Remember, this technique is exceptionally domineering and inherently restrains malevolent spirits, which is why my sect attracted the attacks of ghostly entities." Lai Feng accepted the sword technique, feeling the weight of an ancient, yellowed tome in his hands, seemingly crafted from an unknown material, yet remarkably preserved over the years. "I am deeply grateful for the senior's generous gift," Lai Feng expressed once more. Bowing deeply, however, he did not commit to the youth's initial request of restoring the Wanjian sect's prestige, for he had never contemplated establishing a sect. Cultivating the 5 elements celestial art had only served to diminish his interest in power struggles. Focusing instead on the pursuit of immortality, seeking to roam the world freely with those he cherished. The youth appeared to see through Lai Feng's thoughts and refrained from pressing further. He then spoke, "Having dedicated my life to swordsmanship, my existence now serves no purpose as merely a remnant soul. Our fates are intertwined. I shall impart to you the essence of my understanding of the sword." Upon finishing his words, a stream of azure light surged into Lai Feng's consciousness, overwhelming him with an immense influx of information. The sudden pressure subsided, and the youth's ethereal form became increasingly transparent. A faint smile gracing his lips before dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 50. Comprehending sword intent. The swordsmanship knowledge bestowed by the youth was vast and intricate. Had he not sealed most of the information at the end? Even with the protection of the Yang Lotus, it might have rendered Lai Feng unconscious for 10 days and nights. In gratitude, Lai Feng knelt and bowed several times, vowing to remember this profound kindness. He resolved to bury the youth's remains at the highest point of the area, where they could behold the surrounding beauty. Turning to leave, he found the cave entrance sealed, inscribed with a line of small characters written in magical script, without comprehending sword intent. The seal remains unbroken. Lai Feng attempted his most powerful attack against it, but it proved futile. It seemed he could only exit by grasping the sword intent as indicated. Returning to the thatched cottage, he noticed a flash of black on the bed where the corpse had been seated, a spatial ring. Picking it up, he found the spiritual imprint had been lifted after the youth's soul dissipated, and he quickly inscribed his own mark onto it. What lay within left Lai Feng momentarily stunned and astonished. The crafting hierarchy in the Xinwu continent consisted of 9 levels: spirit tools, magical artifacts, true artifacts, king artifacts, emperor artifacts, treasure artifacts, holy artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts, each further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades. This spatial ring not only possessed a vast interior space of over 1,000 zhang, but also contained millions of low-grade spirit stones, 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and hundreds of vials of elixirs. Additionally, there were many cultivation techniques related to swordsmanship and various other remarkable items, leading Lai Feng to speculate that the entire treasury of the Wanjian sect had been condensed into this ring. Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of items, Lai Feng found his gaze drawn to 7 emperor-grade flying swords. While he was not entirely aware of the weapon standards among cultivators in the Xinwu continent, he had witnessed the fervor with which others sought after a superior true artifact when he first entered the ruins. The 13 individuals he faced in the herb garden had only utilized superior magical artifacts. These 7 inferior emperor-grade flying swords were likely weapons that only a transformation stage cultivator could wield. Conveniently, they formed a complete set of 5 elemental flying swords, with an additional sword for both metal and earth attributes. After acknowledging ownership of this set of flying swords, he stepped out of the thatched cottage. Using his spiritual consciousness to manipulate the swords, he swung them a few times, only to find himself drenched in sweat and on the verge of exhaustion after just a single incense stick had burned. The five-element sword formation of the Emperor-grade flying swords consumed an immense amount of spiritual consciousness and energy, prompting Lai Feng to stow them away and take out some spirit liquid to recover. Hui Yu and Xiaopeng Xiong were playing in the distance. Upon seeing that Lai Feng appeared unscathed, they scampered over. "Brother Feng, why were you in there for so long? Xiaopeng Xiong and I have explored the area thoroughly. Aside from the abundant spiritual energy, there isn't much else to do here." Lai Feng, hands clasped behind his back, admonished lightly, "You only know how to play. With such dense spiritual energy here, we should remain for a considerable time. So let's focus on our cultivation. By the time we leave, I hope you and Xiaopeng Xiong can both break through to the later stages." The two creatures complied and began to cultivate earnestly by the riverside. Absorbing the spiritual energy, Lai Feng turned his gaze towards the peach blossom grove, where he decided to meditate on sword intent, seeking clarity of mind. He first took out the ancient tome titled 10,000 Swords Technique. Its name seemed ordinary, but upon opening it, he found illustrations of various sword techniques within. This tome contained 9 techniques, each possessing considerable power. The final technique, 10,000 Swords Return to One, claimed that mastering it could command all swords in the world. Lai Feng chuckled at the notion, not taking it too seriously. Although he was familiar with the five-element sword formation to a small degree, he still lacked the ability to control the formation's intricate changes, only managing to utilize its basic power amplification function. Cultivating sword intent also required a foundation in sword techniques. Those who were naturally gifted in swordsmanship, seamlessly attuned to the sword path, were beyond Lai Feng's reach. He did not possess such innate talent and could only rely on hard work to compensate for his shortcomings. The first move of the 10,000 Swords technique was like shadow, like shape, emphasizing swiftness. The sword would strike like a shadow, reaching the enemy's side in the blink of an eye. Those who hesitated would be pierced through instantly. Besides its speed, this move had a hidden quality. The sword could leap through space, appearing at any location controlled by the wielder's consciousness, making it difficult to defend against. Lai Feng found it quite challenging to practice this move initially. It required not only an understanding of the sword, but also the ability to communicate with space through one's consciousness, allowing the sword to merge with space for short-distance control and traversal. After 2 months of practice, he had only managed to increase his sword control speed by 30%, still far from achieving spatial traversal. Reluctantly, he decided to set this technique aside for the moment. Remembering the swordsmanship knowledge left by the youth in his consciousness, he recalled that the youth had also practiced the 10,000 Swords technique and founded the Wanjian sect. Undoubtedly possessing valuable insights, upon careful examination, he indeed discovered records of insights related to this aspect. It turned out that for cultivators not of the spatial element, communicating with space was quite challenging. However, once cultivators reached a certain realm or their spiritual power met specific criteria, they could sense the fluctuations of surrounding space, thus identifying the patterns and trajectories of spatial movement. They could then momentarily utilize these trajectories to send their flying swords into spatial passages, creating the illusion for opponents that the swords had teleported directly. Lai Feng did not begin practicing immediately. Instead, he continued to read, taking 3 full months to grasp a rough understanding, albeit many complex and obscure sections were glossed over. The youth, being the leader of a sect and a formidable transformation stage cultivator, had a profound comprehension of swordsmanship. Sword intent comes in many forms, and each cultivator's understanding differs, primarily based on personal comprehension of the energies of heaven and earth. Some might perceive raindrops and derive the misty rain sword intent, allowing their swords to flow like a gentle rain, continuously infiltrating their opponent's body with relentless attacks. Some individuals perceive the essence of the flying snow sword amidst the snowfall, where the sword emerges amidst a flurry of snowflakes, capable of cooling the spiritual energy of cultivators. There exists a myriad of sword intents, and the youth has grasped the domineering sword intent of wind and thunder. When the sword is drawn, the howling winds and booming thunder resonate throughout the heavens and the earth. However, Lianfeng, who has yet to master the power of wind and thunder, is unable to comprehend this sword intent. He has contemplated numerous sword intents, only to abandon them, pondering whether he should cultivate a peach blossom sword intent while surrounded by blooming peach trees, as he is no dashing young lord. Gradually, Li Yinfeng's state of mind becomes increasingly serene, and he begins to reminisce about Gu Ruolin, envisioning the beauty of the lady and reflecting on their shared experiences, cherishing every word and every sweet moment they shared. Thus, half a year passes, and with closed eyes, Li Yinfeng recalls these memories, a faint smile gracing his lips, filled with happiness. During this time, the two beasts visit and, upon witnessing Li Yinfeng's apparent enlightenment, return to continue their own cultivation. One day, Li Yinfeng awakens from his tranquility, realizing what sword intent he seeks: protection, to shield his beloved from any harm and to safeguard all those he cherishes. Protection is both a defense and an offense. To protect requires formidable strength, and offense is the best interpretation of protection, exterminating all adversaries, for without foes, no one can harm those he holds dear. Li Yinfeng's thoughts become clear. Without needing to manipulate a sword energy manifests around him, enveloping him like a cocoon. At this moment, should anyone attempt to attack him, they would find it impossible to breach the shield of sword energy. Chapter 51. In the blink of an eye. 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. 3 years have gone by. The sword energy shield, which once could only protect Li Yinfeng, has now expanded hundreds of times, easily capable of guarding hundreds of individuals. Throughout these 3 years, Li Yinfeng remains in a state of deep comprehension of sword intent, as the rich spiritual energy of this place minimally depletes his own spiritual power while he manifests the protective sword intent. These sword intents are forged from his will. As long as his will endures, the sword intents remain unbroken. After 3 years of relentless honing, his divine soul has remarkably ascended to the level of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Unbeknownst to Li Yinfeng, he feels a deeper connection to the world and, under the nurturing of the Yang Lotus, his divine soul's strength is more resilient than that of an ordinary mid-stage golden core cultivator, making it difficult for him to sustain injuries to his soul. Suddenly, one day, the protective light shield shatters the heavens, transforming into a colossal sword hundreds of feet tall that strikes forward. The giant sword advances relentlessly, and as it passes, the space emits cracking sounds akin to shattering glass, followed by the earth splitting open to reveal a chasm dozens of feet deep. Li Yinfeng finally opens his eyes, gazing at the chasm before him. Savoring the moment, he smiles faintly, realizing that his protective sword intent has nearly reached great perfection, capable of both offense and defense. Li Yinfeng discovers that he has comprehended sword intent for 6 years. Nonetheless, the outcome is gratifying. This merely serves as a means of communicating with the surrounding spiritual energy for both defense and attack. What if he were to wield an actual flying sword? With this thought, he retrieves a wooden attribute flying sword. With a flicker of his consciousness, the protective sword intent envelopes the sword body, producing a turquoise sword energy shield. He then takes a metallic attribute flying sword and places it outside the shield. When he exerts full power to attack the shield, a ringing sound reverberates as the metallic sword is sent flying. After several attempts, Li Yinfeng gains a general understanding of the defensive power of the protective shield. However, the name protective shield feels unsatisfactory. Thus, he dubs the shield Guardian Shield and the offensive power Guardian Blade. With his current understanding of the sword path, Li Yinfeng effortlessly learns the first form of the 10,000 swords technique. Like shadows following form, mastering it in just 3 days. For the second form, sword light rain, and the third form, a sword topples a city, Li Yinfeng dedicates over a month to achieve minor mastery. Having grasped the 5 elemental spiritual powers, he discovers that using different attribute flying swords for various techniques enhances their effectiveness by at least 20%. For instance, employing a water attribute flying sword for sword light rain significantly increases its penetrative capability, while a metallic attribute flying sword enhances its armor-piercing strength. The third form, a sword topples a city, proves most formidable when executed with a soil attribute flying sword. Upon activation, it conjures a colossal sword 1,000 feet long that descends with devastating force. Indeed, it possesses the might to annihilate a city, and the soil attribute flying sword amplifies the weight and gravitational pull of the giant sword, creating a resonant effect. The power multiplies, and the area where the sword lands becomes chaotic. Under the weight of gravity, the space turns into a quagmire, making movement arduous. This forces opponents to confront the onslaught, rendering it an exceedingly effective and domineering technique for group combat or slaying formidable foes. As Li Yinfeng's understanding of the sword path deepens, he becomes more adept and agile in its application. Now, when using the imperial weapon to execute the five-element sword formation, his spiritual energy consumption returns to normal levels, albeit still consuming twice as much as the original inferior-grade magic weapon sword formation. However, its power has increased several-fold. Li Yinfeng seeks out Firefeather and the Chubby Bear, who, after 6 years of cultivation, have both advanced to late-stage third-tier beasts, utilizing the abundant spiritual energy of this place. Yet, they have only recently broken through and still have a considerable distance to reach their peak. Li Yinfeng approaches the young man's grave and pays his respects before departing. The restrictions of the cave can no longer confine him. He melds his sword intent with the barriers, effortlessly opening a gap. Li Yinfeng does not wish to damage the restrictions, as he desires no further disturbances to the young man's eternal slumber. Accompanied by the two beasts, he traverses the long cave to the outside. Look, it's that boy. He didn't die after all. What was that dreadful scream we heard before? Fortune. This youth must have obtained an opportunity here. Li Yinfeng lifts his gaze and sees over 30 individuals. Among them, only 8 are golden core cultivators, while the rest are late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. 6 years have passed, yet these individuals have not departed from this place, which astonishes Li Yinfeng. Although he is unaware of the trials they have faced, the fact that more than 300 individuals have dwindled to a mere 10, under the protection of over 10 golden core cultivators, indicates the formidable nature of the monsters they encountered. Kid, what exactly did you obtain here? Hand it over quickly. A white-haired elder in golden robes, a late-stage golden core cultivator, speaks sternly, as if threatening to act immediately should Li Yinfeng refuse. The others, though silent, regard Li Yinfeng with unfriendly expressions. Anyone who has endured countless hardships to traverse the Great Formation, only to suffer substantial losses without reaping any benefits, would hardly be in good spirits. Observing the injuries on these individuals, reminiscent of wounds inflicted by malevolent spirits, Li Yinfeng wonders if they have only just emerged from the formation after more than 6 years. Looking into the distance, the once misty expanse has transformed into 8 iron chains forming bridges. He is taken aback by the grandeur of the 10,000 Swords sect's handiwork, capable of crafting 8 locking bridges into a grand formation that annihilated so many. One can only imagine the strength of the 10,000 Swords sect 2,000 years ago. Seeing that Li Yinfeng remains silent and disregards their stares, the late-stage golden core elder, in a fit of rage, raises his sword and strikes. The others, fearing that the elder would seize their opportunity, follow suit. Bang! The sounds of repeated collisions resound. Even the golden core elder is left bloodied and astonished, gazing at the transparent shield emanating fierce sword energy before him. The appearance of the shield is uncanny, as if it had always existed, merely colliding with the crowd. Li Yinfeng withdraws his gaze from the distance and regards the crowd, uninterested in words. He produces a metallic attribute inferior-grade imperial weapon. The crowd is initially startled by the otherworldly gaze of Li Yinfeng, only to be drawn in by the allure of the inferior-grade imperial treasure, their eyes gleaming with greed. The protective sword intent envelopes the sword body, and the imperial sword ascends into the air. Suddenly, 100 identical imperial sword phantoms appear in the void. Sword technique. Sword light rain. A rain of 100 golden light swords descends upon the crowd, imbued with sharp, armor-piercing sword intent. Moments later, aside from a few golden core cultivators, only 3 relatively powerful late-stage foundation establishment cultivators remain able to withstand the onslaught. Sword technique. Like shadows following form. Sword technique. A sword topples a city. It seems Li Yinfeng is merely testing his swords against the crowd, unleashing various sword techniques and employing different attribute imperial swords. At this point, the remaining individuals have no time to concern themselves with the imperial treasures. Only the late-stage golden core elder and 3 mid-stage golden core cultivators remain. Among them, they are the most powerful. Even with Li Yinfeng's sword intent and techniques combined with the imperial weapon, he cannot eliminate these individuals in a short time, for the disparity in realms remains too great. While he can annihilate early-stage golden core cultivators, mid-stage opponents can only be temporarily suppressed. As Li Yinfeng observes the formidable foes gradually recovering from his tempestuous barrage, he retracts his sword techniques and employs the Guardian Shield. The mid-stage golden core cultivators cannot breach it, while the late-stage Elder's full-force strike can merely create a finger-length crack in the shield. It is important to note that Lianfeng utilizes a soil attribute Imperial Weapon Flying Sword. Thus he recognizes the limits of the Guardian Shield's defense. With the necessity for experimentation dissipated, he cooperates with the two beasts to slay the 4 golden core cultivators and collects their storage rings. The value of the items within pales in comparison to that of the 10,000 Swords Sect's Master Ring. After the day the group entered the ruins of the 10,000 Swords Sect, the formation gate had closed once more. Lianfeng discovers the method to activate the formation from his storage ring, opening a gap in the grand formation from another direction and departing with the two beasts. No one would have anticipated that of the hundreds of cultivators, only Lianfeng would emerge alive. Chapter 52. The Ninefold Golden Core Tribulation. Lianfeng flies hundreds of miles on his sword when suddenly, a chilling aura envelopes him. Looking up, he sees that the sky has become overcast, with tempestuous winds and thunderclaps. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and sunny, but now it is shrouded in darkness, obscuring visibility. Lianfeng feels a surge of power within him as his cultivation level skyrockets. The spiritual energy in his dantian swirls and compresses violently. He realizes that it is time for him to undergo the Golden Core Tribulation. However, he wonders why the two beasts did not face a Thunder Tribulation when they ascended to 4th-tier beasts. Brother Feng, we demon beasts only face lightning tribulations starting from the 5th tier. And generally, the power of the tribulation will be 3 to 5 times that of humans. Therefore, those demon beasts who reach higher tiers are all formidable beings. Firefeather, sensing Lianfeng's confusion, offers clarification before glancing at the sky and continuing. Brother Feng, this is the Ninefold Golden Core Tribulation. You must rely solely on yourself. If I and Chubby Bear intervene, it will only amplify the power of the tribulation. We will stand guard nearby. Lianfeng observes the two beasts distancing themselves 30 miles away, avoiding the coverage of the lightning tribulation. With utmost caution, he descended upon a flat mountaintop nestled within the forest below, taking a seated position with his legs crossed. He placed 2 medicinal pills, known for their restorative properties, upon the tip of his tongue. Ready for use, a glance at the ample spirit liquid within the refining pot brought him a sense of satisfaction. While the 5 elements sword formation before him bristled with potential, every preparation meticulously in place. The sky appeared to lower ominously, as thick, dark clouds swelled into a terrifying vortex, intermittently flashing with electric light. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, alleviating any concerns about disturbances during his tribulation. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted as a bolt, as thick as a man's arm, descended rapidly toward his head. The overwhelming force of the strike obliterated the towering trees surrounding him, reducing them to mere dust and splinters before it even landed in an instant. Before he could react, the azure lightning bolt struck him directly. Humph! He stifled a grunt, feeling a wave of numbness wash over him. His limbs sluggish and a faint charred scent wafting from his skin. While the power of the blue lightning was significant, it did not severely injure him at first, and he had not intended to defend against it. Merely testing its might to reserve strength for the final 9 formidable bolts, he channeled his spiritual energy to mend his bodily injuries, having sustained only minor wounds from relying solely on his physical form. Just as he finished his repairs, another resounding boom echoed as the second azure lightning bolt struck down, its power surpassing the first by 10%. The damage inflicted upon his body was more pronounced this time. Yet as he employed his spiritual energy to heal, he discovered something remarkable. The muscles scorched by the first bolt exhibited an enhanced resistance to lightning, becoming sturdier. The second bolt's damage primarily affected areas that had previously remained unscathed. Lightning tribulation? He was filled with delight, realizing this was far more effective than the medicinal pills he had consumed, yielding results several times better. For a moment, he gazed fondly at the storm clouds above, wishing for a full 9 lightning tribulations. Naturally, he only entertained this thought. Should 9 bolts truly descend, his body would be reduced to ashes before he could even recover. Boom! The 3rd, 4th, and 5th bolts struck in succession, and he endured the full brunt of 9 lightning tribulations. His physical form had been thoroughly tempered, and now its strength was doubled compared to before he faced the tribulation. Suddenly, a more thunderous roar resonated through the air. As a bolt as thick as a man's thigh plummeted toward him, puff! He spat a mouthful of blood, having sustained light injuries. The second nine tribulation was indeed formidable. The power of the first bolt was already more than double that of the final bolt from the first nine. Caught unprepared, he suffered a hidden setback. He hurriedly began to channel his spiritual energy to mend his body. Boom. Just as he restored 70% of his injuries, the second bolt of the second nine tribulations struck down with even greater force. A 20% increase over the first. This time, he had anticipated the strike and refrained from spitting blood. However, he was surprised to find that the time interval between the bolts of the second nine was 30% faster than those of the first nine. With no time to ponder this revelation, he swallowed a medicinal pill and exerted all his strength to heal, managing to keep pace with the falling lightning. The second nine tribulations rumbled on, each bolt hitting in quick succession. After 3 hours, he successfully endured the second nine tribulations, and upon completing his recovery, he found his body's hardness had increased yet again. After some time had passed, he grew slightly perplexed. Half an hour had elapsed, yet the third nine tribulation had yet to descend. The dark clouds remained, indicating that the tribulation was not yet over. Another half hour slipped by, and still, no bolts fell. Relieved, he chose not to dwell on it any further. As he scanned his dantian with his spiritual sense, he noticed that the previously tumultuous mass of spiritual energy had condensed to the size of a quail egg, its surface already taking on the shape of a golden core, awaiting the successful completion of his tribulation to transform into a true golden core. Crack! A clearer thunderclap rang out, and a bolt as thick as a man's waist descended rapidly. With a resounding crash, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust, revealing him seated in a half-meter deep pit, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated the first bolt of the third nine tribulations to possess 3 times the power of the last bolt of the second nine. Based on the previous increments in strength, he surmised that the subsequent bolts of the third nine would likely see an increase of 50% in both power and speed. Crack! As the second bolt struck, his body sank another half-meter into the pit. The power of the second bolt of the third nine indeed matched his expectations, but the interval between strikes remained consistent with that of the second nine. Providing him a measure of reassurance, he gritted his teeth. Until now, he had withstood the lightning strikes with sheer physical resilience. The destructive power of the lightning did not solely target the body, but also the soul of the cultivator. However, with the protection of the young lotus, his sea of consciousness remained secure, growing even more resilient and expansive than before. Puff! He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of dark red blood as his bones began to crack. His hair disheveled, and his skin torn and bloodied, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. His clothing had long since been reduced to ash, and now he sat naked in a 10-meter deep pit. The severity of his injuries rendered his efforts to channel spiritual energy and consume medicinal pills insufficient to keep up with the relentless destruction wrought by the lightning. Should another bolt strike, his body would undoubtedly be obliterated. With 3 bolts remaining, he understood that his body could not endure much longer. Yet, his eyes, resembling black gemstones, remained fixed on the impending lightning without a trace of fear. The 5 elements sword formation standing ready to strike at any moment. Crack! The 7th bolt of the third nine tribulations descended with overwhelming might, tearing the void and creating countless tiny spatial rifts. While the terrifying force consumed everything in its vicinity, whoosh, in the darkness, 5 beams of light flashed, colliding with the lightning in an instant. Boom! The enraged roar of the lightning echoed, yet it could not advance a single inch. Instead, losing a significant amount of energy to the 5 elements sword formation, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The imperial sword was indeed powerful. It emerged unscathed from such a lightning strike. A wave of relief washed over him as he continued to mend his body. Crack! Crack! The final 2 bolts of lightning were intercepted by the 5 elements sword formation without incident. The tremendous sound of the thunderclaps caused the mountain peak he occupied to sink several dozen meters, while countless towering trees were reduced to mere ash, leaving a desolate wasteland for miles around. Chapter 53. The distant beauty. Having successfully navigated the lightning tribulation, he activated the water spirit energy to cleanse the dust from his body and donned a fresh set of clothing. To his astonishment, his previously slightly yellowish skin had transformed to a youthful alabaster, and his once ordinary features now appeared strikingly handsome. Although cultivators typically did not place great importance on appearance, The youthful heart within him felt a surge of joy. However, this feeling was fleeting, as he soon regained his composure. Assessing his condition, he estimated that his physical resilience could rival that of a low-grade magical artifact. Against those of the previous caliber of golden core cultivators, ordinary attacks would hardly breach his defenses. His spiritual consciousness swept through his dantian, where a golden orb the size of a thumb rested quietly, containing spiritual energy with a strength tenfold that of his previous reserves. It was no wonder that upon entering the golden core stage, foundation-building cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage in numbers. Generally, a golden core cultivator's core would only be the size of a soybean, yet his core boasted a strength comparable to that of a perfected golden core cultivator. The 5 elements transcendence technique was indeed extraordinary. It was no exaggeration to claim invincibility among its peers. As the tribulation clouds dissipated, the two beasts soon approached him. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on successfully transcending the tribulation and entering the golden core stage. Firefeather exclaimed joyfully, while the chubby bear simply stood by, grinning foolishly. Let us depart, he replied calmly. In a flash, the trio vanished several miles away, leaving behind a desolate mountain mourning and silenced. Outside Xuanggu City, the falling green mountain, morning glow, azure waters, verdant trees. In this beautiful time, no one inquires. Only a maiden weeps, tears flowing down. Falling Green Mountain lay 30 miles beyond Xuanggu City, a picturesque locale devoid of demonic beasts. Ordinary woodland creatures roamed freely, and mortals often ventured here for leisure. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at the foot of a secluded mountain near a clear stream, stood a modest wooden cabin. The cabin appeared freshly built, its colors still vibrant. Before the cabin was a rudimentary wooden table set, yet only 2 chairs accompanied it. On the table rested 2 jars of fruit wine, though only a single small cup was present. Scattered empty jars lay haphazardly on the ground. At that moment, the sun began to rise. A woman sat alone on the wooden chair, clad in simple farm garments that could not conceal her astonishing beauty. She tilted her head back and downed a cup of fruit wine. The effects of the alcohol left her slightly tipsy, her tear-filled eyes reflecting an indescribable anguish. Morning should herald the start of a joyful day. Yet she had spent the night in a drunken stupor. She murmured softly, "Husband, are you well? Do you still remember me, Lawner?" After 7 or 8 years of separation, the beauty had become a wilting flower, yearning daily and nightly for their reunion. "When shall we meet again?" She drained the remaining wine from the table, and in her inebriated state, she repeatedly uttered the same words. "Mother, have you been sneaking drinks again?" A 7 or 8-year-old girl, remarkably beautiful and petite, descended gracefully from the sky on a sword of light. Only those at the 7th level of chi refinement could wield a sword. It was unfathomable that a child of such tender age could reach the pinnacle of the 9th level. The woman, upon hearing her daughter's voice, momentarily regained her senses but found herself too weak from the alcohol to rise, sinking back into her seat. The little girl, slightly displeased, chided, "Mother, you promised me you would take care of yourself while living here. Why are you drinking so much? It's dangerous out here. Why not move back home with me?" "Home? What is home? Where is home?" The woman muttered in a daze. "Mother, you're drunk. Let me help you inside to rest." The little girl, understanding and caring, supported her mother toward the dimly lit cabin. Inside, the place was somewhat dark. Apart from a small wooden bed, there were only a few pieces of simple furniture, far more meager than that of an ordinary poor family. The woman sat at the edge of the bed but did not lie down. Suddenly, she embraced her daughter, resting her chin atop the little girl's head as she said, "Nyener, dear, mother is fine. Just feeling a bit weary. Mother, please lie down and rest for a while." The little girl spoke gently. "Nyener, do not leave me. Do not go away. I am so frightened. Please stay." The woman's expression turned frantic as she tightened her embrace. "Mother, mother, please let go. Nyener can't breathe." The little girl struggled to free herself from the woman's grasp, stepping back with a look of fear in her eyes. The woman, upon seeing her empty hands, momentarily regained her composure, and gazing at the terrified child, her heart ached. "Nyener, I am so sorry. I did not mean to. Please do not blame me." The woman's demeanor became frantic as she took a few uncertain steps forward, her stiff movements appearing all the more frightening in the dimly lit room. The little girl instinctively retreated a few steps. Seeing the child's reaction, the woman halted, taking a few steps back to sit on the bed, weeping softly. Observing her mother's sorrowful tears, the little girl felt as though she had committed a grave error and rushed over, wrapping her arms around the woman, exclaiming, "Mother, please do not be angry." Yenner did not mean it. Please do not blame me. It seemed the woman did not hear the child's cries, her expression still blank as she murmured, "When shall we meet again?" Suddenly, she called out, "Husband, Lifeng, where are you?" "No, I cannot wait any longer. I must find you," the woman shouted loudly, pushing past the little girl and racing outside. The little girl, unhurt, quickly followed, and without utilizing her powers, the woman was soon knocked unconscious by the child and brought back to the small wooden house. Watching the woman lie on the bed, restless even in her slumber, the little girl's heart ached. She was oblivious to her mother's plight. Since her birth, her mother and grandfather had never gotten along. And recently, in a fit of anger, her mother had moved out. There were many people in her home, yet none had ever spoken to her about her father, not even her grandfather or mother. Who is my father? Why does my mother love him so passionately that it has caused a rift with my grandfather? Ah, Lifeng, my mother just called his name. Could that be my father's name? It must be, for I am called Lin Yin, thus he must be my father. But where is he? Why are he and mother apart? The little girl pondered these thoughts until she fell asleep beside the bed. After a long while, the woman awakened, her head still throbbing from intoxication. Seeing her daughter asleep by the bedside, she recalled her earlier drunken frenzy, and her heart ached anew. Surely, I must have hurt Yenner. She is innocent, it is all my fault. The woman softly descended, gently lifting the little girl onto the bed. "Mother, are you feeling better? Please do not frighten Yenner anymore," the child murmured as she opened her eyes upon being embraced. The woman smiled kindly. "All right, it is all my fault. You have always wanted to hear the story of your father, so today, I shall tell it to you." "Yes, yes," the little girl exclaimed joyfully. The woman appeared to have come to terms with her situation. Producing an exquisite silk pouch and extracting 368 copper coins, beginning to recount tales of the past. Chapter 54. A show of force. Brother Feng. It seems there are human cultivators engaged in a battle over there. "Look quickly!" Wu Yu exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she flew through the sky to take in the sights, suddenly landing on Lifeng's shoulder. Lifeng sensed a tempest brewing in the distance, but it was still too far away for him to discern clearly, whether with his divine sense or by the naked eye. After a few more moments, he saw a pair of middle-aged men and women fighting while attempting to flee, pursued relentlessly by an elderly man whose strikes were fierce. The distance was too great to see their faces clearly, but it appeared that the middle-aged couple had sustained significant injuries, their strikes occasionally failing to find their mark. The elder, on the other hand, appeared to be in better condition, though his long robes bore numerous tears, and he too was injured, indicating he had not fared well against the couple. Boom. The three exchanged another blow, and an invisible ripple spread visibly through the void for dozens of miles. The wind howled, causing the trees in the mountainous forest below to rustle violently. The force of the gale swept toward them, and Lifeng, clad in azure, felt his flying sword tremble slightly beneath his feet. This was merely the aftershock of a battle occurring several dozen miles away. He could only imagine the terror that would ensue at the center of that vortex. It was indeed a confrontation between Yuanying cultivators. A trace of gravity appeared on Lifeng's otherwise calm face, his brow furrowing slightly. This was the first time he had witnessed the might of a Yuanying master in battle, and it was clear that they were on an entirely different level than Jindan cultivators. Assessing his own capabilities, he realized that even if he unleashed all his abilities, he would be unable to contend with the Yuanying master's assault. He could only hope to withstand a few blows to ensure his escape. "Little brother, quickly move aside. That horse-faced old monster is savage and brutal. Do not let him harm you," the middle-aged woman cried urgently. "There's no time, madam. This way," the middle-aged man urged, pulling the woman to flee to the right. However, this change of direction slowed their speed considerably, allowing the elder to close in within 100 feet. At that moment, Lifeng caught a glimpse of the trio's appearances. The middle-aged couple did not appear old. They seemed to be in their 30s, the man's looks being rather ordinary, while the woman retained a certain elegance. Yet, judging by their bone ages, they had likely been cultivating for 1 to 200 years. In the realm of cultivation, one's age was not of concern. ranks determined seniority. The horse-faced elder indeed bore a thin, elongated visage, lined with wrinkles and fierce eyes, exuding an aura that suggested he was no benevolent figure. Lai Feng had no desire to become entangled in the conflict between Yuanying cultivators. He chose to retreat on his sword. Ha ha, you two still possess some compassion for this little one, very well. Since you have yet to bear offspring, let this child accompany you in death, the horse-faced elder sneered. Madam Su, if you agree to serve me, I may spare your life. The elder's gaze glinted with lust as he seemed certain that the woman would acquiesce. Just as Lai Feng retreated 10 paces, a fierce gust of wind suddenly assaulted him, sending warning bells ringing in his mind. Looking up, he saw a massive handprint descending from the sky, large enough to obscure the sun. The horse-faced elder, having unleashed a casual palm strike, paid no further heed to Lai Feng's fate. In his eyes, even a late-stage Jindan cultivator would find it difficult to survive beneath such a blow. The spiritual energy of a Yuanying cultivator was imbued with a hint of the might of heaven and earth, a force that could not be easily resisted. Only those who had stepped into the Yuanying realm could be said to have truly embarked on the path of immortality. The middle-aged couple exchanged a glance, filled with a mix of regret and pity, believing Lai Feng was doomed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of 5 sharp sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, that overwhelming handprint dissipated into thin air. The tremendous recoil forced Lai Feng back several paces before he steadied himself, adjusting his breathing to stabilize his spiritual energy without sustaining any injuries. In the ensuing chase, neither party noticed the unfolding scene behind them. Lai Feng felt a surge of anger. The couple had shown kindness, refusing to let their humanity slip away with their rise in cultivation. They had risked their own safety to avoid leaving him behind. In stark contrast, the horse-faced elder was truly ruthless, indiscriminately killing without regard for right or wrong. Cultivators valued clarity of thought, and Lai Feng felt a pressing need to intervene. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he had to engage in a few exchanges to prevent harboring any lingering demons that might affect his future cultivation path. After a stick of incense had burned, the middle-aged couple was utterly exhausted, barely managing to support one another as they faced the horse-faced elder in the void. I am willing to part with my possessions. Will you allow my wife to leave? The middle-aged man spoke. Husband, the woman began, but her words were cut off by the man's raised hand. The horse-faced elder chuckled ominously. Humph, today I shall take your belongings, and I shall take the beauty as well. Ha ha. Before the couple could respond, he continued, Fair lady, if you are willing to serve me well, I shall let your husband go. What say you? The woman hesitated briefly. Truly. The middle-aged man, enraged, exclaimed, Madam, you? Understanding that his wife was only agreeing to save him. The man's heart brimmed with anguish, his fists clenched tightly, blood seeping through his fingers. Ha ha. Although I have committed many vile acts, I am a man of my word. Come here quickly. I am eager to have your husband watch as you indulge in my embrace, showcasing your most seductive charms. Ha ha, the horse-faced elder leered. The woman bowed her head in silence, her hands rubbing together, her body trembling slightly as her heart wrestled with turmoil. The middle-aged man, resolute, prepared to fight with the last of his strength, resolved that he would rather die than allow his wife to suffer such humiliation. Suddenly, the horse-faced elder felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly turned to strike with a thud. The 5-element sword array launched a surprise attack, and though the elder managed to respond in time, his counter lacked the full strength of his capabilities, only amounting to 50%. Both Lai Feng and the horse-faced elder spat blood, but it was evident that the elder had bled more. You little ant still lives, the elder spat, wiping the blood from his mouth. Enough of your prattle. I truly wonder how you have survived this long. They say beasts outlive humans, and it seems the ancients were not mistaken. As he spoke, Lai Feng formed a hand sign, launching the 5-element sword array once more at the elder. The elder's fury surged. He had not anticipated this young man, though lacking in cultivation, would possess such a sharp tongue, even if it was not as vulgar as those he had encountered before. Yet the restraint in his insults only fueled the elder's rage further. As the horse-faced elder prepared to swat away the 5-element sword array, intending to obliterate this insufferable brat, a colossal fireball surged toward him, radiating intense heat. Though the horse-faced elder was unafraid of the fireball's force, Contact with it could still scorch his flesh. With a swift punch of his right hand, the fireball was shattered in midair, sending a cascade of fiery rain cascading downward. Before the elder could make a move, a massive bare paw came crashing down towards him. The elder with the horse-like face was greatly vexed. He struck out with his left hand, wielding 70% of his strength, resulting in a loud bang. The chubby bear was sent staggering back several dozen yards, its paw numbed but not injured. The 5 elements sword array of the fierce wind surged forward once more, and thus commenced a fierce battle, with 1 man and 2 beasts alternating against the horse-faced elder. Chapter 55. Wind God Technique. After half a quarter of an hour of combat, the horse-faced elder gradually lost his patience. He retrieved a water-blue sword from his storage ring, infused it with spiritual energy, and swept it to disperse the fiery feathers and the chubby bear, aiming directly at the fierce wind. The fierce wind's gaze was fixated on the water-blue sword. Though it maintained its original size, its imposing aura resembled that of a colossal sword descending from the heavens. The void visibly split as if a river had been severed, unable to coalesce once more. A sense of imminent death surged within, as he was locked onto by the sword's intent. The fierce wind found himself unable to evade. The space around him was in turmoil, rendering his Yinji technique ineffective against the oncoming assault. The tumultuous waves of the 5 elements sword array surged forth. In an instant, the 5 colored swords transformed into towering waves of fire, crashing towards the water-blue sword with a resounding roar that echoed through the void. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and the space was instantly filled with millions of burning fireballs, bursting forth like fireworks. The quality of the 5 element swords was not low, narrowing the gap in strength between the fierce wind and the horse-faced elder. Augmented by the enhanced power of the array in this sword duel, both parties seemed evenly matched, though the fierce wind found himself at a slight disadvantage, taking 2 steps back. Darling, is this truly a cultivator at the initial stage of the golden core? I feel as though I am facing an equal in the nascent soul realm, the woman remarked, having retreated several miles with her husband to observe the battle. They possessed no combat strength, and remaining nearby would likely result in them being obliterated by the residual energy of the clash. The middle-aged man, after recovering from his shock, composed himself and said, "My dear, while talents and prodigies are rare in this world, they are not entirely absent today. We may have a glimmer of hope. Quickly, regain some strength. The young brother is currently unharmed, but cannot endure for long." The disparity in spiritual energy reserves between the golden core and nascent soul is like heaven and earth. The couple produced medium-grade spirit stones and closed their eyes, channeling their full energy to recover. Yet they dared not completely immerse themselves, keeping a portion of their awareness on the duel between the fierce wind and the horse-faced elder. This little beast has some skills. He must possess numerous secrets and opportunities. Today is truly a fortuitous day for me, the horse-faced elder mused, astonished by the fierce wind's formidable combat prowess. This was no mere cultivator at the initial stage of the golden core. Even 10 fully realized golden core cultivators would have been swiftly slain by him. How is this boy still so lively? Such a prodigy must possess extraordinary opportunities. Those 5 swords were of no low grade, perhaps even superior to his own flying sword. Could he be a true disciple of some grand sect out on a trial? Regardless, this boy was doomed today. The elder had slain many over the years, seizing this boy's opportunities and retreating to seclusion for decades. Once the storm had passed, who would dare to trouble him about it? If he could master the technique of wielding 5 swords simultaneously, he might even contend with a deity in the future. The horse-faced elder lost himself in thought. The fierce wind took out a porcelain vial of spirit liquid and drank deeply, visibly replenishing his spiritual energy. Observing the horse-faced elder's uncertain intentions, he decided to strike first. The 5-colored sword light transformed into a massive golden sword, soaring towards the horse-faced elder. The blinding golden light compelled the elder to shut his eyes. Instantly alert, with no time to defend with his sword, he slapped his right hand against the golden sword. Puff, puff. The golden sword pierced through his palm, embedding itself 3 inches into his left shoulder. The horse-faced elder was furious, sending the giant sword flying, and frantically infused his water-blue sword with spiritual energy, visibly enlarging it. "Damn it, you little beast. I will have your life." The fierce wind, not daring to underestimate the situation, downed another vial of spirit liquid and poured all his strength into the 5 elements sword array, causing the 5-colored radiance to burst forth in the void like a resplendent rainbow. At this point, the fiery feathers and the chubby bear could no longer partake in the battle and were ordered to retreat to a safe distance. The fierce wind then produced 10 drops of 5 elements spirit liquid, pouring them into the sword array, further enhancing its might in the void. Though their attacks had yet to collide, the sheer power they were gathering caused the space to become chaotic. The faint sounds of cracking were almost imperceptible. The void appeared to shatter like glass, with fissures emerging and wisps of dark energy disrupting the area. A tree, large enough for 3 people to embrace, was swept into the spiritual storm, instantly reduced to ash by the forces of the rift. Both the fierce wind and the horse-faced elder completed their preparations. A 1,000-foot-long water-blue giant sword clashed against an equally massive 5 elements grinding disc. Strangely, there was no sound. Both the fierce wind and the horse-faced elder extended their hands, channeling their spiritual energy to control their flying swords. Neither dared to relent. This was equivalent to a full-force strike from 2 early-stage, nascent soul cultivators. Should either withdraw first, they would not only suffer backlash from their own power but also face the full brunt of their opponent's attack. Even if they did not perish, they would be gravely injured. The fierce wind gradually sensed his spiritual energy waning, unable to consume any more spirit liquid at this point. Noticing the fierce wind's condition, the horse-faced elder's expression brightened, though his aged visage rendered it a rather grotesque sight. Just as the fierce wind was on the brink of collapse, he felt a hand on each shoulder, followed by 2 torrents of violent spiritual energy surging through him into the 5 elements sword array. Boom! Finally, a thunderous explosion echoed. The horse-faced elder was sent reeling, blood spewing forth as bones cracked and flesh splintered. A tiny figure, no larger than a palm, burst forth from his head, mirroring the elder's appearance, his nascent soul. Casting a resentful glare at the fierce wind, the coldness in its eyes felt as if a vengeful spirit were staring directly at him. The nascent soul commanded the flying sword, vanishing in a flash of blood light. That old fiend actually resorted to the blood escape technique, abandoning his corporeal form. It was a pity he had not been eliminated. There was no telling how many innocent lives he would torment in the future. The woman, witnessing the horse-faced elder's escape, sighed. The old monster is heavily wounded. Even if he flees, he may not succeed in seizing another's body. Everything is determined by fate. Dear, do not worry. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the fierce wind, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." The woman followed suit, expressing her gratitude. The fierce wind sheathed the 5-element sword, maintaining an unchanging expression as he replied, "There is no need for such formalities. The elder initiated the conflict first, and I merely acted in self-defense." The middle-aged man, displaying a carefree demeanor, chuckled, "Regardless, friend, you have saved both our lives. Such a debt of gratitude is greater than the heavens. My wife and I discovered a manual while exploring a secret realm, though we sustained considerable injuries when the horse-faced elder ambushed us to seize it. Given that this technique is not meant for us, let it serve as a token of our gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Please, do not refuse." After speaking, the middle-aged man produced a blueprint made from the hide of an unknown beast, thin yet remarkably sturdy, with ripples of spiritual energy flowing across its surface, indicating its extraordinary nature. The fierce wind accepted it without hesitation. After all, his actions had a cause, and receiving this was merely a natural consequence. Balancing the scales of karma. The Wind God Technique. This was the name of the manual. However, it was not the right time for study, so he tucked it away in his storage ring. Chapter 56. The first elder of offerings seeing the fierce wind accept the item. The middle-aged man inquired, "Your combat prowess is remarkable. May I ask which grand sex prodigy you are out here to train?" Seemingly worried that the fierce wind might misinterpret his intentions, he quickly added, "Oh, if it is inconvenient for you to answer, then never mind." The fierce wind replied calmly, "I am but a wandering cultivator, not a disciple of any grand sect." Though the middle-aged man had his suspicions, hearing this directly left him awestruck and astonished, his eyes suddenly gleaming with interest. The fierce wind felt uncomfortable under the intense gaze of the middle-aged man, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. He certainly did not appreciate such advances. The woman seemed to sense her husband's thoughts and, noticing the fierce wind's unease, gently smiled, drawing him behind her as she introduced herself. Young brother, I am Qin Xiuxue, and this is my husband, Li Junxian. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Her voice was melodious, like a gentle spring breeze. The fierce wind raised his hand in greeting, saying, You honor me. I am Lai Wind. Such a fine name. My husband is the sect leader of the Xinxue sect. Given your profound skills and status as a wandering cultivator, he has taken a liking to you and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join our sect. Would you be willing? Notably, the woman refrained from addressing him as friend and instead continued to call him young brother to foster closeness. The fierce wind replied without hesitation, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am accustomed to a leisurely life and do not favor constraints. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of disappointment. A talent such as this young man's could greatly enhance the sect's strength and prestige within a few years. The potential for growth and adaptability in the fierce wind was simply too remarkable. As the woman pondered how to persuade him, the fierce wind suddenly inquired, May I ask if you have heard of the Jinyang sect? The middle-aged couple fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, they exchanged puzzled glances. The woman spoke, We have only ascended to the nascent soul stage for a little over a decade. Although we have established a sect, most matters are managed by the Grand Elder. We have spent years in seclusion and are not well acquainted with external affairs. We are unaware of the Jinyang sect's influence or the cultivators it houses. The fierce wind appeared somewhat disheartened upon hearing this, as he had initially expected that the two would possess a greater knowledge of the realm of yuanying. With no alternative, he continued, Qin Dao Yu, to be candid. I have been separated from my wife due to special circumstances, and my journey to Jinyang sect is solely to search for her. I am entirely ignorant of the sect, but I am certain that it at least has yuanying cultivators stationed there. The woman paused for a moment before saying, Young brother, how about this? Our sect has been established for several decades, and there are only 3 elders within. If you dislike constraints, would you be willing to accept an invitation to become our sect's first honorary elder? There would be no daily obligations. You would merely need to lend a hand in times of crisis. Otherwise, you may pursue your own endeavors as you wish, and the sect will compensate you monthly for your contributions. Your status would be second only to us. Seeing that the fierce wind still harbored intentions of refusal, Qin Xiuxue hastily interjected, I imagine you have spent a considerable amount of time searching for your sister-in-law. How many years would it take for a solitary loose cultivator like you to continue this search? By accepting the position of honorary elder in our sect, we would have the justification to command the disciples to gather information, which would surely be more efficient than your aimless quest. The Xinwu continent is vast. If you head in the wrong direction, the time lost would be. The fierce wind smiled faintly, interrupting Qin Xiuxue. You are eloquent. Qin Dao Dashu Li Dao Yu is truly a fortunate man to have such a wise and capable partner. Without further ado, he acquiesced, I accept. Accept? You have accepted? Qin Xiuxue exclaimed in surprise, as she had prepared numerous arguments to persuade him, only to have him agree before she could finish. Upon realizing that no amount of argumentation or benefits could compare to assisting the young brother in finding his wife, she felt elated. Wonderful! There is nothing my lady cannot accomplish in this world. Li Junxian laughed heartily, unabashedly praising his wife. How annoying! The young brother is still here, Qin Xiuxue remarked, her face flushing with embarrassment. Are you all right? Brother Feng? Hui Yu and the chubby bear, seeing that the conflict had ended, approached the fierce wind. Young brother, are these your pets? Qin Xiuxue inquired, her gaze flickering with interest, for she had witnessed the extraordinary prowess of these 2 demon beasts, capable of engaging in battle with the yuanying powerhouse. No, they are my friends. The fierce wind promptly corrected her, placing emphasis on the word friends. Qin Xiuxue was taken aback. It was not uncommon for cultivators to befriend demon beasts, but such relationships were typically among those of similar strength. The willingness of someone like the fierce wind, who could easily subdue the 2 beasts, to regard them as friends left her and Li Junxian astonished. Let us hasten back to the sect. After all, you are still severely injured. It would be perilous if that old man with the horse-like face were to spread word of your presence. Li Junxian voiced his concerns. The group swiftly returned to Xinxue sect, and upon reaching the mountain gate, Li Junxian and his wife sighed in relief, shedding their worries. Disciples greet the sect master and deputy sect master. The 4 guarding disciples bowed respectfully, Rise. Notify the three elders to convene in the discussion hall, Qin Shoshua instructed before leading the fierce wind onward. Though the guarding disciples were unaware of the young man's true identity, the respectful treatment from the two sect leaders suggested his status was not insignificant, prompting them to hasten to inform the elders. The fierce wind was taken aback to discover that Qin Shoshua held the position of deputy sect master in addition to being Li Juanxian's wife. Considering Li Juanxian's character, it seemed plausible that many matters within the sect were handled by his wife, which eased his understanding. Perhaps due to their recent ascension to Yuanying and their previous lack of access to superior spiritual lands. The spiritual energy of the Xinshua sect's headquarters was rather mediocre. Compared to other sects led by Jindan cultivators, it was somewhat comparable, but with two Yuanying powerhouses now in residence, it seemed lacking in prestige. Qin Shoshua, perceptive and astute, discerned the fierce wind's thoughts and said, "Please excuse our sect, Elder Lai. Both of us have primarily focused on our cultivation, and we have not given much thought to matters of power and territory." This sect was established in a moment of youthful exuberance. The fierce wind, having been accurately pinpointed in his thoughts, felt no embarrassment and replied, "I indeed did not expect to see Xinshua sect in such a state. It differs somewhat from my expectations for a sect led by two Yuanying powerhouses. However, I admire the two of you for your dedication to the path. I was mistaken, and I hope you will not take offense." Ha ha ha. It is refreshing to hear Elder Lai speak so candidly in our presence. Feel free to express yourselves without concern for my feelings. Unlike those elders who speak in riddles, which only serves to vex me. Li Junxian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. After all, you are a sect leader. One must carefully consider their words in your presence, Qin Shoshua chided, rolling her eyes at Li Junxian, her playful demeanor causing the fierce wind to awkwardly divert his gaze. The group continued their light-hearted conversation until they arrived at the discussion hall. The fierce wind did not take a seat, nor did Li Junxian and his wife, as sitting above would alter the atmosphere of their casual chat. They conversed for a while longer until the three elders of Xinshua sect entered, as if they had conferred beforehand. "Greetings, sect master and deputy sect master," they bowed in unison. The fierce wind lifted his gaze to observe the trio. The elder in the center appeared to be in his 40s, handsome, yet with a faint hint of malice in his countenance. When he glanced at the two sect leaders, he lingered on Qin Shoshua for a moment longer. Though fleeting, the hidden greed in his gaze did not escape the keen-eyed fierce wind. Such a person instilled within the fierce wind a sense of vigilance, although he believed this late-stage Jindan elder posed no threat to him. He instinctively wished to avoid contact. The other two elders appeared to be mid-stage Jindan cultivators, suggesting that the middle-aged elder held the highest authority among them. Li Junxian and his wife seemed particularly attentive to this middle-aged elder, introducing him to the fierce wind as he returned their salutation. As for the middle-aged man's greed towards Qin Shoshua, the fierce wind was uncertain whether Li Junxian and his wife were aware of it. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The middle-aged man was named Qiu Yunshan, and it was likely that even if he harbored ulterior motives, he could not scheme against a Yuanying cultivator. On their way, Li Junxian and his wife had already healed their external injuries, and their changed attire concealed any signs of their previous wounds. The discussion hall featured two chairs side by side, symbolizing the supreme authority of the sect master and deputy sect master. 5 chairs were arranged on either side below, with the left side holding greater respect. Li Junxian unceremoniously seated the fierce wind in the first position on the left. A glint of sharpness flickered in Qiu Yunshan's eyes as he silently took the first position on the right, followed by the other two elders taking the second and third seats on the right. Their expressions varied. Qiu Yunshan remained calm as he gazed at the seat on the left that the fierce wind now occupied, a chair that had traditionally belonged to him. The other two elders appeared anxious, unable to discern the relationship between the newly arrived Elder Lai and the sect leaders. What did his seating arrangement signify? If he were merely a guest, occupying the first seat on the right would have sufficed to convey the highest honor. Now that all the elders have arrived, I would like to announce something. Elder Lai will henceforth be our sect's first honorary elder, holding a status equal to that of myself and the sect master. Qin Shoshua declared. The three elders below were taken aback by her words. The two older men swallowed hard, seemingly incredulous, while the usually composed Qiu Yunshan's expression shifted, his fingers trembling slightly around the teacup. The fierce wind had not anticipated such a declaration from Qin Shoshua. She had previously indicated a position subordinate to her in Li Junxian. However, he did not dwell on this, as he intended merely to hold a nominal position until he discovered news of Ruolin and then depart. Subsequently, he likely would not have much further involvement with Xinchue sect. Greetings, Elder Light. We hope you will take care of us within the sect. Qiu Yunshan was the first to rise and bow respectfully to the fierce wind. The other two elders, realizing the situation, followed suit and offered their respects. The fierce wind stood and returned the courtesy, saying, "You are too kind. I am merely a nominal honorary elder and will not involve myself in sect matters. You may continue as you have in the past." Li Junxian interrupted the formalities, stating, "There will be ample time for you to converse later." Elder Qiu, have you heard of Jinyang sect? Qiu Yunshan paused, unsure of the sect master's sudden inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Sect master, there is no sect by the name of Jinyang within a radius of 30,000 miles. The other two elders echoed their ignorance. After all, with their Jindan cultivation, they seldom ventured beyond the sect. Given that the two sect leaders rarely attended to sect affairs, the elders had been preoccupied with their own pursuits, often neglecting such matters. Dispatch all available disciples to investigate beyond the sect, Qin Xiuxue instructed. If there is no sign within 30,000 miles, we shall expand the search radius. Understood, the three elders responded. Qin Xiuxue personally led the fierce wind to arrange accommodations for him. And despite her attempts to assign several maidservants to assist him, he politely declined. She did not press further, advising him to seek out the three elders for any needs, before departing to focus on her recovery, as her injuries had begun to worsen after sustaining them for so long. The fierce wind turned and closed the courtyard door behind him, unaware that a pair of sinister eyes watched him and Qin Xiuxue from behind a distant tree. The gaze was filled with malice, and the figure's face, twisted and contorted, muttered softly, "Such a Qin Xiuxue, you shameless woman. I initially thought you were of a higher caliber, feeling that my cultivation was unworthy of your attention. Yet I see you prefer the company of younger men. How infuriating! If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Humph, I may not be able to deal with a Yuanian cultivator. But I can certainly take care of you, you little sugar baby." Subsequently, a figure flickered and vanished without a trace. In a courtyard, two elderly men fidgeted restlessly, glancing around anxiously. "Elder Qiu, you have finally returned. I wonder what Elder Li's stance is indeed. If he has discovered our covert maneuvers over the years, we could be in serious trouble." Although the two were esteemed golden core cultivators in the eyes of many, they were no more than ants in the perspective of a nascent soul powerhouse, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Typically, the sect leaders remained indifferent to their affairs, allowing the two to curry favor with Elder Qiu, who enjoyed the spoils while they reaped the leftovers. Could it be that the sect leader sensed something amiss and thus suddenly appointed a venerable elder? A golden core cultivator on par with the sect leader is akin to a commissioner wielding an imperial edict. The more they contemplated, the more frantic they became, unable to eat or sleep peacefully, leading them to seek counsel with Qiu Yunshan. Observing the two anxious elders, Qiu Yunshan was struck by a sudden inspiration. With a sigh, he remarked, "Alas, once the sect leader departed, Elder Li's demeanor shifted dramatically. Though he did not explicitly state it, his words implied that we must make a substantial sacrifice. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. As you both have surmised, after all these years, the sect leaders have indeed become suspicious. What shall we do then, Elder Qiu? You are usually full of ideas. Please think of a solution." Yes, as long as we can weather this storm. We will undoubtedly follow your lead in the future, and we can even relinquish some of our monthly quotas." Qiu Yunshan politely declined several times, but the two elders persisted in their frantic entreaties. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Qiu Yunshan replied, "Very well, if an investigation is truly initiated, I, Qiu, cannot absolve myself of any involvement. Since this concerns us all, I shall not take advantage of your predicament. Your shares will remain unchanged. There is no need for haste. Let us." Upon hearing this, the two elders were overcome with gratitude, their cooperation becoming even more earnest. Chapter 58. The creation of the wind and thunder spiritual root Lifeng returned to his humble abode. Resolved to wait for half a year. Should no word from Ruolan arrive, he would depart to continue his search. Following his battle with the old man with a horse-like face, he had gained much. Elevating his control over power to a new level, confident that he could reach the mid-golden core stage within a fortnight, As long as he had sufficient spiritual liquid, he need not engage in the prolonged meditative practices that other cultivators undertook to accumulate spiritual energy. With no pressing matters at hand, he took out the wind god technique to study it. This technique was bound by restrictions, allowing only mental exploration. As Lai Feng's consciousness surged into the wind god technique. A golden light flashed, and the beast skin parchment appeared utterly blank. However, within his sea of consciousness, a lengthy text consisting of several hundred characters had been successfully imprinted, as long as the sea of consciousness remained intact. This technique would endure. The challenge lay in the fact that cultivators needed to rely on their comprehension to grasp its intricacies. The technique was somewhat obscure, and it took Lai Feng an entire hour of diligent study to glean its general meaning. The wind god technique centered on wind manipulation. Once mastered, even those without a wind spiritual root could wield the power of the wind as if it were an extension of their own limbs. This technique took an unconventional approach, emphasizing the mastery of one's own self before mastering the wind. It posited that every force in the world possesses a spirit, and thus, one must control it through its spirit. Lai Feng, being endowed with a five-element spiritual root, could harness the power of the five elements. A spiritual root could be considered a cultivator's innate talent, or the key to unlocking the gateway to spiritual energy. Only with the key could one access the corresponding attributes and thus cultivate and master the powers associated with them. In principle, those without a corresponding attribute spiritual root could not wield that attribute's power. A cultivator's potential was reflected in their root bones, with the spiritual root merging with the root bone as one. However, the wind god technique allowed cultivators to refine their own flesh and blood cells into a spiritual root, forcibly creating one to master the wind's spiritual power. Naturally, if a cultivator already possessed a wind spiritual root, this cumbersome process would be unnecessary. However, this method of refining flesh and blood cells carried a significant risk. A moment's inattention could lead to bodily collapse, and those below the nascent soul stage could not even attempt a rebirth through possession. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, whether in combat against others or ferocious beasts. During tribulations or in the refining of the body and soul, only those with great perseverance can continue to advance. Lai Feng decided to give it a try. Should he succeed, he would gain an additional means of power. After overcoming the Golden Core tribulation, his mastery over lightning attributes deepened, though this was strictly limited to the use of the thunder palm technique. At ordinary times, he could not harness the power of thunder. If he could successfully practice the wind god technique, might it be possible to refine his skin into a thunder spiritual root? The combined powers of wind and thunder are among the most terrifying forces of nature, and their wielders are exceedingly rare. A wild thought ignited in Lai Feng's mind. Shaking off distractions, he focused intently on cultivating the wind god technique. Gradually, a gentle breeze began to swirl around him, encircling his body, yet he could not draw it into himself. Despite numerous attempts, he found no success, realizing that creating a spiritual root was indeed a formidable task. As 7 days passed, Lai Feng remained undeterred in his practice. Just as he was about to conclude his session and rise, a strand of wind spiritual energy, no thicker than a hair but double its length, surged through the pores of his left arm. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his arm, as the wind spiritual energy entered a single cell, spinning wildly within while accompanied by a sharp, stinging pain. After 2 hours, that cell had transformed, becoming ethereal and tenuous, resembling a swirling mass of wind, which began to attract nearby blood cells. Assimilation ensued, and what had begun as a single prick of pain intensified to dozens of needle-like stings a day later. As the assimilated wind mass reached the size of a small grain of millet, several more strands of wind spiritual energy surged into his body, entering different cells for refinement. Instantly, hundreds of needles began to stab at Lai Feng relentlessly. This pain was negligible for a golden core cultivator. With the continuous refinement, the wind spiritual energy drawn from the surroundings increased exponentially, reaching thousands of strands, causing Lai Feng to feel as though he were being pierced by millions of needles. Even with his unyielding will, he could not help but tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Time flowed ceaselessly, and Huiyu and the chubby bear stood guard at the door, ensuring no one disturbed Lai Feng's cultivation. One day, a sudden gust of wind erupted within the room, nearly tearing the roof off. Yu recognized it as a consequence of Lai Feng's cultivation and swiftly conjured an invisible barrier of spiritual energy to shield the room from the chaos. Thanks to the timely suppression of the tempest, the outside world remained oblivious. Qiu Yunshan had visited twice, seeking to gauge Lai Feng's progress to ensure the plan remained foolproof. However, he was deterred by the might of the two beasts and did not encounter Lai Feng. Fortunately, matters were in the hands of man. Lai Feng had been refining for 3 months now, and his complexion had grown notably gaunt, the muscles in his face stiff and pained, resembling a corpse. At this moment, he had reached the most critical juncture, the refinement of his internal organs. Any misstep could result in bodily collapse. Lai Feng was in such agony that he felt numb. The veins on his forehead straining against his skin, his teeth grinding audibly. He began with the 6 Fu organs before proceeding to the 5 Zong organs one by one. The stomach, large intestine, small intestine, triple burner, bladder, and gallbladder gradually transformed into a vast void, as if they no longer existed. Only an intangible storm of wind remained coalescing in their place. Next, he refined the 5 Zong organs, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and liver, each dissolving into nothingness. With only the heart left, Lai Feng was drenched in sweat, his lips parched and cracked, gasping for breath. At this stage of cultivation, he could not afford to pause. He had not anticipated that the wind god technique would lead to such a situation. Once the refinement began, it could not be halted. Otherwise, the areas previously refined would collapse instantaneously. If he had only damaged a few cells at the beginning, it would have been of little consequence. Now, with only the heart remaining unrefined, to abandon the process would mean losing his other organs and possibly his life. The pain he experienced was tenfold compared to before, compelling Lai Feng to suppress a shout. At that moment, a wave of coolness radiated from the Yang Lotus, enveloping him and alleviating his suffering, enabling him to endure. Time slipped away, and just as Lai Feng's pained body fell into unconsciousness, a refreshing sensation coursed through him. Awakening him instantly, unbeknownst to him, he had advanced in the midst of refining. He had reached the mid-golden core stage, his realm stabilized without the need for further honing. Upon introspecting, he found a tempestuous void within his body. Raising his hand, a whirlwind materialized in his right palm, and with a gentle toss, a sturdy set of high-quality wooden furniture was reduced to ashes. The power of the wind was indeed formidable. Even in its nascent form, it exhibited such might. What of the power of thunder? Lai Feng could not help but feel a surge of longing. As thoughts surged within him, he lost track of time. Immersed in his cultivation, he realized that the power of thunder lacked a prescribed technique. He would have to innovate based on his own conceptualization. Lai Feng was uncertain whether he could successfully refine the thunder spiritual root using his skin and skull as a foundation. The flicker of hope in his eyes spurred him into action, and he felt as though a significant amount of time had passed, when a spark of electricity singed a strand of hair. Thunderous booms echoed throughout the small room. Chapter 59. The Trap Boom. The thunderous explosions reverberated incessantly, yet, drawing from his previous experience of refining the wind spiritual root. This time the process of refining the thunder spiritual root was significantly more manageable. His skin crackled with electric light. Though it appeared the same as before, it now contained a rich reservoir of thunderous power, poised to unleash devastation. Lai Feng's eyes glimmered like storm clouds, and even highly skilled cultivators would find it challenging to penetrate the depths of his heart through his gaze. With a flick of his wrist, he stood up. His body, once stiff from prolonged sitting, now felt remarkably light after refining the powers of wind and thunder. Though he had not tested his speed, he anticipated a pleasant surprise. As he opened the door, Yu exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you have emerged from seclusion," with a joyful tone, while the chubby bear stood beside her, grinning foolishly. "Thank you for your diligence," Lai Feng replied. Despite being wholly engrossed in his cultivation, he was aware of the two beasts' unwavering vigilance, maintaining a protective barrier of spiritual energy around him, which touched him deeply. Yu dispelled the barrier, her form appearing somewhat frail. "How long have I been in seclusion?" Lai Feng inquired. Yu quickly responded, "It has been a whole year. Has it truly been that long? Is there any news regarding the Jinyang sect?" Had it been earlier, Lai Feng would have pressed for answers with a hint of urgency, but now, after having forged the wind thunder body, although his consciousness was fervent, his heartbeat and tone remained calm and composed. There is none. However, Qiu Yunshan did visit a few times 6 months ago, and he did not mention anything about the Jinyang sect, so it seems there is still no news. Lai Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially planned to wait for only half a year, but now that a whole year had passed without any updates, he was prepared to depart. After providing Huoyu with a few bottles of spirit liquid for recovery, he set out to find Li Junxian and his wife to bid farewell. Greetings, Elder Lai. Along the way, the disciples of the sect who encountered Lai Feng greeted him respectfully. A quick sweep of his divine sense revealed that more than half of the disciples were missing, presumably out gathering intelligence and yet to return. Suddenly, Qiu Yunshan from the Xinchua sect, accompanied by 2 other elders and dozens of Foundation establishment disciples, flew overhead on swords, their expressions anxious, leaving Lai Feng puzzled about what had transpired. Just as he was in deep thought, the group returned on their swords and landed before him. "What brings you here, elders?" Lai Feng inquired with confusion. "Excellent news, Elder Lai. You have finally emerged from seclusion," Qiu Yunshan exclaimed. "I have just received word from my disciples stating that several young cultivators are besieged by a few sects with golden core cultivators stationed around them in the Heming Valley, which is 5,000 miles away. The exact reason is unknown, but these cultivators claim to hail from the Jinyang sect. I'm uncertain if this is related to what you mentioned about your search for the Jinyang sect. I thought you were still in seclusion and did not wish to disturb you, but I felt it necessary to bring everyone along to safeguard those individuals and ascertain the situation to avoid hindering your important matters. This past year has indeed been arduous for the sect's disciples, and if the news proves true, it would not be in vain." Upon hearing this, Lai Feng's expression brightened. "Thank you for your hard work. I wish to personally verify the route to the Heming Valley." Qiu Yunshan replied, "Very well. Since you are eager, let Elders Qi and Ming accompany you and the disciples as you make your way there. After all, it is the influence of several sects, and we cannot allow the Xinchua sect to be looked down upon. The 2 elders know the way, so you may proceed ahead while I report to the sect leader and follow shortly." Lai Feng, anxious to learn of Ruolan's whereabouts, did not ponder further and expressed his gratitude before following Elders Qi and Ming as they flew toward the Heming Valley. 5,000 miles is no trivial distance, and with the responsibility of these individuals upon him, he could only feel an inner turmoil of urgency. Reporting to the sect leader, grave news has emerged. "Elder Lai is in trouble," an urgent voice echoed outside the stone chamber where the Xinchua sect leader was in seclusion. After a moment, the stone door opened, and Li Junxian and Qin Qiushue emerged side by side, their expressions serious. "What has happened to Elder Lai? Speak quickly," Li Junxian, straightforward as ever, asked in concern. "Elder Lai is besieged by several sects in the Heming Valley, 5,000 miles away. They seek to seize his treasures. I have dispatched Elders Qi and Ming along with dozens of Foundation establishment disciples to provide support. I have come to report this to you. If you do not go, we may not be able to suppress those formidable sections." Qiu Yunshan vividly described Elder Lai's precarious situation. Qin Qiushue's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Husband, we cannot ignore the plight of Taoist Lai. I must go assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yunshan felt a surge of anger. This woman was indeed still fixated on that young man. "Humph, you will see what happens later. Then I shall accompany you, as it may provide additional deterrence and assurance." Li Junxian said, somewhat apprehensively. "Very well," Qin Qiushue agreed. "Leader, those 3 or 4 sects are merely anchored by late-stage golden core cultivators. It would suffice for one of you to go. Most of our disciples are out aiding Taoist Lai in their search for the Jinyang sect's whereabouts. If the higher-ups all venture out, any unforeseen circumstances could spell disaster for our sect. May I suggest that sect leader Qin take the lead? After all, if we can resolve matters without violence, it would ultimately benefit our sect's reputation," Qiu Yunshan calmly proposed, having seemingly mapped out a strategy well in advance. "Indeed, husband, Elder Qiu makes a valid point. Our sect's elite are currently deployed, and should any unscrupulous individuals approach while we are absent, it could lead to significant casualties among our disciples. We are eager to assist Elder Lai, yet we cannot forsake the lives of our disciples. If we leave Elder Qiu behind to guard, we may not withstand any powerful adversaries that might come," Qin Qiushue articulated, persuading them. After a few exchanges, they agreed to let Elder Qiu lead the way. Although she was the sect leader, she and Li Junxian were not much different from novices. After years of seclusion, they were unaware of the happenings within their own sect. After traveling a distance of 1,500 miles, They found themselves over a desolate mountain forest. Qiu Yunshan, while flying on his sword, produced a delicate porcelain vial and said, "Sect leader Qin, this is something I acquired at an auction when I was out gathering intelligence about the Jinyang sect. It is said that women who consume it can greatly enhance their beauty, appearing youthful and vibrant. It can even augment 5 years of arduous cultivation. Since it is intended for women, it would be of no use to you. You and sect leader have treated me well over the years, so I thought to gift this to you as a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Qin Shoshua's eyes brightened at the mention. What woman does not desire to remain youthful and beautiful? However, she still politely declined. "Elder Qiu, your kindness is appreciated, but such a precious item is not something our sect can accept. You should keep it to win over your beloved. I have noticed you have been single for many years, and my husband and I were just thinking of introducing you to a suitable woman in the near future. You will offend me if you refuse, as it implies my offering is insignificant." Qiu Yunshan countered, employing a reverse psychology tactic. Hearing this, Qin Shoshue felt it awkward to refuse any further, extending her hand to accept it. "Thank you, Elder Qiu, I shall accept it." Qiu Yunshan continued, "This item is called Hua Yang Nian Hua, as the name suggests. The sooner it is consumed, the better. Even with the porcelain vial, it merely delays the evaporation time. It would be best to take it now. It won't waste any time and has no side effects. It can be absorbed directly." Upon hearing this, Qin Shoshue uncorked the vial. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted from the opening, and she instinctively inhaled deeply. She felt her spirit uplifted. It was indeed extraordinary. Qiu Yunshan watched in awe as Qin Shoshue became even more radiant, her presence striking. Noticing Qiu Yunshan's gaze upon her, Qin Shoshue's face flushed with embarrassment. "Thank you, Elder Qiu. I have lost my composure. And no worries, sect leader. Please take it quickly. If it evaporates, the efficacy will be lost," Qiu Yunshan urged, somewhat nervously. Upon hearing this, Qin Shoshue glanced at the vial and indeed saw that the already scant, colorless liquid had evaporated by 1/10. She tilted her head back and drank it in one gulp. Little did she notice the moment she drank, Qiu Yunshan's gaze flared with fervor, a fleeting excitement flashing in his eyes. "Elder Qiu, let us hasten our pace," Qin Shoshue exclaimed, anxious about Lai Feng's peril. Although she had confidence in his abilities, she understood that 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. Should their enemies prove numerous, he could be in dire straits once his spiritual energy was depleted. "Understood," Qiu Yunshan replied, and crazily accelerated ahead to lead the way. Qin Shoshue was pleased with his attitude, thinking to herself that Elder Qiu was indeed a pillar of the sect, showing more concern for Elder Lai's safety than herself. Unbeknownst to her, Qiu Yunshan's lips curled into a smile, secretly reveling in his scheme. The liquid Qin Shoshue had just consumed would hasten the activation of her spiritual energy, making its effects manifest sooner. They traveled over 1,000 more miles, but Qin Shoshue began to feel something amiss. Her body was unusually warm, and her throat parched. The further they advanced, the weaker she felt. After another 300 miles, she could no longer suppress her condition. There were still 700 miles to the Heming Valley. Qin Shoshue's complexion turned crimson, and she could not control a soft moan from her lips. Qiu Yunshan, leading the way, halted at the sound, sensing the timing was ripe. "What exactly did you make me drink?" Qin Shoshue stopped, her body increasingly difficult to endure. Qiu Yunshan approached closer, his voice steady yet laced with malice. "Why, it is indeed Hua Yang Nian Hua, my dear beautied. Do you not feel as though you have returned to your youth? Soon, I will ensure you feel exquisite. You will come to love this sensation." As Qiu Yunshan drew nearer, the masculine aura emanating from him seemed to possess an irresistible allure, compelling her to leap forth toward him. Yet, the remnants of her rationality kept her somewhat alert. She raised her hand to strike Qiu Yunshan, but her strength was diminished, barely reaching 2/10 of her peak. Bang! Qiu Yunshan had not anticipated that Qin Shoshue would still be capable of making a move at this point. Indeed, a nascent soul cultivator was formidable. The weak strike sent him staggering back several dozen yards, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, having sustained some minor injuries. After the strike, Qin Shoshue felt increasingly feeble and dared not linger. Taking to the skies toward the Heming Valley. Returning to the sect was no longer an option, as she had initially intended to rescue Lai Feng. Now she could only hope he would triumph over his formidable foes and, in turn, save her life. She had realized she had fallen prey to an aphrodisiac, regretting her blind trust in others, never expecting that an elder nurtured by the sect for decades would possess such a nefarious nature. Within the Heming Valley, chaos reigned, with the cold bodies of elders Qi and Ming and their disciples lying lifeless on the ground. These individuals were not slain by the formidable foes of several sects, but had been personally annihilated by Lai Feng along with his two beasts. Here, there were no disciples of the Jin-Yang sect at all. It was merely a trap, and upon Lai Feng's arrival, he had fallen victim to an ambush set by a formation in the midst of a fierce battle. Both myself and the two beasts sustained significant injuries. The formation was exceedingly strange and powerful. Had it not been for the little chubby bear, who shielded me from countless attacks, even with my formidable wind and thunder body, I would have been unable to withstand it. After all, my wind and thunder body is still in its nascent stage, and its defensive capabilities are limited. Opposite me stood a young man in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, his appearance unremarkable yet clad in the robes of the Shinshua sect. Within the sect, aside from 3 elders who had reached the Golden Core stage, the highest cultivation level among the disciples was merely that of a perfected late-stage foundation establishment. It was implausible for anyone to advance to the mid-Golden Core stage within a year. I had never seen this person before, yet he evoked a sense of déjà vu after exchanging dozens of blows. Both of us sustained injuries. Rarely finding an opponent of my caliber, I was surprised to discover that I could not gain the upper hand against him, despite having a slight edge in strength. Suddenly, realizing he had been on the losing end for too long, the young man unsheathed a long sword. In that instant, it struck me. No wonder he felt familiar. This long sword belonged to the horse-faced old man. This revelation made sense. The young man must have been possessed by the horse-faced elder. I never imagined that the elder would have the audacity to hide within the Shinshua sect to seek revenge. Although the horse-faced elder drew forth the long sword, his cultivation was constrained, and his spirit had not yet recovered from prior injuries. He was now relying solely on his past experience as a nascent soul practitioner to barely contend with me. He had not anticipated my strength, nor that I could emerge alive from that blazing sword formation, showcasing such combat prowess. With a resounding clash, the long sword was sent flying from the horse-faced elder's grasp, and I shattered his physical heart with a single strike. At that moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in the young man's eyes as he relinquished his corporeal form, and his nascent soul swiftly darted into my consciousness. Ha ha ha, your body is now mine. With it, I shall have the hopes of transcending to the great ascension. This was the ultimate goal of the horse-faced elder, yet he had not foreseen what was to come. Just then, a beam of light pierced through the head of his nascent soul, causing it to dissipate in disbelief. The pure essence of soul energy nourished my spirit, and suddenly, everything within 100 miles became vividly clear to me. Even the faint sounds of insects could be distinctly heard. This was an experience akin to the profound realms of the Tao. However, this clarity did not last long, and soon it faded, yet my perception within a 10-mile radius remained remarkably acute. My spiritual awareness now exponentially enhanced. When the horse-faced elder invaded my consciousness, I felt a moment of panic, grappling with the crisis of his possession. Unexpectedly, Yang Lian took the initiative to strike, her power astonishing. A mere glimmer from her was enough to instantly annihilate a nascent soul practitioner. I had not anticipated that she could so effortlessly dispatch him. Chapter 61. Guardian, even a maidservant will suffice. I had no time to marvel at Yang Lian's might. For in the fleeting moment that the Daoic clarity vanished, I caught sight of a figure stumbling into the 100-mile vicinity. It was Qin Shoshue. I could not discern what was pursuing her behind. With a swift wave, I collected all the corpses and items, then vanished, heading toward her. At that moment, Qin Shoshue was utterly exhausted, having bitten her tongue multiple times to sustain herself. Were it not for her formidable spirit as a nascent soul practitioner, coupled with her indomitable will, she would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness and met a grim fate. Just as she was about to plummet to the ground, she felt her body soften as a man caught her in his embrace, his strong masculine aura causing her to emit a soft moan. She instinctively reached to unfasten my garments. Understanding the situation, I swiftly struck the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. Qin Shoshue possessed an irresistible allure. and as I released her into the embrace of Huayu, she transformed back to her original size, carrying Qin Qiuxue on her back. I lifted my gaze toward the pursuing Qiu Yunshan and quickly grasped the entire scheme behind these events. Without further ado, I unleashed the five-element sword formation, and in mere moments, Qiu Yunshan's throat was slit amidst his astonishment. Collecting his corpse, I swiftly fled back toward the Xinxue sect with the two beasts. The aphrodisiac that had infected Qin Qiuxue was potent, devoid of any antidote. Only through the union of yin and yang could it be resolved, lest she be consumed by lustful flames. The severity of the situation weighed heavily on me. Whether it was taking advantage of her misfortune or saving a life, I would not act upon it, and my heart was solely occupied by Gu Ruolin. Moreover, it was evident that Qin Qiuxue had been ensnared in a plot to assist me. Yet I could not fathom how this nascent soul practitioner had also fallen victim to such treachery. With Huayu exerting its full strength, we finally arrived at the Xinxue sect just as Qin Qiuxue was on the brink of collapse. I directly brought the two beasts to the secluded area where the sect leader was in seclusion. Due to our elevation, the disciples of the sect did not notice Qin Qiuxue on Huayu's back. Li Zuanxian, you are back. How wonderful that you are unharmed, Li Junxian exclaimed, sensing my aura and rising to his feet. Ever since he heard news of my predicament, he had been unable to focus on his cultivation. Anxiously awaiting updates, Li Daoyu, we shall discuss this later. Qin Daoyu has fallen victim to treachery and is now in grave danger. You must take her to detoxify her, I urged without elaboration. Upon seeing Qin Qiuxue on Huayu's back, Li Junxian immediately dashed forward, cradling her in his arms, only to find her body burning with fever, unconscious and unresponsive. In a state of panic, he asked, Li Zonglao, I do not know how to detoxify her. Qin Zonglao has been afflicted by a potent aphrodisiac. Under duress, I had no choice but to render her unconscious. Do not say you cannot detoxify her, I replied, turning to depart on my sword. Uninterested in the battle that had transpired behind me in the small courtyard, I retrieved the spatial ring of the horse-faced elder and began to inspect its contents. After a few moments, the disappointment on my face was evident. As there was nothing of value, aside from a mid-grade royal weapon flying sword, there were no other precious items. It was rather pathetic for a nascent soul master. Even the low-grade spirit stones amounted to barely over 20,000, likely consumed to enhance his strength after possession. Having come to terms with this, 3 days later, I transformed the Thunder Palm into the Wind and Thunder Divine Palm, with my spirit now robust and Yang Lian's assistance nurturing my consciousness. My deductive abilities soared as for the power and grade of the technique I had innovated that remained uncertain. Just as I was preparing to seek an open space for experimentation, a voice called out from outside the courtyard. Is Brother Lai available? The voice belonged to Li Junxian, and the tone had become markedly more familiar. It was rare for a mid-stage golden core practitioner to address a nascent soul master as a brother. I opened the courtyard door to find Li Junxian and his wife standing there formally. A sense of curiosity arose within me, and just as I was about to inquire, both of them knelt simultaneously. Preparing to be my mind momentarily blanked, unsure of their intentions, and I quickly reached out to assist them. Li Daoyu, Qin Daoyu, what is the meaning of this, Brother Lai? Li Junxian spoke directly. You have once again intervened to save my wife from peril, preserving her honor. Such a profound grace is akin to saving our lives anew. My wife is fiercely proud. Had she faced humiliation, she would have chosen to end her own life. How could I possibly continue to live in this world? Qin Qiuxue, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, gazed at me, her admiration for my character and disposition deepening. Strangely, she remained silent, allowing Li Junxian to take the lead in expressing thanks. After calming Li Junxian's fervent emotions, I said, Brother Li, let us consider this matter settled. Please refrain from mentioning it again. These are the bodies of those elders and disciples, including that of the horse-faced old man who had taken possession. He has been slain by my hand. Under Li Junxian's insistence, I reluctantly agreed to refer to him as a brother, and with a gentle wave of my hand, dozens of corpses appeared on the ground. Li Junxian's temperament matched his nature. At that moment, he was consumed by rage, reducing the corpses of Qiu Yunshan and the horse-faced elder to ashes, yet his wrath remained unsated. Only after obliterating all the bodies into dust did he cease. Collecting several storage rings that he intended to offer to me, for all the kills were mine. Even though they were his disciples, he harbored a deep desire to slay them himself. The items within those rings were so meager that he hesitated on how to proceed. Sensing his turmoil, I remarked, brotherly, "It is not easy to nurture an entire sect. I do not require these. Please keep them for yourself." Li Junxian accepted without further protest, yet his next words left me in shock. "Brother Feng, my wife and I truly find ourselves ill-suited to manage the sect. After this incident, we have no desire to continue. Thus, my wife and I have decided to dissolve the Xinhua sect, and from now on, we shall follow Brother Feng, taking on the role of guardians. Please do not think us inadequate due to our limited strength." Li Junxian, always straightforward, spoke with an unexpected touch of poetic sentiment. My facial muscles twitched in disbelief. This couple was far too whimsical, their thoughts always soaring to unimaginable heights. I was at a loss for words, caught off guard by their proposal. They genuinely believed I would look down upon them. Considering that I had ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in just 1 year. Furthermore, since my transformation into the Wind and Thunder divine body, my aura had become more restrained and ethereal, concealing my true depth. The couple believed they had perhaps set their expectations too high. "Brother Feng, if you find our request excessive, we could even serve as your horsemen or bedchamber attendants," Li Junxian blurted out nervously, his words increasingly disjointed, while Qin Shoshue rolled her eyes at the absurdity of it all. The fierce wind dared not allow Li Junxian to continue speaking. At times, the sheer thrill of reality could be overwhelming. After a brief exchange of counsel, witnessing the couple's determination, the fierce wind, in resignation, suggested they all travel together. As for the matters of guards and drivers, those were no longer to be mentioned. With their objectives achieved, the couple would naturally comply with all that was decided. Chapter 62. News from the Jinyang sect. The fierce wind waited an entire day until Li Junxian and his spouse concluded their affairs regarding the dissolution of their sect before embarking once more on their journey to seek out Ruolin. 7 days later, the party had traversed 35,000 miles. The weather was splendid that day, with the setting sun casting its golden glow, igniting the clouds in a breathtaking spectacle. Ahead lay a small city, populated by approximately 200,000 souls, prompting the fierce wind to decide upon resting for the night to gather information. Though modest in size, the city thrived with prosperity. Here, mortals and cultivators coexisted in equal measure. The majority were in the Qi refinement stage, with foundation establishment practitioners being quite common, and occasionally, one could encounter a few at the Golden Core stage. The fierce wind possessed an exceptionally powerful spirit, and without alarming anyone, he conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the small city, only to discover that it was secretly guarded by an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Li Junxian and his spouse had concealed their cultivation levels using secret methods. The trio, along with 2 beasts, though all at the Golden Core stage, were not overly conspicuous and attracted little attention. In the city, it was not uncommon to see several Golden Core cultivators mingling together. "Brother Feng, there are so many people here, and so many delicious foods. I want to eat that," Firefeather chirped excitedly. "Brother Feng, I want honey," the chubby bear said, his rare innocence evoking a smile from the fierce wind. Throughout their journey, the fierce wind indulged the 2 beasts, purchasing everything they desired, much to their delight. "Brother Feng, after so many years of cultivation, I've nearly forgotten the taste of good food. Why not find an inn and order some dishes to savor?" Qin Shoshue remarked, her senses stirred by the aroma of dinner wafting through the air. Lin Hao, reflecting on how the group had been hastily traveling without proper rest, replied, "Let us heed sister-in-law's suggestion and find an inn to rest for the night before we set out again." The Xiaming Inn, though a rather mundane name, was the largest establishment in the small city. The front building boasted 3 floors, with the ground level spanning several hundred square feet, and at that moment, it was bustling with hundreds of diners. The front housed the dining area for guests, while the rear was designated for accommodations, with a vast open space in between for travelers' carriages. The fierce wind and his companions secured 2 rooms, took a moment to rest, and then followed the attendant to the second floor of the dining area, where they settled at a table by the window. The chubby bear sat beside the fierce wind. Firefeather, being petite, stood at a corner of the table, while Li Junxian and his spouse took their seats opposite. Before long, a table laden with fragrant dishes arrived. Several jugs of fine wine were brought forth, and the group toasted, even the chubby bear eagerly gulping down a jug, causing him to cough for a good while, which elicited soft laughter from Qin Xiuxue. Many diners nearby chuckled at the sight. It was not uncommon to see patrons accompanied by pets, but it was rare to witness a pet dining at the same table as its owner, as was the case with the fierce wind. Most mortals dined on the first and second floors, while the second floor was predominantly occupied by individuals like Qin Xiuxue, who sought to satisfy their cravings and foster a lively atmosphere. After enjoying their meal, the fierce wind planned to let Li Junxian and his spouse retire to their room for rest while he ventured out to gather information. Just then, he overheard a conversation from a nearby table. The voices, though subdued, were clear enough for him to catch. At a table 3 away, 6 individuals, rugged in appearance, caught the fierce wind's attention. Despite their ordinary attire, they all possessed golden core cultivation. However, they had employed concealment techniques to project an aura akin to that of late-stage foundation establishment practitioners, nearly deceiving even the fierce wind's keen senses. Have you heard? The Mo sect has recently been in constant conflict with the Jinyang sect. A sect war may be imminent, remarked the only man clad in deep blue robes. The man in green opposite him, astonished, queried, "Surely not. These two major sects are of comparable strength. If they were to engage in battle, it would result in mutual destruction. How could they possibly resort to war?" The man in deep blue raised an eyebrow, feigning mystery as he glanced at his companions. "You are unaware of the full picture. The Mo sect has the backing of the Yujing sect. Are you familiar with Yujing Jinren? He is a formidable figure in the transformation stage. A few years ago, the Yujing sect expressed intent to support the Mo sect in its endeavor to absorb the Jinyang sect. But at that time, the Jinyang sect found its own ally in the Xiaoyao Pavilion, which boasts a master equally as powerful as Yujing Jinren. Hence, the plans of the Yujing sect were shelved. Recently, however, it has emerged that the Xiaoyao Pavilion has ceased its support for the Jinyang sect, leaving it to fend for itself. The man to the left of the deep blue-robed figure interjected. "But I've heard that the relationship between the Jinyang sect and the Xiaoyao Pavilion is quite special. How could they simply abandon them? Could it be a ruse to ensnare the Yujing sect?" The deep blue-robed man pondered. "You raise a valid point, yet the likelihood of that is quite slim. The latest news indicates that the reason the Jinyang sect managed to align with the Xiaoyao Pavilion was due to their sect leader pledging his daughter to the great-grandson of the Xiaoyao Pavilion's master." The man on the left replied, "Ah, so the Jinyang sect has risen from obscurity to prominence. I have heard tales of the Xiaoyao Pavilion master's great-grandson possessing extraordinary talent. The master has even considered him for the next pavilion leader." The deep blue-robed man sighed, "Indeed. But the Jinyang sect leader's daughter rejected the proposal and eloped on the day of the wedding. Moreover, she has since vanished, having engaged with another MAS. He spoke the last part. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. The man opposite asked, "This is utterly disrespectful to the Xiaoyao Pavilion. How can they possibly swallow such a slight?" The deep blue-robed man responded, "Of course they cannot. It is unclear what benefits the Jinyang sect leader promised. But the Xiaoyao Pavilion has since annulled the marriage and declared their severance from the Jinyang sect, and I suspect the Mo sect is merely testing the waters, probing the Jinyang sect's response to ascertain the Xiaoyao Pavilion's stance. However, if the news is indeed false, as long as the Yujing sect remains uninvolved, the Xiaoyao Pavilion will likewise remain passive. Thus, it will ultimately be a battle between the Jinyang sect and the Mo sect." In the eyes of the transformation stage masters, these sects led by nascent soul cultivators are still akin to ants. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stood at the edge of their table. "Greetings, fellow cultivators. I couldn't help but overhear your discussion regarding the Jinyang sect and the Mo sect. I have heard a bit about both and am quite intrigued. Might you be able to direct me to their locations?" The group regarded the fierce wind, and the deep blue-robed man asked, "You are quite the interesting fellow. It seems you have been listening closely to our conversation. Are you not concerned that these two sects are currently embroiled in murky waters? Do you not fear entering only to find you may not return?" The fierce wind offered a storage ring, stating, "I merely wish to admire the grandeur of these major sects. I do not necessarily intend to join. I have yet to witness this sect war. If the opportunity arises, I would still like to see it and broaden my horizons. I would not ask you to share your knowledge without recompense. These spirit stones may serve as an invitation for a few rounds of tea." The deep blue-robed man examined the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones within the storage ring. While not a vast sum, it was a significant gain for information that many cultivators already knew. He promptly replied, Very well, I shall share that information with you. Having acquired the precise locations, the fierce wind returned to his room with Li Junxian and his spouse. Preparing to set forth at dawn the following day, Chapter 63. The Demon King slaughters the city. The Jinyang sect was still 50,000 miles away, an estimated 10 to 15 days of sword flight to reach. That night, the fierce wind found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed, his mind filled with visions of Ruolin. In his heart, the echoes of first love resonated, accompanied by a hint of anxiety. Yearning surged like a tide, refusing to dissipate. As the midnight hour approached, the fierce wind, lost in contemplation, suddenly sensed an unsettling chill in the night air, jolting him awake. Extending his spirit sense to locate the source of the coldness, he stepped out of his room, only to be met with a sight that sent a shiver down his spine. Several other guests, who had checked into the inn earlier that day, lay motionless on the ground, their beating hearts proving they were still alive. Surrounding them were 4 or 5 grotesque figures, their faces a sickly blue, bodies rigid, as they opened their gaping mouths to tear and consume the flesh of the guests. Blood splattered everywhere. The guests remained inert, as if unaware of their fate, until only a pile of white bones remained. As he extended his spirit sense further, the fierce wind discovered that the entire city was embroiled in a nightmarish scene. Something was terribly wrong. Alarmed, he mentally summoned Li Junxian and his spouse. The two, cloaked in secrecy, stealthily entered his room. Without uttering a word, he urged them to assess the situation outside. Moments later, their forms trembled. Despite being powerful nascent soul cultivators, they had only heard of such horrors before. Witnessing such a bloody and eerie scene naturally instilled a sense of fear within them. In addition to the gruesome sight, they observed several floating spirits. There are ghosts. We must fight. Soon, some golden core, foundation establishment, and chi refinement practitioners who had not been overtaken by the malevolent spirits reacted, shrieking loudly as they charged towards the monsters, making a desperate bid for the city gates to escape this bizarre nightmare. The fierce wind and his companions continued to observe through their spirit senses, refraining from intervening. Dozens of golden core cultivators, accompanied by hundreds of others, neared the gates. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator, whom the fierce wind had sensed earlier, suddenly appeared before them. A chilling aura enveloped him, rendering him unrecognizable as a human cultivator. The formidable ghostly adept of the nascent soul stage unleashed his power, and within a short span, hundreds fell, their lives extinguished. His ominous gaze seemed capable of piercing through numerous structures, fixating directly on the direction of Lai Feng as he proclaimed, "Come forth. For this city has been ensnared by my grand formation. I detected your presence the moment you entered. Although 2 of you, being human nascent souls, pose a slight challenge, you shall still meet your demise. No one can thwart my plans." Lai Feng understood that the Ghost King was addressing them. He had believed he was concealed, only to realize he had been spotted the instant they entered the city. The 3 humans and 2 beasts stood atop the inn, silently regarding the Ghost King. Suddenly, a sinister wind howled, extinguishing all lights in the small city, plunging it into darkness. The flames emitted by Hua Yu were swiftly suppressed by the power of the formation. In that fleeting moment, Lai Feng and his companions witnessed the Ghost King transform into a swirling mass of black clouds, rushing towards them, a shadowy hand reaching out to grasp Li Junxian. "Not good, that hand can ensnare the soul," Qin Xiuxue shouted, seeing Li Junxian momentarily stunned and failing to retaliate. She swiftly executed a hand gesture, summoning a water-blue longsword that zipped towards the ghostly hand. The clash rang out with a sharp clang. The initially ethereal hand proved as resilient as steel, sending the water-blue sword hurtling back, while the hand continued its relentless assault on Li Junxian. At this moment, Li Junxian finally regained his senses, conjuring a fiery red flying sword that met the attack. Another clang echoed as both the ghostly hand and the crimson sword were forced to retreat. This single exchange revealed the Ghost King's formidable prowess. Though all were of the nascent soul realm, in the ghostly hierarchy, it would be termed the Ghost Infant realm. Yet, it was evident that the Ghost King had honed his skills over many years, capable of contending with both Li Junxian and his spouse simultaneously, and he had not yet unleashed his full might. "Wind, retreat behind us and safeguard yourself," Li Junxian urged gravely, and before he finished, he and Qin Xiuxue charged towards the black clouds. Feng refrained from joining the fray. He believed that even if he could not overpower the Ghost King, he could ensure his own safety. As long as Li Junxian and his wife were not in mortal peril, he was content to observe the Ghost King's techniques. After all, this was his first genuine encounter with a ghost, particularly one of the ghost infant realm. How foolishly overconfident! You two, mere fledgling cultivators with barely a decade of experience, dare challenge me. The Ghost King's voice echoed from the clouds, sharp and grating. Today, I am in a generous mood. I shall grant you the chance to die without regrets. From the dark clouds, two hands emerged, striking towards Li Junxian and Qin Xiuxue. The pair had anticipated this and countered with their own techniques, successfully fending off the blows. With a thunderous crash, the two hands shattered, only to reconstitute into four, which continued their assault. After shattering those, they morphed into 8, and upon the couple's relentless defense against a total of 32 hands. They finally ceased their relentless barrage. Husband, unleash your full strength. The Ghost King is formidable. Without all your power, it will be difficult to gauge his depth, Qin Xiuxue decisively urged. Nodding in agreement, Li Junxian watched as his fiery red sword intertwined with Qin Xiuxue's water blue sword, spinning rapidly like a dual-colored drill aimed at the black clouds. Unexpectedly, you possess some skill. The conflicting attributes have even allowed you to master a combined technique. Should you choose to submit to me, I might consider sparing your lives. The Ghost King's voice emerged from the clouds, revealing a hint of solemnity beneath his bravado. Suddenly, a towering, pitch-black energy shield manifested within the clouds. The dual-colored drill struck the shield, producing no sound, but causing a 3-inch dent. Despite their efforts, it would not penetrate further. At this moment, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Whoever faltered first would suffer the greatest injury. The tension mirrored a prior confrontation Li Feng had with the old horse-faced fiend. Compelling him to refrain from intervening, he waited for Li Junxian and his spouse to falter before offering his support. Any premature attack could easily allow the Ghost King to regain control, risking catastrophic consequences if the shield were to explode. A dark radiance surged from the clouds, merging into the shield. Suddenly, the shield flashed with a black light, pushing the dual-colored drill back by 2 inches and applying relentless pressure. The drill began to retreat, a clear indication of impending defeat. Li Junxian and Qin Xiuxue exchanged glances, biting their tongues to draw blood, which they infused into their swords in an instant. The dual-colored drill erupted with blinding brilliance, its power surging as it pierced the shield and struck the black clouds. A heart-wrenching cry emanated from the depths of the clouds, suggesting that this blow had severely wounded the Ghost King. Just as Li Junxian and his wife reveled in their success, the clouds suddenly crackled ominously, and the dual-colored swords dimmed, reverting to their original forms and flying back towards their wielders. The two, having imbued their souls into the swords through years of practice, suffered a backlash, spewing blood and paling, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Seeing the retreating swords, they found it difficult to channel their spiritual energy to control them effectively. Panic etched on their faces as they felt their lives slipping away. Suddenly, 5 beams of light spiraled around the water blue sword, and what had seemed a dire predicament transformed into a gentle landing in their hands. Li brother, retreat and recover. I'll handle the rest, trust me. Li Feng approached them, his voice calm and reassuring. Be cautious. Li Junxian and his wife had become gravely injured due to their earlier carelessness, and though they were still in the nascent soul stage, their power had diminished significantly. They withdrew to rest beside Huoyu and the little chubby bear. So you are the mastermind behind this. I underestimated you, the Ghost King scoffed. You dare challenge me in the Golden Core stage? Regardless of your backing, you shall perish today. The Ghost King, still reeling from the injuries inflicted by the dual-colored swords, prepared to eliminate Li Junxian and his wife when Li Feng's sudden intervention caught him off guard. The two nascent souls had unexpectedly shown deference to this youth, momentarily stunning the Ghost King and causing him to miss his optimal strike opportunity. Realizing that having 2 nascent souls as guardians implied the presence of a formidable divine transformation expert behind them, the Ghost King understood that he could not allow this group to escape. Suddenly, a massive black hand shot forth from the clouds, its might diminished compared to the Ghost King's earlier onslaught. With a flash of multicolored light, the hand was effortlessly shattered. The Ghost King, astonished, had not anticipated this Golden Core youth's strength. prompting him to regard him with newfound seriousness. So the Ghost King is merely a pretender, putting on a show to intimidate others, Lai Feng mused, unaware of the Ghost King's full capabilities. In an effort to provoke the Ghost King, he sought to elicit further displays of power for his own benefit. I know your intentions, young one. You think you can play your little tricks in front of me? Very well, indulge your curiosity. I shall grant you clarity before you meet your end, the Ghost King remarked. Recognizing Lai Feng's ploy, with millennia of experience, the Ghost King was no novice. From the clouds, a small black flag no larger than a palm emerged, rapidly growing until it reached a height of 10 feet. The flag bore intricate ghostly symbols unknown to Lai Feng. Merely gazing upon these symbols sent shivers through his soul, yet Yang Lian promptly dispelled the negative influence emanating from the flag. Lai Feng's expression grew grave. This black flag was no ordinary artifact. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed, as if he had stepped into another realm. Countless vengeful spirits surged towards him, their sharp claws and terrifying visages visible. Guardian Shield. The 5 elements sword array morphed into a radiant shield, encasing Lai Feng within, as any spirit that neared was swiftly cut down by the fierce flying swords. After a quarter of an hour, the assailants had diminished by 30%. Lai Feng maintained a steadfast defense, replenishing his spiritual energy with elixirs to remain in peak condition. The Ghost King, incensed, exclaimed, "You surprise me. It seems you are the strongest among them, a golden core cultivator able to contend with nascent souls without faltering. Truly remarkable. Now, prepare to experience the true power of my 10,000 ghost banner." The spirits ceased their assault, amalgamating like building blocks to form a towering ghostly behemoth. With a resounding crash, the Guardian Shield trembled violently, causing Lai Feng to stagger back half a step, revealing the tremendous force behind the attack. Guardian Blade. With a swift motion, a white sword light shot forth from the shield, piercing the chest of the ghostly giant. In an instant, the wound healed, as if the piercing had been mere illusion. Lai Feng understood that while the ghostly entity's form was ethereal, as long as the ghostly aura persisted, it could not be truly wounded or slain. After launching over 100 attacks, Lai Feng discerned that the giant lacked a vital point. His heart raced. Could such a powerful apparition be immortal? No, that couldn't be right if that were the case. The Ghost King would have unleashed it from the start. This technique must have its limitations. Seeing Lai Feng at a stalemate against the giant, the Ghost King reveled in his triumph, boasting, "Ha, out of moves. Are we? Should you choose to submit, I may still spare your life." Lai Feng remained silent, contemplating for several moments, until a flash of insight struck him. "Ghost King, you are nothing extraordinary. This technique must be quite taxing on your ghostly energy." "Correct. If I can maintain my defense without faltering, it won't be long before I wear you down." The Ghost King's heart sank. Lai Feng's words struck at his vulnerability. Though the technique was powerful, it indeed consumed a significant amount of ghostly energy. Had it not been for his own grievous injuries, and given the peculiar strength of this young man, he would never have resorted to such techniques. It was utterly unexpected that even with this strategy, he could not vanquish the lad. That egg-shaped shield was imbued with an unknown sword intent, rendering his formidable giant unable to breach it. It appears that today, I must risk further damage to my foundation to eliminate these individuals, lest my very life hangs in the balance. Ghost King, I have devised a technique of my own creation. One that I have yet to employ. Lingering here aimlessly is quite tedious, so why not put this technique to the test against you? Just as the Ghost King pondered whether to sacrifice some of his foundation to amplify his magical prowess, the voice of the fierce wind resounded, causing the Ghost King's heart to tremble. Before he could contemplate further, a palm of ordinary size, crackling with lightning, struck forth with alarming speed, sending a jolt through his very spirit. In an instant, the giant was reduced to ashes. The Ghost King was taken aback as the black clouds around him seemed to freeze in place, unable to shift. The fierce wind observed as the black clouds that had once been the Ghost King were obliterated in that fleeting moment by the wind and thunder divine palm, along with the lingering ghostly energy within a 3-mile radius, rendering the specters into nothingness. The wind and thunder divine palm proved to be remarkably potent. Indeed, the lightning attribute is a natural nemesis of the sinister forces of the netherworld. This is not good. Just as the fierce wind was marveling at the overwhelming might of this technique, an ominous premonition arose within him. Before he could react, a violent explosion erupted throughout the small town. Boom, dot rumble. Suddenly, a black hole appeared before the fierce wind, its immense gravitational pull rendering him helpless as he was drawn into its depths, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 65. The Ghost Domain Feng Di. Feng Gu. Li Junxian and her husband were filled with joy, astonished that the fierce wind had managed to slay the Ghost King. They were acutely aware of the Ghost King's strength, even in a severely wounded state. He was not an adversary any one of them could hope to defeat in his prime. Yet, the fierce wind had accomplished the impossible, as the couple and their two beasts prepared to congratulate him. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and they beheld the fierce wind being engulfed by the void-like black hole, disappearing from sight. They could not help but cry out in alarm. The explosive force was terrifying, disrupting the very fabric of space within the small town, with the area surrounding the fierce wind being the most chaotic. Once the explosion subsided, Li Junxian and her husband, along with their two beasts, scoured the entire small town but found no sign of the fierce wind. The void black hole had vanished the moment he was drawn into Li Qianbei. What shall we do if we cannot find Feng Gu? Huayu anxiously fluttered around Li Junxian, querying her. Li Junxian was equally distressed. After the explosion, apart from the two of them and the two beasts, everyone else had been reduced to ashes. Qin Xiuxue pondered for a moment and said, Huayu, you are the contracted beast of Feng Di. Did you sense any danger surrounding him? Huayu suddenly realized and excitedly responded, I understand now. Qin Qianbei, I did not sense any danger threatening Feng Gu. Does that mean he is safe? But where could he have gone? Qin Xiuxue continued, that void black hole must have been a spatial passage. If it were truly a space black hole, even a transformation god would not survive its pull. I suspect Feng Di was transported to another location via this spatial passage, though I cannot say where. Searching in this manner will yield no results. Since we know the location of the Jinyang sect, I surmise that if Feng Di returns and cannot find us, he will surely head there. We might as well go there, wait and cultivate in the meantime. What do you think? Huayu immediately agreed. Yes, let us follow Qin Qianbei's suggestion. But what if Feng Gu encounters danger? Qin Xiuxue smiled at Huayu's worried expression and said, We do not even know where Feng Di is. Even if he were in danger, we could not assist him. Furthermore, if he truly were in peril, you would be able to sense it. Feng Di is currently stronger than us. Do not fret. If we do not diligently cultivate in a few years, we may not even qualify to stay by Feng Di's side. Upon hearing this, Huayu's anxiety about the fierce wind's safety dissipated. She found herself taking particular note of Qin Xiushue's final words. Feeling a surge of urgency, she realized that she wished to remain by Feng Ji's side, so she and Xiao Pengxiong must strive to cultivate diligently. Li Junxian and her husband, accompanied by Huayu and Xiao Pengxiong, discreetly made their way toward the location of the Jinyang sect. You are awake, an elderly woman, her face kind and gentle, looked at the young man who had just opened his eyes. Her voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of frailty. The young man first glanced around. He found himself in a humble wooden hut, the kind that would leak during even a light rain. The interior was dim, and the quilt covering him felt slightly damp, carrying a faint, musty odor. The old woman continued to apply a dark, viscous ointment to her own leg, the scent of the herbs quite pungent. Cough, cough. The young man cleared his throat softly. This is the putrid grass, a herb that grows from the blood and flesh of deceased beings, effective for treating external wounds. Just endure a little longer. The old woman patiently explained. The young man sat up and said, Thank you, grandmother, I can manage it myself. The old woman replied, You do not know how, just a bit more and you will be finished. The young man's gaze followed the old woman's hand, and indeed, only a few inches remained before the ointment was applied completely. He was bewildered as to how he had ended up so severely injured. After being swept into the black hole, he had felt an intense pain before losing consciousness. Grandmother, may I ask where this place is? The old woman finished applying the herbs and said, This is the Luocha village. I found you unconscious by the river outside the village and brought you here. The young man, who was none other than the fierce wind, expressed his gratitude once more and said, Grandmother, I have lived in a great mountain since birth and know nothing of the outside world. I was suddenly caught in a fierce wind and awoke here. What lies beyond Luocha village? What is the name of this world? As he arrived in this unfamiliar place, still injured, the fierce wind chose to withhold the truth for now, opting instead to gauge the situation. The old woman pondered for a moment and replied, I have not ventured beyond the village for many years. 200 miles outside the village lies a small town, and beyond that is a county city. As for what lies further, I cannot say. The world in which we, the Ghost Clan, reside is known as the Ghost Domain. Ghost Domain? The fierce wind was taken aback. Realizing he had stumbled into the den of spirits, the old woman, like him, was human, yet she emitted a familiar aura of ghostly energy. Her cultivation was not high, only at the level of chi refinement. Around the 7th or 8th stage, the fierce wind, upon introspection, discovered that at some point he had inadvertently accumulated a layer of ghostly energy upon his physical form. Anyone who saw him would mistake him for one of their own kind, never suspecting that he was a human who had accidentally arrived in this realm. Otherwise, given the innate enmity between the Ghost Clan and humanity, the fierce wind would have likely been slain before awakening from his unconscious state. He had many questions but refrained from asking, wary of arousing suspicion. Now, with this ghostly aura as a disguise, he could at least ensure his survival in this place and gradually find a way back. He had not anticipated that at the moment he had slain the Ghost King, the latter, recognizing his inability to resist, had self-destructed the Grand Formation, which was the very eye of the formation. The powerful explosion, using the Ghost King's ghostly power as a medium, had directly opened a spatial passage to the Ghost Domain, transporting him here. Grandmother, I have encountered many fierce spirits, their forms ethereal, some quite powerful. Are they also considered members of the Ghost Clan? The fierce wind inquired. The old woman, whether due to her nature or simply pleased to have someone to converse with, answered the fierce wind's questions with unwavering patience. We, the Ghost Clan, primarily cultivate ghostly energy. Powerful members can ascend to the upper realm during the day, becoming formidable ghost immortals. The fierce spirits you mentioned, though they may possess some strength, indeed, a few have managed to ascend over the years, are merely remnants of the dead, mere shadows of the Ghost Clan. Most lack consciousness and are typically enslaved by ghostly cultivators, used as tools in combat. Noticing the fierce wind's eagerness to inquire further, the old woman interrupted, saying, Child, you should rest. Once you have healed, I will explain more. All right, thank you, grandmother, the fierce wind replied, ceasing his inquiries. For now, it was paramount to recover from his injuries to ensure his own survival. He would learn more about this place gradually. Chapter 66. Black Chicken Ginseng Soup. 3 days later, the fierce wind's injuries had mostly healed, allowing him to rise from the bed and walk. However, his steps were still somewhat unsteady, and after a short walk, he broke into a sweat and sat down on a stone beneath a large tree in the village. The tree was not particularly massive, standing only 10 jong high, but its trunk was thick enough for 4 people to encircle it. The dense foliage formed a vast canopy, sheltering against the wind and rain. Villagers often gathered beneath its shade to converse and rest during their free hours. This ghost domain was peculiar, lacking a sun, with only the moon and stars illuminating the night, which made it particularly cool. Feng Gui, a small boy called out, rushing toward him. The boy, Gu, was 5 years old, with a dark little face and a slight, slender-framed eye. In the days since the fierce wind regained consciousness, most of the village's 100 inhabitants had come to visit, their sincerity and kindness gradually altering the fierce wind's perception of the Ghost Clan. Until now, he had always regarded ghosts as the most malevolent of races, indifferent to human life. Only now do I comprehend that the true inhabitants of the Ghost Clan are not fundamentally different from the human race. They are merely of a different lineage. It is the malevolent spirits that embody the essence of evil, instilling fear in the hearts and minds of the people. Zagu, with a small braid dangling from the back of his head, would visit Liu Feng 2 or 3 times daily after awakening. He had never ventured beyond the village, and in truth, the villagers would only send someone to town periodically for essential supplies. Otherwise, they remained within the confines of their home. Zaga was unaware of the reasons behind this, and at 5 years old, Liu Feng found it impossible to extract any useful information from him. Zaga was lively and endearing, brimming with curiosity about the outside world, and he would incessantly pester Liu Feng to recount tales of the world beyond. Since Liu Feng had previously mentioned that he was engaged in secluded cultivation in the deep mountains, He found it contradictory to divulge tales of the outside world and thus dismantle his own fabricated narrative. However, the mundane stories he had overheard while in Luoyu town delighted Zagu immensely, who insisted on hearing them repeatedly. According to Zagu, he wished to learn how to narrate these stories to share with the other children in the village. Now, Zago had become the storytelling king among the village children, and whenever he spun a tale, a throng of little companions would gather around him. Observing Zago, Liu Feng spoke gently, "Little Zago, knowing it's cold, why have you ventured out?" "Wind Gidge, my mother said you were weak, and she specially brewed black chicken and ginseng soup to nourish your health. My father asked me to invite you to our home for dinner," Zaga replied in his tender voice. Liu Feng felt a surge of emotion. The villagers were quite impoverished, and such a soup must be quite precious. He declined graciously, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to your parents on my behalf. Grandma has already prepared a meal for me, and I promised her I would return home to eat." Zaga pouted and tugged at Liu Feng, insisting he accompany him to his house. Despite being merely 5 years old, Zaga was gifted and had already achieved the 3rd tier of ghost energy cultivation. Liu Feng, still recovering from severe injuries and concerned about harming the child, succumbed to being pulled along without resistance. As they walked, Zagu exclaimed, "Wind Gidge, you are deceiving me. Grandma hasn't made dinner. She has already been invited to our house and is sitting at the table, just waiting for you." All right, no more pulling, I will go with you." Liu Feng chuckled, realizing his fib had been uncovered, and he could no longer refuse Zaga's family's kindness. "Brother Wind has arrived. Please, take a seat." A woman in her 30s, who appeared remarkably youthful, warmly welcomed him. "Brother, make yourself comfortable in my elder brother's home," a young man, similarly youthful, said with a straightforward demeanor reminiscent of Li Junxian, though tempered with a sense of composure. He was a foundational stage cultivator, sharing the same cultivation level as the woman. "Greetings, Brother Gulen, sister-in-law," Liu Feng said, clasping his hands in salute. His gaze drifted to the elderly woman seated nearby, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "Grandma." For the elder who had saved his life, Liu Feng harbored nothing but respect and gratitude. The elder remained silent, and Gulen suddenly grasped Liu Feng's arm, forcefully guiding him to sit beside him. The abrupt action nearly caused Liu Feng to stumble. "Be gentle. Brother Wind is still injured," the woman chided Gulen softly. "What does a mere injury matter to a cultivator?" Gulen retorted jovially. "Come, brother, let us share a drink. This wine is excellent for dispelling toxins." He poured a cup for Liu Feng and raised his glass. Just as Liu Feng was about to clink his cup, the woman intervened, offering him a bowl of black chicken and ginseng soup, saying, "What are you in a hurry for? Let Brother Wind have some soup to replenish his strength first. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are unparalleled. I have never tasted such exquisite chicken soup," Liu Feng exclaimed loudly. Her culinary prowess was indeed remarkable, akin to that of a master chef. Upon seeing Liu Feng finish the soup in just a few gulps, the woman quickly refilled the bowl. Zagu swallowed hard and asked, "Wind Gidge, is it delicious? My mother's cooking is the best. She said this entire pot of soup is for you, so there's no need to rush." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng set down his spoon, glancing at the pot of soup and then at the others. Feeling overwhelmed by gratitude he could scarcely articulate. It reminded him of his grandfather, who used to set aside the best for him. A familial warmth he hadn't felt in many years. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. As for Ruolin, that was the affection of a lover, distinct from the bond of kinship. Gulen, sensing Liu Feng's sentiments, reassured him, "Brother, this ginseng soup is specifically crafted to replenish the qi and blood of the injured. If we healthy folk drink it, we might even bleed from our noses. That would be quite embarrassing. Considering your sister-in-law worked tirelessly this afternoon to prepare it, quickly, while it's still hot, consume it. Let it cool and the medicinal effects will diminish." The elder's voice, still hoarse, added, "Young man, if one loses touch with human sentiments, what remains of one's immortality?" Liu Feng was struck by her words, feeling an immediate clarity wash over him. Indeed, how could he have forgotten his master's teachings that even immortals are still human? In that moment, he realized his previous stance was somewhat pretentious. As for cause and effect, one must repay kindness. All he sought was a clear conscience. The debt of human kindness loomed large. This bowl of soup would hasten his recovery from injuries that would have otherwise taken 2 to 3 months to heal. With it, He could be restored within 3 days. The ginseng used in the soup was at least 1,000 years old, and obtaining any spiritual object of such vintage was no small feat. Wind Gidge, you call me brother, yet you refer to my father as elder brother. Are we truly family or not? Zagu asked with innocent curiosity. Laughter erupted around the table at his adorable query. After a few rounds of drinks, Gulen, slightly inebriated, slurred, Brother Wind, if it weren't for those malevolent spirits, our ghost clan would be the true rulers of the underworld. My bloodline is. Gulen's speech was interrupted by the elder's sharp voice. Enough, Gulen. You've had too much to drink and are speaking nonsense. Hongming, take your husband to rest. It's growing late, and my body grows weaker by the day. I must return to rest. Yes, Grandma. Please take care, Hongming replied respectfully. It was only then that Liu Feng learned the woman's name, though her demeanor exuded not merely respect for an elder, nor the hospitality of a host towards a guest. It carried the undertones of deference from a subordinate to a superior. The elder's interruption of Gulen's words suggested a genuine concern for his inebriated state, or perhaps the next topic would delve into secrets of the ghost clan that Liu Feng ought not to hear. Liu Feng leaned towards the latter suspicion, realizing the intricacies of the ghost clan were far from simple. Although he had countless questions, he sensed no malice from the elder or the others. So he refrained from probing further and accompanied the elder back home. Upon arriving home, the elder cast a deep glance at Liu Feng before turning and closing the door, extinguishing the lights. She understood that Liu Feng held many questions but seemed unwilling to provide explanations. Liu Feng returned to his small room and sat cross-legged on the bed, reflecting on the 3 jars of strong wine he had consumed with Gulen. The potent brew was infused with numerous medicinal herbs, ensuring that no matter how much he drank, it would only confer benefits upon his body, even enhancing his cultivation slightly. However, the aftereffects of the wine were substantial, and even a cultivator could not resist the drowsiness that enveloped him. With the timely aid of Yang Lian to mitigate the effects of the medicinal alcohol, Liu Feng felt no need to restrain himself. Gulen was astonished by Liu Feng's capacity for liquor, exclaiming him to be a reincarnation of the wine god. With the nourishment of the black chicken and ginseng soup, the might of the wind thunder divine body surged forth. And after 2 hours, Liu Feng's injuries were entirely healed, even rendering his physique somewhat stronger. Elated, Liu Feng prepared to cultivate when he discovered that he could not channel his spiritual power. All the techniques and martial skills he had previously mastered that required spiritual energy were now inaccessible. As his body felt sealed, a tremor of shock coursed through him. He realized the gravity of this seal. Without cultivation to defend himself, he would be utterly defenseless in this ghost realm. The elder had saved him with her heart, and she certainly wouldn't impose a seal upon him. Gulen and his family were not like that either, and the strength of the seal suggested that even a nascent soul cultivator could not have enacted it. It seemed that the laws of this realm had played a trick on him. If he could not find a way to utilize his spiritual power, then he would have no choice but to attempt that one singular method. With this thought, Liu Feng stealthily exited the room. With his mastery of the swift shadow technique and the wind spirit body, he moved with such speed and grace that he would remain undetected. Although he could not employ spiritual energy or utilize his nascent soul techniques, even without them, the physical prowess of the wind thunder divine body was not something merely a ghost energy cultivator could hope to rival. The Ghost Wolf Mountain lay 300 miles north of Luocha village, a paradise for malevolent spirits and soul beasts, a forbidden zone for the ghost clan and flesh and blood beings alike. It was rumored that a nascent soul specter resided within the mountain, holding dominion over a 2,000-mile radius. The ghost clan was weak. Aside from the county town where a nascent soul cultivator was stationed, other small towns or villages were only guarded by foundational stage cultivators. The towns possessed protective formations capable of withstanding assaults from malevolent spirits, yet in places without such safeguards, survival for the ghost clan was nearly impossible. Villages like Luocha, which boasted both foundational stage cultivators and protective formations, were exceedingly rare in this ghostly domain. These details were gleaned from Gulen during their earlier jovial conversation over drinks. Liu Feng's reason for venturing to Ghost Wolf Mountain was due to another piece of information Gulen had shared. The ghost clan's cultivation relied not only on absorbing the ghostly energy present in the air, but also on utilizing spiritual objects, spiritual herbs, and the most universally applicable spiritual stones, much like the human race. In the present day, The ghostly stone veins of the ghost domain have largely fallen under the dominion of malevolent spirits and soul beasts, with the latter being commanded by the former. Neither the malevolent spirits nor the soul beasts possess a physical form. Upon death, their accumulated power transmutes into soul crystals, rich in ghostly energy, far surpassing even the ghostly stones in composition. Numerous members of the Ghost Clan band together to form expedition teams to eliminate these spirits or soul beasts in pursuit of cultivation resources. However, the dangers are immense, and many teams often venture forth only to never return. Lai Wind was taken aback to find that the lives of these Ghost Clan members were even more arduous than those of the rogue cultivators from the Alliance. A rustling sound emerged as Lai Wind arrived at the outskirts of the Ghost Wolf Mountain. Concealed atop a grand tree, he beheld a malevolent spirit of considerable strength leading 10 soul beasts of mid-level ghostly energy on a patrol. This was the third group he had observed. Every quarter hour, a new patrol of soul beasts would pass by. These malevolent spirits exhibited a level of discipline and rigor that surpassed even the guards of human cities and sects, which explained why the Ghost Clan members found it so difficult to hold their heads high at this rate. It would not take a few hundred years before the ghost domain would be devoid of its ghostly inhabitants. As Lai Wind contemplated this, he raised his right hand, gathering energy in preparation to eliminate this patrol team. After all, his primary objective was to obtain soul crystals for cultivation. Having assessed the defensive situation of the periphery, it was only natural to strike when the opportunity arose. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to his cottage before dawn, while the villagers were still asleep. Upon encountering the Tianlang and Dailang ghost generals, the captain of the malevolent spirit patrol halted to pay his respects. The two generals were clad in identical attire, their faces obscured by a shroud of dark mist, with a golden and a silver insignia adorning their chests. Indicating their respective ranks, Lai Wind withdrew his hand, opting to observe the situation first. Both generals were at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, yet held positions of varying authority. It was then that Lai Wind noticed a faint, grain-sized, earthy yellow insignia on the captain's chest, likely an indication of his rank. The Tianlang ghost general uttered a grunt and inquired, "Have you encountered any abnormalities?" In response to your esteemed presence, all is normal. And no anomalies have been observed, the captain replied, bowing slightly, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Upon hearing this, the Tianlang ghost general continued, "Tomorrow is the king's birthday banquet. It is imperative that you conduct a thorough and meticulous search to ensure that not a single problem arises." "Understood. I shall attend to the matter with utmost diligence," the captain asserted, straightening his posture, now devoid of his previous smile, in response to the stern countenance of the Tianlang ghost general. The Tianlang general further commanded, "You shall remain here for the time being. In half an hour, Lord Yanhua will bring 100 soul guards and 1,500 soul beasts from the mountain. You are to oversee their passage. Lord Yanhua intends to conduct significant business, it seems," the captain remarked, momentarily taken aback. The Tianlang ghost general's expression soured as he reprimanded, "Is it within your purview to question Lord Yanhua's affairs? If you value your life, focus on your duties. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood," the captain stammered, realizing his indiscretion as he trembled in fear. Had it not been for the king's birthday banquet, such a lapse could have cost him dearly. Chapter 68. The theft of the treasury. After the Tianlang ghost general had finished his instructions, he turned to depart, leaving the Dailang ghost general to follow silently, like a mere attendant. A birthday banquet for a malevolent spirit? How intriguing, Lai Wind mused, deciding to forego the lowly spirits and soul beasts and follow, to observe the proceedings. It was evident that the king referenced by the Tianlang general referred to the malevolent spirit at the early stage of Ghostan. However, given his current capabilities, even if he could not prevail in battle, he should still be able to escape safely. Half an hour later, the Tianlang ghost general was nearing the summit area, where the defenses grew even more formidable. With both overt and covert sentries, Lai Wind had to rely on his mental acuity to navigate undetected, narrowly avoiding exposure several times. "Brother, this year's king's birthday banquet is far grander than in previous years. I've heard that the kings of several nearby mountains have personally come to deliver gifts." The previously silent Dailang ghost general finally spoke. The Tianlang ghost general responded, "You've just emerged from seclusion and are unaware of the happenings outside. The king has recently ascended to the mid-stage of Ghostan. Among the 7 underworld mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles, our Ghost Wolf Mountain now stands as the mightiest. The other 6 underworld tribes had previously taken advantage of the king's weaker strength to oppress us, but now, the king has surpassed them all, bringing great honor to our Ghost Wolf Mountain. Elated, the Dailang Ghost General exclaimed, "That's splendid news. If so, we shall receive a greater share of cultivation resources, and perhaps in a few years, we too may ascend to Ghost Dan." The Tianlang Ghost General interrupted his brother's enthusiasm, stating, "Let us discuss this in detail another time. The king has entrusted us with the vital task of guarding the banquet. We must not fail. The king is currently entertaining the other 6 mountain kings. Let us first inspect the treasury. Those 6 mountain kings are keen to mend the rift caused by their previous oppression. For this birthday banquet, they have spared no expense in their gifts. Let us go take a look, indulge our eyes," the Dailang Ghost General said, visibly intrigued. So these malevolent spirits refer to themselves as the Underworld Clan, Lai Wen thought, gleaning a preliminary understanding of the strength of the spirit factions within a 10,000-mile radius through their dialogue. All were at the Ghost Dan stage. If he could afford himself some time and devise a feasible plan, this vast expanse would become his hunting ground. The mention of the treasury sparked a glimmer of surprise and delight within Lai Wen, and he cautiously followed. The so-called treasury was merely a spacious cavern, protected by a restrictive formation that could not be breached without a formation plate. The guards were few, only 30 in number. Yet each was at the foundation establishment stage, with their leader even surpassing the Tianlang Ghost General in strength, being at the late stage of foundation establishment. "Greetings, Commander Chi Hui." The Tianlang and Dailang Ghost Generals saluted. "There is no need for such formalities. The treasury is a sacred place. No outsiders may enter. Although you two have been assigned by the king to oversee the banquet, you need not concern yourselves with the treasury." Commander Chi Hui replied, his tone polite yet tinged with evident dissatisfaction towards the 2 generals. Lai Wen had no desire to delve into the reasons for this dissatisfaction. He was solely focused on the possibility of sneaking into the treasury for a glimpse of its contents. "Are you familiar with this token?" the Tianlang general boasted, producing a token and waving it before Commander Chi Hui's gaze. "The Ghost Wolf token. The king has entrusted you with the Ghost Wolf token?" Commander Chi Hui exclaimed, visibly shaken, as if the token were the king himself. The Ghost Wolf token represented the king's will, and Commander Chi Hui dared not act with negligence, bowing deeply to the token. The Tianlang Ghost General declared, "We have been entrusted by the king to manage all affairs of this banquet, and the treasury houses the tributes of our esteemed guests. We wish to enter to ensure that there are no internal thefts." Commander Chi Hui, incensed, retorted, "Tianlang, do not make baseless accusations." The Tianlang general waved the token once more. "Enough. Withdraw your men to a distance and maintain your posts. This is an order. With the Ghost Wolf token, we require no assistance from you to access the treasury." Having spoken, the Tianlang Ghost General strode towards the entrance of the treasury formation. He was apprehensive that his excitement at witnessing the treasures would be perceived by Commander Chi Hui, potentially leading to unnecessary trouble. The king, in a jubilant mood following his ascension to the mid-stage of Ghost Dan, had granted the Tianlang Ghost General the temporary authority to utilize the Ghost Wolf token for the day, likely to ensure that he could manage the banquet's affairs without issue. However, this did not extend to the privilege of entering the treasury using the token. It was purely the Tianlang General's own selfish ambition at play. Should he be discovered by Commander Chi Hui, he would incur the king's wrath and risk his life. Yet, if he managed to view the treasures while safeguarding them for the king would likely overlook his transgressions in light of the treasures being intact. As for the idea of stealing any treasures, he would not dare entertain such thoughts, even if he were granted 100 lives. The Dailang Ghost General trembled slightly with excitement. Commander Chi Hui, filled with fury, led 4 guards away to a distance. Even if it meant swallowing his anger, he dared not defy the Tianlang Ghost General, contemplating revenge for this slight at a later time. With Commander Chi Hui gone, Lai Wen felt a sense of relief wash over him, as it would now be far easier for him to stealthily enter the treasury. He observed as the Tianlang Ghost General approached the formationist entrance. Merely 2 feet away, a flash of azure light flickered, and a square formation gate, standing a height of 10 feet, materialized. In the center of the gate was a mark, its design reminiscent of the Ghost Wolf token, albeit simpler in its depiction. Upon seeing this, The Tianlang Ghost General excitedly produced the Ghost Wolf token, aligning it with the mark and channeling ghostly energy. A phantom of the token flickered against the formation's mark, and the gate split open, revealing a passage wide enough for two to walk side by side. Seizing the moment when the Tianlang Ghost General and his brother were momentarily distracted by their excitement, Lai Wind slipped inside the treasury ahead of them. What greeted his eyes was a vast chamber measuring 100 feet in each direction, brimming with an array of treasures, as well as various spiritual herbs and items. At the far end lay a mound of ghostly stones, glimmering with an inky sheen. With a mere thought, Lai Wind, relying on his formidable spiritual prowess, swiftly gathered all the items within the treasury into his storage ring. Just as he was about to exit, the Tianlang Ghost General and his brother entered, the formation gate sealing shut behind them. "Ha ha, brother. We finally have the chance to feast our eyes on the King's treasures." "Indeed, take your time. We have ample opportunity to explore," the Tianlang General replied. "Thank you, brother. You are truly the finest man in this world," the Dailang Ghost General exclaimed, and the two brothers began to chatter animatedly as they surveyed their surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the treasury's current state. The Tianlang Ghost General basked in a sense of immense vanity before his brother, reveling in the moment. The Earth Wolf Ghost General is excessively flattering the Heavenly Wolf Ghost General with boundless admiration. Lai Wind, lurking nearby, finds himself at a loss for words while observing the antics of these two foolish brothers. Chapter 69. The Soul Needle. Big brother, is this truly the King's treasure vault? The Earth Wolf Ghost General exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, stuttering in disbelief. The Heavenly Wolf Ghost General remained silent, equally shocked and apprehensive. After a few moments, he managed to swallow hard and responded, "The vault is empty. We are doomed. If the king discovers this, it will be the end for us, brother. It must be that red ghost who stole it, attempting to frame us," the Earth Wolf Ghost General deduced. The Heavenly Wolf Ghost General's heart sank at these words. "This is terrible. The red ghost has always been glued to the vault's entrance. I commanded him to leave using the Ghost Wolf order. If he truly makes off with the treasures and escapes Ghost Wolf Mountain, we are finished. We must hurry, intercept him, and recover the lost treasures. Perhaps we can still turn this misfortune into merit." The two brothers turned to leave. Suddenly, two muted thuds echoed through the air. The Heavenly and Earth Wolf Ghost Generals glanced down to see a pale hand protruding from their chests, each gripping a heart formed from condensed ghostly energy, shrouded in dark mist. They exchanged a silent, incredulous look, as the dark mist dissipated. Only two glossy black soul crystals remained, collected by Lai Wind. Lai Wind had been standing before them, contemplating action when the brothers entered, shocked at the vault's emptiness. However, he had hesitated, uncertain if he could eliminate them in one blow without risking exposure or being trapped by the formation. Unexpectedly, the brothers' suspicion that the theft was orchestrated by the Red Ghost left them vulnerable as they turned away, exposing their backs to Lai Wind. Caught off guard, they were swiftly dispatched, leaving Lai Wind mildly astonished at the ease of his triumph. He then retrieved the Ghost Wolf Order and two badges, one gold and one silver. The material of the Ghost Wolf Order was unknown, yet it felt heavy and solid in his grasp, adorned with a fierce wolf's head, its eyes menacingly sharp. After stowing away the order, Lai Wind took a small amount of ghostly spirit stones, pouring them into a refining vessel to cultivate spirit liquid while surveying the treasures stored in his spatial ring. However, the contents of the Ghost King's vault failed to intrigue him greatly. Aside from heaps of ghostly spirit stones and a chest full of soul crystals, nothing else caught his eye. His gaze shifted to 6 large red boxes sealed with congratulatory ribbons. Presumably, these were gifts from the 6 ghostly forces located within 1,000 miles. Lai Wind opened them one by one, discovering 5 weapons of royal caliber, quite precious indeed. Yet, for one who possessed several Imperial-level flying swords, these were hardly impressive. Upon opening the final box, he found a small, somewhat antiquated case, merely palm-sized. The moment he picked it up, he quickly set it down again, as his outstretched hand was coated in frost. The box emanated an unsettling chill, after summoning a bit of ghostly energy to protect his hand. He cautiously reopened the box, only to have the frigid aura dissipate as it cracked open. Inside lay 3 needles as fine as a strand of hair, radiating an intensely chilling energy that Lai Wind dared not touch. He extracted a jade slip from a corner of the box and scanned its contents with his mind. Soul Needle, a rare treasure for attacking the spirit. Activated by the user's soul, it specializes in targeting the spirit and can inflict severe damage, contingent upon the wielder's strength. Lai Wind was astounded that such a valuable artifact would be offered as a gift. The slip continued, stating that the Soul Needle was under a restriction, only breakable by a cultivator of Ghost Infant level. Lai Wind concentrated, attempting to break the restriction. After a quarter of an hour, he managed to undo a fraction of it. Upon ceasing his efforts, he noticed that the area he had weakened began to mend slowly. If not halted, it would revert to its original state within half a day. The Mountain King likely realized he lacked the ability to dismantle it, hence his decision to present it. If the Ghost Wolf King were to exert full effort to break this treasure, it would take decades before he could expect success. After all, the consumption of spiritual power required to dismantle such restrictions was immense, and both nurturing and repairing one's spirit were no simple tasks, especially with a self-repairing restriction in place. This cycle would only deplete patience and time. During this period, one could not hope to cultivate. If one were to focus solely on cultivation without breaking the restriction, possessing the treasure would be no different from having none at all. The advancement of a ghost's power was equally arduous. Transitioning from the mid-Ghost Dan stage to the Ghost Infant realm could take a century or more. Compounded by the terrifying lightning tribulation faced by Ghost Infants, surviving the tribulation was a perilous endeavor, with few achieving success over countless years. Lai Win's spiritual power had already been nurtured to the peak of the Golden Core stage by the Young Lotus. And with its continuous support, breaking this restriction was merely a matter of time. Recognizing that this location was not particularly safe, Lai Win secured the Soul Needle. Meanwhile, the ghostly spirit stones he had extracted had been refined entirely, and the refining vessel seemed to disdain the spirit stone's aura, carelessly discarding the spirit liquid into a corner, separating it from the other elixirs. After consuming the refined ghostly spirit liquid, a swirl of dark energy enveloped him. Yet his golden core instinctively pushed the ghostly spirit liquid away. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions echoed within him as his ghostly energy ascended to the 3rd layer. The vast ghostly power continued to surge, impacting his cultivation. Although Lai Win lacked the Ghost Clan's energy absorption techniques, with the refining vessel at his disposal, his rate of advancement through the consumption of these spirit liquids far surpassed those employing energy absorption techniques or utilizing ghostly spirit stones. Another 15 minutes passed, and he had reached the 6th layer of ghostly energy. With time drawing near, Lai Wind conducted one last search and confirmed that not a single ghostly spirit stone remained in the vault before activating the Ghost Wolf order to open the formation's door and stealthily depart. "Commander, those heavenly wolf brothers are overstepping. This place is filled with our own kin. Perhaps we should." The red ghost contemplated as he observed his subordinate's gesture of scratching his neck. "No, they are. After all, the king's appointed stewards for this banquet. Should anything occur, the king's wrath would implicate us, so we shall seek another opportunity. I will ensure those 2 wretched beings meet their end," a concerned guard remarked. "Commander, it has been nearly half an hour, and they have yet to emerge. Could something have gone awry? The king's treasure vault is typically accessible only to him and you. Despite the king's trust in those brothers, he would not permit them to inspect the vault." The red ghost's heart sank at these words, sensing impending trouble. "Look, the vault door is open," exclaimed a vigilant guard. Upon hearing this, the red ghost turned his gaze to the vault entrance, scrutinizing it for a moment without seeing anyone emerge, before the door suddenly slammed shut again. "Come, we must enter." The red ghost, increasingly anxious, hurried toward the vault entrance. Producing a control token for the formation, he inscribed a mark, and the vault door swung open once more. "But, Commander, we are not authorized to enter." 4 guards stammered nervously. The red ghost, fuming, commanded, "Obey my orders. Should anything happen, I will take full responsibility. Enter." The red ghost's sense of foreboding intensified. He felt that bringing along these 4 guards, all in the initial stage of Foundation establishment, would provide him some reassurance. The 4, unwilling to defy his command, followed him inside. Chapter 70. Trouble in the Rakshasa Village. Lai Wind, having departed from the treasure vault, returned to Rakshasa Village under the cover of darkness, evading the patrols. Having emptied a treasure vault, he was now free to cultivate without worry for some time. and thus would no longer risk hunting spirits or soul beasts for soul crystals. In a ghostly, energy-rich area of Ghost Wolf Mountain, the Ghost Wolf King was enjoying tea and casual conversation with 6 mountain kings of the Ghost Dan realm who had come to offer their congratulations. The 6 had wisely arrived a day early, presenting lavish gifts that pleased him greatly, while also willingly relinquishing some of their resource territories to him. One figure rushed toward the Ghost Wolf King's location with great urgency. Halt! The king is in conference. Stop where you are. 4 mid-foundation establishment ghostly beings, accompanied by 2 teams of fully realized soul beasts, blocked the intruder's path. Get out of my way. I have urgent news to report to the king. If I delay, you will bear the consequences, the red ghost bellowed angrily. Hmph! You dare to abandon your post without the king's summons, red ghost? It seems you have a death wish. Withdraw immediately, and I shall not pursue this matter further. The leading Foundation establishment guard retorted, clearly displeased with the red ghost's attitude. The red ghost's heart raced with anxiety. Finding communication impossible, he considered forcing his way through. Tension escalated as the situation grew increasingly volatile. The 7 mountain kings of the Ghost Dan realm noticed the commotion, yet initially paid it little mind, as the Ghost Wolf King had not yet spoken. However, as the uproar continued, the Ghost Wolf King felt his dignity threatened and commanded. Let him in. Red Ghost pays his respects to the king. The Red Ghost knelt and saluted. The Ghost Wolf King, fuming, declared, Red Ghost, your audacity grows by the day. If you don't provide an explanation today, you shall not leave. To these words, the Red Ghost trembled, glancing at the 6 mountain kings, hesitating to speak. The 6, upon meeting the Red Ghost's gaze, felt a shiver run down their spines, sensing that something grave was about to unfold, and exchanged worried looks, readying their ghostly powers for immediate action. The Ghost Wolf King, noticing the 6's readiness, ignored it and turned back to the Red Ghost. Speak or perish. The Red Ghost, unable to meet the Ghost Wolf King's gaze, lowered his head and stammered, King, it is dire news. The Heavenly Wolf Ghost Generals, armed with the Ghost Wolf Order, insisted on entering the treasure vault. They claimed you instructed them to assess the treasures, and I dared not defy the command of the Ghost Wolf Order, so I allowed them entry. The 2 individuals have been inside for half an hour without emerging, which has aroused great concern in me. Just then, the treasury doors swung open, yet no one appeared. I led a group inside to investigate, only to find the treasury completely barren, with no trace of the Tianlang brothers. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the Ghost Wolf King trembled and rose to his feet, immediately inquiring, have you notified the patrol team to seal off the mountain in search of the Tianlang brothers? Please spare me, my lord. I thought it best to first report to you, and without your command, I lack the authority to inform the patrol team to seal the mountain. The Red Ghost, kneeling, frantically bowed his head. Bang! Useless! The Ghost Wolf King, filled with rage, struck down the Red Ghost with a single punch. Summon everyone. Immediately seal the mountain and search for the Tianlang brothers. Until the missing treasures are recovered, no one is permitted to leave Ghost Wolf Mountain. The 6 mountain kings, recognizing the gravity of the situation, contemplated resigning and departing. However, under the overwhelming aura of the enraged Ghost Wolf King, they dared not utter another word. It was not that they feared the Ghost Wolf King, but rather, should they fight to the death, the likelihood of their successful escape would be less than half, especially within the heart of the enemy's stronghold. Grandmother, something terrible has happened. A horde of vengeful spirits and soul beasts is attacking our village. A loud cry swiftly spread throughout the village. Over 100 villagers, upon hearing the alarm, emerged from their homes wielding long swords, sharp blades, staffs, and halberds, presenting a formidable front, no longer resembling ordinary villagers. The grandmother stepped forward, fixing her gaze upon the lookout, and inquired, Can you discern their numbers? Grandmother, there are at least 500 soul beasts, led by 10 vengeful spirits, all at the Foundation establishment level. Moreover, there is a figure leading the soul beasts. Likely their commander, but my lowly strength prevents me from discerning their cultivation level. Upon hearing this, the villagers collectively gasped in shock. Currently, the entire village boasts only 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, with just 1 at the mid-stage. How can we possibly contend with this squadron of soul beasts? The grandmother, upon hearing this, became increasingly grave, puzzled as to why the vengeful spirits would dispatch such overwhelming force to annihilate their village. While there had been instances of vengeful spirits leading soul beasts to attack the village before, their numbers and strength were typically manageable, allowing them to withstand the defensive formation. However, given the current numbers, it was uncertain how long the limited spirit stones would sustain the defensive array. With the vengeful spirits launching a sudden assault, even sending someone for help would be futile. It appeared they had no choice but to confront the enemy head-on. The grandmother quickly assessed their predicament and commanded, "The elderly and children shall remain behind. The rest will follow me to face the enemy. Jiulan, be prepared to activate the protective formation at any moment." The villagers, holding the grandmother in high esteem, followed her lead. Upon reaching the village entrance, they beheld hundreds of soul beasts charging towards them under the command of the vengeful spirits, a daunting sight. "This is dire. Ghost Core Realm, quickly, activate the formation." The grandmother's panicked voice rang out, causing hearts to tighten. Jiulan, exhibiting commendable composure, promptly executed the command. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped the perimeter of Luosha village, forming a semicircular barrier to safeguard the village. The horde of soul beasts halted abruptly as they approached, and the leading Ghost Core vengeful spirit sneered disdainfully at the protective formation before him. Subsequently, he produced a small, exquisite mirror from his robes and infused it with ghostly energy. In an instant, a dark glimmer flickered within the mirror, and a beam of light shot forth into the protective formation. Pop! A sound akin to shattering glass resonated, and the protective formation of Luosha village was abruptly dispelled. "Grandmother, the formation remains intact, but it has lost control," Gulan exclaimed, repeatedly forming seals with his hands, nearly crushing the control talisman in his grasp. "Fight!" The grandmother, witnessing this, fixed her gaze ahead and resolutely uttered a single word: "Kill." Despite the formation's failure, fear was absent as they raised their weapons and charged towards the beast horde. With a mere wave of his hand, the Ghost Core vengeful spirit commanded the 500 soul beasts to engage the villagers in combat. He, along with the 10 vengeful spirit captains behind him, refrained from joining the fray, seemingly in no rush to annihilate the villagers of Luosha. Roar, bang. The sounds of beastly roars, clashes of battle, and cries of slaughter erupted chaotically outside Luosha village. The villagers, seasoned in the art of war, stood firm alongside Gulan and the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators at the forefront. Against this onslaught, the soul beasts found themselves momentarily stymied, unable to breach the village, though many fell, only to be replaced by their comrades. While no villagers had perished yet, the depletion of their spirit power signaled that defeat was inevitable. Chapter 71. Striking down the Ghost Core as the death toll among the soul beasts surpassed 100. The Ghost Core vengeful spirit could no longer contain his frustration and waved his hand once more. Immediately, 5 vengeful spirit captains stepped forward to confront the Foundation establishment cultivators of Luosha village. The battle escalated into a brutal clash, resulting in the deaths of 2 villagers. Occasionally, a few soul beasts managed to breach the defenses and invade the village, only to be dispatched by the grandmother. After a quarter of an hour, 2 more villagers fell, while 1 vengeful spirit captain was slain by an enraged mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, leaving the remaining 4 initial-stage vengeful spirits astonished by the strength of their 4 adversaries. Despite their higher cultivation level, they suffered significant injuries. The death of the vengeful spirit captain took the Ghost Core vengeful spirit by surprise, inciting his anger and prompting him to take action. "Charge, brothers! Follow me!" A young man clad in armor and a steel helmet shouted as he rode forth. The Ghost Core vengeful spirit retracted his hand, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips as he beheld the 500 Ghost Clan cultivators rushing to aid him. He murmured, "Finally, the moment has arrived. The real performance is just beginning." Thunderous rumblings echoed as the young commander had yet to reach the fray when nearly 1,000 soul beasts surged down from the surrounding mountains. Encircling his forces under the guidance of dozens of Foundation establishment vengeful spirits, the Ghost Core vengeful spirit softly commanded, "Kill them all, leave no one behind." His light words, amplified by spirit power, reached the ears of every Ghost Clan member and vengeful spirit. The young man's reinforcements numbered only 8 Foundation establishment cultivators, with the rest being mere ghost energy subordinates. Under the sudden assault from the vengeful spirits and soul beasts, They suffered catastrophic losses. The young man was knocked from his horse by a single blow, landing on the ground amidst a fierce battle with 3 vengeful spirit captains' grandson. The grandmother cried out in alarm upon witnessing this. She then charged towards the soul beast horde, commanding, "Gu Lan, lead the others and fight with all your might to ensure Junir's safety." Following the order, Gu Lan and several Foundation establishment cultivators fought desperately to break through the encirclement. But they found themselves surrounded and forced back several paces. "Old woman, spare yourself the effort. I had intended to seize Ghost Wolf Town today, but the formation there is too formidable to breach easily. I lack proficiency with this array-breaking mirror, so I thought to practice on your pitiful village. Unexpectedly, I learned that you share a close relationship with Ghost Wolf Town. I merely wished to test it out. Now that I comprehend the mirror's power, once I eliminate you, I shall head to the mountain and deal with Ghost Wolf Town, achieving a grand accomplishment in the process." The Ghost Core vengeful spirit sat against the trunk of a large tree by the roadside, seemingly relishing the opportunity to boast as he addressed the grandmother. "Such arrogance. You are but a newly ascended Ghost Core vengeful spirit. Your realm is still unstable, and your aura cannot be controlled with finesse. Who gave you the audacity to think you can annihilate Ghost Wolf Town?" Though the grandmother's cultivation was modest, she emanated the aura of an upper-tier being. The Ghost Core vengeful spirit was momentarily taken aback by her words, before regaining his composure and seething. "Old woman, you seek death." Thud. Gu Lan spat blood and collapsed a distance of 10 feet in front of the grandmother, losing consciousness. The Ghost Core vengeful spirit, enraged, had aimed a palm strike at the grandmother, but Gu Lan, in a desperate attempt to protect her while engaged in combat with a vengeful spirit captain, had intercepted the attack, sustaining injuries in the process. "Old woman, now who can save you from death?" The Ghost Core vengeful spirit unleashed another strike. Bang! The ghostly palm was shattered, and the Ghost Core vengeful spirit turned to see a young man wielding a sword standing before the grandmother. The youth's visage resembled that of a jade crown, with eyes like stars, handsome beyond compare. Even with his Ghost Core cultivation, he had not detected the youth's presence until now, or perhaps the young man had always been there. Unable to discern the youth's cultivation, the Ghost Core vengeful spirit felt a twinge of unease. The unknown is the greatest source of fear. The youth was none other than Lai Feng, who had just returned with all his might. "Boy, dare you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Then accompany the old woman to her demise." The Ghost Core vengeful spirit brandished a mighty blade towards Lai Feng. "Grandmother, step back. Leave everything to me," Lai Feng said softly, as if wholly unconcerned by the approaching threat of the Ghost Core expert. The grandmother, upon hearing this, merely uttered a word of caution and retreated to the center of the village. Cradling Gu Lan Point 10,000 Sword Technique First Form, Shadow and Form, Second Form, Sword Light Rain, Third Form, a sword tilting the city. After a long absence from utilizing these techniques, Lai Feng executed them in succession. The Ghost Core vengeful spirit was taken aback. He had thoroughly assessed the youth's strength and found him to be merely a 9th-layer ghost energy cultivator. Yet, the ethereal swordsmanship was so exquisite that he found it impossible to breach the youth's defenses. And even a misstep could result in a counterattack. A profound sense of humiliation engulfed the Ghost Core vengeful spirit. Despite employing all his techniques, he could not swiftly subdue Lai Feng. Should this protracted battle reveal the youth's true power to his subordinates, he would lose all face in Ghost Wolf Mountain. With a resounding crash, the Ghost Core vengeful spirit resolved to hold nothing back, igniting his soul power to combat Lai Feng. Observing the vengeful spirit engulfed in black flames, Lai Feng contemplated his strategy. The Ghost Core vengeful spirit's frenzied assault had elevated his power by at least 60% compared to before, placing Lai Feng at a disadvantage. He sustained injuries from 2 strikes that he failed to evade, one on his left arm and the other on his chest, with blood seeping forth. Nevertheless, they were merely superficial wounds. Given his physical resilience, he would naturally recover within a day without the need for medicine. "How could I have forgotten this?" Lai Feng slapped his forehead, feeling a sudden lapse in his own intelligence. With a swift stroke, he brandished his long sword, retreating several paces before sheathing it. The ghostly spirit of Gue Dan, upon witnessing the fierce wind retract his blade, did not flee far. It seemed to be gathering strength for an impending grand maneuver. Instinctively, A sense of foreboding surged within, prompting thoughts of retreat in the blink of an eye. A normal-sized, pitch-black palm imprint, crackling with lightning, surged forth like a bolt. Thunder rumbled. Crackle. The palm imprint, propelled by the speed of lightning and the roar of thunder, struck the ghostly spirit of Gue Dan. A chilling scream echoed across the battlefield. In the wake of a thunderous clap, the ghostly spirit let out a final cry before transforming into a soul crystal. Lord Yin, who has been slain. A captain of the spirits, lifting his gaze to see Gue Dan's spirit morph into a soul crystal, gasped in horror. Thunder Fiend. The legendary Thunder Fiend has appeared. After recovering from his shock, a spirit captain, observing the fierce wind still emanating dark lightning from his palm, recalled something and hurriedly turned to flee. His words laced with panic. Thunder Fiend. The fabled Thunder Fiend. Run. Quick. Flee. The name Thunder Fiend seemed to evoke a profound fear among the spirits, causing them to scatter in terror upon hearing the news. The soul beasts, sensing the overwhelming thunderous might, ceased their assault. Their limited intelligence dictated a primal awareness of danger, yet they did not retreat. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The booming thunder filled the air as the fierce wind maneuvered like a wraith on the battlefield, pursuing the fleeing spirit captains. The wind thunder divine palm detonated repeatedly amidst the clustered soul beasts. Oh, not dawdle. Do not let a single spirit or soul beast escape. The voice of the fierce wind resonated, awakening the ghostly clan members from their stupor, who then began to encircle the spirits and soul beasts. Chapter 72. Thunder Sovereign. After a brief respite, all spirits and soul beasts were eradicated. Though the ghostly clan suffered over 200 casualties, a grievous toll indeed. However, amidst years of conflict with the spirits, this battle's losses were deemed the least severe, yielding the greatest victory. Upon vanquishing the last spirit captain, the fierce wind returned to the village. There, nearly 300 individuals stood assembled, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Jiu Lan lay unconscious on a nearby stone bench, her wounds hastily bandaged. Salutations to the Thunder Sovereign. The 300 knelt in unison, led by an elder woman, bowing deeply in reverence to the fierce wind. Rise, everyone, quickly rise. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Bewildered, the fierce wind hurriedly assisted the elder to her feet, urging the others to stand. Elder, please let everyone rise. Come now. Despite his pleas, the crowd remained kneeling, prompting a sense of urgency within him. Observing the fierce wind's expression, the elder felt a flicker of comfort and remarked, "You are now the Thunder Sovereign of our ghostly clan, deserving of the 3 bows and 9 kowtows from all. They will not rise until the homage is completed." The fierce wind was increasingly perplexed, pondering when he had become the Thunder Sovereign of the ghostly clan, perhaps merely for wielding the power of thunder moments ago. After the homage, the spectators gazed at him with veneration, while several young maidens blushed, their glances hinting at an eagerness to offer him warmth that very night, should he desire it. Even seasoned in matters of intimacy, the fierce wind felt a flush creeping to his cheeks at such adoring stares. "Everyone, please disperse and attend to the aftermath," the elder instructed, before turning to the fierce wind. "I know you have many questions. Follow me." The fierce wind entered the house, serving the elder a cup of tea and taking a seat while awaiting her explanation. The elder gazed deeply at him and began, "Long, long ago. So far back that even ancient texts struggle to recall the time. Our ghostly clan was embroiled in endless battles with the underworld clan." "Which are the spirits you refer to?" At this point, the elder paused to clarify for the fierce wind, continuing, "For millennia, both our clans suffered immense losses. The underworld clan, known for their brutality, sought to dominate the universe. They belonged to a superior realm, a place capable of sustaining celestial beings. For us, ghostly practitioners, ascending to the realm of ghost immortals was essential upon reaching the Great Ascension phase, as lower realms could not support celestial beings. Should a celestial being fail to ascend during tribulations, they would be obliterated by the heavenly laws of the realm, mitigating the risk of annihilation. The underworld clan, through unknown means, opened a spatial passage between their realm and ours, allowing countless spirits below celestial rank and soul beasts to invade our ghostly realm. Just as our clan was on the brink of extinction, the Thunder Sovereign emerged. The power of thunder is a natural nemesis to both spirits and our ghostly kin. Fortuitously, the The Thunder Sovereign allied with our clan, wielding formidable thunder attributes to obliterate countless powerful spirits, ultimately aiding us in subjugating the invading underworld clan. The war raged on for another century as our clan bound spirits through contracts, utilizing them to combat the spirit armies dispatched from the underworld. This provided our ghostly clan a chance to recuperate, and after several years, the spirits from the underworld were suppressed before they could fully manifest in our realm. We spent a millennium erecting a sealing formation, preventing any further spirits from entering our domain. These ancient tales of a realm-wide conflict were new to the fierce wind, who, contemplating the ferocity of such battles, recognized that even great ascension beings could perish daily. He felt a sense of humility, pondering if only celestial beings could truly transcend the masses. Elder, given that our clan triumphed, how could we have fallen to such depths? Is there a hidden truth? The fierce wind inquired. The elder sipped her tea and continued, humans are often thus, united in dire straits, fighting for survival. Yet once security is attained, selfishness takes hold. It was not long before our ghostly clan descended into infighting. The realization dawned upon them that the rules of our realm had shifted. Spirits could not only be bound to enhance combat prowess, but could also transform into soul crystals upon death, providing further resources for our clan. Thus, a war over spirits erupted, lasting millions of years. Those who perished, their souls, thoughts, and wills coalesced with the ghostly energy in the air, allowing them to be reborn as spirits. This cycle of rebirth became endless. Our ancestor from the Hautian lineage ultimately unified the ghostly realm in this conflict, earning the title of the royal family of the ghostly realm. The reason was that our ancestor received aid from the descendants of the Thunder Sovereign, who, unaffected by the allure of power, emerged to save the suffering masses during each calamity that befell our realm. Hence, members of our ghostly clan, including those of royal blood, pay their respects with 3 bows and 9 kowtows upon encountering the descendants of the Thunder Sovereign. The fierce wind interjected, Elder, I am not a descendant of the Thunder Sovereign. I do not deserve such honors. The elder's subsequent words startled him. I am aware that you are not of our ghostly clan, but rather of the human clan. Before the fierce wind could respond, the elder continued, from the day I saved you, I knew. Though my cultivation is modest, I am well versed in ancient texts and privy to many secrets. I understand that there exists a human race in other realms, akin to ours, though they are called humans, and their cultivation methods differ from ours. You, indeed, match the descriptions within the texts, yet the void within your mortal form perplexes me. I had thought my predictions were in error. Your recent expression has provided me with confirmation. I possess the eyes of the ghosts, capable of perceiving what others cannot. This, the elder's gaze shifted. The fierce wind beheld a pair of eyes, dark as storm clouds, materializing before him, swirling with ominous energy, seemingly piercing through the ages to delve into the depths of his consciousness. A cool sensation washed over him as the sun lotus dispelled the power of the ghostly eyes. Clarity returned to his vision, and he felt a shiver of dread as the elder resumed her normal state, sipping tea, though a strand of white hair now adorned her head, indicative of the toll her technique had exacted. The elder seemed reluctant to elaborate further, continuing, regardless of whether you hail from the human clan or the ghostly clan. Child, your heart is pure, I humbly beseech you, in light of my saving your life. To assist our ghostly clan, I do not wish for those outside to lose hope, nor for the innocent children who have yet to witness the world to perish as spirits. Seeing the elder's tears, the fierce wind felt a pang of sorrow. He had long regarded her as family, as dear as his grandfather. He approached her side, gently wiping away the tears on her face, saying, Elder, I will do everything within my power to support the ghostly clan. You can rest assured. The elder, overcome with emotion, wept anew, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Chapter 73. Ghost Emperor's Secret. After regaining her composure, the elder continued, Our Hautian royal lineage has ruled the ghostly realm for 100,000 years, tirelessly seeking a definitive solution to the issue of the rebirth of spirits, yet to no avail. We were compelled to rally ghostly practitioners to hunt down formidable spirits for binding, in order to prevent chaos among the populace. However, at some point, spirits began to autonomously dissolve their contracts, masquerading as bound entities, obediently following our commands. Spirits also mastered the art of possession, with many ghostly kin unknowingly having their bodies usurped by spirits. As the spirits grew powerful enough, they finally launched an assault against our clan. The Haotian lineage suffered tremendous losses in this battle, culminating in the demise of the last Haotian emperor. The spirits reopened the passage between the underworld and the ghostly realm, allowing a torrent of spirits to invade, and no one could suppress them any longer. Ultimately, our clan of thousands of strong warriors employed a formidable formation to isolate this region from the ghostly realm, rendering the spirit armies unable to locate this place. At that time, this area was the only sanctuary in the ghostly realm untouched by the laws governing the birth of spirits. We, the remnants of the Haotian lineage, are among those saved from this domain, comprising many common folk, as well as numerous members of the Haotian clan, royal relatives, and families of ministers. A millennium ago, these individuals revered us for our legitimate Haotian bloodline. Yet gradually, this region lost its connection to the ghostly realm. Once the burden of survival was lifted, some individuals began to harbor ambitions. 5 millennia ago, a cataclysmic war erupted, leaving the ghost realm in mourning. With a staggering 70% of its population decimated, cultivators of the transformation or fusion stages survived this conflict. They all perished in battle, while those at the ghost infant stage gradually succumbed to their lingering fates. After all, ghost infant cultivators, practicing the art of longevity, could at most extend their lives by a mere 1,000 to 1,800 years. Furthermore, those who later ascended to the ghost infant stage were whisked away to unknown realms after their tribulations. If they returned to the ghost realm, it would spell certain doom. Over time, many within this realm's ghostly populace suppressed their cultivation to the pinnacle of Ghostdan, fearing to ascend further. 3,000 years ago, the laws of heaven and earth within the ghost realm underwent a transformation, as the cataclysmic battle of millennia prior led to spatial collapse and damage to the laws governing this domain. It was then that the spirits began to manifest. For the first 2,000 years, the ghostly denizens managed to maintain control, but in the last millennium, the birth rate of these spirits accelerated, gradually constricting the living space of the ghostly race. Now, they could only cling to life in places shielded by protective arrays. The Haotian royal clan also retreated into seclusion after that fateful battle 5 millennia ago. And now, their numbers have dwindled to the brink of extinction. 200 miles away, the town of Ghost Wolf is covertly governed by the last scion of the Haotian clan, Prince Haotian Jun, who commands a populace of 10,000, with 80% under our family's influence. Jun, in name, is merely a guard of the town, and thus, this time he dared not bring forth too many reinforcements. Had it not been for your timely arrival, the Haotian clan would have faced annihilation today. At this point, the elder became overwhelmed with emotion and tears. After a comforting effort from Lai Feng, the elder's spirits stabilized. She then produced an ancient, tattered tome from her bosom and handed it to Lai Feng, its cover barely readable. Ghost Sovereign Manual. Within your consciousness resides a formidable power that even my heavenly ghost I cannot penetrate. You are destined for great fortune, and it is a blessing for my Haotian clan to aid you. However, the power within you is shackled by the laws of this realm, and only by transcending the ghost infant tribulation can it be unbound. I have witnessed your ability to absorb ghostly energy for cultivation, and this Ghost Sovereign Manual is our clan's foundational technique, which can expedite your training. Accept it. Lai Feng, puzzled, inquired, such a powerful technique, how is it that the current cultivators of the Haotian clan? He paused, confusion etched across his face as he gazed at the elder. She sighed deeply, falling into silence for a moment before replying, this technique was crafted by our ancestors who unified the ghost realm. Its rapid cultivation speed and immense power stem from the royal family's fortune. If we draw too heavily upon it, it would lead to our clan's decline and eventual destruction. Thus, only the most central royal descendants have historically been permitted to practice it. Currently, our royal fortune is but a faint whisper of invincibility, and even Jun practices other techniques. Moreover, given the present circumstances, many talented clan members have perished in battle, leaving only us frail elders and children, devoid of cultivation resources. Yet you, favored by the heavens, carry a fortune far surpassing our royal lineage, making your cultivation of the Ghost Sovereign Manual remarkably efficient. Lai Feng accepted the manual into his storage ring and produced another storage ring. Placing it in the elder's hands, this is, the elder, inspecting the ring with her spiritual sense, gasped in disbelief. Within lay 200,000 ghostly spirit stones, 7 royal-grade weapons, and various other armaments. These items were plundered from the fallen ghostly warriors. 200,000 spirit stones were nothing compared to the wealth amassed during the Haotian clan's 10,000 years of rule over the Ghost Realm. Even the least favored clan members received a monthly stipend of 100,000 spirit stones. Now, the ghostly denizens must meticulously calculate the division of even a mere 10,000 stones, striving to maximize the utility of every single one. This elucidates why only a handful of foundational cultivators exist in Luosha village. While those at the Ghost Cheese stage exhibit minimal prowess, the disparity is stark. In the absence of sufficient resources, prioritizing the most capable for cultivation is the only way to ensure the Haotian clan retains its fighting strength in dire times. With a gentle tone, Lai Feng remarked, "Elder, we owe much to Brother Gulen and sister-in-law's medicinal brews and the black chicken ginseng soup, which have greatly aided my recovery. Last night, I ventured to Ghost Wolf Mountain to hunt for some Een spirits to gather cultivation resources. And by chance, I stumbled upon a treasure vault and emptied it." "You emptied it?" the elder exclaimed in disbelief. While Lai Feng spoke nonchalantly, she understood the peril involved. Entering the vault was no trivial feat, let alone pilfering it undetected and returning unscathed. Such fortune was indeed remarkable. Lai Feng continued, "Elder, in comparison to Ghost Wolf Town, which possesses stronger defenses, that is without question. The town is far superior, both in defensive arrays and the strength of cultivators." The elder responded, her attention diverted. Lai Feng seized the moment. "Since this place is no longer safe, I propose we relocate entirely to Ghost Wolf Town." The elder fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Noticing her hesitation, Lai Feng pressed on, "Elder, does the Haotian clan still possess the royal grandeur of yore? In silence lies the choice between resurgence or extinction. The Haotian clan stands at a critical juncture. If the Haotian clan wishes to reclaim its former glory, it must rely on its own strength." Lai Feng would not linger in this realm for long. Ensuring the safety of the Haotian clan before his departure would be his way of repaying the favor. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled, her entire demeanor revitalized, as if illuminated by a sudden dawn. After enduring generations of oppression, the flicker of hope for the restoration of their clan had nearly extinguished over the millennia. The clan members had long forgotten the aspiration to restore the splendor of the Haotian lineage. For centuries, each individual had been preoccupied with mere survival, shrouded in darkness with no sight of light. Her children had perished in battle a decade prior, leaving only her grandson, Haotian Jun, as the last direct descendant. Lai Feng's words dispelled the long-standing gloom within her heart, much like the first rays of morning sun. Without uttering a word, she swiftly exited and soon returned with Haotian Jun in tow. "I pay my respects to Lord Lei Zun." Haotian Jun knelt, excitement evident on his face. Lai Feng rose to assist him, stating, "Brother Haotian, I have no taste for such formalities. If you and your kin persist in this formality, I shall have no choice but to take my leave." "Very well, whatever Lord Lei Zun commands will suffice." Upon hearing that Lai Feng might depart, Haotian Jun quickly acquiesced. Once the elder and Haotian Jun were seated, Lai Feng continued, "Brother Haotian, you shall one day ascend to the throne as the Ghost Sovereign. Simply call me by name." "That is unthinkable. Lord Lei Zun's status is exalted. Even our ancestors hold you in high regard. How could I dare to act inappropriately?" Haotian Jun was particularly stubborn in this regard. After a few futile attempts at persuasion, Lai Feng decided to relent. "Brother Haotian, as my understanding goes, within a 10,000-mile radius, 7 major Een Dan stage spirits hold sway, apart from Ghost Wolf Town and the county city. Are there any other ghostly settlements?" Without hesitation, Haotian Jun replied. In response to Lord Lei Zun, on the opposite side of Pingyang County lies a town named Luolin. Our two towns are aligned parallel to Pingyang County. Luolin Town possesses a strength comparable to that of Ghost Wolf Town, but only Ghost Wolf Town is truly our own domain. Currently, 90% of the populace within the town consists of our kin, and I have secretly cultivated a newly ascended Ghost Dan powerhouse to oversee it. Something even grandmother is unaware of. The elder, upon hearing this, did not express anger but smiled. "Jun has matured, learning to conceal his trump cards. This is indeed commendable. With a Ghost Dan overseeing us, our high-level strength now rivals that of Pingyang County. Pingyang County is merely protected by a mid-tier Ghost Dan elder, maintaining its status. However, this elder is nearing the end of his days. Once he passes, Pingyang County will be merely a shell of its former self. and the various factions within might lead to another calamity for the ghostly people. Lai Feng, disregarding the elder's lament, pressed on. Brother Haoyan, the ghostly race has reached its most perilous moment. It is time for the Haoyan clan to rise and unify the ghost realm once more. We must suppress the Yin spirits and rescue the ghostly populace. I believe many still support the Haoyan clan. Haoyan Jun, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, I will follow Lord Lei Zun's arrangements. The three then deliberated for an hour on their forthcoming plans before exiting the small courtyard. True to his royal lineage, Haoyan Jun inspired fervor in those around him, inciting everyone to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Zagu, come here, Lai Feng called out to Zagu in the distance. The boy, clutching a slingshot, hurried over, excitement evident in his voice. Brother Feng, everyone says you are the most esteemed Lord Lei Zun. Lai Feng affectionately patted Zaga's head, smiling. Brother Feng has a gift for you. Wow, it's beautiful, Zagu exclaimed, unable to part with the splendid longbow, which was nearly as tall as he was. This exquisite bow, a superior-grade treasure, possessed remarkable power. Lai Feng left behind this bow along with the remaining spirit stones, soul crystals, and Yin spirit needles, entrusting all other items taken from the treasure vault to the elder. This bow required no arrows, as it relied on spiritual energy to form projectiles for firing. Knowing Zagu's penchant for slingshots and his impressive accuracy, Lai Feng believed the boy possessed extraordinary talent. Despite the lack of suitable bow weapons and techniques in the village and town, Zago had still reached the third layer of ghost chi cultivation at the tender age of 5, a truly remarkable achievement. The onlookers surrounding Zago gazed at the longbow in his hands with envy, yet none dared to disturb Lord Luizun. Jiu Lan had regained consciousness, though still quite feeble, and could only manage to support himself on the stone table while seated on the stone chair. Observing Zaga's knowing smile, he couldn't help but reflect on how that drink with Lai Feng was not in vain. Brother Feng, I cannot draw this bow, Zaga lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened after a brief attempt. Lai Feng took the longbow, exerting considerable strength to draw it back fully, demonstrating the bow's impressive arc before returning it to its original state. Having never used such a formidable bow, he recognized that it demanded great physical strength. Had it not been for the enhancement of his body through the wind and thunder divine body, he might not have been able to achieve such a draw. Lai Feng took Zaga's hand and led him toward his humble abode. Reassuring him, do not worry, little Zagu, you will soon be able to draw it. Upon entering the dwelling, Lai Feng retrieved the long-neglected training equipment and presented it to Zagu. These weighted tools had not been utilized in quite some time. And now that his own strength was sufficient, they were perfectly suited for Zagu. Zagu, Brother Feng will also gift you some additional items, but you must promise that no one, not even your own parents, shall be told. Can you do that? Zagu, observing Lai Feng's serious expression, put away his smile and solemnly raised his right hand, holding up 3 fingers. Zaga swears he will not tell anyone if I break this oath. Woo-woo. Lai Feng removed his hand from Zaga's mouth, saying, all right, no need for a solemn vow. Brother Feng trusts you. This ring and its contents are yours. Wow, this is wonderful. Zaga now has a storage ring, Zaga exclaimed joyfully as he slipped the ring onto his finger. After recognizing it as his own, he delightedly stored the longbow and retrieved it repeatedly, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Lai Feng interrupted Zaga's revelry, stating, inside the ring, there are 2 small vials containing spiritual liquid that will enhance your cultivation. Remember, you may only take a small sip each time. You must completely refine and absorb it before consuming more, understand? Boom. Zagu took out a small vial and drank a small sip, feeling the spiritual energy surging within him, unexpectedly breaking through to the 4th level of ghost chi. The furniture in the small room was pushed aside by the sudden outburst of spiritual energy. With his mouth agape in astonishment, he gazed at the vial in his hand, finally comprehending why Brother Feng had insisted on keeping this a secret. The spiritual liquid was truly miraculous. Lai Feng, sensing that the outside was nearly ready, spoke up, Zagu, put it away for now. We must set off. You can stabilize your cultivation on the way. The duo, one large and one small, exited the courtyard. We pay our respects to Lord Leizuin. Hundreds of people seemed to have received the command and, this time, did not kneel but instead cupped their fists and bowed. The village, impoverished and desolate, had little to prepare. They gathered a few necessities and the array materials before assembling at the entrance of Lai Feng's abode. Awaiting further instructions. Let us depart, Lai Feng declared, leading the way towards the village entrance. Chapter 75. The Chinquan Breaking Mirror Ghost Wolf Town was under tight security, with the city guards standing vigilant atop the walls. In truth, the town had been in a state of full preparedness since Hao Tianjun left the city, with 2,000 guards fully armed and ready to assist at a moment's notice. The commander, Qi Yuan Shangyu, led the troops personally. He has returned. General Xue Xiong has returned. A squad leader stationed atop the gate exclaimed with delight. Open the city gates, Qi Yuan Shangyu commanded loudly. Creak! The heavy gates slowly opened with the efforts of 10 guards straining against their weight, while Qi Yuan Shangyu focused intently ahead. A hint of worry etched on his face. Behind him, the city guards and townsfolk had already gathered, curious about the commotion. The guards' unusual activity stirred apprehension among the townspeople, who were all too aware of the dangers lurking in the ghostly realm. Each night, they remained vigilant while sleeping, fearing that a disaster might strike while they slumbered, leaving them helpless. The town had a small population, and after years of battling the sinister spirits of the underworld, only about 30,000 survivors remained. Clip-clop, the sound of urgent hooves drew closer. A young man led the charge on horseback, with General Xue Xiong trailing slightly behind him. Qi Yuan Shangyu was astonished, swallowing hard as he momentarily lost his ability to speak. He was aware of the true identity of General Xue Xiong. How could he lag half a step behind this young man? Who was this youth? Ghost Wolf Town, heed the commands of General Xue Xiong. The general's commanding voice resonated with authority. Still in shock, Qi Yuan Shangyu snapped back to reality at the sudden intensity of Xue Xiong's words. His heart racing with excitement, dismounting, he knelt on one knee and declared, "This humble commander, Qi Yuan Shangyu, awaits your orders." As soon as the words were spoken, it was as if a thunderclap had echoed across the town, momentarily stunning the townsfolk into silence. They stood frozen, staring blankly at General Xue Xiong, their expressions devoid of comprehension. Inside, they felt as though 1,000 horses had trampled through, stirring up a whirlwind of confusion. What was happening? The town's most powerful figure, the commander, was kneeling before a subordinate. "I pay my respects to my lord." The other 3 generals simultaneously dismounted and knelt on one knee as well. Just as the townsfolk began to recover from their shock, they became chaotic once more. "We pay our respects to our lord." With a booming collective shout, over half of the 2,000 guards also dismounted and knelt. Their voices filled with fervor. It was unclear whether it was the guards' overwhelming presence or the series of shocking events that had just unfolded, but the townspeople staggered back a few steps before regaining their footing. The small number of guards who remained oblivious to the situation followed suit, awkwardly kneeling as well, uncertain of what had transpired but believing it to be the safest course of action. General Xue Xiong advanced a few steps, surveying the crowd before proclaiming, "I am Hao Tianjun, the sole heir of the Hao Tian royal family. The underworld has invaded the ghost realm, slaughtering our people. My royal ancestors perished in battle for the survival of ghost realm beings, staining the land with blood. A millennium ago, my ancestors sacrificed their lives to create the ghost domain, providing a space for ghost realm beings to exist. Yet, some have forgotten the grace of the Hao Tian clan. 5,000 years ago, the internal strife within the ghost domain nearly led to the total annihilation of my family, leaving the populace in despair. 3,000 years ago, the chaos further disrupted the laws of the ghost domain, allowing the spirits to proliferate. Now, the people of the ghost domain face extinction. I, Hao Tianjun, am willing to carry forth the wishes of my ancestors and rise again to rescue the suffering populace. This humble commander, Qi Yuan Shangyu, pledges allegiance to Hao Tianjun as the Ghost Emperor, and I shall lend my frail body to assist in uniting the realm and saving the people. Kneel before His Majesty, the Ghost Emperor." With the exception of Lai Feng and the Elder, everyone else fell to their knees in reverence. Although the townspeople remained in a state of shock, the Hao Tian royal family had unified the Ghost clan for over 100,000 years, and their lingering authority still held sway. Given the current circumstances, the townsfolk yearned for a leader to guide them through adversity, and the Hao Tian clan represented a flicker of hope. Hao Tianjun surveyed the gathered crowd and continued, "Rise. While my Hao Tian royal family may have fallen from grace, the blood of my ancestors has not yet run dry. As you all know, the resurgence of the Hao Tian royal family over 100,000 years ago was aided by the First Lord of Thunder, and we have repeatedly received assistance from his descendants during our times of peril. The people of the Ghost Domain are the last remnants of life in the Ghost Realm, but please trust that the Hao Tian royal family will lead you out of darkness and into the light. For now, we have once again secured the aid of Lord Leizuan. This is Lord Leizuan. Let us pay our respects. Hao Tianjun exchanged a knowing glance with Lai Feng before dismounting and bowing respectfully. With prior instructions from Lai Feng, he did not kneel this time. Lai Feng understood, channeling his thunder power as two orbs of lightning crackled in his hands. We pay our respects to Lord Leizuan. With this, the crowd no longer hesitated and knelt in reverence. If the Hao Tian royal family represented their hope for escape, then the appearance of Lord Leizuan was akin to the sun illuminating every corner of their land, warming their hearts. Originally, Hao Tianjun intended to assign Lai Feng to the town's command post, but preferring solitude, Lai Feng ultimately sought a quiet residence in the commoner district, much to the joy of the nearby residents, who could now sleep soundly. Watching Hao Tianjun exit the courtyard to arrange plans, Lai Feng sealed the doors with spiritual energy and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to assess his previous gains. The Ghost Emperor's technique indeed lived up to its reputation. While typical spirit-gathering methods draw energy towards oneself, the Ghost Emperor's technique reversed this principle, forcibly subjugating and devouring the nearby spiritual energy. Its speed was several times faster than conventional methods, even accelerating Lai Feng's refinement of the spiritual liquid. Calculating, he realized that while the training speed for those with 5 elemental roots was typically at least 5 times slower than that of ordinary practitioners, the Ghost Emperor's technique could completely bridge that gap. He was uncertain, however, whether this technique would still be effective upon leaving this realm and returning to the immortal martial continent. With concerns yielding no benefit, he resolved to postpone further contemplation until he could depart from this place. The farther he felt from Rouen, the more his heart ached with longing. Casually, he took out the small mirror he had obtained from the ghostly spirit and began to toy with it in his hands. To the naked eye, it appeared unremarkable, but as he infused his consciousness into it, it vanished with a whoosh. Within his consciousness, the mirror began to voraciously absorb his mental energy. Strangely, Yin Lian did not intervene this time, merely ensuring that the space of his consciousness remained intact. After a while, just as Lai Feng began to feel dizzy and his mind heavy, the absorbing force dissipated. Within his consciousness, a small mirror radiating golden light emerged. Intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an aura of nobility and exquisite beauty. As the golden light faded, the handle beneath the mirror revealed 5 golden characters. Qingkuan Breaking Mirror. Chapter 76. The March to Ghost Wolf Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Lai Feng discerned the peculiarities of the small mirror. It appeared to have suffered significant damage, with numerous fine cracks adorning its surface. It would likely require years of nurturing with spiritual energy to restore it to its former glory. At the same time, fragmented memories began to infiltrate Lai Feng's mind. The Qingkuan Breaking Law Mirror, a treasure of the human race, had inexplicably fallen into this ghostly realm. The absence of wandering souls during the invasion of the Ming clan was attributed to this mirror's suppression of the land. But as time wore on, the grievously wounded mirror gradually succumbed to the corruption of ghostly energy. Its powers of suppression waned, leading to the resurgence of souls in this once pure domain. Only recently, when the spirit of the mirror fell into slumber, did the ghostly soul discover and seize it. As for the term breaking law, Lai Feng could only ascertain that the mirror possessed the ability to dispel illusions and temporarily disrupt the operation of formations. Other functions would require exploration or the awakening of the mirror's spirit for clarity. Having just recognized it as his own with his spirit, he need not fear a backlash from the mirror's spirit upon its awakening. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Notably, shortly after Lai Feng established his connection with the Qingkuan Breaking Law Mirror and began his seclusion for cultivation, the enraged king of Ghost Wolf Mountain extorted 3 million ghostly crystals from 6 other mountain kings after fruitlessly searching for his brothers, the Tianlang duo, before allowing them to depart. The guards of the treasury, initially intent on executing him, reconsidered, realizing that losing both resources and subordinates would lead to dire consequences, thus suppressing their fury. 3 days later, upon learning that his younger brother, Yin Hu, had yet to return, he sent men to investigate, only to discover traces of a fierce battle. He and Yin Hu had been 2 souls in one body at birth. He emerged first, claiming more resources, which allowed him to cultivate faster than Yin Hu. Once they fully manifested, They became two entities, yet the bond between them remained strong, tethered by their souls. The remnants of battle at the site of the former Luocha village bore harrowing witness to the aftermath. With dark, congealed blood staining the ground and the heavy scent of carnage lingering in the air, the distant hoofprints testified to the victorious retreat of the ghostly human clan. The king of Ghost Wolf Mountain could not fathom how Yin Hu, a ghostly spirit at the Dan realm, had been defeated by any of the ghostly human clan, wondering if it was the ancient, unyielding figure from the county city who had intervened. His subordinates had reported no unusual activity, and even if a mid-stage ghostly clan member had attacked, Yin Hu should have been able to escape. The scene bore no signs of significant Dan realm combatants. After much contemplation, he led his army of thousands of souls in pursuit of the hoofprints. For 3 days and nights, the air resonated with the furious assault of the souls against the city, yet due to the protective formations, the king of Ghost Wolf Mountain could only seethe in frustration. "Are you ready?" Lai Feng inquired as he entered the garrison. "Returning to Lord Lei Zun, with your provision of ghostly crystals, our strength has significantly increased. However, we have exhausted our resources," replied Hao Tianjun. Lai Feng, unfazed, remarked, "No matter, Ghost Wolf Mountain is teeming with souls and spirit beasts. Do we need worry for resources? Let us prepare to depart." Their numbers were modest, only 900 strong, with the lowest cultivation being late-stage ghostly energy. Before entering seclusion, Lai Feng had drawn forth 1 million ghostly crystals, allowing these seasoned cultivators to experience a meteoric rise in their power. Given the short duration, only 4 had reached late-stage foundational cultivation. At this moment, Lai Feng had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage foundational cultivation, riding a fierce steed alongside Hao Tianjun. Hao Tian, with tens of thousands of souls and spirit beasts in Ghost Wolf Mountain, how many of our 900 do you think will survive? Even you, the sole heir of the Hao Tian royal family, may meet your end, though you still wish to proceed. His words rang clear, and to his surprise, none among the 900 displayed fear or hesitation. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited within them, casting aside concerns of life and death. Hao Tianjun, gazing intently at Lai Feng, resolutely declared, "If Lord Lei Zun fears, you may return. For my Hao Tian kin, the battlefield is a matter of honor. Even should our entire clan perish, we would harbor no regrets. It is the cowardice of survival that brings shame upon our lineage." Lai Feng discerned the discontent in Hao Tianjun's tone but chose not to dwell on it, instead admiring the resilience of the Hao Tian royal family. "Onward," he commanded, striking the rear of his steed, which galloped forth in response to the pain. "Onward!" The 900 warriors roared in unison, their thunderous hoofbeats echoing far and wide, sending shockwaves through the souls of Ghost Wolf Mountain, who were taken aback. "My lord, a substantial force of ghostly humans approaches Ghost Wolf Mountain at great speed," a soul guard reported, sprinting forth. "How many?" The king of Ghost Wolf Mountain was startled. Since his conquest of the mountain, this was the first time ghostly humans had dared to mount a proactive offensive. The truth was that they lacked the strength. Even if the ghostly humans from 1,000 miles around united to attack, few could breach the inner defenses of Ghost Wolf Mountain. The presence of over 100,000 ghostly energy spirit beasts would likely annihilate 99% of the ghostly human clan. "Approximately 1,000, the guard replied, trembling slightly. Indeed, the king of Ghost Wolf Mountain was furious, swiftly executing the ghostly guard with a single strike. "Someone, inform the perimeter to obliterate this band of ghostly humans. Who dares challenge this king? Ever since the treasury was raided, everyone seems intent on defiling my name." No sooner had he spoken than a foundational guard departed to carry out his orders. As Lai Feng and his party approached the vicinity of Ghost Wolf Mountain, they encountered a legion of 3,000 spirit beasts charging forth. Whoosh, 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 5 piercing sounds erupted simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, 5 streaks of black light appeared amidst the throng of spirit beasts. Although Lai Feng could not mobilize the 5 elements to activate the 5 elements sword formation, commanding flying swords with ghostly energy posed no challenge. As the 900 warriors surged past, the 3,000 spirit beasts crumbled before the 5 imperial-grade flying swords, disintegrating into soul crystals within mere moments. Lord Lei Zun is astonishingly formidable. Without employing the power of thunder, he annihilated 3,000 spirit beasts in mere breaths. Can this truly be accomplished by a foundational cultivator? The 900 warriors were left in shock. After a brief moment of surprise, Hao Tianjun smiled faintly. Thinking to himself, Lord Lei Zun certainly lives up to his reputation. Unmatched in his realm, he can even vanquish foes beyond his level. The Hao Tian royal family has finally glimpsed a path to resurgence. Impossible! Impossible! How could 3,000 ghostly energy spirit beasts be eradicated in the blink of an eye? Quick, notify the king. You. Immediately summon the nearby Ming guards and spirit beasts to gather and resist the enemy. Hurry. The near guard dispatched by the king of Ghost Wolf Mountain, after executing his orders, did not return immediately to ensure the king's commands were fulfilled. He decided to personally oversee the situation, intending to witness the annihilation of the 1,000 ghostly humans before reporting back. However, he was unprepared for the most terrifying sight of his life, an effect typically achievable only by a fully unleashed Dan Realm cultivator. A young, enigmatic ghostly human cultivator had emerged. Chapter 77. Set a small goal. First, unify the 1,000 miles kill. The 900 warriors unleashed their full might, ruthlessly slaughtering the countless spirit beasts. This time, Lai Feng brought forth only 3 imperial swords to specifically target the ghostly entities. As the spirit beasts, now devoid of their ghostly commanders, were significantly weakened, the other 2 imperial-grade swords remained close by, ready to assist any warrior facing imminent peril. In an instant, the lives of the warriors were secure, allowing them to fight with even greater ferocity. Hao Tianjun, now at late-stage foundational cultivation, rode atop his warhorse, wielding a spear that danced with life, keeping all within a 10-foot radius at bay. Observing this, Lai Feng nodded approvingly. He refrained from hastily pursuing the king of Ghost Wolf Mountain, knowing that allowing these ghostly entities and spirit beasts to escape would pose a considerable issue. Instead, it was more prudent to eliminate them first before confronting the Mountain King. Should Ghost Wolf Mountain remain devoid of formidable new ghostly entities, it would enjoy a prolonged period of safety. At the same time, he feared that excessive force might alert the Mountain King to his intentions, prompting a hasty retreat. He was confident that the mass extinction of these souls and spirit beasts would inevitably lure the Mountain King out. Who dares to provoke my Ghost Wolf King? Just as Lai Feng pondered his strategy, the thunderous voice of the Mountain King resonated through the air. Moments earlier, they had only heard his voice, but now, he appeared before Lai Feng, exuding a menacing aura from a distance of 100 feet. Lai Feng responded with calm indifference. I have awaited your arrival for long. Since you have emerged, do not think of returning. Ha ha ha. When did the ghostly human clan's foundational cultivators become so audacious in the face of Dan Realm adversaries? The Mountain King boomed, his laughter echoing as he questioned their arrogance. Never had he encountered such unbridled boldness from the ghostly human clan, aside from a moment of humiliation in the presence of his own kind. Those who had seen him were mostly dead, and the survivors had long since learned to cower in fear. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. The Mountain King felt as if the very space around him was locked, rendering him incapable of movement. As he steadied his gaze ahead, a hand, crackling with lightning, appeared before him in the blink of an eye. With a muffled sound, the Mountain King was reduced to nothingness, and Lai Feng nonchalantly pocketed the soul crystal of the fallen king. Even after his death, the resounding thunder continued to reverberate through the mountains. And why king? The king has been slain. Lei Sha, that youth is Lei Sha. Flee! Some formidable foundational souls reacted first, turning to flee the battlefield, while the spirit beasts, deprived of their command, immediately followed suit. Boom-rumble, boom-rumble. Lai Feng soared into the air on his sword, unleashing the wind and thunder divine palm, which reverberated with overwhelming thunderous might across Ghost Wolf Mountain, obliterating countless spirit beasts, leaving only a few distant souls to escape. Those in the foundation building stage were all pursued and annihilated by him. Within half a day, the entire Ghost Wolf Mountain was breached by 900 men, and astonishingly, apart from a few hundred who were exhausted from battle, not a single soul perished. This left those who had long prepared for death feeling a deep sense of emotion. Lord Thunder, upon seeing Lai Feng return, Hao Tianjun rose and cupped his fists in salute. Lord Thunder. The 900 men rose in unison, kneeling on one knee, their eyes shining with admiration. Lai Feng remained undisturbed, his voice calm as he said, Rise. The The souls of some ghostly beasts have merely fled. They should not pose any threat. You may go ahead and collect the soul crystals before anyone could respond. He took the lead and departed in the treasure vault. Lai Feng approached with a sense of experimentation, not expecting to find a considerable amount of riches. However, there were only ghostly spirit stones, an impressive total of 16 million. After putting away the spirit stones, he returned to the spot where the others had just been, noticing that they had not yet returned from collecting the soul crystals. Lai Feng remained unhurried, consuming a potion to hasten his refining process. Approximately 2 hours later, the 900 men returned one after another. Upon seeing Lai Feng open his eyes, Hao Tianjun, with a look of delight, inquired, "Lord Thunder, we have finished collecting the soul crystals. What should we do next?" It was no wonder Hao Tianjun was pleased. The spiritual energy within these soul crystals far surpassed that of the ghostly spirit stones, enough to arm a formidable legion. Lai Feng stood and remarked nonchalantly, "Let us set a modest goal. First, unify the 10,000 miles." This seemingly light statement belied a towering ambition, invigorating the 900 men, who once again set out with renewed hope. Within a month, the other 6 strongholds of malevolent spirits within a 10,000-mile radius, Golden Wind Mountain, Ean's Spirit Mountain, and Underworld Fire Mountain, were all eradicated. After Lai Feng and his followers had cleared all the areas occupied by malevolent spirits, the ghostly clansmen of a district and 2 towns remained oblivious to the news. They had long been suppressed by the malevolent spirits, confined to their towns in a state of helplessness, too fearful to send scouts for information. Ghost Wolf Town, being meticulously managed by Hao Tianjun, maintained a solid communication network with the outside world. After pacifying Underworld Fire Mountain, Lai Feng and the 900 made their way towards Falling Forest Town. 3 days later, Falling Forest Town was subdued. The town had been dominated for many years by 4 major factions who were unwilling to submit to external forces. Unexpectedly, Lai Feng tossed 2 thunderballs into the void, and the sound of thunder reverberated, causing the legend of Lord Thunder to echo among the populace. Falling Forest Town then willingly bowed in submission. At this moment, a formidable procession of several thousand was heading towards Pingyang County's capital. Though Pingyang County boasted a population nearing 500,000, its inhabitants dared not confront the malevolent spirits head-on, feeling secure within the county capital. The capital was under the control of the city lord's mansion, backed by an ancient ghostly cultivator of mid-level ghost pill cultivation. Beneath the city lord were 8 major factions that dominated various industries in Pingyang County, each faction having 1 or 2 late-stage foundation-building cultivators in charge. In recent years, as the old cultivator grew frail and hesitant to act, the 8 factions gradually began to conspire to overthrow the city lord's rule. Meanwhile, the townsfolk continued their revelry, blissfully unaware of the impending threat of annihilation. Truly embodying the ancient saying by Du Mu, the merchant girl knows not the grief of a fallen nation, singing the song of the rear garden across the river. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted above the county capital. The townsfolk occasionally glanced skyward, mistaking it for rain, unaware that it had been years since thunder had graced the ghostly realm. Hearing the thunder was indeed a novelty. Observing the sky, it seemed unlikely to rain. Why then did thunder sound? Could it foretell a significant event or disaster? What disaster could be more terrifying than malevolent spirits? Don't be so alarmed. I wager it's merely the heavens expressing their disdain for the malevolent spirits, scaring them a bit. Ha ha, brother. You've had too much to drink. Ha ha. Let us hope the malevolent spirits are frightened. Come, let us drink another toast. Brother Chen speaks wisely. If the malevolent spirits are truly scared off, even struck down by lightning, you would be a great benefactor to the ghostly kin. I appreciate your kind words, brotherly. If I truly prosper, I will not forget your words today. Come, let us drink. The people of the county capital, undeterred by the thunder, resumed their idle chatter after a brief moment of surprise. Chapter 78. Pingyang County. Boom, boom. The intense rumbling echoed once more, this time not as loud as before, yet still causing the ground to tremble slightly. The townsfolk, startled, stepped out of their homes, gazing into the distance. The sky had darkened slightly, shrouding the horizon in a vague haze. Look, there seems to be a person riding a sword suspended in the void. Indeed, it's a person, motionless. Are they alive or dead? More and more people noticed the figure hovering in the void, which was none other than Lai Feng. the source of the previous thunder. Unexpectedly, the townspeople's reaction was in stark contrast to that of those in Falling Forest Town. They continued to drink and revel, entirely oblivious to the looming crisis. A tinge of sadness welled up within Lai Feng for these people. The tremors grew stronger in the distance. Thousands of cavalry charged forth at a gallop, prompting the city guards to prepare for battle, and some hastened to inform the city lord. This is the territory of Pingyang County. Identify yourselves at once. If there is no urgent matter, please take another route. A commanding officer of late-stage foundation building bellowed from the city gate tower. A large banner fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the words, Hao Tian. Following this, a commanding voice resounded. The Hao Tian royal family emerges to save the populace. His Majesty Hao Tian has come to Pingyang. Where is the county lord? Quickly come forth to receive His Majesty. The Hao Tian royal family, has it truly re-emerged? Didn't the Hao Tian royal family face annihilation and suffer heavy casualties long ago? Are these individuals imposters or the last remnants of the Hao Tian clan? Imposters? Who would dare impersonate the Hao Tian clan? The forces that obliterated them now reign as local tyrants. To impersonate the Hao Tian clan now would only hasten one's demise. Exactly. I suspect these individuals are indeed of the Hao Tian clan, perhaps seeking to reclaim Pingyang County to survive. If that is the case, do you think the city lord would agree? As Gulan spoke, a storm of speculation swept through Pingyang County, igniting fervent discussions. The city guards were left in bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. Has the Hao Tian royal family fallen to such a state that they must resort to such tactics for survival? Chuckled the city lord. I stand here. If the Hao Tian royal family wishes to enter the city, they must first kneel before me in homage. Perhaps if I am pleased, I may allow them to enter for a visit. A middle-aged man of pinnacle late-stage foundation building soared to the city gate tower, addressing the thousands below. Hao Tianjuan's voice was icy as he declared, To insult the Hao Tian royal family, I decree that you shall die today. The city lord laughed heartily, his voice trembling after a few moments. You truly amuse me. A mere boy not yet fully grown dares to call himself I. Do you believe yourself to be an emperor? Guards, seize this emperor for me. I must have a good look at this emperor. Ha ha! I haven't had such amusement in ages. The city guards, receiving the order, swung the city gates wide, 5,000 disciplined guards marching out to confront the intruders. They did not slay malevolent spirits but turned their weapons upon their kin. What a disgrace! A calm voice resonated from the void, followed by the crack of thunder. The city lord, who had just been laughing, was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, vanishing from sight. The city lord is dead? Panic engulfed the hundreds of thousands. The city lord, the strongest cultivator in Pingyang County aside from the Ancient One, had been effortlessly slain. The city guards, who had just exited the city, were stunned into inaction by the thunder and the collective gasps of the populace. Jiulan stepped forward, addressing the void, Lord Thunder. Such scoundrels are unworthy of your intervention. It would merely soil your hands. Should there be any other fools, I, Gulan, shall deal with them. Jiulan, at the pinnacle of mid-stage foundation building, exuded a palpable aura of menace. Kill, 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 roared the thousands behind him, their spirits soaring. Forgive me, Lord Thunder. We have acted under the compulsion of the Ancient One and the city lord. Please spare us. The hundreds of thousands in the city trembled. Having witnessed Lai Feng's effortless annihilation of the Ancient One, they immediately knelt in fear, trembling as they offered their homage. The city guards, who had just emerged from the city, trembled in fear. They knelt on the ground, their heads striking the earth with a resounding thud as they pleaded for mercy. At that moment, the onlookers felt the terrifying presence of the legendary Thunder Sovereign. Realizing why every incarnation of the Thunder Sovereign throughout history had been able to quell turmoil across the realm. However, during the final demise of the Ghost Realm, the Thunder Sovereign had ceased to manifest, causing the new generations of the ghostly clans over the past millennia to gradually forget the might of the Thunder Sovereign and the valiant souls of the Haotian royal family who had sworn to protect the Ghost Realm. Just as the city lord had brazenly insulted the Haotian royal family, there were indeed those within the city who reveled in the misfortune, eager to join in the humiliation for their own twisted pleasure. Brother Haotian, it is now your turn, said Lai Feng, turning to soar away on his sword towards Ghost Wolf Town, vanishing from sight in an instant. Haotian Junts took a few steps forward and declared, I accepted the submission of Luolin Town because they still possess a shred of conscience, while you have degraded to a mere semblance of beasts. The Haotian royal family bears no obligation to protect or save you. Aside from the scattered ghostly beasts fleeing within a radius of 10,000 miles, the 7 strongholds of the spectral souls had all been annihilated by the esteemed Thunder Sovereign. If anyone within Pingyang County desires the protection of the Haotian royal family, they must demonstrate their lives and courage to unify the ghost domain alongside me. Otherwise, they may continue to linger here, awaiting the encirclement of the newly born spectral souls until death claims them. Haotian Jun looked upon the faces of the county's inhabitants with profound anger. He never anticipated that, at such a critical juncture of life and death, the most formidable ghostly force within 1,000 miles would appear so utterly pathetic. Following the plundering of the city lord's estate by 900 brave warriors, Haotian Jun led a cavalry of thousands back to Ghost Wolf Town, as for the fate of the hundreds of thousands in Pingyang County. It was of no concern to him. Their survival or demise was entirely a matter of personal choice. Chapter 79. Thunderous Suppression. 3 days later, a long caravan of people from Pingyang County arrived outside Ghost Wolf Town. With hundreds of thousands making their way there, neither fewer nor more, fear of death is inherent to human nature, particularly for those who only know indulgence and pleasure. As the 8 major factions withdrew, a growing sense of panic spread among the masses. The spectral souls and soul beasts would continue to regenerate, never to be completely eradicated. Without the protection of formidable cultivators, remaining in Pingyang County was akin to courting death. Open the gates, hurry and open the gates. Why won't you let us in? Is this how Ghost Wolf Town treats its guests? Open the gates. If you don't, we'll break them down and charge in. What kind of emperor are you? Without us, do you think the mere remnants of Ghost Wolf Town can unify the ghost domain and save the people? What a joke. If you don't open the gates soon, I swear I won't serve you anymore. Indeed, if you don't want me here, I'll find another ghostly town to enter, where I'll be welcomed with open arms. Why should we endure this humiliation? The shouts and curses continued, echoing loudly. The town gates were pounded relentlessly, causing the guards atop the gate to feel nauseous. Despite witnessing the influx of hundreds of thousands of ghostly folk, Ghost Wolf Town made no effort to open its gates. The safety of the town remained uncertain, and those who were on the verge of sleeping outside would hardly remain calm as darkness approached. While the fear of the dark did not daunt them, the thought of the spectral souls and soul beasts lurking within the shadows sent chills down their spines. Your Majesty, the number of people outside clamoring for entrance is increasing. If this continues, the gates won't withstand the pressure, reported a squad leader on duty at the gate. Ancient Blue, filled with rage, scoffed, "Humph! Let these cowardly wretches stay outside and perish. They curse us so harshly yet refuse to leave. Let them die out there." Lai Feng cast a glance at Haotian Jun and then resumed meditating to refine the spiritual liquid within his dantian. Haotian Jun sensed Lai Feng's gaze and understood that the esteemed Thunder Sovereign was observing how he would handle the situation. Weighing his imperial might, with that, he spoke, "Ancient Blue, heed my command." Ancient Blue knelt on one knee, gazing up at Haotian Jun in anticipation of orders. Haotian Jun's voice resonated with authority. "I command General Ancient Blue to lead 3,000 soldiers and eradicate all troublemakers outside the town without leaving a single one alive. Anyone who insults the royal family or stirs discontent among the populace shall be executed without mercy." This subordinate obeys. Ancient Blue responded loudly, rising swiftly to depart, his horse's hooves thundering towards the gates. "Open the gates," Ancient Blue bellowed. With a resounding crash, the heavy gates swung open swiftly. "The gates are open. Ha! The Haotian royal family is nothing but this, brothers. Charge in. From now on, we are the masters here. Hurry inside. If you want me to fight on the battlefield, you better pay me a few hundred spiritual stones each month." The raucous crowd, upon seeing the gates open, suddenly felt as if they had achieved a great victory, and those within the town began to soften their stances, each individual feeling a sense of inflated importance. "Kill!" A chilling voice rang out, causing those who had not yet taken more than a few steps into the town to freeze in terror, their instincts urging them to retreat. Yet, the throng behind them blocked their escape, and the front line was pushed forward by the crowd, moving an additional 7 or 8 steps. The sounds of impacts and horrified screams echoed as bodies fell to the ground. In less than the time it takes to burn half a joss stick, The 3,000 elite cavalry had dispatched all the troublemakers outside the gates, ensuring that not a single one was spared. Even the dead would have their heads severed, leaving no survivors. After fulfilling their mission, Ancient Blue did not return to the town, but instead formed a battle array, staring intently at the hundreds of thousands watching from afar. 7,000 souls had perished in the blink of an eye. How dared the Haotian royal family act so brazenly? Did they not understand that unifying the ghost domain was not a task that could be accomplished by the Thunder Sovereign alone? It required sufficient military power to subdue the realm. Indeed, they have killed them all. What exactly does the Haotian royal family intend to do? Is this a warning to others? Those 3,000 cavalry are terrifying. I feel more dread from their gaze than from any spectral soul, as the hundreds of thousands witnessed the complete annihilation of the troublemakers. A chill ran down their spines, and some of the more timid among them sank to the ground. An unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Nearby, those who were shocked remained immobile, unable to react and evade the chaos, many swallowing hard and touching their heads to ensure they were still alive. Soon, anxious murmurs began to circulate among them, their expressions filled with unease and trepidation. As for the earlier claims by the troublemakers that towns beyond 1,000 miles would welcome them with open arms. It was no boast. The ghostly clans were indeed at a disadvantage now. Every additional person in a town meant an extra layer of protection, provided that those entering possessed at least some cultivation. For ordinary folk, dying outside the gates would mean no one to collect their bodies. Although the spectral forces within 1,000 miles had been thoroughly cleared, reaching the ghostly towns beyond still meant facing the assaults of spectral forces lurking further afield. Thus, these hundreds of thousands chose to remain and observe, for in truth, among them, very few possessed the courage and strength to act. Timidity and cowardice had become the defining traits of the majority. At that moment, a group of over 10,000 stepped forth from the crowd, led by a middle-aged man who, upon reaching a distance of several paces from Ancient Blue, knelt and bowed his head. Declaring, I, Chen Tianlong, leader of the Tianlong gang from Pingyang County, am willing to submit to His Majesty the Haotian Emperor, the Emperor's command. I would rather shatter my bones than betray your grace. Behind him, the multitude followed suit, kneeling in unison, proclaiming, at the Emperor's command, we would rather shatter our bones than betray your grace. Damn it, Chen Tianlong got ahead of me. Why am I so foolish? Another middle-aged man, also one of the 8 leaders of the major factions in Pingyang County, cursed himself as he watched Chen Tianlong take the lead in submission. He quickly rallied his own followers and approached to express his allegiance. With a leader stepping forward, soon, hundreds of thousands followed suit, kneeling to declare their submission. You are called Chen Tianlong? Hao Yanjun, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, ascended the city gate tower and inquired of the crowd below. Your Majesty, I am indeed Chen Tianlong, he replied, kneeling with utmost respect. Hao Yanjun replied nonchalantly, you are commendable. Since you can lead a gang, I trust you possess some abilities. I appoint you as General Tianlong. Commanding an army of 100,000, the 8 major factions of Pingyang County shall fall under your jurisdiction. Should anyone defy your military orders, I grant you the authority to execute them without prior notice. Chen Tianlong was overjoyed, kneeling once more to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great favor. I shall not fail your orders. Hao Yanjun continued, rise and dispense with the formalities. Tio, ensure your capabilities. I will assign 2 late-stage foundation-building supervisors to accompany you. Should any rebel against you, the supervisors will assist you in suppressing them. If you have any further questions, feel free to voice them now. Chen Tianlong beamed, I have no questions. I shall comply with all of your Majesty's arrangements. In truth, he knew that these 2 supervisors were also there to oversee him. Should he harbor even a hint of rebellious thought? The supervisor's blades would be the first to strike. However, he harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Without the supervisors, he feared he would struggle to maintain order against the other 7 factions, especially after years of conflict in Pingyang County, where no one could truly gain the upper hand. Chapter 80. The expedition suddenly, Hao Yanjun called out loudly, General Tianlong Chen Tianlong, heed my command. Chen Tianlong immediately knelt on one knee. This subordinate, Chen Tianlong, awaits your Majesty's orders. I command you to lead an army of 100,000 forthwith to sweep away all spectral souls and soul beasts within 1,000 miles, while also searching for any surviving members of the ghostly clan to bring back to Ghost Wolf Town. As for the soul crystals you harvest, they shall be at your army's discretion, with no need for tribute. You shall return to report in 1 year. This subordinate obeys, Chen Tianlong replied, filled with fervor as he rose and led his troops away. Accompanied by the 2 late-stage foundation-building supervisors, the leaders of the 7 major factions could only sigh in resignation as they followed suit, realizing that the first to submit would reap the greatest rewards. Among the hundreds of thousands, there were fewer than 5,000 ordinary folk without any cultivation. In this chaotic era, those without power had long since perished. The ordinary folk were assigned to build houses, cultivate crops, and forage for medicinal herbs, exchanging labor for survival. The remaining repairs were divided into 4 grand legions. It is noteworthy that the cultivators from Luolin town, who had surrendered early, surprisingly occupied half of the positions within these 4 legions. Each of them laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Regardless of the circumstances, even being a mere squad leader meant they were now subjects of the dragon, as long as they survived alongside His Majesty Haoyan in the unification of the Ghost Domain. They would likely ascend to the rank of a general commanding tens of thousands in the future. As for higher positions, they would naturally be filled by the most loyal and original personnel from Guewolf Town. The flourishing Guewolf Town instilled hope for survival among the masses. Each member of the 4 legions received 5 pieces of ghost spirit stones, and those wishing for more would need to rely on their contributions. The original personnel from Guewolf Town received the most, with each individual obtaining dozens, even hundreds of stones, while Lai Wind generously provided ghost spirit liquid for the core members. In an instant, the cultivation levels of the cultivators from Guewolf Town surged like a rising tide. As spring gave way to autumn, a year had swiftly passed. To his astonishment, in this ghost domain, the cultivation of ghost chi using the Ghost Emperor technique progressed at such a rapid pace during the mid-phase of the ghost pill. After quietly speaking a few words, Lai Wind rose and opened the door to step outside. Achieving the mid-phase of the ghost pill within a year of seclusion was a feat only the most extraordinary prodigies could accomplish. Even in the immortal martial continent. Salutations, Lord Lei. Haoyan Jun had long been waiting outside the courtyard where Lai Wind had been in seclusion, accompanied by his men. Upon seeing Lai Wind emerge, they bowed in unison. Please rise, Brother Haoyan, are you prepared? Lai Wind inquired. After a year of closed-door cultivation, his temperament had become more serene and composed, displaying an unruffled demeanor that left those present in awe. Even Haoyan Jun felt his own imperial might was somewhat overshadowed. Haoyan Jun replied, everything is ready. The 5 grand legions are awaiting your inspection outside the town. How has the 8 gates formation practice been progressing? Lai Wind continued to ask. The formation imparted by Lord Lei was quite profound, and each legion had only grasped its rudiments through individual drills. If combined, chaos would ensue, necessitating further practice. Haoyan Jun responded, somewhat abashed. The 8 gates formation was a diagram Lai Wind had discovered in a storage ring. He had endured considerable hardship when he first ventured through the 8 gates for its inheritance, leading him to conceive the idea of training it as a military formation, relying on human strength as the foundation. The formation operated using the power of those within, consuming the mana of its members. It allowed for both offense and defense. With the combined mana attacks of hundreds of thousands, even Lai Wind would not dare to clash head-on. It was indeed formidable. However, since this was a sophisticated formation developed by the human race, the Ghost Clan lacked the understanding and knowledge in this regard, compounded by the challenge of training hundreds of thousands. Achieving this level was already commendable. Lai Wind personally observed a demonstration outside the city and was quite satisfied. At that moment, he noticed a small figure leading over 10,000 soldiers, and he flew over to inquire. Ah, Xiaozago, you've become a general guarding a territory now. Not bad, you will surely surpass your father as a valiant general, haha. Upon hearing this, Zago straightened his posture and replied, Brother Feng, Zago is now a great cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Quite impressive. Brother Emperor has appointed me as the Divine Bao General, commanding 10,000 troops. He said that once my cultivation reaches a higher level, I will be able to become a great general. Zagu will definitely strive for it. The Divine Bao General indeed possessed remarkable archery skills. Even a cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment would find it challenging to approach him. I worry he may lack practical experience. Otherwise, I would have promoted him long ago, Haoyan Jun quietly remarked as he approached Lai Wind. Having recognized the close relationship between Zagur and Lai Wind, he was keen on nurturing the child, who had indeed proven himself. Coupled with his father Gulen's unwavering loyalty, he was eager to employ Zagu in his service. Lai Wind softly replied, "Well, he is still a child. It would be beneficial for him to undergo more trials. Only through enduring hardships can one rise above others." Hao Yinjun pondered over Lai Wind's final two sentences, seemingly enlightened. "Zaya Zago, your protective gear as an archer is somewhat lacking. Fortunately, I have a piece of royal-grade armor to bestow upon you." As Lai Wind spoke, with a wave of his hand, a piece of obsidian-black armor appeared before Zagu. The latter immediately recognized it with a drop of blood and donned it, transforming into a valiant little general. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Zago will definitely work hard to cultivate and become powerful and respected like you." Although Zaga's abilities were commendable, he was still a child, and many adults felt a tinge of resentment at being led by a child. Even the other legions felt discontent, thinking it somewhat absurd for a child to hold the position of a general. However, upon seeing that Lord Lei favored this child, they no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. Lord Lei was a figure far more terrifying than this emperor, who merely needed to speak to command death. Lai Wind nodded silently, refraining from further comment. Hao Yinjun proclaimed loudly, "Train soldiers for 1,000 days. Use them for a moment to unify the ghost domain. March with me." At his command, 500,000 troops fell into orderly formation, disciplined and ready, charging forth into the distance. Lai Wind and Hao Yinjun rode side by side at the forefront, their eyes glimmering with distinct ambitions. Hao Yinjun gazed upon the vast mountains and rivers, envisioning his grand ambitions for dominance. Lai Wind, however, looked over the untainted land, contemplating the assistance he would provide Hao Yinjun in unifying the ghost domain. His mind momentarily drifting to a striking figure. It was as if a fair maiden stood before him, and with each stride forward, he felt he was drawing closer to her, as the 500,000-strong army departed. The vast expanse surrounding Gue Wolf City gradually returned to tranquility, with the town's population dwindling to less than 100,000. Most of the inhabitants from Luosha village remained, with sufficient resources for cultivation. A third of them had advanced to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, they could naturally defend the vast territories alongside the matriarch. The town had formed 10 hunting teams, each consisting of 100 members led by a foundation establishment cultivator. Within 1,000 miles, newly emerged souls and soul beasts were swiftly eradicated before they could gain strength. These souls and soul beasts, at their peak strength upon birth, only reached the mid-phase of ghost chi. They required the absorption of ghost chi or the flesh and blood of the ghostly human race to grow rapidly. Chapter 81. Subduing Guaming County Report. To Lord Lei, Your Majesty, we have discovered a large congregation of souls 300 miles ahead. The specific numbers and strength are unknown, but they appear to exceed 100,000, announced the scout as he galloped closer. Hao Yinjun turned to the generals behind him and asked, "Which general is willing to take the lead in battle? I promise a reward of 20% of the spoils for those who venture forth." "Your Majesty, I, the Tianlong Legion, am willing to lead the charge against the enemy." Chun Tianlong was the first to declare as soon as Hao Yinjun's words fell. This declaration garnered considerable satisfaction from the 7 major factions behind him, who had previously held reservations about him. As long as they could achieve merit, they would not begrudge Chun Tianlong. After all, their competition was not merely with him, but with how they could thrive among the 5 grand legions. "Your Majesty, I, the Menghu Legion, have excelled in practicing the 8 gates formation. This is the perfect time to test our results. I am willing to lead the Menghu Legion to meet the enemy," declared the commander of the Menghu Legion, a middle-aged man named Jaraid, who appeared robust and formidable. Seeing that the other 3 legions' commanders remained silent, Hao Yinjun did not mind and spoke, "Very well. If we achieve a great victory, I will grant an additional 10% reward to encourage the bravery of the vanguard troops. The Menghu Legion shall lead the charge in this battle." "I accept the command," Jaraid responded loudly, subsequently leading his 100,000 troops to fiercely engage the army of souls. Hao Yinjun had just silenced Chen Tianlong, who had been about to speak, when he saw the Menghu Legion depart and said, "General Chun, I understand your intentions, but the battlefield only distinguishes between life and death. The lives of the soldiers are as precious as that of the emperor. I will not allow anyone to die in vain. The 8 gates formation can maximize our combat effectiveness, and the Tianlong Legion may not participate in battle until they have mastered the formation against the enemy. Do you understand?" Your Majesty is wise. Chen Tianlong dismounted and knelt on one knee in submission. Your Majesty is wise. The 40,000 soldiers also dismounted and knelt, calling out. Hao Yinjun's declaration that the lives of the soldiers were as valuable as the emperor's instilled a sense of camaraderie among them, evoking a feeling of soldiers willing to die for their worthy leader. Hao Yinjun was very pleased with the effect of winning their loyalty and said, "All soldiers, rise. Let us go and witness the battle of the Menghu Legion together." With a rumble, the 40,000-man army set forth once more. They observed the Menghu Legion transforming into an octagonal formation, dividing into 8 interconnected camps to guard all directions. The 8 gates formation rotated like a grinding wheel. And within the formation, 1,000 to 2,000 souls and soul beasts were funneled through the gates, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by the formation's power before they even realized where they were. In the central area, ghostly flames, massive stones, swords, and other flashes of light surged forth, each strike claiming numerous souls. As the Soul Beast army was on the verge of suffering significant losses, 2 mid-phase Ghost Pill souls charged towards the formation. Instantly, 2 early-phase Ghost Pill cultivators from the Menghu Legion soared forth to confront them, one of whom was Commander Jaraid, the other his vice-commander. Although their cultivation was inferior to that of the Ghost Pill souls, they maintained a favorable position in battle due to the formation's support. Over the course of a year, with ample resources, Gue Wolf Town had seen over 10 cultivators advance to the Ghost Pill stage, with each legion led by 2 such cultivators. Except for one remaining in Gue Wolf Town to oversee, the remaining 6 had become the Emperor's elite guards, providing close protection. All 4 Grand Legions, heed my command. Surround this army of souls swiftly to prevent their escape. Hao Yinjun commanded as he noticed the Soul Army displaying signs of attempting to flee. While the 8 gates formation had its advantages, it also had its drawbacks. Despite its formidable offense and defense, the collective mastery of the formation was still lacking, resulting in a slow advance. Unable to shift formations amidst the galloping of myriad steeds. Once the Spectral Army fled, it was impossible to pursue and vanquish them unless the formation was dismantled. With the mobilization of 400,000 troops, the Spectral Army, comprised of approximately 120,000, was utterly annihilated. The Tiger Legion, aside from nearly 10,000 troops succumbing to exhaustion, suffered no casualties whatsoever. The 4 major legions could only watch as the Tiger Legion swiftly ascended to the pinnacle among the 5 legions, powerless to give chase. Each vowed that should they encounter the Spectral Army again, they would be the first to volunteer for battle. With the precedent of the Tiger Legion's remarkable victory using the 8 gates formation, confidence in confronting the spectral forces surged. After scouring the battlefield and depleting the resources from the spectral treasury, the army set forth once more. Urgent news arrived. The governor of Guaming County was taken aback, having not heard such a frantic report in a decade. Could it be that the Spectral Army was besieging the city? The nearby spectral forces could only pose a threat if they united. No single faction dared to approach. Unlike the remote Pingyang County, Guaming County was under the command of a late-stage Ghost Pill cultivator, supported by 2 mid-stage and 4 early-stage Ghost Pill practitioners. Along with 100,000 city guards, showcasing formidable strength, a scout captain of the Foundation establishment stage hurriedly entered, visibly flustered, and said, "Governor, we have just received word 800 miles away. The spectral faction at Luohun Mountain has been eradicated. A force of several 100,000 ghostly warriors has swept through the spectral faction. That army's banner, from a distance, appeared to be E.it, seemed to belong to the Haotian royal family. The Haotian royal family has likely resurfaced." Upon hearing this, the governor was astounded. The Haotian royal family was a taboo